She is none other than the concubine of the late prince, the venerable Madame Jiangqingqing. Madam, let us discuss matters further once the two have arrived, Qin Yuyan said, her eyes narrowing, while tumultuous thoughts surged within her. She never imagined that, after being virtuous and magnanimous for half her life, she would find herself ensnared at such a critical juncture. She was not foolish, she understood perfectly well that if the Yu family were unwilling, they could certainly voice their objections. While it may be difficult for the Yu family to compel the emperor to retract his decree, the Shangguan family could certainly request an annulment. What a masterful game they were playing. Before long, Shangguan Zishu arrived, leading Yu Chaoyang. Their demeanor was unmistakably sweet, having consummated their union the previous night. Why Yu Chaoyang's cheeks were flushed, a sight so striking it nearly dazzled the onlookers. Moreover, her gait revealed unmistakably that she had indulged herself without restraint on her wedding night. Upon entering, the couple immediately knelt before the prince and the princess, their postures impeccably respectful. Your Highness, Mother, they greeted.
What transpired? The prince, Shangguan Hongi, inquired with an air of authority from his seat.
Your Highness, Mother, yesterday I went to the Yu residence to fetch the bride, while also standing in for my elder brother. As we descended from the carriage, both brides were attired identically, which likely led to the confusion. The lady I wed was the eldest daughter of the Yu family, while the one I represented my brother in marrying was the second daughter. Last night, upon lifting the veil, I realized the discrepancy but intended to rectify it. However, that would not be appropriate, and Chaoyang insisted that since we had already exchanged vows, we are now husband and wife. She does not mind that I am a son of concubine, she is willing to be my wife, hence we consummated our marriage, Shangguan Zishu explained, presenting a well-reasoned account. Your Highness, Mother, as the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Since my daughter-in-law has already exchanged vows with the second son and entered the bridal chamber, they are indeed married. Besides, my sister has also entered the heir's chamber. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. It is not that our Yu family disrespects the imperial decree. My daughter-in-law believes that the emperor would not hold this against us. It is fate, Yu Chaoyang said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a touch of grievance in her voice. Very well, if it is to be, so be it. The second son is indeed a better match for Chaoyang. After all, the heir is currently in a deep slumber, and it is fortunate that he can secure a bride, the venerable madam directly endorsed, her eyes sparkling with mirth, though her words were disquieting to hear. The Yu family had certainly delivered a remarkable surprise to her. Given the situation, let us proceed with the tea ceremony, the venerable madam declared, her decision final, clearly pleased with the turn of events. Qin Yuyan felt as though her very lungs were about to explode with indignation. There were no words to express her anguish. They had already consummated their marriage, effectively bypassing her authority. Could she possibly demand they switch brides? How could her son be wed to one who had already lost her purity? Qin Yuyan was acutely aware that her son was looked down upon by the Yu family's main branch, yet she was reluctant to part with the status of the royal household. It seemed they were certain her son would remain in a state of unconsciousness, destined for the role of a mere concubine son within the royal residence. How splendid, how splendid! Chaoyang, now that you have consummated your marriage, you shall henceforth be the second lady of our royal household. I am delighted that you wish to share your life with the second son, the side consort, Luo Sini, remarked with a smile, gazing at her daughter-in-law. Her son had accomplished such a significant affair without consulting her, clearly having grown too bold. Your Highness, how shall we proceed with this matter? Qin Yuyan inquired frostily, having finally managed to rein in her emotions. What else is there to do? The deed is done, the heir is in such a state, can we expect him to awaken? The physician has treated him for half a year with no sign of improvement. Henceforth, the royal residence shall be inherited by the second son, and Chaoyang is indeed more suited to be the heir's consort. The unremarkable second daughter can serve as a maid for Ziki, that is already a considerable elevation for her, the venerable madam interjected rather bluntly. Moreover, princess, as the legitimate mother, Chaoyang is likewise your daughter-in-law. The venerable madam's words struck Yu Yuanzhang as particularly harsh. Ah, of course, the venerable madam had a daughter in the palace who was the current noble consort, having borne a prince. No wonder her confidence was so formidable. The princess was left breathless with indignation. She certainly looked down upon Yu Yuanzhang, the daughter of a concubine. Moreover, she knew well Yu Yuanzhang's disposition, timid, submissive, and easily bullied, lacking any grandstanding. Yet, the venerable madam's statements left her with no retort. Mother, I vow to honor you well in the future, and my husband shall likewise show you filial respect, Yu Chaoyang declared, pulling Shangguan Zishu as they knelt before the princess to express their determination. Yu Yuanzhang observed their theatrical performance, feeling entirely sidelined in this scenario, with no one caring for her sentiments. Yet, Your Highness, should the heir awaken in the future and find me unworthy, I shall willingly withdraw from the union. If the heir is amenable, I shall strive to live harmoniously with him. Chapter 3 The tea ceremony. Without kneeling, Yu Yuanzhang stepped forward, her posture impeccably upright, exuding a dignified presence that was neither subservient nor arrogant, and her greeting was executed with precision. Her actions drew the attention of all present. With clear, bright eyes and an elegant demeanor, she caught the attention of the princess, whose heart was momentarily calmed by her words. Yu Chaoyang was taken aback. When did this timid sister suddenly possess such assertiveness? Is this truly the case? Lord Rong raised his brow, his attitude towards her tinged with admiration. Indeed, I am well aware that my status does not befit the heir, and even my elder sister's status may not suffice. However, given the circumstances, let us afford each other a chance. Who knows what unexpected outcomes may arise? Yu Yuanzhang's words were pleasing to the ear, leaving room for both parties. Her remarks significantly improved the princess's perception of her. Then let it be so, let us proceed with the tea. The Lord commanded.
Shang Guanzishu and his companion, already kneeling, presented the tea first. Father, mother, please enjoy the tea.
The Lord accepted it readily, while the princess reluctantly took a sip. Following tradition, they presented gifts as a token of goodwill. Though the princess was loath to do so, she maintained her composure as the matriarch of the royal household. This is a small embroidered screen crafted by your daughter-in-law. I hope it pleases you, father and mother.
Yu Chaoyang also presented his prepared gifts to the lord and princess.
Two exquisite embroidered screens, one depicting a tiger descending a mountain, the other showcasing prosperous peonies. Yu Yuanzhang stood by, rolling her eyes. The screens had been embroidered by the original owner, and Yu Chaoyang himself was incapable of such craftsmanship. His sewing skills barely extended to mending undergarments. Yet, the original family had to endure oppression to make a living under the main household. Then, the pair turned to kneel before the two elder matrons, respectfully offering them tea.
Well, you two are truly a match made in heaven. You must strive diligently and soon bless the royal household with offspring. Your elder brother is not to be relied upon. The continuation of the family depends on you two. Here, Chaoyang, take this. It is a special gift prepared by grandmother for you.
The elder matron chuckled as she sipped her tea, retrieving a brocade box from the tray and opening it for Yu Chaoyang to see. A meticulously prepared set of 12 exquisite headpieces. She even referred to herself as grandmother.
Thank you, grandmother.
The pair then offered tea to the concubine. My son has found a good match. You must cherish your days together and soon grant your concubine a grandchild. Luo Cini smiled broadly, revealing her teeth, as she gifted a beautiful set of jewelry. They continued to present tea to several other elders, including the royal couple and distant uncles and aunts. Each was presented with a finely embroidered screen, all crafted by Yu Yuanzhang. Everyone looked upon the couple with smiles, while Yu Yuanzhang seemed to fade into the background. After they had greeted all the juniors, the lord finally spoke.
You should also present tea.
This signified his tacit approval for her to temporarily assume the role of the heir's wife.
Yu Yuanzhang respectfully approached and knelt on the cushion before the lord and princess. Father, mother, please enjoy the tea.
She offered it with utmost reverence. They did not press her further and presented her with the same gifts given to Yu Chaoyang. Out of respect for the elders, she approached the elder matron but did not kneel. Instead, she simply held up the tea, bowing slightly.
Grandmother, please enjoy the tea. You dare to stand while offering me tea? What audacity!
The elder matron was incensed by Yu Yuanzhang's demeanor, seizing the teacup from her hand and hurling it to the ground with a resounding crash. The sound pierced the ears of all present. The lord and princess gazed at Yu Yuanzhang in disbelief. Grandmother, if I recall correctly, you are neither the first wife of the late lord nor the secondary consort, and my current status is that of the heir's wife. Among the women of the royal household, aside from mother, I should be the second in rank, correct? Am I permitted to kneel before you, father, mother? Would you agree with my words? Having said this, Yu Yuanzhang sought affirmation from the two highest-ranking individuals.
You are correct.
The elder matron holds no title, thus, you indeed need not kneel before her. The princess felt a warmth in her heart upon witnessing Yu Yuanzhang's stance, her dissatisfaction dissipating, lending her support. Perhaps this child was indeed a good match for her son. Second sister, how can you display such disrespect towards your elders?
Yu Chaoyang chastised Yu Yuanzhang, exasperated.
Elder sister, there are many elders, but not all require kneeling. The law stipulates that one must kneel only before the sovereign. Typically, one kneels only before parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. There is no rule mandating kneeling before others. Of course, if someone wishes to kneel, that is a different matter, but as the wife of the heir, it would not be proper for me to be overly eager. Yu Yuanzhang articulated her reasoning with clarity and conviction.
You unfilial wretch.
The elder matron's face flushed with anger. Very well, since the heir's wife does not wish to kneel, let her be. Do not let your health suffer over this matter. She is not your own granddaughter-in-law. The elder lord, Shangguan Hongchen, interjected to appease the elder matron. As a younger brother, he had to navigate life under the gaze of the lord, choosing to comfort the elder matron since the lord had remained silent. The elder matron glanced at her own son and then at the lord, and ultimately relented. Yu Yuanzhang took the opportunity to present another cup of tea to her. The elder matron hesitated to accept, the tea still quite hot, but she endured. The lord cleared his throat twice. Only then did she accept it, only to toss it aside moments later.
Do you wish to scold me to death?
My apologies, grandmother, I was unaware your hands were so delicate. I believed you could endure it.
Yu Yuanzhang's nonchalant response was infuriating.
Her choice to confront the elder matron was not out of malice, but rather a reaction to the disdain she sensed from the elder matron from the moment she entered. She would never belittle herself or seek to appease those who bore ill will towards her. The elder matron was on the brink of madness. Lord, such an unfilial daughter-in-law should be dismissed at once. The elder matron turned her ire towards the lord.
Continue with the tea ceremony.
The lord merely cast a dispassionate glance at the elder matron before speaking.
Ignoring the elder matron, Yu Yuanzhang approached Luo Cini. Concubine, please enjoy the tea.
She, too, stood and offered a slight bow as she extended the tea. Luo Cini, pleased with her new daughter-in-law, was in high spirits and did not make things difficult for her, accepting the tea directly.
You and Chaoyang are sisters.
You must support one another in the household. As the elder sister, she will naturally take care of you. Her words were straightforward, leaving no room for misinterpretation. It was clear she was indicating her son would soon become the heir. To the other elders, Yu Yuanzhang also offered tea with a bow, and then received their gifts as tokens of goodwill. Respected elders, I have just entered the household, and I hope for your guidance in the future. The gifts may be modest, as they were purchased directly. However, the gifts from my elder sister are substantial. She entrusted me to embroider them for you all. Accepting her gifts is tantamount to receiving my heartfelt intentions. My sister and I are family and shall not be divided. Yu Chaoyang had not anticipated that Yu Yuanzhang would undermine her in such a manner, gritting her teeth in fury. Just wait, she would ensure Yu Yuanzhang faced repercussions for this. Chapter 4 Complaints do not linger today. Yu Yuanzhang felt as if she had transformed into a different person. In the past, at the Yu residence, she would never have dared to embarrass her in such a manner. Had she consumed the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Did she truly believe that becoming the heir's wife granted her the license to act with impunity? In 10 days' time, she would relish the opportunity to reclaim her dignity. Shangguan Zishu gently patted her hand in consolation. Sister, you must clarify things with her. If any elder admires your embroidery skills and requests your assistance, you must come to me immediately after accepting the task. Will the elders be indebted to you or to me? Yu Yuanzhang felt it imperative to articulate her stance. She had no desire to remain subjugated by her. All those present cast curious glances at the two sisters. All right, disperse, the prince declared. He had little patience for such trivial matters and was the first to rise and exit. Before leaving, the elder matriarch shot a fierce glare at Yu Yuanzhang, saying, Princess, do keep a close eye on your daughter-in-law. Only the princess, Yu Yuanzhang, and a few attending servants remained in the hall. Mother, I have something to discuss with you, Yu Yuanzhang said, her gaze unwavering as she regarded Qin Yuyan. Yu Yuanzhang was acutely aware that this was the genuine matriarch. If she wished to enjoy a comfortable life, fostering a good relationship with the princess was of utmost importance. Thus, securing the princess's approval was essential. If the heir were to perish within 6 months, their days as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in this grand estate would become arduous. Only mutual support could shield them from external bullying. Yu Chaoyan, having entered the same residence, would undoubtedly seek to torment her. With the princess backing her, the situation would be markedly different. Even if she were not the heir's wife in the future, she would still hold the position of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family, closely related to the princess. Therefore, in the initial stages, she needed the princess's protection more than ever. Seeing the seriousness in her demeanor, Qin Yuyan waved her hand, instructing the servants to withdraw. Ziyue and Jianhua exchanged worried glances with their young mistress before following suit. Once the room was devoid of others, Yu Yuanzhang lightly approached Qin Yuyan. Mother, I assure you that the bride was not misdirected to the wrong chamber last night, Yu Yuanzhang whispered, lowering her voice. What did you say? Qin Yuyan exclaimed, startled, raising her voice. Shoo! Yu Yuanzhang quickly gestured for silence. There are still people outside. Come with me to the inner chamber, Qin Yuyan commanded, rising from her chair and swiftly entering through a side door, with Yu Yuanzhang following closely behind. Speak, what exactly transpired? Qin Yuyan pressed urgently. Mother, please observe the nape of my neck, Yu Yuanzhang replied, bowing her head and pulling down her collar to reveal the bruising. Qin Yuyan stepped forward. My heavens, who struck you? She gasped upon seeing the sizable bruise. What force could have inflicted such harm? Yu Yuanzhang recounted her experiences from the previous night in meticulous detail, allowing her emotions to surface as she spoke, occasionally choking on her words to elicit sympathy. By sharing this with the princess, she believed they could collaborate more effectively in the future. In this Wang family residence, Yu Yuanzhang had quickly discerned that it was no simple matter. Having read several historical novels in her past life, she understood that prominent families were rarely uncomplicated, and now, she found herself ensnared within such complexities and recognized the necessity of forging alliances. After absorbing the information, Qin Yuyan fell into a stunned silence. How fortunate the Yu family seemed. That illegitimate son, who often remained in the shadows, revealed his ambitions once the heir faltered. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Yuyan finally processed the news. Though gentle and gracious, this revelation had wounded her deeply. She had not sought to suppress that illegitimate son, rather, he was a consequence of the prince's drunken folly, and she had reluctantly married him as a concubine. Did their conversation indicate the involvement of others? Qin Yuyan inquired, adjusting her composure. No, it was merely a conspiracy between the two of them. However, I suspect my aunt was certainly complicit, otherwise, she would not have hurriedly insisted I marry as well. Their objective is clearly to swap brides. My dear child, you have endured much. At this moment, Qin Yuyan's perspective towards Yu Yuanzhang shifted entirely. A woman unwilling to marry her son was of no interest to her. Given the circumstances, you may remain in the Wang residence at ease, and take good care of the heir. Mother will look after you. Yu Yuanzhang's heart swelled with joy. She resolved to gradually cultivate this relationship, ensuring the princess would be reluctant to see her depart. Mother, I share this matter with you privately, only to illuminate the truth. However, I implore you not to disclose it to others, including father. Why? As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the people of the Wang residence, but from this morning's tea ceremony, I gleaned some insights. The second son is also father as child, and regardless of whom my sister marries, she will always be his daughter-in-law. Thus, in father's eyes, he would not favor anyone. Yet the heir is your own flesh and blood. The elder matriarch is not an easy person to deal with, and she seems quite satisfied with my sister marrying the second son. I boldly speculate that she has shifted her hopes onto him rather than the heir. Therefore, as the legitimate daughter of the Beau family, my sister would undoubtedly seem more suitable to marry a healthy man capable of inheriting the heir's position. I am unaware of her previous attitude towards you, but it is evident that the elder matriarch does not hold you in high regard. She is merely a concubine of the late prince, while you are the princess, the true matriarch of the Wang residence. It is clear that your life here has not been easy, hence I dare to ask you to refrain from discussing this with anyone for now, Yu Yuanzhang advised. The situation had already unfolded. Creating a scene would yield no results, unless you were to be divorced and remarried. Yu Yuanzhang surmised that Yu Chaoyan was a reincarnate, thus he would likely be aware of future developments. Henceforth, she could gauge forthcoming events through his words and actions, allowing her to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing Yu Yuanzhang's analysis, Qin Yuyan's opinion of her shifted once more. You have changed considerably since your first meeting with mother.
Were you merely pretending?
Mother, I am the daughter of the second branch of the Beau family, long oppressed by my sister. My mother always urged me to endure, believing that once I married, I would no longer have to live beneath the same roof and could finally be myself.
Yu Yuanzhang spoke both truths and half-truths, simultaneously attempting to influence the princess's view of Yu Chaoyan.
Good child, you have suffered. Qin Yuyan regarded her with newfound respect, recognizing her as a clever girl. As Yu Yuanzhang departed from Honghao courtyard, two anxious maidservants awaited her outside. Let us return to the heir's courtyard. She sighed deeply since last night, she had been on high alert. Although she possessed the memories of the original owner, they offered little assistance. A soft and malleable character could hardly stand her ground, having experienced little in the way of worldly affairs and being suppressed by the main house. Her position within the estate was tenuous, and she seldom ventured out to engage socially, spending her days embroidering. It was a miracle she had not been crushed underfoot, yet she refused to mirror the original owner's path. She would strive to become her own person. What if Yu Chaoyan was indeed a reincarnate? Did he not wish to escape a life of widowhood and become the heir's wife? Little did he know what emotions would arise when his partner entered another woman's chamber. The three of them returned to the heir's courtyard, where Yu Yuanzhang finally discerned the name. Xia courtyard. However, the sounds of commotion echoed from within. Chapter 5. As long as you admit it was your deliberate act of exchanging marriages, the three of them hastily entered, only to find several maidservants and female attendants moving belongings, while two young men obstructed their efforts.
What is going on?
Yu Yuanzhang inquired coldly. Second miss, these dowries are intended for our eldest miss, hence we must take them away. Your dowry is in the Shushan courtyard, so please arrange for someone to retrieve it. A woman in her 40s stepped forward to explain. This woman, Yu Yuanzhang recognized, was Lu, the wet nurse of Yu Chaoyan, who had come along with the marriage to the Wang residence. So, with the husband replaced, the dowry must be exchanged as well. These dowries were prepared by the Duke's residence for the future duchess, and now that I am the duchess, your mistress should relinquish her claim to them as she has forsaken her title. Although Yu Yuanzhang harbored no desire for them, she aimed to irritate Yu Chaoyan.
Second miss, you are merely dreaming. What qualifications do you possess to lay claim to the eldest Miss's dowry?
Lu retorted, her voice filled with indignation. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am now the Duchess of the Rong Wangfu, and even your mistress must address me as elder sister.
Who gave you the audacity to defy me?
Yu Yuanzhang's expression turned icy. How naive to think she could bully her as if they were still in the Duke's residence. Lu was momentarily taken aback by Yu Yuanzhang's sudden display of authority. Second miss, these dowries were prepared for the eldest miss by the First Lady, and a significant portion of it is from the First Lady's own dowry.
As the daughter of the second house, how can you presume to claim the First Lady's possessions? Lu's bravado diminished, yet her reasoning held considerable weight.
Go fetch your mistress, I have no business to discuss with a mere servant. Yu Yuanzhang dismissed her indifferently. Lu, noting the presence of two burly young men nearby, hesitated to confront them directly. After weighing her options, she retreated with several maidservants in tow. We pay our respects to the Duchess. The two young men approached to offer their greetings.
Are you the ones attending to the Duke?
Yu Yuanzhang had ventured to the main courtyard early that morning, unaware of who inhabited this yard. Indeed, your grace. My name is Qingfeng, and this is Mingyue, replied the young man named Qingfeng, who spoke up eagerly. Such poetic names indeed. However, both young men were remarkably robust and tall, indicating that serving the Duke required considerable physical strength, especially since the Duke was an unconscious patient. Daily care was necessary, and they had to be ever present. Both bore strikingly handsome features. Qingfeng had a round face with almond-shaped eyes, while Mingyue had a square face complemented by a pair of fan-like eyes, each possessing their own charm. They shared a notable characteristic. They exhibited no subservience typical of servants, standing tall and merely clasping their hands in greeting. The young men of the Wang residence possessed more charisma than those of ordinary families. We pay our respects to the Duchess. At that moment, a woman in her 40s emerged from the inner room, her hair meticulously arranged.
I am the Duke's wet nurse, responsible for the daily affairs of the Chia courtyard. May I inquire your name, good nurse? Yu Yuanzhang asked politely.
Those who had raised the master from childhood often held a degree of respect in the Wang residence.
My husband's surname is Chen, while my maiden name is Yi. Greetings, Nurse Yi.
As I am new to the Wang residence and know little, I hope you will guide me. You are too kind, Duchess, Nurse Yi replied. Though her expression remained stern, she would bow slightly with each word, demonstrating her respect. It appeared she understood the nuances well. Having such a nurse in the courtyard would alleviate much of her burden. Moreover, she had only brought two maidservants from her family, without even a wet nurse.
I shall go see the Duke. Yu Yuanzhang entered the inner chamber. Shangguan Ziki lay quietly asleep, already dressed in fresh attire, with his hair neatly arranged. The two young men were indeed attentive in their care.
Xingfeng, do you give the Duke daily massages? Yu Yuanzhang began to inquire about the Duke's routine. Yes, we administer massages 3 times a day, as instructed by the physician, to prevent the Duke from becoming weak, Xingfeng affirmed.
Is it only the two of you attending to him?
There are 2 others. The Duke requires constant care for 12 hours. We alternate shifts at night with 2 others, named Jinshui and Yuanshan, Xingfeng respectfully explained. Ah, how delightfully poetic, Xingfeng and Mingyue, both priceless, with Jinshui and Yuanshan each harboring affection.
Who named you? Yu Yuanzhang asked with curiosity.
The Duke did, Mingyue interjected, eager to claim the most beautiful name among them. Yu Yuanzhang cast another glance at Shangguan Ziki on the bed. It seemed the Duke was not merely a simple warrior, he possessed a scholarly air. Such a man would undoubtedly exude charm.
How do you assist the Duke when he needs to relieve himself? Yu Yuanzhang inquired, intrigued by this rather delicate matter.
Your Grace, we place cloth underneath the Duke and monitor it closely, changing it immediately if it becomes soiled, Xingfeng replied awkwardly. Discussing such matters in front of the Duchess felt quite embarrassing, especially since they were aware she was still an innocent maiden. The Duke could not have consummated their marriage last night.
Yu Yuanzhang stepped forward, bending to lift the covers to take a look. Duchess, both Xingfeng and Mingyue exclaimed simultaneously, their voices not loud but clearly conveying their intent to stop her.
Yet, Yu Yuanzhang had already unveiled the covers around the Duke's waist. To her surprise, he wore no undergarments, only a cloth wrapped around his lower body to prevent soiling the bedding during urination. She quickly dropped the covers, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, recalling similar situations in the hospital before, she thought there was nothing to be ashamed of.
Yu Yuanzhang, you shameless wretch.
At that moment, a voice from outside erupted in curses, revealing Yu Chaoyang's previous arrogance from the Duke's residence. Before Yu Yuanzhang could step out, Yu Chaoyang stormed in. Upon spotting the 2 young men in the room, she suppressed her fury. These 2 young men were well acquainted with her, having served the Duke consistently, and they were also highly skilled in martial arts. Previously, when she had vented her anger at the unresponsive Duke, these 2 had dared to reprimand her despite her being the mistress, even reporting her to the Wang couple, leading to her being scolded multiple times by the Duchess. Their mother-in-law relationship had been particularly fraught now. While she was still her mother-in-law, she was no longer a legitimate one. Yu Chaoyang's face contorted in disgust upon seeing the Duke lying quietly. She loathed this living corpse, believing it had ruined her life. Now that she had been reborn, she was finally free from him. Yu Chaoyang's expressions were a vivid display, and Yu Yuanzhang discerned her feelings with clarity, further solidifying her suspicions.
What do you mean I am shameless? I have neither stolen nor taken anything.
At this moment, Yu Yuanzhang radiated an air of authority, akin to one in a superior position, yet, Yu Chaoyang was far too enraged to consider such nuances. She reached out to strike, as she would not hesitate to slap her younger sister whenever she dared to disobey her. However, her hand was caught mid-air by Yu Yuanzhang. I say, second sister-in-law, with this marriage exchanged, I am now your elder sister, not the timid second sister you once bullied in the Duke's residence.
How dare you be so impertinent? Is this how your mother raised you? If so, we can take this matter to the Duchess.
Yu Yuanzhang tightened her grip on Yu Chaoyang's wrist before casting her aside.
Ah!
Yu Chaoyang cried out in pain.
You audacious Yu Yuanzhang, feeling bold, are you?
Do not think that marrying into the Wang residence has given you wings. I assure you, he cannot occupy the Duke's position forever. I will eventually be the Duchess, just wait and see if you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Should you continue to grovel, I may grant you a kind countenance, considering you are also a daughter of the Yu family, but if you seek your own demise, do not blame me for being ungracious.
Oh, is it not true that your public persona is one of gentle grace?
What is this? Have you ceased pretending? Do not forget, you are now in the Wang residence, not the Duke's. Yu Yuanzhang questioned her intelligence, without the need to curry favor with the Duchess. Had her true nature been revealed? Yu Chaoyang's expression shifted repeatedly, incited by the thought of Yu Yuanzhang attempting to claim her dowry. When one is accustomed to being submissive, a sudden display of defiance can be profoundly unsettling.
Yu Yuanzhang, that is my dowry, and I intend to take it. Yu Chaoyang declared defiantly, still unable to calm her emotions. You all step outside for a moment.
I wish to speak with my second sister-in-law, Yu Yuanzhang instructed. Dismissing the servants, Qinghe and Biwei exchanged glances at their mistress and only exited upon receiving a nod. Once they had all departed, Yu Yuanzhang seated herself on a chair by the window, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a sip. If you wish to reclaim your dowry, you may, provided you acknowledge that it was your deliberate act of exchanging marriages, that you and your mother orchestrated this entirely, and I shall return it to you. Chapter 6. The dowry exchange. The princesses might. Upon hearing those words and observing the expression on Yu Yuanzhang's face, Yu Chaoyang finally regained her composure. From the moment she had served tea in the morning, she had sensed something amiss with her second sister. Typically a soft and pliable person, easily brought to tears by a mere word, how was it that she now exuded such defiance? How dare she stand up to the matriarch of the family? Yu Chaoyang was still lost in the reverie of last night's wedding night, coupled with the couple's sweet intimacy, which left her little room to ponder the transformation in her sister. Now, as she looked at Yu Yuanzhang, she was astonished to see her completely shed the pitiable demeanor she had displayed in their maternal home, as if she had morphed into an entirely different person. Who are you? A sudden thought struck Yu Chaoyang. Could it be that her younger sister had also been reborn like herself? Otherwise, how could such a drastic change occur? In her previous life, she had married poorly, so how could she have allowed her younger sister, who was more beautiful than herself, to marry into a better life? Thus, she had urged their grandmother to wed her to a sickly man, resulting in a fate similar to her own, a lifetime of widowhood.
Elder sister, what do you mean by that? Who else could I be but your second sister? Are you dead? Yu Chaoyang inquired cautiously.
Elder sister, have you lost your mind? I am very much alive, how could you say I am dead? Yu Yuanjing chuckled at her sister's absurdity while simultaneously grasping the implication of Yu Chaoyang's suspicion that she might also be a reborn soul, attempting to extract information from her.
Why are you so different from how you were in our maternal home? Yu Chaoyang pondered.
I am now married and have distanced myself from the Duke's residence. Naturally, I no longer need to live under the scrutiny of the main house. Moreover, I am now the heir's wife, your sister-in-law. Do you think I need to grovel? Yu Yuanjing had long prepared this excuse to reveal her true nature. She had no intention of reverting to her former submissive self, as that would only hinder her.
Was your previous demeanor all an act? Yu Chaoyang finally comprehended.
Indeed, Yu Yuanjing admitted candidly. Very well, do not forget that your parents are still in the Duke's residence, Yu Chaoyang retorted venomously before turning to leave. Her words rang true. The original owner's parents still resided in the Duke's household, having taken over the original owner's body. Their parents were now hers as well. This was a matter that required resolution. The old Duke had already passed away, yet the old Duchess remained, continuously oppressing the secondary branch of the family. The elder lady of the house, eager to curry favor with her mother-in-law, had also joined in on the oppression, with her daughter following suit. This all stemmed from the old Duke's insistence on taking the old lady as a concubine, resulting in the birth of her father, yet he failed to protect her, leading to the old lady's demise. Despite the Duke having 3 concubines, her father was the only illegitimate son, while the other 2 bore daughters, her father's talents could not be exhibited, nor could he dare to utilize them. After passing the imperial examination, he was denied further studies and relegated to managing some minor affairs of the Duke's residence, forced to rely on the main house for sustenance. Just as she contemplated how to handle her parents' situation, a commotion erupted outside. This is outrageous, a mere illegitimate son dares to usurp the dowry of the legitimate daughter of the main house. It was the voice of the old matriarch. Yu Yuanjing promptly stepped out of her room to find the old matriarch entering the elegant courtyard, flanked by a throng of people. Concubine Luo dutifully assisted the old matriarch as they made their way inside, with Yu Chaoyang and her husband trailing behind, accompanied by numerous maids and servants. They were clearly seeking reinforcements. Ziki, the dowry within this courtyard belongs to Zishu, return it to her, the old matriarch commanded bluntly. Rest assured, your dowry will also be returned to you, Zishu, concubine Luo added with a smile. This was a collective demand for her dowry. Enough with the pleasantries, move it, the old matriarch ordered the accompanying servants without waiting for Yu Yuanjing to react. Before she could respond, the servants began to haul her possessions away. A couple of young attendants, witnessing the heir's wife being so bullied, contemplated intervening, but Yu Yuanjing shook her head. She was currently too weak to stop them. She had no genuine desire for Yu Chaoyang's dowry. It was merely a means to assert her newfound resilience against her sister. Simultaneously, she recognized that Yu Chaoyang was acutely aware of who truly held the power in this household, not the princess, not the prince, but the old matriarch. This warranted deeper contemplation. After all, the second son was still the prince's offspring. How could a mere old concubine exert control over him, especially when the prince was not even her biological son? She would need to investigate the true identity of the old matriarch thoroughly. As they fervently began to move her dowry, the princess caught wind of the commotion and hurried over. Hold on. If the dowry is to be moved, the portion given to the Yu family as a betrothal gift for Ziki must remain, Qin Yuyan, who was lost in thought in her own courtyard, declared. This morning had brought her an overwhelming amount of information that required time to digest. Princess, this simply cannot be, the heir is in such a state, can he ever awaken? From now on, Zishu will be the heir. Shouldn't you, as his legitimate mother, plan ahead for him? The old matriarch retorted with righteous indignation. She had harbored significant objections to the initial arrangement with the second daughter of the Yu family, yet since the prince had made the decision, she had no choice but to acquiesce, hoping that once married, the second daughter would not be able to make a fuss anymore. This statement nearly provoked Qin Yuyan into a retort against the old matriarch, but her upbringing restrained her. Many of the items given during the betrothal were part of my dowry. Zishu does not have the right to enjoy the gifts from my family, especially since my son is still alive, Qin Yuyan replied coldly. Though typically of a gentle disposition, their actions had pushed her to the brink of her patience. The old matriarch found herself at a loss for words. It was true that an illegitimate son could not partake in the dowry of his legitimate mother unless formally adopted into her family. Qin Yuyan promptly summoned individuals to inventory the dowry. She was well aware of what had been included in both betrothals. A total of 20 servants worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon to catalog the dowry. Zhenger, from now on, all of Mother's dowry will be set aside for you and Ziki, the princess reassured her. Having only one son, all her possessions would ultimately belong to her daughter-in-law. Mother, I am perfectly fine, Yu Yuanjing replied, devoid of any sentimentality. The disparity between their dowries was stark, Yu Chaoyang's totaling 96 items, while Yu Yuanjing's amounted to 64. The contents remained unknown. Had it not been for the fact that Yu Yuanjing was also marrying into the royal household, her dowry would likely have been even less. You are a good child.
Take care of the heir from now on. Qin Yuyan fully embraced Yu Yuanzhang as her daughter-in-law. Better to marry someone who was down to earth than someone with lofty ambitions. She had come to realize that Yu Chaoyang was unsuitable for her son. Thus, let her be with the second son instead. Mother, I will, Yu Yuanzhang assured her. The heir may awaken any day now, you need not worry. Do not heed those baseless rumors. Any mother would be heartbroken over her son's unending slumber, yet the princess maintained her composure, which was truly commendable. Such was the strength of a mother. It is merely a slight inconvenience for you. Do visit Honghao Courtyard often to chat with me, Qin Yuyan said, patting her hand. Certainly, mother. What is the true identity of the old matriarch? Yu Yuanzhang seized the opportunity to extract information from the princess, confident that it would be far more reliable than anything she could glean from the servants. Chapter 7 Serving the young master. She is a concubine brought by the late Princess Dowager, a daughter of a lesser branch of the Princess Dowager, passed away early, leaving her status in the household only second to that of the late Princess Dowager. Moreover, she has given birth to a son and a daughter, which further enhances her sense of superiority. However, no matter how exalted she perceives herself, she cannot rival the prince, myself, or you, the future princess consort. I see. When did the late Princess Dowager pass away? Yu Yuanzhang lamented her scant knowledge of the outside world. She succumbed to illness when the prince was merely 3 years old. It is said that she suffered great blood loss during childbirth, and her health deteriorated day by day until she departed 3 years later. The late prince, fearing instability in the household due to the absence of a legitimate heir, chose not to remarry. The late Princess Dowager hailed from a family of former vice ministers of the Ministry of Works, but her family fell from grace due to a misalignment of allegiances. However, her transgressions did not extend to her married daughter. She lived quietly in the prince's residence for many years, only regaining her stature when her daughter entered the palace as a consort, at which point she became somewhat presumptuous. Oh. Mother, how did she treat the young master when he was in good health? In just a day's time, Yu Yuanzhang had distinctly sensed the two elder ladies' excessive favoritism towards the second young master. Prior to the incident involving Ziki, her treatment of both was rather equitable. However, once Ziki encountered misfortune, her demeanor shifted drastically. Yu Yuanzhang found no fault in the two elder ladies' actions. After all, the second young master was destined to become the heir, and it was only natural for her to curry favor in advance. Yet, it struck her as peculiar. A mere concubine exhibiting such arrogance, with little respect shown to the princess consort, yet exhibiting some degree of fear towards the prince. Why hasn't the royal family been divided after the passing of the late prince and princess dowager? Yu Yuanzhang inquired about another point of confusion. It is simply because the two elder ladies do not consent. They claim they are not yet deceased. The truth is, they are reluctant to leave the royal residence. Once departed, their days of luxury would rely solely on their own endeavors. The late prince had another concubine, Lady Wang, whom he brought back from the border. Her background remains a mystery, and she is currently serving under the third master. Oh. Yu Yuanjing comprehended that the prince had 2 brothers and 1 sister, all born of concubines. The princess consort approached the bedside to check on her son and instructed the 2 young servants to care for the young master before she departed. Typically, the inner courtyard forbade the presence of servants. However, the young master was an exception, necessitating their presence. Now that he had married, it would be inappropriate for the servants to remain in the inner courtyard at night. Thus, the 2 young servants who had attended to the young master withdrew from Chia courtyard after ensuring he was settled. Otherwise, Shangguan Zishu would not have found it so easy to gain access. It was only at this moment that Yu Yuanzhang had the opportunity to carefully observe her nominal husband. He was being attended to remarkably well by the 2 young servants, devoid of any unpleasant odors, clean and fresh. Yet, he lay there motionless. You all may leave. I wish to be alone with the young master for a while, Yu Yuanjing commanded. The 2 maids and young servants exited the room but remained stationed outside, ready for any summons. Shangguan Ziki, what a fitting name. You are also quite handsome, but if you awaken, you shall undoubtedly shine like the sun, captivating all who behold you. Alas, it seems fate has dealt you a cruel hand. A sigh. Yu Yuanzhang mused aloud. She then extended her hand to check Shangguan Ziki's pulse. Having just arrived the previous evening, she had yet to stabilize her emotions, but now she felt a sense of calm wash over her. In her past life, she had mastered both Eastern and Western medicine. She had interned in every department, with a particular fondness for traditional Chinese medicine. She was registered in both the internal medicine of Chinese medicine and the surgical department of Western medicine, alternating between them. Occasionally, when the surgical department was overwhelmed, they would summon her for assistance. She was essentially a general practitioner, which was why she had been too busy to pursue romance, remaining single until nearly 40, akin to the age of the princess consort. Just as she was preparing for a lifetime of solitude, having lost her parents and with no one urging her to marry, the Grim Reaper sent her here with a husband. Yet, this union felt as though it were no union at all. Was she destined to remain a spinster in 2 lifetimes? The pulse appeared to be unproblematic. If his body was sound, it must be his mind that was afflicted. Having fallen and not awakened since, it was evident he had sustained a head injury. Yu Yuanjing stood and felt the back of Shangguan Ziki's head, discovering an area that seemed somewhat abnormal, slightly elevated compared to that of an ordinary person, something that an inexperienced person would likely overlook. Could it be that the stagnant blood within had not dispersed, causing his ongoing unconsciousness? Yu Chaoyang had claimed he would perish within 6 months, but with her presence, how could she allow that to transpire? She began contemplating how to treat a comatose patient to increase the likelihood of awakening, jotting down her thoughts on paper. As dinner approached, 2 new young servants, Yuanshan and Jingshui, arrived to take over.
We have come to pay our respects to the young master, they announced, both appearing quite handsome and pleasing to the eye. There's no need for formalities. You may carry on with your duties, she replied. The two young servants first fed the young master dinner, a liquid meal consisting of thick porridge and stewed soup. It was a laborious task, with half the food spilling as they fed him, yet they exhibited remarkable patience. Afterward, they assisted the young master with his washing and changed his clothes, attending to him with great care. Young master consort, should the young master wet himself tonight, you may summon us through the maidservants. We will be just outside the courtyard, Yuanshan respectfully stated. Prior to the young master's marriage, they had slept on the floor of the room, vigilantly watching over him, but now that was no longer permissible. They could only stand guard outside, awaiting the young consort's call. Thank you both. Tomorrow, I shall speak to mother about building you a small house outside the courtyard to facilitate your rest at night. Should you be needed, I will call upon you, she replied. That night, Yu Yuanzhang lay beside Shangguan Ziki. Since her arrival the previous evening, she had been tense, but now she fully relaxed. Before sleeping, she checked his pulse once more, discerning from its strength and rhythm whether he was genuinely asleep or merely pretending. At that moment, the young master was in a deep slumber. Throughout the night, Yu Yuanzhang slept soundly, having changed the cloth beneath him before resting. Beneath it lay a sheepskin to prevent any moisture from seeping into the bedding. She fell asleep early, awakening at dawn. The night watch, Ziyue, in response to the slightest sound, asked, "Miss, are you awake?" "Yes, come in." "Miss, did you sleep well last night? I did not hear you call for assistance with the young master." "I managed on my own, so I did not wish to trouble them." "Please have someone take out the soiled cloth." Yu Yuanjing gestured towards the wet fabric she had changed out of last night. After freshening up, Xingfeng and Mingwei arrived to continue caring for the young master, while Yu Yuanjing took the two maidservants to pay her respects to the princess consort. Upon reaching the princess consort's courtyard, she found that the princess had already risen, while the prince had departed for the morning court. "I pay my respects to mother." "Ah, how is Ziki faring?" "The young master has been sleeping soundly, having wet himself twice during the night, but I changed him as soon as I noticed." "You personally changed him?" "Yes, mother." "You are so kind, not shunning Ziki," the princess consort replied, her heart filled with gratitude. For a newlywed young woman to demonstrate such care was indeed commendable. She had already received reports from Mama Yi that her daughter-in-law had shared a bed with her son the previous night. At that moment, Yu Chaoyang also arrived. "Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother." Yu Chaoyang performed her greetings with propriety. "Ah, you both have yet to have breakfast, so please stay here and dine with me," the princess consort welcomed them equally. "Thank you, mother." Yu Chaoyang was delighted that the princess consort had invited her to share the meal, indicating that she bore no ill will over the marriage exchange. The princess consort, as the head of the royal household, possessed a grace that was unparalleled and should not be offended, especially in recent years. A breakfast was served, featuring a bowl of meat porridge and two small dishes for each person, along with pastries and buns. Yu Yuanjing took a spoonful of porridge and found the taste quite delightful, yet, she sensed a familiar flavor, saffron. It was subtle, barely detectable to most, but her frequent dealings with herbs allowed her to discern it immediately. What could this signify? Chapter 8. The title of heir should be relinquished. However, she noticed that the princess consort was also partaking in the meal. Did the princess consort require the invigorating properties of blood circulation and the cooling effects to detoxify and soothe her spirit? Yet, prolonged consumption of such nourishment could pose health risks for women. Just as Yu Chaoyan was about to take another bite, a maid hurriedly burst in, interrupting her actions. "Greetings, princess consort, and the heir's wife. The second young madam and the second matriarch request your presence at the 100 Years courtyard." The maid was none other than Taohong from the second matriarch's quarters. "Please inform Sister Taohong to convey to the second matriarch that I have had this bowl of porridge with my mother and shall visit her shortly." Yu Chaoyang sought to please both parties. "The second young madam is being too courteous. The second matriarch insists that you go immediately," Taohong insisted with urgency. Why Yu Chaoyang felt somewhat distressed. "You should go," the princess consort said indifferently. "Mother, forgive me, I must first ascertain the reason for the second matriarch's summons." Yu Chaoyang departed without even finishing a mouthful of porridge. Only Yu Yuanzhang and her mother-in-law remained to dine slowly. Why Yu Yuanzhang glanced at the bowl Yu Chaoyang had set down. What a coincidence! Could it be that the second matriarch was aware of something amiss with the porridge? Upon her hurried arrival at the second matriarch's courtyard, Yu Chaoyang was warmly welcomed and invited to sit down for breakfast. Zishu's wife, refrain from eating in other courtyards in the future. Dine within your own quarters instead. Should you desire anything, merely communicate your wishes to the kitchen. The second matriarch spoke with maternal affection. "Is it not permissible to dine in mother's courtyard?" Yu Chaoyang inquired, puzzled. "Everyone, please withdraw," the second matriarch commanded the attending maids to leave. "My dear, you are still too young. Zishu is not the princess consort's biological child. How much sincerity can she truly offer you? Moreover, considering the marriage exchange between you and your sister, she must harbor some resentment. Should she entertain any ill intentions, what would you do?" "Yes, second matriarch, I shall heed your advice," Yu Chaoyang replied obediently. In her previous life, she had never received such concern and guidance from the second matriarch. It was the later married Princess Nanhua who enjoyed all such attentions. Before the heir's misfortune, many young ladies admired him. Yet, whenever she attended gatherings, she faced various forms of exclusion. However, following the heir's incident, none of those young ladies envied her. Instead, they mocked her, predicting a life of solitude and widowhood.
Now, everything had transformed. This marriage exchange had proven invaluable. Before long, Luo Sifei also arrived. She was not required to maintain decorum before the princess consort, as she frequently visited the second matriarch's courtyard to play cards, engage in conversation, and pass the time. Both generations of women expressed their concern for Yu Chaoyang, who felt enveloped in happiness. Meanwhile, in the princess consort's courtyard, having just finished her meal, Yu Yuanzhang observed Mama Zhao hastily entering to report. Mama Zhao was the head maid in the princess consort's quarters, in her 40s, with a round face that radiated warmth. Your Highness, Physician Gu has arrived to conduct a routine examination of the air. Let us proceed to Chia courtyard to take a look. The princess consort rose and walked ahead. Each time a physician visited for a consultation, she would closely observe and inquire about the situation. The two women entered the courtyard and reached the inner chamber, where an elderly physician in his 50s was just arriving, opening his medicine chest. I pay my respects to the princess consort. Physician Gu, no need for formalities. Please continue. The princess consort merely watched, refraining from interrupting the physician's examination. Physician Gu skillfully began his examination, first feeling the pulse, then inspecting the patient's tongue, and finally lifting the eyelids to examine the eyes before proceeding with acupuncture. Yu Yuanzhang attentively observed every action of his. Initially, there were no apparent issues, but as he began the acupuncture, Yu Yuanzhang found it peculiar. The two acupoints targeted on the head seemed to do nothing but exacerbate the patient's confusion. Was the medical practice of this era truly such? She could not comprehend it for the moment. However, if this continued, it seemed that Shangwan Ziki would never awaken, and as Yu Chaoyang had mentioned, he would indeed perish within 6 months. Was this the doing of a quack, or was there someone orchestrating this? Yet, being new to this environment, she dared not speak out, opting instead to conduct her research in private. Mother, has Physician Gu been the one examining the air all along? Yu Yuanzhang whispered, striving not to disturb the physician during his acupuncture. Initially, it was Physician Lu who attended to him, but he specializes in surgery. Subsequently, we invited Physician Gu, who possesses commendable acupuncture skills. Everyone believes that acupuncture might awaken the air, yet after 3 months of treatment, there has been no improvement. A quarter of an hour later, Physician Gu withdrew the needles. Physician Gu, how is my son? The princess consort inquired, repeating the same question as always. In response to your highness, I have done all I can. The air remains unchanged, Physician Gu replied. Is there any possibility of the air awakening? The princess consort gazed at Physician Gu with hope, yearning for an affirmative response. Your Highness, since my practice began, I have encountered over 1,000 patients, and among those with conditions akin to the airs, I have seen 3 cases, none of whom ever awakened, Physician Gu stated candidly. Yu Yuanjing carefully scrutinized his micro-expressions, yet discerned no hint of guilt. The likelihood of a comatose patient awakening was indeed low. Had she misjudged the situation? Alas! Your Highness, I am powerless, Physician Gu bowed respectfully, acknowledging his inadequacy. At that moment, a maid from the princess consort's quarters, Zhou Yue, hurried in. Your Highness, the prince requests your return to the main courtyard, and he invites Physician Gu and the heir's wife to accompany you. Let us go. The princess consort suppressed her disappointment and rose to her feet. Upon reaching the main hall of Honghao courtyard, she was taken aback to find all the elders present, who had been served tea by the newlywed just yesterday. The princess consort promptly took her seat beside the prince, while Yu Yuanzhang instinctively positioned herself behind the princess consort. Physician Gu stepped forward and bowed. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the prince. Indeed, Physician Gu, how is the air faring today? The prince inquired expressionlessly. His formidable presence exuded an unspoken pressure. The identity of Prince Rong was unique. He did not command troops, yet when foreign nations attempted incursions, he would assume military authority and lead the charge. The Rong residence was the guardian of the Great Wei dynasty. Physician Gu reiterated the earlier discourse from Chia courtyard. So, the air is beyond salvation, and continuing treatment will yield no awakening. The prince remained silent, while the second matriarch took the initiative to respond. Yu Yuanzhang detected a hint of excitement in her tone, as though the heir's inability to awaken was precisely what she desired. Perhaps this was simply her manner of speaking. Unable to discern, she chose to observe the unfolding events. In response to the second matriarch, my skills are limited, Physician Gu humbly acknowledged. You are the finest physician in the Imperial Medical Academy for acupuncture. If you have determined that the heir cannot awaken, then it is assuredly true. It has been half a year, and countless doctors from both the palace and the common folk have been summoned, yet none dare assert they can cure him. This clearly indicates a lack of hope, the second matriarch expressed with a touch of sorrow. As for her inner thoughts, they remained a mystery. However, Yu Yuanjing perceived her micro-expressions, which undoubtedly reflected a sense of satisfaction with the situation. In less than 2 days, Yu Yuanjing sensed the profound depths of the Rong residence. Just how deep those waters ran remained to be discovered in due course. Your Highness, since Physician Gu has reached a conclusion, should we not consider relinquishing the heir's title? Now that Ziki and Zishu are wed, it is time for them to establish their careers. Allowing Zishu to inherit the title of heir sooner would enable you to cultivate him effectively. Zishu has grown under our watch and possesses capabilities equal to those of his elder brother. He is more than capable of bearing the responsibility of the heir's title, the second matriarch stated plainly and directly. This had been a topic of prior discussions. However, the princess consort insisted on waiting until the legitimate son was married before broaching the matter. Chapter 9 The coldness of human affection. Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged meaningful glances. Without hesitation, Shangguan Zishu stepped forward and knelt before the prince.
Father, your son shall diligently uphold the responsibilities of the heir to the Rongwang manor, honoring our parents and— The prince regarded the kneeling illegitimate son with a stern expression. Though the prolonged unconsciousness of his eldest son weighed heavily on him, as a man and the head of the royal household, he understood his obligations. He could not remain ensnared in sorrow indefinitely. He had to approach his duties with utmost seriousness. With the eldest son's fate uncertain, it was only a matter of time before the title of heir would be bestowed upon the second son. Yet, he found himself glancing towards the princess beside him, hoping for her silent approval. However, she remained unresponsive.
What do you look to her for? You are the head of this family.
The selection of an heir is a matter of great significance for the manor. What does a mere woman understand? The glory of the Rongwang manor was earned by our ancestors. It cannot be squandered on someone whose existence hangs by a thread, the elderly matriarch exclaimed angrily, her face contorted with frustration. Elder brother, this crucial decision requires your prompt deliberation. Given Ziki's condition, we must place our hopes on Zishu. If you are unwilling to pass the title to Zishu, you may consider my son Zifeng instead, should you so choose, urged the elder Shangguan Hongchen, his words sounding hollow to those present.
Your Highness, do not heed his ramblings.
He is simply a man of reckless disposition, quickly interjected second Madame Miao Luoying, attempting to mend the situation.
How dare you speak so? I am your husband. Do you not care for your reputation?
Be cautious, or I shall take action against you. Shangguan Hongchen shot a fierce glare at his wife. Your Highness, the position of heir is indeed of paramount importance. Since the heir can no longer awaken, it is prudent to make arrangements sooner rather than later, spoke Shangguan Hongxiang, the eldest son of the princess' second brother.
Indeed, Your Highness.
The heir's fate is intertwined with the century-long legacy of the Shangguan family. We cannot afford further delay, echoed Shangguan Hongyun, his younger brother. They, like many relatives, relied upon the royal household for their livelihood, receiving monthly allowances to support their families. Although the distant branches received less, they still depended on the household for financial assistance during weddings and funerals.
Princess, what is your perspective? The prince, noticing
My opinion bears little weight, Qin Yuyan replied with an impassive expression. Alone, she was powerless against the prevailing tide. The situation was inevitable, as everyone was like wolves watching the position of heir, not out of a desire to claim it for themselves, but in hopes of establishing favorable relations for their own benefit. The management of family businesses and agricultural properties relied on the clan members, and their fortunes hinged on the princess and the heiress' attitudes. Thus, they were eager to solidify the heir's position for their own planning.
Dr. Gu, what are the chances of the heir awakening? The prince inquired once more for confirmation.
I have exerted my utmost efforts. The heir has been in a coma for 6 months, and the likelihood of awakening is exceedingly slim. However, there may be greater physicians in the world whose skills I have yet to encounter. I shall continue to treat the heir, doing all I can and leaving the rest to fate, Dr. Gu replied, his words not entirely conclusive. Yu Yuanzhang observed the fervor of the discussions regarding the heir's position, noting their impatience to decide before Shangguan Ziki's passing. Such is the fickleness of human affection. Meanwhile, Shangguan Zishu remained on his knees, awaiting his father's decision. Yu Chaoyang's excitement was palpable as she anticipated becoming the heir's consort, eager to undermine her younger sister, stealing glances at her periodically.
Yu Yuanzhang, disinterested in her antics, could nonetheless feel her gaze. At that moment, Yu Chaoyang was filled with exhilaration, for on this very day in her previous life, the family had convened to debate the heir's fate, and the princess was unable to alter the outcome. After only 10 days as the heir's consort, the manor began preparations for the second son's betrothal. In this life, however, she would act first. The title of heir's consort was to be hers, and ultimately, the position of princess would be as well. Your Highness, the physician has done all he can. It would be best to make a decision promptly. The second son is also your child, and it is only right that he be considered. What is there to hesitate about? Urged the elder matriarch, eager to finalize the matter. The prince cast a glance at the elder matriarch. She was both his aunt and his stepmother, having cared for him in his youth, but her increasing tendency to meddle had grown tiresome. At times, she disregarded the hierarchy, daring to speak out against the princess. Mother, what if the heir were to awaken in the future? Yu Yuanjing gently tugged at the princess's sleeve, whispering her query, yet her voice carried in the quiet room. Who do you think you are to speak here? The elder matriarch suddenly erupted in anger. Dear elder matriarch, I merely suggested a possibility. We can never predict the circumstances of this world. Can anyone truly say what tomorrow holds? Yu Yuanzhang refused to be silenced by her reprimand. Dear sister, cease your words, this matter is for the adults to decide. As a newlywed, you have no place in this discussion. Yu Chaoyang chimed in to belittle her. The princess gently patted Yu Yuanjing's hand, signaling her to refrain from participating. The decision ultimately rested with the prince. Enough, everyone may disperse. I must confer with His Majesty regarding this matter, the prince declared, caught in a dilemma, since it involved the Emperor's council. The assembly gradually disbanded. However, as Yu Yuanzhang began to leave, the prince motioned for her to remain. Princess, Ziki's wife, please accompany me to the study. I have matters to discuss with you both, the prince instructed. Yu Yuanjing supported the princess as they followed the prince to the courtyard. The prince's study was spacious and elegantly furnished, with few books, yet adorned with tasteful decorations. Alongside the books, several weapons adorned the walls. Yu Yan, I apologize for my inadequacy, but rest assured, even if Ziki loses his position as heir, I shall not abandon him. I will continue to seek medical treatment until the very end, the prince solemnly proclaimed, his countenance etched with sorrow. I understand your heart is heavy, yet the royal household cannot exist without an heir. I implore you to find peace with this reality, he added.
Your Highness, I have not given it much thought, I only pity my son, they are unwilling to wait for his demise, how callous, Qin Yuyan lamented, tears welling in her eyes. When Ziki was well, what was their attitude? Had he not treated them with enough kindness, yet now, they respond with such coldness. The prince found himself at a loss for words, such as human nature, where self-interest reigns supreme, those who offer benefits are the ones they gravitate towards. Your Highness, Jinner is a good girl. She surpasses Chaoyang by far, the legitimate daughters of the Marquis' household are no better. It is a pity for this child, he acknowledged. Indeed, I am aware, which is why I must speak with her about certain matters, the prince replied, gently wiping the princess's tears. Ziki's wife, yesterday you mentioned that should the heir awaken, you would voluntarily withdraw from the household. However, it now seems that Ziki may not awaken. We cannot foresee how much longer he can endure from this day forth. You must learn to stand on your own. While we are still alive, we can offer you some support, but we will inevitably depart before you. Your future here in the royal household remains uncertain. I have heard that your elder sister does not treat you kindly. Your path ahead may prove even more arduous, therefore, I shall provide you with 10 individuals. Utilize them wisely, for they will safeguard both you and Ziki. The prince continued to address Yu Yuanzhang. For a bride entering the royal household, unless the household chose to dismiss her, she would essentially remain there for life. The life of a widow without a man could be foreseen. Thank you, Father. I will ensure to live well. I have one more request, and I hope you and mother can grant it, Yu Yuanzhang replied, surprised by the prince's acknowledgement, which would facilitate many of her endeavors. Chapter 10, Returning Home. What is it? Father, I have heard a saying, overtreatment. The heir undergoes acupuncture periodically, and I feel it may be excessive, potentially hindering his recovery. For instance, when we accidentally cut our hand, it often heals by itself without intervention, as humans possess the ability to regenerate. Yet, our excessive concern, with incessant washing and applying ointments, may actually prolong the healing process. Therefore, I humbly suggest we refrain from further treatment for the time being and observe his condition. Yu Yuanzhang spoke with utmost seriousness. Her intention was, of course, to prevent Dr. Gu from inflicting any further harm upon the heir. Upon hearing her words, both the prince and princess fell into deep contemplation. Ever since the heir's fall from the horse, they had never ceased his treatment. This was the first time they had encountered the notion of overtreatment. Perhaps there was indeed some truth to it. They exchanged glances. Very well, let us refrain from summoning a physician for now and observe for a while, the prince resolved. He understood that whether they treated him or not, the outcome might be the same. It was worth a try, as there was indeed a possibility. This was his only legitimate son. The thought of his suffering caused him great anguish. Today, Dr. Gu had made it abundantly clear that the chances of their eldest son awakening were almost non-existent. He needed to consider the next steps. The prince clapped his hands, and the study door was pushed open, revealing Qing Feng leading in 3 young servants. Simultaneously, 6 individuals descended from the beams of the study. Ziki's wife, these 10 individuals are the elite guards and secret protectors I have trained for Ziki. You have already met the 4 who have been by his side, but these 6 are new, and I entrust them to you today. How you arrange them is entirely up to you. Their martial prowess may not be unmatched, but they are certainly skilled. I hope, under your care, Ziki will one day awaken. The prince solemnly entrusted her. All 10 knelt on one knee before Yu Yuanzhang. We pay our respects to the heir's wife. Yu Yuanzhang was taken aback by the prince's thoughtful gesture towards her and the heir. Having just entered the family 2 days prior, she had already earned the prince's approval, which confirmed that her true nature was indeed commendable. These 10 individuals were clearly exceptional. The ancients truly valued loyalty. If the rumors were true, these 10 would become her and the heir's greatest allies. Thank you, Father. I shall take good care of the heir. Yu Yuanzhang felt a surge of joy, knowing she had 10 capable individuals at her disposal, ensuring her days in the prince's residence would be secure. Indeed. Father, do the other members of the household know these 6? They are familiar. They usually accompany me. Then will the second son and his wife have any objections to your gifting them to me? Yu Yuanzhang was indirectly inquiring if the prince would also provide similar assistance to them. Zishu is currently lacking in capability. I will continue to guide him and bestow upon him such individuals in the future. Ah, so he is not receiving them now but may in the future. That is good. Should the second son and his wife harbor ill intentions, they would lack support. And if she were to plot, having assistance would be splendid. Yu Yuanzhang was quite pleased with the prince's arrangement. Father, I wish to have these 10 individuals in plain sight. It would be inconvenient otherwise. Tomorrow, during my return home, I would like to take 2 with me for reassurance. Yu Yuanzhang smiled charmingly. The prince and princess were filled with delight at her spirited demeanor. This child displayed a commendable character, one who would not easily be bullied and knew how to protect herself. Yu Yuanzhang was inherently cheerful. Despite her age, she never felt old. She felt as if she were still in her 20s, brimming with energy and vitality. Otherwise, she would not be so tenacious, daring to work over 20 hours straight. Do as you wish. Yu Yuanzhang led the 10 individuals out of the prince's study. What are your names? She inquired, looking at the 6 subordinates she was meeting for the first time. Please, heir's wife, bestow upon us our names, the 6 replied with cupped hands. A new master warrants a new name. After a moment's thought, she said, then arrange yourselves in order of age. The 6 promptly complied. From eldest to youngest, Xunlei, Xiaoyu, Zhoufeng, Dongling, Zhuyun, and Zhuiyue. Thank you for the names, heir's wife, the 6 responded in unison, their faces adorned with smiles, which was rather atypical for secret guards. Are you pleased with your names? Yu Yuanzhang asked casually. The names bestowed by the heir's wife are truly melodious. The names given by the prince were merely numerical. Junlei, the eldest, replied on behalf of everyone. In Yu Yuanzhang's eyes, these 10 were all young men in their 20s, each exuding vitality and masculinity, not the cold-faced secret guards she had envisioned, merely executing orders.
All right, tomorrow I shall return home.
Junlei and Xiaoyu, please inform the steward of the prince's residence to prepare 2 carriages. From now on, Junlei will be your captain, and you shall follow his arrangements.
Understood.
The next day, the 2 newlywed daughters-in-law of the Yu family returned to the Yong'an Marquis' residence. The princess had prepared identical return gifts for both daughters-in-law. Early in the morning, Yu Chaoyang had already awakened Shangguan Zishu, eager to return home. She had been exceedingly joyful these past few days, finally liberated from her widowhood, enjoying a loving marriage filled with intimacy that was utterly irresistible. In just a few days, she would be the heir's wife. This was the life she had dreamed of in her past life. She could hardly wait to share this joy with her mother. Shangguan Zishu, with dark circles under his eyes, still wished to sleep, but he had truly exerted himself over the past 3 days. Feeling utterly drained once they had departed, Yu Yuanzhang leisurely arose and prepared herself. She gathered the gifts prepared by the princess and boarded the carriage towards the Yong'an Marquis' residence.
Miss, the eldest young lady left very early. Do you think the master and mistress will be upset that we are returning late? Ziyuai expressed her concerns.
Not at all, Yu Yuanzhang replied nonchalantly. The original owner's parents were quite perceptive in the Marquis' residence. She lifted the curtain of the carriage to look outside. The prince's residence was in close proximity to the imperial city, situated in a district densely populated by the nobility. The streets were devoid of commercial activity, filled instead with this princess residence, that marquis residence, or the princess's residence. There was no spectacle to behold. The marquis residence was not yet worthy of residing in such an area.
After traveling for approximately 3/4 of an hour, they finally halted.
Madam, we have arrived, Junlei called from outside the carriage. 2 maidservants disembarked first, assisting Yu Yuanzhang down. To her surprise, there was not a single soul at the entrance of the Yong'an Marquis' residence. Only 2 stone lions adorned in red silk remained, gazing towards the distance. Logically, her parents should have been there to greet her. The news of her marriage exchange surely could not have escaped the Marquis' residence. Furthermore, her current identity as the heir's wife warranted even the Marquis himself to welcome her at the entrance. Not only was there no one at the door, but the gate was also firmly shut.
Miss, what is happening here?
Jianhua gazed incredulously at the closed gate.
Nothing to worry about.
Let us knock, Yu Yuanzhang replied, her expression calm and unperturbed. Aside from what Yu Chaoyang had instructed, she did not dwell on it further. It was truly astonishing that after living a lifetime, they still exhibited such naivety in their actions. Chapter 11. Persuading the parents. Xiaoyu ascended the steps and knocked vigorously on the front door. The sound was likely audible from a mile away. However, the door did not open immediately. It was only after he struck it again that a young servant appeared to unlock the side entrance. Oh dear, I have encountered the esteemed second aunt. I was in dire need just now and stepped away for a moment. Early this morning, the eldest aunt returned, and everyone assumed you would not be coming back. Hence, the unspoken words were clear to all. They believed she had married a living corpse, too heartbroken to return home. Yu Yuanzhang, disinterested in squabbling with a servant, proceeded inside. Along the way, she encountered the old steward. Hibo was the venerable steward of the lord's estate, known for his fairness and impartiality. He was a true sage among men. The second aunt has returned, Hibo remarked with a broad smile.
Indeed, Hibo, where are my parents?
They are in the Yongkang courtyard, receiving the eldest aunt and her husband. Ah, please have someone arrange for the carriage. Additionally, assist me in transferring the items from the carriage to the second residence. Yu Yuanzhang, possessing the original owner's memories, navigated the estate with ease, accompanied by 2 maids and a few simple gifts intended for the old matriarch and the first household. Ah, the second aunt has returned, exclaimed a matron upon seeing the 3 of them outside the old matriarch's courtyard.
Please, Mama Wu, kindly inform the matriarch that I have come to pay my respects.
No sooner had she spoken than a large maid emerged from the hall.
Second aunt, the matriarch requests your presence inside. Yu Yuanzhang cast a glance at Mama Wu.
Such loudness, was this a reminder? Entering the hall, she quickly surveyed the room. They were all present, yet silence reigned. Zheng'er pays her respects to the matriarch, to the elder uncle and aunt, and to my father and mother. Yu Yuanzhang dutifully bowed to each elder she deemed worthy of respect, nearly bending at the waist. The elder matriarch frowned deeply. Just moments ago, Yang'er had offered her a full prostration. Second sister, why have you returned? I had thought you would stay to care for the heir and not come back.
I informed the second uncle that you would not be returning. I never anticipated you would abandon the heir to return.
It is customary for a woman to return to her parental home 3 days after marriage. Moreover, as the heir's consort of the Wang estate, I am even more obliged to inform my parents of my return rather than merely as the second young mistress, Yu Yuanzhang replied coolly. Zheng'er, before you returned, we were discussing this matter. It was an unfortunate accident. The deed has been done, and Yang'er and the second young master have consummated their union. This cannot be changed. Later, the elder aunt will present you with a few fine gifts as compensation. Lady Wang, the elder aunt, approached with a smile, intending to grasp Yu Yuanzhang's hand as a gesture of intimacy. Yu Yuanzhang was all too aware of her duplicitous nature, often striking without visible harm. Very well, elder aunt, your words must hold weight. I desire the jade Guanyin statue from your chamber. I have heard it was blessed by a high monk at the Vugua temple. I shall bring it back to the Wang estate and offer incense daily. Perhaps one day, with the Guanyin's protection, the heir shall awaken.
Yu Yuanzhang seized the opportunity and made a bold request.
That jade guanine statue was something Lady Wang had withheld even from her own daughter as a dowry, worth no less than 8,000 taels of silver. Lady Wang clenched her teeth, wishing to strike herself. However, having spoken, she could only swallow the bitter fruit of her words.
Very well, I shall give it to you. I hope the heir awakens soon.
She emphasized the word awaken with particular weight.
Thank you, elder aunt. Yu Yuanzhang accepted the gifts prepared for her by the princess and distributed them among the elders.
Enough, having exchanged pleasantries, you may return to your second residence, the matriarch declared impatiently, dismissing them. Having just received prostrations from her granddaughter and grandson-in-law, and hearing about the events of the past 3 days, she was in high spirits, treating the couple from the second household as if they were invisible. Father, mother, Yu Yuanzhang called, seizing the moment to support her mother, Zhao Yuejiao, with one hand while grasping her father's, Yu Yunji, with the other, leading them out of the hall. Throughout their journey, the family of three exchanged no words. Upon returning to the second residence of Mingyi Courtyard, they shut the courtyard door and finally settled down to converse. Yu Yuanzhang, the eldest of the second household at 16, had a younger brother, Yu Qingsheng, aged 14, and a younger sister, Yu Yuan, aged 10, all born of Zhao's lineage.
My child, how will you navigate your life from here on?
Zhao embraced her daughter tightly. The news had already spread back to the lord's estate by the next day, and she longed to visit the Wang estate, yet the matriarch forbade her from leaving. Having just witnessed the affection between Chao Yang and the second young master, her heart felt as though it were being torn apart. She had long harbored suspicions that this was a deliberate act by the first household. Mother, there is no need for sorrow. Zhenger is doing quite well, the prince and princess hold her in high regard. The heir, being the princess's son, is still the legitimate child of the Wang estate. Even in his slumber. I remain the heir's consort, even the elder uncle must pay me respects. The honor of the Rong Wang estate surpassed that of the emperor's own brothers, being a first-rank prince, no less than an iron-capped prince.
Is it truly so? Indeed.
Only then did Zhao dry her tears. Eldest sister, her younger siblings finally approached her.
They had not been allowed into the matriarch's courtyard.
Now that it is just our family, I shall not conceal anything from you, Yu Yuanzhang began, directly addressing the matter of the first household's marriage swap.
How could this be? Her daughter is a daughter, and mine is not? Zhao lamented once more, her cries echoing in despair.
My lady, it has come to this, we must simply accept it is all my fault for being a concubine's child, Yu Yunji added, tears streaming down his face.
The two younger children did not hold back either. Enough, the reason I have shared this with you is that I wish to discuss a matter. Observing her family, Yu Yuanzhang noted their habitual meekness.
They had grown accustomed to being bullied.
What matter?
Yu Yunji managed to regain his composure.
Father, you are only 35 years old and still quite young. Do you wish to continue participating in the imperial examinations?
Yu Yuanzhang broached the subject that struck at her father's heart. Sai, as long as I reside in this lord's estate, I shall never have the opportunity to take the exams.
Unless, of course, the matriarch were to pass away and we were to separate. Father, I have a plan for separation, are you willing?
Oh, what do you propose?
Just tell me whether you are willing.
Zhenger, if the matriarch is not dead, and we take the initiative to propose separation, your elder uncle will not divide our assets.
Without any inheritance, how are we to survive?
Rest assured, I will not relinquish what is rightfully ours. A father, you hold no title, leaving this estate would simply mean considering ourselves of humble origins, relying solely on our own efforts. I have already married into the Wang estate, the prince will surely look after our family to some extent because of me. We shall find a way to make ends meet, as long as you are willing to strive and continue with the examinations. If you succeed and become a jinshi, you will secure an official position, even if it means being sent to govern a county.
My lord, have you not suffered enough under the oppression of the first household?
You were always good at studying, yet they never allowed you to pursue it. Now that your father-in-law has passed, even the little protection we had is gone. I have endured enough these past years. Even with my dowry, I could support our family, we could manage without servants, just the four of us renting a small courtyard. Zhao faced the matriarch and the elder sister daily, bearing the brunt of their bullying, while her husband's absence made the burden feel less acute.
Let me think it over, Yu Yunji replied, torn.
As the man of the household, such a significant decision required careful contemplation, for the welfare of the entire family rested upon his shoulders. Chapter 12 of the turmoil at the duke's residence. Father, let us part ways, implored my second brother, Yu Qingsheng, with a desperate expression. Son, if you leave the duke's residence, you will forfeit your chance to enter the Imperial Academy, and your studies will be irrevocably hindered. Yu Yunji continued to indulge in his daydreams. Father, do you truly believe that our elder brother would allow my younger brother to gain admission to the academy? Yu Yuanzhang posed another pragmatic question. Yu Yunji was rendered speechless, unable to muster a response. If he himself was denied the opportunity to study, would he permit his son to achieve greatness? This year, his son was eligible to sit for the provincial examination, the future he dared not contemplate further. Father, one need not necessarily enter the academy to succeed in the imperial examinations. Numerous scholars from outside have achieved the title of jinshi without ever stepping foot in the academy. Which of them has been admitted? Yu Qingsheng reasoned with clarity. He was more adept at his studies than his father, and he refused to have his life ruined. Very well, Yu Yunji finally resolved, gazing at his son's determined visage. He could no longer remain shackled by the first house. Despite managing the affairs of the duke's residence, he reaped no rewards. His elder brother scrutinized the accounts monthly, demanding clarity even on the smallest sums. With their father's affirmative decision, Yu Yuanzhang felt a wave of relief wash over her. For 3 days, she had pondered ways to liberate her parents from the grip of the first house. The threats from Yu Chaoyang spurred her to devise strategies, yet all hinged upon her father's agreement. Returning to her former chamber, it remained unchanged. 2 embroidery frames stood quietly in the outer room, the favored retreat of the original owner. Without friends or social engagements, her only solace lay in embroidery, yet, she lacked the skill. After reflecting on the original owner's memories, she took up needle and thread, working on an unfinished piece that had remained untouched before her marriage. Initially, her stitches went awry, but after the 10th stitch, she found her rhythm. In her previous life, each acupuncture needle had to be inserted with precision to avoid error. The principle was the same for embroidery. Gradually, her pace quickened, surpassing the original owner's proficiency. The 2 maidservants watched in astonishment. "Miss, your skills have evidently improved," Jiang Hua remarked, serving her tea as she marveled at the sight of a completed leaf in such a short time. "Perhaps it is simply the result of a few days' rest, allowing my spirits to rejuvenate." Yu Yuanjing chuckled lightly. The original owner had spent an entire year embroidering betrothal gifts for Yu Chaoyang, only preparing a few items for herself when it was her turn to marry. As lunchtime approached, a maid from the main house summoned them to dine together, a customary gathering for 2 married daughters returning home. Upon arriving at the side hall of the main courtyard, typically used for entertaining guests, 2 tables were set, one for men and one for women, without any screens, as no outsiders were present. Yu Yunqin, the Duke of Yong'an, presided at the main table, flanked by Shangguan Zishu on his left and the Duke's heir, Yu Qinglei, on his right, followed by the second son, Yu Qinghao, and then Yu Yunji and Yu Qingsheng. The seating arrangement spoke volumes about the second house as standing within the Duke's residence. Yu Yuanzhang felt a sense of gratitude that her father had consented to their separation. Silence enveloped the meal, with only the men's table occasionally breaking the quiet with laughter and toasts. After the meal, observing that everyone was about to disperse, Yu Yuanjing stood up. "Uncle, I have matters I wish to discuss with you." At 45, Duke Yu Yunqin basked in the spring breeze of prosperity. His daughter was destined to become the heir of the Rong Wangfu, and his son-in-law was to be the heir of the same. The prospect of becoming a prince and princess was a source of immense pride, prompting him to treat Shangguan Zishu with great warmth. "What is it?" Yu Yunqin's demeanor cooled slightly. "Uncle, it would be best to dismiss the servants. I believe the matter I wish to discuss is one you would prefer to keep from their ears. Perhaps it would be better if the matriarch, aunt, and my 2 brothers remain, while everyone else departs," Yu Yuanjing stated with an earnest and composed expression. Yu Yunqin had never regarded this niece with much importance, but today, he sensed an unprecedented assertiveness in her demeanor, compelling him to acquiesce to her wishes. Eventually, they moved to the main hall, leaving only a few key individuals from the Duke's residence, including Yu Chaoyang and his wife. "Speak, what is it?" The Duke and the matriarch took their seats of authority. "Father, you may proceed." Yu Yuanjing gestured towards Yu Yunji. "Elder brother, my second brother wishes to part ways." Yu Yunji hesitated for several breaths before finally speaking. "What, second brother, are you speaking in jest? You hardly drank any wine just now. Our mother is still alive." The Duke's incredulity was palpable. This half-brother managed household affairs adequately. Losing such a person would only increase his burdens. He was unwilling to relinquish this free labor. "Uncle, let us speak plainly. Why did my father not allow him to continue his studies after passing the provincial examination? Grandfather was still alive then, yet no opportunity was afforded to him," Yu Yuanzheng queried directly. Everyone knew the underlying reason, yet it was not one to be openly discussed. "Mind your words, young lady, you are a married woman and should refrain from interrupting," the Duke admonished, angered by his niece's impertinence. "Second sister, this is no matter for you to discuss. You know the rule, one does not part ways while parents are alive," Yu Chaoyang chastised condescendingly. "Uncle, can this family truly not be divided?" "I seek a definitive answer." Yu Yuanzheng disregarded him, addressing the head of the household. Now, as a future duchess, she possessed the right to speak on equal footing with Duke Yu Yunqin. His gaze shifted between Yu Yunji and Yu Yuanzhang. The second brother appeared as timid as ever, while this niece had transformed entirely, no longer the meek figure who used to shy away from him. "My wife is not dead yet. Are you wishing me ill?" The matriarch slammed her hand on the table, her expression frosty. "A mother, do not be angry. This family cannot be divided," Duke Yu Yunqin firmly rejected. This was precisely what Yu Yuanzhang had anticipated, and she could not suppress a cold smirk within. They had grown accustomed to enslaving their own family. "Uncle, do not tell me you are unaware of how I came to be the future Duchess of the Rong Wangfu." Yu Yunqin was taken aback. "It was merely an accident, a case of mistaken identity on the wedding night," he attempted to assert finality. "Do you take us all for fools? This was orchestrated by your first house. If my elder sister did not wish to marry, she could have sought a discussion with the Wangfu about breaking the engagement. Why drag me into this? Today, the second house will use this matter as a basis for discussing the terms of separation. If you refuse to acquiesce, I shall ensure that the entire capital learns of the first house's machinations. What evidence do you possess to prove this was not an accident?" At the time, Yu and Xiaoyan were dressed identically in the bridal sedan chair. Is it not normal for confusion to arise? Shangguan Zishu became agitated. He was implicated in this affair too, and the potential repercussions were dire, as the heirship had not yet been firmly established. If his character were called into question, he would face the Emperor's wrath. "Second son, if given the choice, would you prefer to marry me or my elder sister? I demand an honest answer." "Certainly, I would choose Chaoyang. How could a daughter of the second house compare to her?" Shangguan Zishu answered without hesitation. "Truthfully, anyone would make the same choice. Have you considered that my elder sister was granted to the heir by imperial decree?
Are you not afraid of committing treason? Yu Yuanzhang pressed aggressively. It was merely an accident. Shangguan Zishu clung to his defense. Was it? Yu Yuanzhang, unwilling to waste time, stepped into the center of the hall and commenced her performance. Chapter 13, The Successful Division of the Family. Dear sister-in-law, have you truly made up your mind? Once tonight passes, there shall be no turning back. The man's voice bore a striking resemblance to that of Shangguan Zishu, his tone meticulously controlled. Who are you calling sister-in-law, you coward? What is there to fear? Hurry up, a bold feminine voice echoed, reminiscent of Yu Chaoyang. Are you certain that my elder brother will not awaken? He has but 6 months left to live. My second uncle's sister shall henceforth be destined to live as a widow. Has the second sister awakened? Not yet. I struck her quite hard. If she is to awaken, it shall be by tomorrow morning. Perhaps we should send her over sooner. We can continue our discussion upon our return. Very well, my lady, await my return. In her past life, Yu Yuanzhang had a particular talent for mimicry, mastering any imitation with remarkable precision. Her performances were astonishingly lifelike. The individuals present, upon hearing these words, were gripped with profound terror, and a pin drop could be heard in the hall. Uncle, if I were to script this scene into a play and have every storyteller in the capital narrated in rotation, what do you suppose the outcome would be? Without even mentioning the reactions of the prince and princess, do you think the emperor would remain unperturbed upon hearing such words? I wonder if the family can bear the crime of deceiving the sovereign? You were awake at that time? Shangguan Zishu stammered, struggling to regain some semblance of rationality. Indeed, my husband, we were solemnly wed. Your strike was insufficient. You ought to have struck me dead, sister. Does it not feel exhilarating to share another's husband? I had no inkling that you were so starved for attention, unable to wait even a moment. The 2 kicks I delivered and the squeak of a mouse did nothing to deter you. Yu Yuanzhang looked at the couple with derision, her words lowbrow yet irrefutable. She spoke not as a refined lady but like a common street harlot, yet none dared to reproach her. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang stood frozen in shock, his expression a mixture of confusion and indignation. Shangguan Zishu wished for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. Uncle, this matrimonial exchange cannot be realized solely by my sister and the second son. You must drag me into this scheme to fulfill your desires. You wish to be both a harlot and uphold the virtue of chastity. Your calculations are astute indeed. Therefore, our branch's demands are modest. We merely request a proper division to separate us. Yu Yuanjing turned, smiling at the 2 esteemed lords seated above, awaiting their decision. You are not Yu Yuanzhang. Who on earth are you? Suddenly, Yu Chaoyang shrieked in a frenzy. Sister, have you lost your mind? Who else could I be but my father's daughter? Oh, right, I am now the daughter-in-law of the Rongwang residence, a title you disdain. Yu Yuanzhang beamed brightly. Why do you differ so greatly from your demeanor at home? Did I not inform you that I was merely acting? How else could I survive in this household? You have bullied me to the point of habit. Now that I refuse to be bullied, you cannot bear it? Yu Yuanzhang mocked. You just wait, Yu Chaoyang hissed through gritted teeth. What? Do you intend to reclaim your dignity once you become the daughter-in-law? Do not forget, I am presently wed to the legitimate son of the Rongwang residence, your sister-in-law. Even if you become the daughter-in-law, you must still address me as sister-in-law. Yu Yuanjing directly exposed her intentions. Yanger, refrain from speaking. Heed your elders, Shangguan Zishu admonished, restraining Yu Chaoyang from further protest. Very well, Yunqin, let us proceed with the division to grant the second branch a shop and a 2-entry residence on Changshan Street, the matriarch declared with a grim countenance, resolute in her decision. She regarded the second branch's members with the intensity of a foe. Father, how does this meager estate compare to the entirety of the family fortune? Yu Yuanzhang disregarded the matriarch's cold demeanor and questioned her father. A bastard son, does he dare to seek a division of the family wealth equal to that of the legitimate heir? The matriarch's fury surged like a flame. Years prior, the old patriarch had gone to great lengths to protect her status as the legitimate wife, allowing the birth of this bastard. It was a source of future trouble. Do you not recall how the grandfather's illegitimate brother divided the estate back then? Yu Yuanjing genuinely did not know. At the time of the second uncle's division, he received 2 shops in the bustling market, a 200-mu estate, and a 3-entry residence, along with 20 servants and 30,000 taels of silver for personal use, Yu Yunji recounted, well versed in the family's affairs. Then our demands are not excessive. Let them match those of the second grandfather. Yu Yuanzhang expressed her satisfaction with the figures. The first branch would certainly not grant more, and excessive contention would be unwise, as it was impossible to write 2 Yu characters with a single stroke. In this feudal era, family ties were of utmost importance. In truth, this wealth constituted merely a fraction of the marquisate holdings. Mother, let us acquiesce to their wishes. After all, the second brother is also a descendant of the Yu family, Yu Yunqin stated, his sentiments toward Yu Yunji not mirroring those of his mother, for he too had a bastard child. Though there existed a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate, that child remained his own time. That child would come to learn of today's division, yet, he regarded Yu Yuanzhang with newfound respect. The niece who had previously held no presence in the household had today displayed remarkable fortitude. He could not help but feel a twinge of concern, knowing that his daughter would soon coexist with her in the same residence. He resolved to cultivate a closer rapport with the prince. The matriarch said nothing further, rising abruptly, her steps heavy as she cast a fierce glance at Yu Yunji before departing. What did this signify? Very well, second brother, we are all of one family and need not dwell on trifles. Eldest brother recognizes the grievances you have suffered over the years, even after the division. I shall continue to look after you, Yu Yunshin said, knowing to offer soothing words. After negotiations, the second branch secured 2 lucrative shops, a 3-entry garden residence, and a 150 mu estate, albeit somewhat distant at 100 miles away. They also retained the 18 servants they had grown accustomed to. The second branch was content with such an arrangement. Upon returning to their quarters, the younger brother and sister joyfully gathered around their elder sister, exchanging laughter and chatter. Sister, you were so formidable today. Yu Qingsheng exclaimed, having never seen his sister display such assertiveness. He would never have dared to act so brazenly before their uncle and the matriarch. Sister, may I also attend the girls' academy from now on? Yu Yuan looked up, her cherubic face seeking affirmation. At 10 years old, she remained blissfully unaware of adult complexities, retaining a certain innocence. Previously, her elder sister had shielded her from Yu Chaoyang's bullying. Indeed, what would you like to learn, Yinin? Yu Yuanzhang coaxed her gently, treating her like a child. Having lived to the age of 38 in her previous life, she found herself almost maternal toward the little girl. I wish to learn to play the zither. Yu Yuan, being of low status in the marquisate, could not afford a private instructor as her cousin Yu Chaoyang could. This illustrated the stark contrast between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Very well, then you shall learn to play the zither, Yu Yuanzhang replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Father, time is of the essence. We should commence moving today. It is only early afternoon now. Should the matriarch lay further traps, we lack our grandfather's support and I can only remain home for one more day, Yu Yuanjing suggested. Is it not a bit too hasty? We lack sufficient manpower, and this time frame seems inadequate. Yu Yunji was still grappling with the sudden turn of events. Chapter 14. The prince's maidservant father. Delay breeds change. The sooner we move, the more at ease we shall be. Acquiring assistance is manageable. Let us first organize the items to be relocated. Ask Uncle He to find some servants from the manor to carry them to the front gate while I seek additional help. Yu Yuanzhang was a woman of action. Unless absolutely necessary, she had no desire to step through the gates of the duke's residence again, for it was the site of the original owner's sorrow. Very well, Yu Jiao, you may begin counting and packing the items immediately. I shall go find the steward to arrange for assistance. Today, Yu Yunji was led by his daughter without a trace of embarrassment. The masters and servants of Mingyi Courtyard swiftly catalogued the belongings to be moved. They possessed little in the way of possessions, save for Zhao Yuejiao's wedding dowry, which was somewhat more substantial due to her merchant lineage. In the end, their items were not transported to the front gate but rather to the back door, as Yu Yunji insisted they avoid being the subject of ridicule. Why Yu Yuanzhang instructed Chunlei to return and summon her 8 brothers, leaving 2 behind to watch over the prince. Upon hearing that they were to assist in the move, each brother rented a cart from the street. This greatly expedited the process. Before nightfall, the second branch of the Yu family had settled into their new abode, a charming courtyard of 3 entrances just acquired. When Yu Yuanzhang returned to the Wang residence, it was already the hour of 6 p.m. She first paid her respects to the princess, explaining the circumstances of her visit home, before returning to her own quarters for a relatively late dinner. On this day, she had accomplished a significant task, which brought her great satisfaction. Gazing at the prince, who lay in a deep slumber upon the bed, she felt an unexpected warmth. It was as though someone awaited her return home each day. In her previous life, she had lived in solitude, occasionally spending her days off with colleagues, wandering the streets, indulging in beauty treatments, or enjoying a spa day. Her time had been overwhelmingly occupied by work. Now, she had finally ceased her relentless struggle, allowing herself the luxury of rest, contemplating a future of leisure. The very mention of spa ignited a spark of inspiration within Yu Yuanzhang. It was indeed a splendid method of nurturing one's health, and perhaps it would be beneficial for the prince's recovery. She dismissed the maidservants attending to her, yearning for a conversation with the prince. Speaking to someone who could not respond still held a certain charm for her. There were no worries of secrets being divulged. As a newcomer without a confidant, having someone to converse with provided a delightful release of her emotions. Today, I used the matter of the marriage exchange with the main house as leverage to sever ties with my parents and the young and duke's residence. Do you think this was a wise course of action? On the day of their wedding, Shang Guanziki had been plagued by the clamor surrounding him, awakening his senses to the world. By nightfall, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness and had heard Yu Yuanzhang's words directed toward him. He longed to respond, mustering all his strength to move, yet no one witnessed his effort, and he once again slipped into oblivion. Until today, he regained awareness of his surroundings. He endeavored to awaken, but his body refused to comply, unable even to twitch a finger. Yet, he remembered Yu Yuanzhang's words from that night. He understood that his wife, acquired through the machinations of his second brother, bore him no disdain. For this reason alone, he held Yu Yuanzhang in a measure of esteem. He did not wish to perish in 6 months. He could not bear the thought of this kind-hearted woman mourning him for a lifetime. From the conversation between the distant mountains and the nearby waters, he gleaned much information. He was aware that the princess had returned home today, eagerly awaiting her account of events at her family's residence, wondering if she had faced any indignities. Considering her status, he could surmise she likely endured no pleasant days at her family home. He pondered whether her newfound identity might afford her a bit more confidence. At that moment, upon hearing Yu Yuanzhang's voice, he immediately focused his attention.
Someone of your standing would undoubtedly disapprove of the separation, yet, you cannot comprehend the anguish of a person who possesses the capability to excel but is suppressed merely for not being the legitimate heir, living a life of obscurity. Alas, the fault ultimately lies with men. If men did not take concubines, there would be no illegitimate sons or daughters. My grandfather never took a concubine, and all was well. Fortunately, you are unable to move, sparing me the embarrassment of encountering such a situation. Women are human too, why must they stand idly by as their men enter the chambers of other women without a word of complaint? Were the roles reversed, and women were permitted multiple husbands, I wonder if men could endure it. If it were I would kick the man out without hesitation, reveling in my own beauty, free from such indignities. As she spoke, Yu Yuanzhang found herself advocating for an unknown cause. Her father was the product of a third party, and it was natural for the first wife to exert pressure. This was a typical reaction for any woman, yet, her father was the one being suppressed, which troubled her heart. She could only blame her grandfather. Such a contradiction. After listening to Yu Yuanzhang's impassioned words, the prince found himself at a loss for how to respond. Had he not encountered his current predicament, he would undoubtedly have followed in his father's footsteps, eventually shouldering the responsibilities of the royal household, with the acquisition of concubines being an inevitability. The two maidservants who attended him had long awaited the opportunity to be promoted to concubines. Once he took a wife, should he have fathered a child, they would have been elevated to the status of secondary wives. However, he had always maintained his integrity, vowing not to consort with other women until he wed. Out of respect for his future spouse, even the two maidservants in his courtyard awaited this chance, though the current circumstances left him uncertain. If I awaken, I shall never take a concubine. After contemplating Yu Yuanzhang's words for a considerable time, he firmly resolved in his heart. Indeed, as she articulated, the blame lay with men. Women were compelled to accept their fates, as jealousy was deemed one of the 7 reasons for a woman's dismissal. Having shared her thoughts, Yu Yuanzhang naturally lay beside the prince and drifted into a peaceful slumber. How delightful it was to have days free from the burdens of work. The consequence of sleeping early was waking early the following morning. Yu Yuanzhang once again paid her respects to the princess. Before she could enter, she was met with the sound of weeping. Princess, I shall not marry, I shall wait for the prince, even if he never awakens, I am willing to wait. Yu Yuanzhang paused at the threshold, hearing a young woman's sorrowful and resolute declaration. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother. Why? Yu Yuanzhang smiled as she stepped forward. Her Zheng'er has arrived. The princess's face lit up upon seeing Yu Yuanzhang. Mother, what has transpired? Yu Yuanzhang inquired, noticing 2 maidservants kneeling on the ground, both strikingly beautiful but appearing to be nearing 20. These 2 are maidservants who attend to the prince in his study, one named Ru Yue and the other Ru Xiang. They are of age, and I wish to release them for marriage, yet the princess sighed deeply. Princess, please allow us to stay, we shall serve you and the prince faithfully in the future. The 2 maidservants crawled closer to Yu Yuanzhang, pleading earnestly. What was happening? Yu Yuanzhang felt somewhat bewildered. Mother, I pay my respects. At that moment, Yu Chaiyang arrived, gracefully approaching the princess to offer her greetings. Upon noticing the 2 maidservants on the ground, she immediately recognized their identities. She was all too aware of their status. A mother, are these the maidservants who serve the prince? She observed that Yu Yuanzhang bore no embarrassment and was instead smiling with a knowing look. Indeed, in her previous life, these 2 had long aspired to become the princess concubines, and now they knelt before her, seeking refuge. She generously accepted them, placing them in the princess quarters to serve him, thereby relieving herself of many burdens. As she mourned, the 2 could forget about marrying, and they would all remain together in their solitude. However, their resolve faltered, and they secretly engaged with the young servants of the household, which Yu Yuanzhang discovered, leading her to deal with them severely. Second sister, will you not take in these maidservants? They are the ones who attend the prince closely. Yu Chaiyang was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 15, to choose widowhood or marriage in the royal residence, you should refer to me as elder sister, Yu Yuanzhang corrected. Very well, elder sister. Please accept these 2 maidservants, they are quite diligent and will attend to the young master with great care, sparing you any worry, Yu Chaiyang remarked, still hoping to see these 2 maidservants resume their previous roles. In her past life, even if the young master remained unresponsive, he was still her husband, and these 2 little harlots had been coveting him all along. She would shatter their beautiful dreams. Let them continue in their widowhood. At this point, Yu Yuanzhang understood these 2 maidservants were waiting for the young master to awaken so they could become his women. Was it possible? Even in such a state, there were women willing to wait. This was true love. No, it was merely a desire for wealth and status. Were it not for the royal residence, they would surely entertain a different notion. How do you know this? Yu Yuanzhang inquired playfully. I heard it from my husband, Yu Chaiyang admitted, regretting her slip of the tongue. Mother, what is your stance on this matter? Yu Yuanzhang ignored Yu Chaiyang and turned her question to the princess dowager. I initially intended to arrange marriages for them, but they steadfastly refused. This is the 3rd time now, the princess dowager lamented. These 2 maidservants had served the young master for many years and would typically be promoted to concubines, yet after half a year of his unresponsiveness, they continued to wait. Now that a daughter-in-law had entered the household, she wished to send them off to marriage once more, but they remained obstinate. Yu Yuanzhang cast a glance at the 2 tearful maidservants, feeling a surge of disdain. Yet, in this era, such behavior was not uncommon. Second sister-in-law, were you not going to pay your respects to the side consort and the elder matriarch? What is it, do you wish to stay for a meal? Upon seeing the gleeful expression on Yu Chaiyang's face, Yu Yuanzhang realized she was eager for gossip. Simultaneously, she inferred from her reaction that these 2 maidservants were not genuinely in love with the young master, nor would they marry anyone else. The mention of a meal, Yu Chaiyang paused momentarily. The elder matriarch had specifically instructed her not to dine in the princess dowager's courtyard. "Mother, I shall take my leave," Yu Chaoyang pouted, unable to witness the spectacle, and departed, leaving one maidservant behind to gather further news. There were originally 2 senior maidservants in the young master's courtyard, but before you arrived, the princess dowager had already sent them off to marry. These 2, however, were resolute in their stance, thus they remain, the princess dowager explained further. So that was it, no wonder in the 3 days since her arrival, she had only seen a few maidservants attending to cleaning and menial tasks in Xia courtyard. Aside from Mama Yi, the only ones permitted into the inner chamber were her and the 2 maidservants she had brought. The princess dowager truly was a considerate mother-in-law, sparing her daughter-in-law any How could I bear to leave? Please allow me to stay in Xia courtyard. I do not wish to marry. I want to see the young master recover, a maidservant named Ru Yue declared, clutching Yu Yuanzhang's leg in determination. Young mistress, I have also attended to the young master for nearly 8 years. We have spent countless days together. The young master favors the tea I brew. If he awakens and cannot taste my tea, he will surely feel unaccustomed, another maidservant named Ru Xiang added, her words dripping with self-importance. As if the young master could not drink tea without her, such arrogance was unbecoming. These 2 maidservants looked down upon her, the daughter of a mere concubine. Not if the young master had married a princess or a noble lady, would they dare to make such demands? You both wish to serve the young master and this young mistress, even if it means remaining as maidservants for life, without marrying? Yu Yuanzhang regarded the 2 eager women from above, emphasizing the word serve. It was truly disheartening. Such young ladies, akin to blooming flowers, did not aspire to have their own families. Indeed, they both replied in unison, affirming their resolve. Even if the young master ultimately passes away, you would still be willing to accompany this young mistress in her widowhood? Consider your answer carefully, not out of a moment's impulse. Moreover, I must inform you clearly that the physician has already provided a definitive diagnosis. It is highly improbable the young master will awaken unless by divine intervention. I have the royal residence as my support in widowhood, while you are merely maidservants, without the young master as your pillar, and following a widow like me, what future awaits you? You need not have me elaborate. Once you make your decision today, there will be no possibility of alteration. I shall not permit you to marry midway. Should you contravene today's decision, I will send you directly to the convent. I speak with utmost seriousness. Yu Yuanjing's tone was exceedingly stern. If such words could not dissuade them from their desire to become concubines, she would ensure they remained barred from the young master's courtyard. Should they change their minds, she could still offer some measure of care. After all, they had served the young master for a time. Both maidservants hesitated. Princess Dowager, is there truly no possibility for the young master to awaken? Ru Yue sought confirmation from the Princess Dowager. Indeed, the prince has ceased treatment for the young master and has opted to let nature take its course. Furthermore, it is likely the position of young master will soon be passed to Zishu. The Princess Dowager expressed a hint of sympathy for the 2 maidservants, not wishing them to waste their lives in this fruitless wait. A daughter-in-law could still bear children, but they were just maidservants. They had indeed been diligent in caring for the young master's needs. Most of the time, he rested in the study, returning to his courtyard infrequently, while the maidservants in Xia courtyard attended to him less, and these 2 maidservants more. Upon hearing this, the 2 maidservants felt their resolve weaken. They had waited so long, only to find their efforts in vain. What? They both began to weep simultaneously. What is this? Unable to make a decision? Yu Yuanzhang was truly exasperated. How could they so willingly offer themselves as concubines? Nay, not even that, merely as bedwarmers. The 2 maidservants continued to cry, offering no response. Everyone was acutely aware of their intentions, yet the unspoken truth remained unacknowledged. Why Yu Yuanzhang felt sorrow for women of the ancient world. They would rather be bedwarmers than marry as legitimate wives. Was this a failure of education or a societal pressure that left them so devoid of ambition? She could not comprehend. Cease your weeping, Yu Yuanzhang shouted in frustration. It was too shameful for a woman. What you truly desire is not to serve me, but to serve the young master, and this service entails climbing into his bed. Am I mistaken? Yu Yuanzhang was filled with disappointment. How can you lack such ambition? Is it not preferable to marry as a legitimate wife? Why resign yourselves to such degradation? If the young master had any affection for you, that would be one thing, but the truth is he harbors no interest in you. Why must you humiliate yourselves? Yu Yuanzhang's words struck a nerve in them. How does the young mistress know the young master has no interest in us? Ru Yue retorted, her tears subsiding as she fought back. For the sake of their future, they were willing to sacrifice their dignity. If he were interested, he would have taken you into his chambers long ago. Why would you need to come pleading to the Princess Dowager today? This statement left them at a loss for words. Indeed, the young master had never indicated even the slightest intention of accepting them into his chambers, yet, throughout the royal residence, who was unaware that they were the young master's closest maidservants? They would undoubtedly become concubines. They had always regarded themselves in such a light. However, half a year ago, the young master had fallen into misfortune, and their hopes had plummeted. Now that the young mistress had entered the residence, their status felt utterly jeopardized, and the Princess Dowager had sent someone to inquire about their intentions just yesterday. Thus, they had come early this morning to express their resolve to the Princess Dowager. What is this? Unable to respond. Very well, now tell me your decision. Will you accompany me in widowhood or marry as legitimate wives? Chapter 16. Inquiring about the teacher, the 2 remained in a state of hesitation. What, are you reluctant to part with the wealth of the Wanfu? Yu Yuanzhang was truly at a loss for words. What she did not realize was that even a concubine maid held a higher status than an ordinary maid. If they were to bear a son or daughter for their master, their standing would rise even further. Conversely, marrying a lowly servant meant they would forever remain as mere subordinates, a stark contrast indeed. The two maids knelt before the princess, imploring, "Your Highness, please make a decision for us." Unsure of what to do, they had no choice but to seek the princess's guidance. Alas, with the heir's prospects dimming, it would be best for you to marry. The princess sighed heavily, thus rendering her verdict. Yu Yuanzhang longed to voice her thoughts. Even if the heir were to awaken, he might not accept them. If he were to take them in, she would have to devise a means to leave the Wangfu. However, she could not afford to reveal such sentiments to the princess, who was, after all, a woman of ancient times. Ultimately, the matter was contingent upon the whims of men. The two maids wept profusely, reluctantly acquiescing to the princess's arrangement. "In light of your service to the heir, I shall allow you to choose your own suitable husbands, return home and have your mothers assist you in selecting, and report back to me afterward. I shall also grant each of you a dowry of 100 taels." With such a promise secured, the two maids took their leave. "Mother is truly magnanimous," Yu Yuanzhang remarked with a smile. "Come now, my child, let us dine together." This morning's breakfast consisted of porridge once more, yet it lacked the flavor of saffron, which struck her as peculiar. How could it have been present the day before but absent today? After the meal, she inquired, "Mother, do you know of any esteemed scholars? My daughter-in-law wishes to inquire for her father, who aspires to continue his studies and participate in the imperial examinations." Yu Yuanzhang recalled that her maternal family had finally departed from the Bo family, necessitating a complete reassessment of their situation. Her father's determination to sever ties with the family stemmed primarily from this reason. He would not participate, yet her younger brother would eventually have to. "Oh, that is indeed commendable. Let me think," Qin Yuyan replied, aware that her acquaintances were undoubtedly more prestigious than those known by Yu Yuanzhang's father. "I heard from the prince that last month, the esteemed grand scholar Jin, having reached an advanced age, has chosen to retire, despite being only in his 50s. Due to health issues, he can no longer serve the court. 30 years ago, he was the top scholar of his cohort, erudite and with numerous disciples. If he were in good health, being taken under his wing would be ideal." Alas. The princess thought of someone but shook her head. A man nearing death could hardly accept disciples. "Does mother know what ailment he suffers from?" Yu Yuanzhang asked, lamenting the fate of such a man, yet understanding that even if he were well, he would not regard her father with favor. "It is said to be a chronic cough." "A cough? Surely the imperial physicians can cure such an ailment?" Yu Yuanzhang inquired, perplexed. "Ah, there are various types of coughs. His seems to be a consumptive one, hence it is untreatable." "What, a consumptive cough?" Yu Yuanzhang quickly grasped the implication. A consumptive illness in ancient times was tantamount to a terminal condition. Indeed, it is a pity that he is only in his 50s and must withdraw from the court. "Are there no other reputable scholars? Perhaps you could wait for the prince to return this evening." "Mother will inquire further. Men tend to have a broader knowledge of these matters. No one else I know is as esteemed as Grand Scholar Jin." Upon returning to Chia courtyard, Yu Yuanzhang observed Yuan Shan and Jin Shui assisting the heir in changing his attire. "Yuan Shan, what did the heir consume for breakfast this morning?" she asked with concern. Replying to the heir's consort, "This morning he had lily and meat congee." "Ah, thank you for your hard work. You may step out now. I shall remain here to keep watch." Yesterday, she had tested the original owner's skill in embroidery. To her surprise, she found that she had inherited this talent as well. Intrigued, she asked Jianghua to fetch her embroidery supplies, eager to practice. In modern times, embroidery had been classified as an intangible cultural heritage, and she had no desire to let such an art form slip away. Creating pieces of art that she adored was a form of refined entertainment. In her past life, she had studied the guzheng in her youth and had even attained a grade 10 certification. However, her passion for medicine had diverted her from the path of music, yet, during her university years, she had participated in several cultural activities, earning applause for her childhood skills. Thus, possessing a talent for entertainment was indeed invaluable. As she deftly worked the needle, she pondered various matters. If she could secure Grand Scholar Jin as a tutor for her father, it would undoubtedly enhance his academic pursuits. Given his age, without taking some shortcuts, it would be challenging for him to distinguish himself in the imperial examinations. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Jianghua, Mississippi." The waiting maid promptly entered. "Please bring me my dowry list. I wish to review it." Yu Yuanzhang had not dedicated time to organizing her dowry in recent days. "Certainly." Jianghua retrieved a brocade box from a corner cabinet and opened it. Yu Yuanzhang perused the contents. There were not many valuable items. "To my astonishment, I possess a small villa, 3 shops, and a 100-acre estate," she exclaimed, taken aback. "Miss, have you forgotten, the second matriarch hailed from a merchant family? One shop was a gift from the Bo family, while the other 2 were part of the matriarch's dowry. The estate is as well," Jianghua explained, puzzled as to why the miss didn't recall. "Oh, yes, I remember." Yu Yuanzhang laughed off the oversight. She had indeed remembered, but had simply not thought about it, as it was not her own memory and required separate recollection. At the same time, she recalled what the 3 shops dealt in. One conducted tea business on Guanghua Street, another was a pharmacy on Min Street. Both were her mother's dowry shops. The third, rented to others, belonged to the Bo family and was situated on a less bustling street. The small villa was also a gift from the Bo family, located in a relatively secluded area, seemingly also rented out. Jianhua, have Chunlei take you to inspect the rented shop. Find out what the current tenants are utilizing it for. If the penalty for breaking the lease is not exorbitant, reclaim the shop. Yu Yuanzhang resolved decisively this shop would be of great use to her.
Understood, Mississippi. At this moment, Yu Chaoyang had also learned of the two maids being permitted by the princess to return home to marry.
The most significant news, however, was that the princess had given up on continuing treatment for the heir. In her previous life, there had been no such decision. Until the heir's demise, physician Gu had been administering acupuncture every 10 days. The two maids were deliberately sent to the courtyard to attend to the heir. How could she endure suffering alone, with two willingly joining her in misery? How could she refuse? In this lifetime, due to her change in marriage, many circumstances had shifted. Without treatment, would he not perish all the sooner? Contemplating this, Yu Chaoyang could not help but laugh aloud.
Haha, splendid. She was eager to inform the two elder matriarchs and the secondary matriarch.
Having just returned from the elder matriarch's centenarian courtyard, she now found herself back again. The elder matriarch regarded her with some confusion.
Yanger, why do you wish to see grandmother again so soon? The elder matriarch's warmth towards Yu Chaoyang was unparalleled. Grandmother, just now mother dispatched two maids of the heir.
I heard them say that mother and father have ceased seeking medical treatment and will no longer provide care for the heir, allowing nature to take its course, Yu Chaoyang excitedly revealed.
What did you say? The elder matriarch's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How dare they abandon treatment? He is the heir of the Wang family, how could they face our ancestors? No, I shall not permit this. Cinny, come, we must go to the main courtyard.
The elder matriarch, filled with indignation, strode out of the main hall, her presence formidable and swift, resembling anything but a nearly 60-year-old woman. Yu Chaoyang was left bewildered. Why was this so? Wasn't the elder matriarch meant to desire the heir's swift demise? Chapter 17. The two elder ladies' unfathomable fury. The two elder ladies, accompanied by concubine Luo and Yu Chaoyang, stormed into the main courtyard with an imposing presence.
Qin Yuyan was engrossed in the account books. Princess, do you wish for the heir to perish prematurely?
The elder lady's tirade erupted as soon as she laid eyes on her. How could the prince take such an unworthy woman as you as his consort? The heir is your own flesh and blood, yet you would sever his means of survival. Had I known, I would have insisted upon a daughter from the Jiang family.
What do you mean by that, elder lady?
Qin Yuyan, bewildered by the accusation, felt her expression turn icy. Was a daughter of the Jiang family truly so noble? They were a fallen official family, devoid of any current officials in court, merely possessing a few distant kin. She was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Wei.
What do I mean? I have heard that you have ceased the heir's medical treatment. Do you intend to abandon him, as his mother? How could you be so malicious? Even a tiger does not consume its own offspring, yet you are worse than a stepmother. The elder lady feigned concern over the heir's lack of care. Elder lady, this decision was made jointly by the prince and me.
He is my own child, and I am well aware of what is best for him, so there is no need for your undue worry. Qin Yuyan's anger flared. Just 2 days prior, she had rejoiced over the heir's position being secured for the illegitimate child, yet now the elder lady feigned concern for her son.
What was her true intention? What is happening here?
The voice of the prince resonated at the entrance.
Your Highness, why have you terminated the esteemed Dr. Gu's treatment of the heir?
This decision rests solely with me, so I would appreciate it if you refrain from meddling. The prince replied coldly. He had overheard the elder lady's disrespectful remarks towards his wife and was incensed.
The princess was chosen for me by my father. Are you questioning the late king's discernment?
I am your stepmother, yet you dare to raise your voice at me? Since you are aware of your position as stepmother, I suggest you conduct yourself accordingly and refrain from causing a scene in the princess's quarters. Having hurried to the scene, Yu Yuanzhang offered an enthusiastic nod of approval to the prince. This was the demeanor befitting the head of a family. How could a mere concubine of the late king dare to shout at the princess? Even if her daughter was favored as a noble consort in the palace, her rank could never match that of a first-rank princess consort. The position of the Princess of Rome was second only to that of the Empress. What audacity did she possess to treat the princess with such insolence? It seemed that the princess's gentle nature had led to this situation.
Is it you, you little wretch, who incited your mother against me?
Upon seeing Yu Yuanzhang, the elder lady found her scapegoat and began to yell at her.
Elder lady, are you not overstepping your bounds?
The heir is the son of both the princess and the prince. Their decisions are their prerogative. If you wish to express concern, perhaps it would be more appropriate to visit your second son, who is your own flesh and blood. You may reprimand him as you please without fear of reproach. This, however, is Honghao Courtyard, the residence of the prince and princess, the very heart of the royal mansion.
Yu Yuanzhang did not hold back, emphasizing the status of the prince and princess.
Since their initial encounter, she did not mind deepening the elder lady's animosity towards her. A complete severance of ties would be best.
You insolent wretch, show some respect to your elders. Seize her.
The elder lady was nearly apoplectic with rage, yet no one dared to act.
Tao Hong, take action.
The elder lady commanded her maid in a fit of exasperation. However, how could Tao Hong dare to act recklessly in front of the prince? She fell to her knees before the elder lady, not daring to utter a word. This provoked the elder lady to kick her fiercely, storming off in a huff. Sister princess, you must manage the heir's consort. Should the elder lady suffer a misfortune, none can bear the consequences, for she is the maternal grandmother of the third prince, concubine Luo reminded before leaving. Yu Chaoyang, confused by the events, followed suit. Upon returning to her own fragrant courtyard, she encountered Shangguan Zishu, who had just returned from outside, presumably alongside the prince.
Husband, did you go out with father to drill the troops?
Yu Chaoyang approached him with a beaming smile, offering to massage his shoulders.
Indeed, father has begun teaching me the ways of commanding and training soldiers, Shangguan Zishu replied with palpable excitement.
He had never visited a military camp before. Today marked his first experience. Though the Prince of Rome held no military power, he could freely enter the military camp and participate in various affairs, including assessing the training of the troops. The prince attended court at his discretion, with the emperor mandating a minimum of 10 days per month, leaving the rest to his own devices. The thought of one day being able to emulate his father filled him with delight.
Worthy husband, the elder lady behaved unusually today.
I cannot fathom her motives.
What transpired?
Yu Chaoyang recounted the day's events to him. Shangguan Zishu, equally perplexed, found the elder lady's attitude inscrutable. In the past, the heir's treatment had never been interrupted, yet this time it was entirely different.
Perhaps she genuinely cares for my elder brother, Shangguan Zishu speculated.
Prior to the elder brother's troubles, the elder lady had treated him and the elder brother similarly, though she seemed to favor him slightly more. Since the elder brother's incident, her demeanor towards him had noticeably improved. Yet, this was only natural. Should he become the heir, his second uncle would depend on him for sustenance, and it was only prudent to build a rapport early on. Furthermore, the third prince would need the support of their royal house. However, I have distinctly sensed the elder lady's indifference towards the heir in recent days, and yet today she suddenly exhibited great concern. Yu Chaoyang remained puzzled. There is no need to overthink it. Simply be close to those who treat you well, but always show respect to father and mother, Shangguan Zishu advised sagely.
I understand that. Yu Chaoyang was not foolish enough to alienate the prince and princess. In the main courtyard, after the elder lady's departure, Yu Yuanzhang approached the princess to offer comfort.
Father, mother, I apologize, this matter reflects my lack of foresight.
This does not concern you, Qin Yuyan replied.
Having spent 22 years in this royal mansion, she was all too familiar with the elder lady's temperament, fickle and unclear. One moment she favored the heir, the next she lavished attention on the second brother. It was impossible to discern her errant thoughts.
Father, mother, might there be an issue at hand?
Yu Yuanzhang sought to guide the conversation. She had observed inconsistencies in Dr. Gu's treatment methods, yet she was unfamiliar with the medical practices of this era, unable to ascertain whether he was genuinely incompetent or deliberately negligent.
What issue? The prince inquired.
I cannot quite articulate it, but the elder lady's sudden shift in attitude seems very strange.
Do not concern yourself with her.
She has always been this way. The heir's treatment will proceed as you have suggested. With a pause to observe for a time, the prince expressed his hope for the heir's recovery.
Thank you, father, for your understanding. Enough of this.
Though it was Jinner who brought it up, the final decision was made by your father and me. You are not at fault, the princess consoled Yu Yuanzhang.
By the way, your highness, do you know of any reputable tutors?
Jinner wishes to hire one for her father. The princess recalled the conversation from the morning.
Oh, are you, my dear-in-law, interested in participating in the imperial examination?
Indeed, Father Dai. In the past, at the Bo residence, there was no opportunity for such pursuits, but now that we have separated, father wishes to take a chance. Chapter 18. The first step plan. Well, it is commendable to have a desire for learning, but given his advanced age, it would be rather inappropriate for him to attend the academy alongside the younger students. Hiring a private tutor would be the wisest course of action. However, finding such a tutor is no easy feat, the prince remarked, somewhat troubled.
Nevertheless, I shall keep an eye out for you and provide an answer in a few days.
There is indeed one individual who would be quite suitable, though he does not have long to live.
Are you referring to the esteemed Grand Scholar Jean from the Hanlin Academy? Indeed, how did you come to know? My mother-in-law mentioned it to me.
The prince held Jean in high regard, so she resolved to find a way to enlist his services. Upon returning to Chia courtyard and finishing her lunch, she observed the distant mountains and nearby waters while ensuring that the heir was well attended to. Once the attendants were dismissed, she took the heir's pulse, which revealed no apparent issues. Habitually, she recounted the day's events to him, believing that stimulating conversation would aid in his recovery. At that moment, the heir was not asleep but attentively listening to every word spoken by Yu Yuanzhang, though he could not respond. As long as he was conscious, he absorbed everything this woman shared with him. Learning of his mother being reprimanded by the matriarch saddened him greatly. If he were to perish, how much more suffering would his mother endure? He yearned to awaken, a powerful desire propelling him. He managed to twitch a finger slightly, yet regrettably, Yu Yuanzhang was engrossed in admiring the heir's handsome visage as she spoke. Miss, I have returned, came the voice of Jianghua from outside the door.
Come in, Yu Yuanzhang replied. Miss, Brother Chunlei took me to inspect the shop we rented out.
It is small, nearly the size of the front hall of Chia courtyard, but thankfully there is a backyard that contains 3 rooms. The tenant lamented to me about the location being unfavorable for his food business, claiming he could hardly earn 500 taels a year and expressed a desire to terminate the lease early. However, I did not dare make a decision without consulting you first.
What a coincidence, have Chunlei make a trip to inform the tenant of the termination. In a couple of days, I will visit personally. Yes, Mississippi.
2 days later, Yu Yuanzhang approached the princess, expressing a desire to visit her dowry shop, and received her consent to leave the royal residence. With Chunlei and Xiaoyu accompanying her, the princess felt at ease about her outing. However, just as she reached the entrance, she encountered the equally departing Yu Chaiyang.
Oh, why are you out and about when your sister-in-law is not at home attending to the heir? Ah, are you also going out? Have you informed mother?
Yu Yuanzhang teased intentionally. The animosity between them was palpable, neither willing to extend a friendly facade. As a daughter-in-law, it is only proper to inform mother before venturing out.
And why do you have 2 guards? Did mother arrange them for you? Yu Chaiyang observed Chunlei and Xiaoyu, unfamiliar with them. Why had she not had such attendants in her previous life?
What had Yu Yuanzhang done to earn such favor from the prince and princess? Frustrated, she tore at the handkerchief she held. Indeed, with the heir bedridden and no male figure to support me, mother fears for my safety when I venture out, hence the guards.
What about you? Are you alone? Is your second brother not accompanying you?
Yu Yuanzhang replied with a radiant smile. Why Yu Chaiyang turned and re-entered the residence. Surely she would not seek assistance from the princess? Accompanied by her 2 guards and 2 maidservants, Yu Yuanzhang arrived at the dowry shop provided by the duke's residence. The tenant had already vacated. The door stood wide open, revealing nothing within but a heap of refuse. The space was nearly 30 square meters, and upon entering, she found indeed 3 rooms and a small courtyard. One room was divided in 2, half serving as a kitchen and the other half storing miscellaneous items, while the other 2 clearly functioned as bedrooms.
If a small shop were to be opened, one could even stay overnight to tend to it. After surveying the premises, Yu Yuanzhang's conviction solidified.
Chunlei, Xiaoyu, when the prince entrusted you tend to my care, do you follow my commands exclusively, or do you still report everything concerning the heir and myself to the prince? Yu Yuanzhang needed clarity on this matter. If she were to enlist these 10 individuals for certain tasks, her secrets must remain confidential. Your Highness, the prince instructed us to obey both the heir and yourself in all matters. Unless it concerns life-threatening situations, we generally do not report to the prince, Chunlei replied with a respectful gesture. Good, you have all been nurtured within the royal residence, and I trust in your loyalty. Thus, I shall speak candidly today. You shall be my most capable aides. I will exhaust all means to restore the heir to health. Our future well-being hinges upon your cooperation. Do you understand?
Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. We shall certainly follow your orders.
These 10 individuals were indeed trained for the heir, and with him incapacitated, Yu Yuanzhang was now their rightful mistress.
Excellent, Ziyue, Zhenghua, you are my accompanying maidservants.
Your well-being is tied to mine. We must work together harmoniously to manage our humble lives. I promise to secure you both suitable matches and prepare generous dowries for you.
Thank you, Mississippi.
In life, we are yours. In death, we shall remain your spirits. The 2 maidservants were deeply moved by the earnest promises made by their mistress. In recent days, they had witnessed a transformation in her, and they found her newfound demeanor utterly delightful. They had not anticipated that she could disguise herself so adeptly. As maidservants, they longed to serve a wise master. Their futures rested in the hands of their mistress, and naturally, they wished for her prosperity. Having garnered the loyalty she desired, Yu Yuanzhang intended to share her plans with them. In truth, she already held a favorable opinion of these subordinates. The ancient values of loyalty were indeed reassuring. Their contracts of servitude lay in her possession, granting her dominion over their fates. Even if they were to disclose her secrets to the prince and princess, it mattered little. The heir was their own flesh and blood, and should she succeed in restoring him, she would be hailed as a benefactor of the entire royal residence. However, she could not reveal her capabilities to the princess just yet, as it was evident that certain individuals within the household did not wish for the heir to awaken. Thus, it was prudent to proceed with caution. There is one matter I have never disclosed to anyone, not even my parents. I possess medical knowledge that rivals that of the imperial physicians, Yu Yuanzhang declared, revealing her abilities. What? Miss, I have grown up alongside you and have never seen you study medicine, Ziyue exclaimed incredulously. Because I learned it in my dreams. I frequently dream of a master who teaches me, but having never left the duke's residence, I have never had the opportunity to apply it. You both know the standing of our branch within the duke's household. If I were to proclaim my medical expertise, what would be the result? I would undoubtedly face even harsher suppression. The main branch would not relish seeing those from the second branch rise. Even a daughter cannot overshadow the main branch. How wonderful, miss, if you can heal the heir, we shall no longer fear being bullied, Zhenghua exclaimed joyfully. Chunlei and Xiaoyu gazed at Yu Yuanzhang in astonishment. If the heir were to be cured by the heir's consort, their futures would indeed shine brightly. However, do not be overly optimistic. The heir's condition is not easily treatable, and it all depends on faith. The purpose of my bringing you here today is to assume the role of a divine healer, yet, I cannot do this alone, and as the heir's consort, I must not expose myself. Therefore, I wish for Chunlei to play the role of the healer while I oversee the treatment. Our first step is to seek the expertise of the ailing Grand Scholar Gene.
Your Highness, that is unwise.
The illness afflicting Grand Scholar Gene is highly contagious, Chunlei objected. Chapter 19 Disguised Visit. Indeed, esteemed lady, this is no trivial matter. The affliction of Laoso has never been cured by any physician, and a misstep could lead to our own infection. Xiaoyu voiced her disapproval.
Miss, let us select another patient. We can still spread our renown, Ziyue added in opposition.
Yes, Miss It would be prudent for Brother Chunlei to inquire who among the families has a suitable patient before we proceed, Zhang Hua interjected, attempting to halt the endeavor.
Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to cure this illness. The contagious nature of Lauso is not as dreadful as you imagine. With appropriate precautions, transmission can generally be avoided. I chose to approach Lord Jin specifically because I wish to extend my gratitude in hopes that he might accept my father as his disciple, Yu Yuanzhang explained. Seeing that their counsel was in vain, the subordinates relented. I seldom have the opportunity to leave the residence. Today, I informed my mother I would be out for the day, so we shall proceed. Junlei and Xiaoyu, you two must fetch some attire at once. Acquire a complete set of men's garments, masks, a medical kit, silver needles, and a few medicinal supplies to create the illusion of a physician. In short, gather all essential items a doctor would require, and then rent a modest carriage. Time is of the essence, act swiftly. Yu Yuanzhang handed Junlei a silver note, and the two quickly set off to procure the necessary items. The three of them awaited in a small shop, concealing the royal carriage in the rear courtyard. Once everything was prepared, a young lad emerged from the shop, his features striking and handsome, clad in a white long robe, with a light blue ribbon securing his hair and a lofty crown, exuding an air of both a dashing rogue and a refined gentleman. Miss, your attire is truly splendid, Ziyue complimented with a smile. Very well, don your masks and put on your disguises. We must take our leave. The rented carriage, though somewhat shabby, contained 2 rows of benches. 2 men drove the carriage towards the residence of Jin Hanlin. The Jin residence was not situated in the bustling southern district filled with nobility, but rather in the eastern district, where officials were more concentrated. As the carriage halted at the gate of the Jin estate, another carriage coincidentally pulled up alongside it, easily identifiable by its emblem. A middle-aged man in his 30s alighted from the carriage, followed by an elderly gentleman, unmistakably a physician, who appeared to be around 70 years of age, carrying a medical kit and wearing a flat-topped, square cap. Esteemed lady, that man is Jin Hanlin's eldest son, Jin Lin, currently serving as the deputy magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture, Chunlei promptly informed Yu Yuanzhang in a hushed tone. Oh? Have we inadvertently encountered someone who has summoned another physician?
Yu Yuanzhang realized they had crossed paths. Feeling a touch of awkwardness, however, she dismissed her concerns. It was a matter of skill and capability. With poise, she stepped forward and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Jin." She offered a courteous bow.
And you are?
Jin Lin inquired, eyeing the masked figures before him, noting one carrying a medical kit. Lord Jin, allow me to introduce myself. I hail from Yaowang Mountain, where my master is a reclusive sage. I have studied medicine under him for many years and have now descended the mountain to gain experience. Hearing of Lord Jin's ailment, particularly Lauso, I felt compelled to offer my services. Yu Yuanzhang fabricated a grandiose identity convincingly. However, Jin Lin regarded her with skepticism, perceiving her as nothing more than a charlatan. What manner of rogue dares to deceive the Jin household? Depart at once. Recently, Jin Lin had fallen victim to a swindle, and now, mere days later, another seemed to present itself. It was utterly absurd. Pray, Lord Jin, I am not a fraud, I truly am a physician. Yet, Jin Lin paid her no heed, brushing her off with a dismissive wave. Undeterred, Yu Yuanzhang grasped the sleeve of his robe. Lord Jin, you must not squander your father's chance at life. This would render you the most unfilial of sons. Release me, Jin Lin retorted, clearly incensed. He had summoned countless physicians, exhausting every possible avenue for his father's illness, and now she dared to accuse him of unfilial conduct.
I will not let go.
Grant me an opportunity, I seek no payment, merely the chance to offer my diagnosis free of charge.
Seize this impudent swindler and remove her from my sight.
Jin Lin commanded the 4 guards at his side. Surprised by their aggression, Yu Yuanzhang quickly retreated with her 2 maidservants, Chunlei and Xiaoyu, unwilling to allow any harm to the esteemed lady, rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In mere moments, the 8 assailants lay incapacitated on the ground, though certainly not severely harmed. It was merely a lesson. Why Yu Yuanzhang watched in astonishment. It was her first time witnessing such martial prowess, and her subordinates were impressively formidable. She resolved to reward them handsomely once her fortunes improved. Jin Lin, taken aback by their fighting spirit, reconsidered his assessment of the 4 individuals before him. However, the dilapidated appearance of their carriage did not suggest they were of reputable standing. Understanding his thoughts, Yu Yuanzhang interjected, Lord Jin, one must not judge by appearances, the sea cannot be measured by a mere bucket. That carriage is a temporary rental, we only just arrived in the capital and have not yet procured our own.
Jin Lin noted the presence of 2 young women among the group.
Despite their masks, their youth was evident, and their attire was not that of commoners but rather that of maidservants. Are you truly a physician? Indeed, if you doubt, you may have your elder physician inquire of me, and I shall respond to his questions. Yu Yuanzhang spoke with confidence.
Mr. He, could you kindly pose a question?
Jin Lin indeed permitted the elder physician to question her. Mr. He, observing the spirited young lady, was taken aback by her audacity. It was a boldness that could only arise from youth. Though colleagues tend to be wary of one another, the elder felt a certain protectiveness towards the younger generation.
Young lady, allow me to test your knowledge. What is the distinction between typhoid and cold-induced fevers? Mr. He inquired with a smile.
Typhoid's chief symptoms include fever, headache, fatigue, muscle pain, dry cough, loss of appetite, weight loss, abdominal pain, diarrhea, constipation, and rash. Cold-induced fever primarily manifests as chills, fever, headache, nasal congestion, and clear nasal discharge. Typhoid is treated with methods to clear heat and detoxify, while cold-induced fever is treated with methods to dispel wind and alleviate cold, Yu Yuanzhang replied smoothly.
Mr. He nodded in approval.
Well done, Lord Jean, she indeed possesses a sound understanding of medical principles.
Lord Jean, 2 heads are better than 1. May I suggest that both I and Mr. He examine Lord Jin's father together?
This was the first time Yu Yuanzhang had sought to offer her medical expertise, a testament to the changing tides of fortune. Jean Lin scrutinized her for a considerable time before arriving at a decision. Very well, let us proceed. After all, the young lady had claimed to offer her services for free. Yu Yuanzhang exhaled in relief. She had not anticipated that her proactive approach would require such a struggle. The group followed Jean Lin into the Jean residence. While the Jean estate was not as grand as the royal palace, it was nonetheless an elegant abode. The corridors meandered gracefully, leading them to a secluded courtyard where they paused. The courtyard gate was shut, reflecting the precautions taken, as it was well known that this illness was highly contagious. At that moment, Mr. He donned a mask to cover his mouth and nose. Just then, an uncontrollable cough echoed from within. Father, Jean Lin declared, eager to push open the courtyard door without any protective measures. Chapter 20. The first patient. Alas, Lord Jean, you cannot simply enter. Yu Yuanzhang immediately grasped his arm with great kindness. She offered him a mask, which she had prepared in advance for today's outing and had soaked in medicinal solution. Jean Lin accepted it and donned the mask before pushing open the courtyard door. You 3 wait for me outside, Chun Lei will accompany me inside. Yu Yuanzhang instructed the 3 to remain behind, minimizing contact as much as possible, just in case. But, young master, Jiang Hua expressed her concern. It's all right. You wouldn't be of any assistance if you went in. Just wait here for me. If anything happens, I will call for you.
Yu Yuanzhang allowed Chun Lei to carry the medical box as they entered. The courtyard door was closed once more. Upon entering the main room, a masked servant stood at the entrance to the inner chamber.
I have seen the esteemed master.
How is father today?
Reporting to the esteemed master, the old master has coughed even more than yesterday. The servant's voice carried a tinge of sorrow.
Thank you, Mr. He. Jean Lin invited the old physician inside. Yu Yuanzhang followed closely behind old master. Jean lay in bed, having just coughed, the flush on his face not yet faded. He appeared emaciated, his skin a sallow hue.
Father, Jean Lin called out, his voice choked with emotion, yet he did not approach the bedside. Quickly, open the windows. Yu Yuanzhang was at a loss for words. Both windows were tightly sealed, making it easier for the illness to spread. The 2 servants continued to attend to him closely, yet they remained motionless. Lord Jean, the old master cannot be confined in such a stuffy room. The stale air is detrimental to his health. It is already April, and there is no need to fear the cold. He can simply wear an additional layer. Yu Yuanzhang had to explain to Jean Lin.
Mr. He.
Jean Lin turned to the physician.
It can be opened. Allowing the illness to disperse is beneficial.
Only then did the 2 servants proceed to open the windows. As fresh air rushed in, the oppressive atmosphere quickly dissipated. Liner, there is no need to call for a physician anymore. This illness of mine is beyond salvation. Just let me depart in peace. Old Master Jean observed his son calling for yet another doctor, knowing that none had been able to cure him, and he had resigned himself to his fate, deeming it unnecessary to expend further energy. Father, your son is unfilial. Hearing his father speak thus, Jean Lin broke down in tears. He had sought every physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau and consulted more than 10 folk doctors, today's visit being a journey of over 100 miles. He had pursued every lead on capable doctors, yet none could offer hope. He longed to save his father, but despite his efforts, he felt powerless. Old Master Jean, Lord Jean has traveled over 100 miles to summon me. You should accept this heartfelt gesture. Every day gained is a blessing. The child is dutiful.
Cough, cough, another fit of coughing ensued. Ah, we all must face our end. What difference does a day make?
Old Master Jean lamented helplessly. Mr. He seated himself at the bedside, beginning to take the old man's pulse, instructing him to open his mouth for an examination of the tongue. He then palpated his chest before shaking his head.
Mr. He, what is the diagnosis?
Jean Lin wiped his eyes and inquired. Alas, the old master's illness has reached a stage of lingering toxicity, and it is beyond remedy. I can only prescribe some palliative medicine to provide him with some comfort.
Mr.
He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Had it been at an earlier stage, perhaps the illness could have been managed to delay its progression, granting him more time, but now it had reached such a critical point that he truly had no recourse. Mr. He moved to the side table to begin writing a prescription. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzhang stepped forward to take the pulse and examine the old master. She leaned over to listen to his chest and found that the situation was not as dire as Mr. He had suggested. It could only be classified as mid-stage. He was not yet beyond the reach of treatment. Lord Jean, I can heal him, Yu Yuanzhang declared with unwavering confidence. Mr. He, who had been writing the prescription, halted in astonishment.
Jean Lin's eyes lit up. Is this truly the case?
Indeed, but you must adhere strictly to my instructions. The patient cannot be willful, Yu Yuanzhang asserted confidently. Young lady, do not make grandiose claims. You may end up regretting your words, Mr. He cautioned. In their profession, unspoken understandings prevailed. They never spoke in absolutes, yet this young woman was so certain. Lord Jean, trust me, if you grant me the opportunity, I shall restore your father's health. Very well, as long as you can cure my father, I will fulfill any request you have of the Jean household, provided it does not contravene ethics or the law. Jean Lin promised, clutching at this lifeline.
Excellent.
I will commence treatment immediately, but this illness cannot be resolved in a day or two. It will take some time, however. You shall see results within a month, and complete recovery may require 8 months to a year.
As long as you can cure him, we shall cooperate fully.
Yu Yuanzhang began her treatment forthwith.
This illness cannot be treated solely with medicine.
Acupuncture, massage, cupping, and gua sha can also be employed. I will write a prescription for daily use, and I will also perform some of the other treatments today to ensure the old master can sleep more soundly tonight. As she spoke, she moved to the table to commence writing the prescription. Once completed, Mr. He picked it up and scrutinized it. You are indeed bold with your prescriptions. This wolfbane is not to be trifled with, and you dare to include it. Mr. He, this herb is crucial for the treatment. Rest assured, I will control the dosage meticulously. She then retrieved silver needles from her medical box, heating them over the candle flame in preparation for acupuncture. The servant assisted by loosening the old master's garments, concerned he might feel cold, and closed the windows again. She proceeded to insert the needles at the Lung Shu, Jihai, Dezhui, and Gao Huang points, inserting each needle 3 feet deep before twisting them.
Young lady, well done.
Your acupuncture technique surpasses my own. Mr. He nodded in approval as he observed her deft movements. Jean Lin felt a sense of relief. A quarter of an hour later, she performed cupping on the old man's back and chest. Chun Lei had procured the necessary tools, which proved fortuitous. Once this set of treatments was completed, gua sha could not be performed again. It would have to wait for the next time, as the old master would not withstand it.
However, massage was still an option.
You too, pay close attention to my massage techniques. Once you learn them, you can administer 2 massages daily to the old master.
Yu Yuanzhang called the 2 servants to the bedside for observation before commencing her targeted massage on various acupoints.
Massage the Tian Tu, Lung Shu, Xianzhong, Higu, and Feng Qi points until each one feels warm.
Are you paying attention?
We are paying attention, the 2 servants replied in unison. After completing the routine, Yu Yuanjing felt a bit fatigued. Her physique was that of a young lady, lacking in strength. Alright, since you have observed closely, I want you to demonstrate it to me now.
The 2 servants took turns performing the massage, and Yu Yuanzhang promptly pointed out any mistakes.
Throughout the entire process, from acupuncture to massage, old Master Jean only coughed a few times. The results were remarkably evident. Very well, you 2 will attend to the patient daily. I shall write you a prescription as well to prevent you from falling ill.
But you must wear masks like today and ensure the windows are kept ventilated.
Upon hearing this, the 2 servants knelt before Yu Yuanzhang. Chapter 21 of the infection spreads. Thank you, doctor.
The 2 bowed deeply.
They were born into the Jean family, bound to obey their master's commands, assigned to serve the elderly master. They were promised by their master that should they unfortunately contract the illness and perish, their families would be well taken care of. Yet, who does not fear death? Even the smallest creatures strive to survive, let alone human beings. For so long, Yu Yuanzhang had been the first to consider their feelings, nearly bringing them to tears. Well, you have not contracted it yet, but it is difficult to say what the future holds, so early prevention is the best strategy.
I wonder how to address you, young doctor?
At this moment, Jean Lin realized he did not yet know the doctor's name.
Just call me Dr. Zhang. My name is Zheng Yuan.
Yu Yuanzhang temporarily adopted a pseudonym. The treatment concluded, and the prescription was written.
Old Master Jean, you will not die. You must gather your spirits. Have you not yet seen your great-grandson?
I assure you will see him, as long as you cooperate with my treatment. Yu Yuanzhang smiled encouragingly at old Master Jean. With hope instilled in the patient, his spirits would lift, and the treatment would yield greater results. Good, good, good.
Old Master Jean nodded repeatedly.
As the one directly experiencing the treatment, he could distinctly feel a marked improvement in his condition. His chest felt less constricted.
Additionally, you must pay attention to your diet moving forward.
Consume more nutritious foods, such as lean meats, fish, shrimp, eggs, and milk. Increase your intake of fruits and vegetables, while reducing salt, irritants, and spicy foods.
Yu Yuanzhang provided the medical advice.
After washing her hands, the consultation came to an end. Young man, quite impressive. It is truly a rare sight to meet someone who dares to claim they can cure a cough.
You are the first I've encountered. I have gained new insight.
Dr. Yi expressed his admiration. Jean Lin solemnly bowed deeply to Yu Yuanzhang. Dr. Zhang, I apologize for any earlier offenses. I hope you can forgive me.
It is quite all right.
Your skepticism is understandable. I am new here and unfamiliar with the protocols. My subordinates may have been a bit heavy-handed, so I hope you can forgive me as well. Both had their faults, balancing each other out.
The others laughed in unison, fostering a harmonious atmosphere.
The prescription I have provided should be taken for 5 days, and I will return afterward.
May I inquire where Dr. Zhang is residing?
I would like to send a carriage to fetch you. Jean Lin wished to know where he could find the doctor at any time.
I just arrived today and have yet to secure accommodation. I will head out now to find a place and inform you afterward.
Naturally, Yu Yuanzhang could not reveal the truth. If it is not too much trouble, Dr. Zhang may stay at the Jean residence. Jean Lin extended his invitation.
Thank you, Lord Jean. I have acquaintances to visit, so I will not trouble you.
Jean Lin escorted the doctor to the door, but at that moment, a woman rushed in. Young master, you has developed a fever. I heard you summoned a doctor, and the second madam has sent me to request that the doctor stay and attend to young master you. This woman was a wet nurse serving the second madam of the Jean family.
Young master you was Jean Lin's little nephew. I kindly ask both doctors to follow me.
Jean Lin promptly gestured for them to proceed. They changed direction towards the courtyard of the second residence. Madame Ming was waiting in the yard, cradling the child. The little one appeared listless and lethargic, seemingly around 3 or 4 years old. A cough could be heard.
Brother, Ewer has had a slight fever since yesterday.
We summoned the house physician, who thought it was merely a cold, believing it to be nothing serious. However, as the day progresses, there is no sign of improvement. I heard you called in an esteemed doctor for our father, so I must trouble you. Madame Ming felt somewhat embarrassed. Her elder brother had spent a considerable sum to bring in a doctor for their father, and she felt it was somewhat inappropriate to interrupt. Indeed, Dr. He, please assist. Jean Lin first invited the elder doctor to examine the child, demonstrating respect. The child, feeling unwell, clung to his mother's embrace, refusing to come down. Madame Ming had no choice but to hold him while Dr. He examined him. After a thorough examination, Dr. He had a clearer understanding. Lord Jean, Lady Jean, your little master appears to have contracted the same illness.
What?
Upon hearing this, Madame Ming nearly lost her grip on the child. My child, is he beyond saving? She cried out in desperation.
Madam, what troubles you?
At that moment, Jean Sen, the second master of the Jean family, returned. He was just under 30, and this was his second legitimate son. Concerned for his child, he had cut his duties short to come home and check on him. Wu, husband, he has contracted the same illness as father.
Madame Ming wept inconsolably.
It was evident that the illness had been transmitted from the elderly master. Initially, old Master Jean had not been diagnosed with tuberculosis and had not been isolated naturally. The youngest grandson, whom he cherished the most, had been in close contact. After a period of incubation, the symptoms had now manifested.
What?
Jean Sen was taken aback, nearly losing his balance upon learning his son had contracted the same ailment.
Doctor, is there any hope? He immediately approached Dr. He earnestly, seeking an answer.
I can only slow the progression of the illness. As for a cure, he shook his head. However, this young friend here may have a solution. He gestured towards Yu Yuanzhang. It was only then that Jean Sen looked towards the 4 individuals standing to the side, each wearing a mask. Dr. Zhang, I kindly ask you to examine my little nephew as well. Jean Lin extended his hand in invitation. Yu Yuanzhang then stepped forward to conduct the examination. Her method differed from Dr. He's. After a thorough assessment, she gently coaxed the child to lie on the table, listening to his chest before applying gentle pressure. Upon hearing the child whimper in pain, she confirmed her suspicion. He indeed had contracted tuberculosis. Esteemed Lords Jean, the child indeed has the condition as Dr. He described, though the symptoms are not as severe as old Master Jin's. He is still treatable, and given the child's vitality, his recovery may be swift. I will begin by prescribing a remedy for him. If he refuses to take it, I will prepare some medicinal pills during my next visit. However, you must be vigilant, as I suspect those in close contact, including his parents, may also be at risk of infection. Therefore, I advise that you all take the medicine together. Since the child is so young and requires constant care, those attending to him must wear masks, which should be soaked in realgar and replaced every 2 hours. I recommend that everyone in the household wear masks, even when going out, to minimize the risk of transmission.
Yu Yuanzhang promptly wrote 2 prescriptions, one for the child and one for prevention, instructing everyone to take it. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. We will certainly comply.
Jean Lin had not anticipated that the infection had already spread. He was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had Dr. Zhang not insisted on entering the residence to attend to his father, the entire Jean family could have faced dire consequences. Jean Lin respectfully escorted Yu Yuanzhang and her companions out of the residence, his demeanor entirely transformed from when they first arrived. As they neared the exit, Jean Lin produced a 100-tael silver note, extending it towards Yu Yuanzhang.
Dr. Zhang, this is the consultation fee. I hope you will accept it. Yu Yuanzhang looked at the silver note presented before her with amusement.
Lord Jean, I have stated that I do not require a consultation fee. I stand by my word.
Why? Chapter 22.
Silent as the grave, because I have a request of the Jean family, Yu Yuanzhang stated boldly, revealing her intentions. I wonder what matters require my assistance from the Jean family. Feel free to speak, Jean Lin replied, now understanding. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He had previously promised to accommodate any requests as long as they did not contravene morals or laws, and hearing her request now did not strike him as unreasonable. Once the esteemed elder of the Jean family is in better health, we shall discuss further. Yu Yuanzhang preferred to refrain from elaborating at this moment, as her entire family might be at risk of contagion. She needed to wait until she had the illness under control, otherwise, her father's visit could result in further complications. The group then took their leave. Upon returning to the bridal shop on Minnell Street, they all changed back into their original garments, resembling their earlier selves upon exiting the Wang residence.
Xiaoyu, please incinerate the clothing and masks we wore today.
Later, let us all take a bath, Yu Yuanzhang instructed.
Understood.
A few shops down was a wine merchant, and Yu Yuanzhang instructed Jiang Hua to procure a barrel, using the alcohol to sanitize all the instruments in her medical kit. Young lady, why did your voice change so dramatically while speaking at the Jean residence? It was scarcely distinguishable from that of a young man, Ziyue inquired, her curiosity piqued after an entire afternoon. Ah, that is due to a particular skill of mine called ventriloquism, which I learned in a dream.
Cuckoo, cuckoo. Yu Yuanzhang immediately mimicked the calls of birds. Wow, that sounds remarkably authentic, Ziyue marveled.
Alright, time is of the essence, Chunlei. I have an idea, the news of my treatment of the elder Jin's tuberculosis will inevitably spread. I anticipate that the Jin family will exalt my abilities to an extraordinary degree. However, I cannot frequently leave the residence, nor do I rely on this for a living. My sole aim is to find a reason to treat the young master. Therefore, we require a suitable location, and this shop is perfect. Please arrange for some tidying up and hire an elderly man to oversee it. Alternatively, I could sell some medicinal pills at the counter. Henceforth, you shall impersonate the divine physician. Once our reputation is established, the prince will surely seek us out. At that point, you can don a mask when entering the Jin residence, and we can treat the young master openly.
Yu Yuanzhang laid out her plan. Miss, why must we wait for the divine physician to enter the residence before treating the young master?
Ziyue questioned, perplexed. We possess the necessary tools. We can commence tonight. I refer to the public narrative. Privately, the situation is quite different. Oh. Now, I shall draft a prescription tonight. We can begin the young master's medicinal bath. However, this must remain confidential.
Not even the prince and princess should know? Ziyue struggled to comprehend.
Ziyue, Jianghua, in the future, be more vigilant. The Wang residence is not as harmonious as we might envision. Some matters will become clear in due time. Yu Yuanjing thought of Yu Chaoyang, who could foresee future events, and the unpredictable elder matriarch, which gave her a headache.
Young lady, what if someone requests the divine physician?
Chunlei inquired anxiously, as he had no medical expertise. I am uncertain if it would be convenient for me to leave the residence at that time. For now, let us tentatively schedule an outing every 10 days. You shall filter the messages, and I will only make an appearance if absolutely unavoidable.
Understood, young lady. What shall we name this shop?
Chunlei felt a sense of purpose, elated at the prospect of hope. If the young lady could cure tuberculosis, a condition even the imperial physician could not remedy, surely she could heal the young master. Let us call it Shiri Tang, she decided. With plans set, they procured the necessary herbs and made their way back to the residence. By the time they arrived at the entrance, it was already late afternoon. However, just as they reached the door, they encountered Yu Chaoyan, who had just disembarked from his carriage, accompanied by two maidservants carrying boxes, evidently returning from a shopping excursion. Two guards from the Wang residence trailed behind, though Yu Yuanzhang paid them no mind. Ah, sister-in-law has ventured out to shop as well, returning so late. Aren't you afraid mother will chastise you for neglecting your duties? The young master lies bedridden, and yet you dare to spend an entire day outside, Yu Chaoyang remarked, seeking to assert his presence.
Dear second brother, must you intrude upon my affairs? Is it not sufficient for you to lead your life while I lead mine? Do you feel unsatisfied unless you throw a pinch of envy my way? Are you not aware of the importance of harmonious coexistence? Shall we exchange husbands now? After all, I am still an unwed maiden, Yu Yuanzhang retorted without reservation. Why? Yu Chaoyang snorted derisively and strode into the residence. Chunlei, later tonight, discreetly transport the medical kit and the items we just purchased to Chia Courtyard, Yu Yuanzhang instructed in a hushed tone. Understood. The guards took the carriage away.
Upon reaching Chia Courtyard, Granny Yi was supervising several maidservants as they tidied the courtyard, where fabrics were being aired due to the young master's unique circumstances. Two robust maidservants were assigned specifically to launder his garments. Greetings, young lady, Granny Yi curtsied. She arrived every morning and departed each evening. Though she had her own family, they resided in the servants' quarters of the Wang residence.
Granny Yi, no need for formalities. I was out on business today. How is the young master faring? All is as usual. That is reassuring.
Yu Yuanjing entered the room to find the young master lying still. She pondered that it was not ideal for him to remain in bed all day. He should be taken outside for sunlight, lest his calcium absorption and immunity decline. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider a dual-purpose wheelchair for him. After dinner, she began sketching plans, detailing the structure of each component. As the hour approached 9 in the evening, the entire Wang residence fell into a hushed silence. Chunlei had gathered all the guards discreetly. Yu Yuanzhang assigned several to stand watch around the courtyard to prevent any intrusions. Chia Courtyard possessed its own small kitchen, making preparations convenient. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chunlei had put the maidservants resting in Chia Courtyard into a deep slumber. Jianghua and Ziyue commenced brewing the medicinal concoction, while Mingyue and Qingfeng heated water. Once the water reached an optimal temperature, it was poured into the bathing tub along with the medicinal extract. The temperature was just right. Chunlei gently placed the young master into the tub after loosening his upper garments. This commotion stirred the slumbering Shangguanziki, bringing him slightly back to awareness, though he remained unable to move. Entirely at their mercy, Qingfeng and Mingyue supported the young master as he soaked in the medicinal bath. A person devoid of sensation could not maintain their posture, turning limp like a lump of clay. After checking the young master's heartbeat, they noted it quickening in the warm water. Taking the thickest silver needle, hollowed and sterilized by fire, Chunlei hesitated. Young lady, can we truly proceed without the prince and princess knowing? His apprehension was palpable. The four of them had been close attendants to the young master, their bond forged through daily companionship. He was deeply concerned that he had not witnessed Yu Yuanjing treat the elder Jin. He had only heard Chunlei's accounts. What if the young lady's medical prowess fell short of what Chunlei had described?
If anything were to happen to the young master, the consequences would be grave. Indeed, young lady, should we not summon the prince to oversee the procedure? Mingyue echoed Chun Lei's doubts. Do you believe it better for the entire residence to discover that I am treating the young master, leading to numerous obstacles, or is it preferable to quietly restore him to health? Yu Yuanzhang countered. Chapter 23 Stagnation of Blood. The two were at a loss for words. If the entire household were to learn of this, surely no one would believe in the medical prowess of the young master's consort. What confidence does the young master's consort possess in curing the young master? Qingfeng inquired. The young master's condition is not akin to other ailments. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. However, it is certainly an improvement over the previous physician. Gu, are you aware of Gu's methods? No, we are not. Mingyue replied, perplexed. He was not treating the illness but rather allowing the young master to deteriorate day by day, leading him to a slow demise. If he continued with such treatment, the young master would succumb within 6 months. The acupuncture points he targeted on the young master's head were nothing short of an act of murder, yet no one could expose him. I am uncertain of the medical expertise of other physicians, whether it was intentional or merely a reflection of his ineptitude. However, I discerned the issue when I witnessed his acupuncture technique, which compelled me to persuade my father to cease employing him. Now that I am taking over, at the very least, the young master will not perish within half a year. Yuan Zhang's words left the three men in stunned silence. How could this be? If it were indeed a deliberate act, it would imply that someone within the royal residence was plotting against the young master. Rest assured, I have no desire to become a widow, hence I shall not harm the young master, Yuan Zhang added. The guard ceased to hinder her from proceeding with the acupuncture. Meanwhile, the young master, attuned to his surroundings, wholeheartedly agreed with the covert treatment, yearning to voice his thoughts but finding himself unable to articulate them. Mingyue, do you perceive the young master's brow seemingly furrowing slightly? Did you notice? Qingfeng exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. Upon his exclamation, they all focused intently on the young master's visage, yet they could discern nothing amiss, only observing his face, which was slightly flushed from the warm water. Perhaps it is just your imagination, Mingyue said, somewhat disappointed. All right, Junlei, steady the young master's head. I am about to administer the acupuncture, Yuan Zhang commanded. The two supported the young master's body, preventing him from slipping, while one secured his head. Yuan Zhang located the area she had previously sensed was somewhat abnormal. Gradually, she reached the position of the cranial sutures and gently inserted the silver needle, advancing deeper with each careful movement. The three men watched her intently. Suddenly, blood began to ooze from the tip of the needle, startling everyone. Young master's consort? Qingfeng inquired with concern. Do not be afraid. It is merely stagnant blood. At that moment, the young master felt a piercing pain in his head, emitting a barely audible groan. In an instant, he lost consciousness. Young master, the three men exclaimed in alarm. What had they just heard? Did you hear that? Qingfeng questioned, uncertain if he had imagined it. Indeed, it was the young master's voice, Junlei affirmed. Wonderful, young master, young master. Mingyue called out twice, yet the young master remained unresponsive, appearing no different than when he slept at ordinary times. Yuan Zhang paid no heed to the guards and continued to manipulate the silver needle with utmost caution. As I suspected, the stagnant blood within his head has not dissipated, and it is considerable in volume. It is a wonder he is still conscious. He must have struck this very spot when he fell, Yuan Zhang posited. Indeed, it is here. However, at the time, it merely resulted in a large bump that subsided shortly after, and it was never attended to afterward. His leg was treated immediately, though, Mingyue confirmed. Did the physician only prescribe blood-activating and stasis-resolving remedies? We are unsure. We simply followed the physician's prescriptions and administered them to the young master, they replied. Please retrieve all the prescriptions for me to examine tomorrow. Understood. Yuan Zhang proceeded with the acupuncture. When blood did not emerge from this location, she shifted to another site. After alternating through 5 positions, she managed to extract at least 10 milliliters of blood, staining 2 large pieces of gauze crimson. Very well, by releasing some of the stagnant blood from his head, he will feel considerably better. In a few days, I shall perform the drainage once more until no blood remains. He should be in a stable condition then. However, whether he can awaken depends on his subsequent recovery. The presence of such a substantial volume of blood in his head poses significant risk to his cognitive faculties. All we can do is allow him to recuperate gradually, and I hope that one day he may awaken. At the very least, I can assure you that he will not perish within 6 months, Yuan Zhang confidently informed them of the prognosis. That is reassuring, Qingfeng expressed with palpable excitement. At that moment, he genuinely believed in the remarkable medical skills of the young master's consort. Subsequently, they assisted the young master in cleansing his body and changing into clean garments, tidying up the medicinal concoction in the bathing area. By the way, dispose of the remnants of the medicinal herbs outside, and remember to discreetly discard them from the royal residence tomorrow without anyone noticing, Yuan Zhang reminded them, determined to conduct her treatment in secrecy, without allowing any opportunity for discovery. That night, both Yuan Zhang and the young master enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following day, she presented a sketch design to Junlei, instructing, go out and find a carpenter's workshop to construct this chair. Additionally, tidy up my shop and set up a few counters to create an inviting appearance. I have another courtyard, we shall visit it tomorrow. Understood, young master's consort. Junlei and his 6 companions began their endeavors for the young master's consort's establishment.
Yuan Zhang then sought breakfast from the princess consort's quarters. Since her marriage, she had shared breakfast with the princess consort daily. Today's breakfast bore the distinct aroma of saffron.
Mother, was this breakfast prepared by the main kitchen? Yuan Zhang inquired casually.
No, it was made in the small kitchen of Honghao courtyard, the princess consort replied.
Is it true that every courtyard has a small kitchen? Not at all.
Only Honghao and Chia courtyards possess small kitchens, the others do not. Why do you ask? The princess consort questioned, puzzled. Oh, just a casual inquiry, Yuan Zhang replied. The meals prepared in the small kitchen of the princess consort's quarters occasionally included saffron, but it was not a daily occurrence, appearing sporadically. This only deepened Yuan Zhang's curiosity. What could be the reason behind it? However, she could not yet reveal her medical knowledge. It was best to refrain from pursuing this matter further. The quantity was minimal and posed little harm to the body. At worst, it might simply hindered conception. Indeed, the prince and princess consort had only one son in all these years, who had fallen from a horse and never regained consciousness. There was a significant problem at play. Yuan Zhang felt she had uncovered a crucial truth. The it seemed necessary to bolster the defenses of her own courtyard henceforth. Previously, she had not scrutinized the young master's food or medications. The thought unsettled her, and after hastily finishing her meal, she took her leave and returned to her quarters. Yuan Shan and Jingshui were presently feeding the young master. Yuan Zhang approached, scooping a spoonful to taste, savoring it carefully. Fortunately, there was no issue. She had merely frightened herself, yet this left her in a state of confusion. Did the princess consort's provisions truly pose a threat? Saffron, being a medicinal herb, could invigorate blood circulation, dissolve stasis, and alleviate emotional distress, treating feelings of depression, chest tightness, anxiety, and various other ailments.
If the princess consort were indeed troubled by the young master's condition, consuming saffron-infused porridge would be beneficial. Yuan Shan, are there generally any hidden guards in the princess consort's courtyard? Yuan Zhang began to inquire about the main residence. There should not be any. The prince keeps all important items in the study, which is guarded by hidden guards round the clock, he replied. What sort of attendants are there in the main residence? Chapter 24 of the farce. In the courtyard. In the princess's courtyard, there are two wet nurses. One is Nurse Xiao, the milk nurse brought from the Duke of Wei's residence, who oversees matters close to the princess. The other is Nurse Shang, a senior maid left behind by the late princess, who later married and remained in the main courtyard to manage the affairs of the princess's courtyard. Surrounding the princess are four senior maids, all born within the royal household: Zhou Yi, Zhou Xiang, and Zhou Yi, who have only been by the princess's side for a few years. There exists an unspoken rule within the household that maids must be married off by the age of 18, hence the maids serving their mistresses are generally quite young. Only those who vow to remain unmarried may stay by their mistress's side indefinitely. The rest are second and third tier maids, numbering 10 in total. Yuan Zhen, well acquainted with the main courtyard's dynamics, had previously shadowed the prince and frequently traversed the main estate. And prior to the princess's marriage into the royal family, who presided over the inner courtyard? Yuan Zhang inquired further. The late princess had passed long ago, leaving no doubt that a new matriarch must have emerged. Primarily, it was the two elder ladies, with the third elder lady managing a portion of the affairs as well. Thus, the two of them jointly governed the inner courtyard until the princess's arrival, at which point the late prince, with a simple command, requested them to relinquish their authority. Yuan Shan, being a natural-born son, possessed a fair understanding of the family's history. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zheng's thoughts began to swirl. The prince was now 41 years old, and the late princess had departed when he was merely 3, thus, the two elder ladies had been in charge for at least 17 years. Such an extensive period would surely have allowed them to cultivate a network of loyalty for their own ends. The following day, Yuan Zheng reported to the princess her intention to visit her dowry estate. The princess exhibited great leniency, agreeing to her request as long as the purpose was clearly articulated. You must not return too late today, unlike the last time. Ah, mother, I may still be delayed. I wish to visit my parental home to discuss some matters with my parents. They have just moved from the Duke's residence, and I am eager to know their current situation. Yuan Zhang felt no awkwardness speaking with an elder of similar age, occasionally indulging in a touch of playful charm. Remaining unmarried allowed her to maintain a youthful heart, untouched by the burdens of adulthood. In her past life, her parents had already passed away. Now, having them back in her life felt quite comforting. Once again, the same quartet from before accompanied her. The Chia courtyard was overseen by Nurse Yi, utilizing a rather inconspicuous carriage. Passing by a small shop on Minnal Street, Yuan Jing noticed it was already being renovated. Chasing Cloud and Pursuing Moon were busy inside, and upon spotting Chun Lei, they immediately rushed out. Greetings, lady consort. The two bowed in unison. You continue with your work, I merely pass through. How many days until the renovations are complete? At most 2 days. We plan to purchase a few cabinets this afternoon, Chasing Cloud replied. That is splendid. The back area must also be tidied up to make it habitable. She intended to station someone there to oversee the shop. With her limited funds, only 2,000 taels of silver saved for emergencies, and the prince had generously gifted her 1,000 taels as a greeting. She hoped to earn some income if this shop could flourish. Fortunately, she did not need to worry about wages for her subordinates. The carriage continued on its path, and after much effort, they finally located the place at the end of a narrow alley just wide enough for a carriage to enter. It was perplexing how the Duke's estate possessed such a property. Was it perhaps acquired for relatives who were in need? Upon reaching the small courtyard, she found the door ajar and could overhear a quarrel within. Brother, we agreed to pay rent every 6 months.
There remains over a month until then, why must we pay now? And with an increase of 50 taels, a middle-aged woman's voice protested.
This is the order of Our Lady, I am merely here to collect rent.
Do not question me. If you refuse to pay, you must vacate today, a young man retorted impatiently.
Who is your lady?
That is of no concern to you. Regardless, you must pay the rent today.
Otherwise, you must leave.
The young man's tone grew increasingly irritable.
You are in breach of contract. We signed an agreement when we rented this place. Do you think I won't report you to the authorities?
This is, after all, the Emperor's domain.
The woman's voice was fierce. Go ahead and report. Do you know who the owner of this house is?
Who? The woman's voice lowered slightly. It is the wife of the heir to the Rong Wang estate.
Do you think you can afford to offend Rong Wang?
The young man's voice dripped with arrogance.
You speak nonsense. Rong Wang is our great way's guardian general. How could he allow his daughter-in-law to bully common folk?
Who are you? Are you a fraud? Jiang Ge, bring the broom and chase this impudent liar away. The woman suddenly shouted for violence. Indeed, Rong Wang is the protector of the people.
How could anyone from his estate dare to oppress commoners?
Yuan Zhang and her companions boldly stepped into the courtyard.
Auntie.
The once brazen young man was suddenly struck with fear upon seeing the newcomers.
Do you still recognize me? Who sent you here? Yuan Zhang questioned coldly.
The young servant Esques darted about before he turned to flee. Chun Lei swiftly swept his leg, toppling him to the ground, then placed a foot on his back.
Speak. Who sent you? Yuan Zhang pressed again.
Auntie, I was wrong. I was merely following orders. Please, show mercy. The servant, realizing his predicament, pleaded for forgiveness.
Will you speak or not? Yuan Zhang's patience wore thin. It was He Bo who sent me, he confessed. Do you dare lie again?
He Bo, the esteemed steward of the Duke's estate, would not be so foolish as to covet this trifling sum. Speak the truth.
Yuan Zhang kicked him in frustration.
I was sent by the lady of the house, the servant finally admitted, the weight on his back becoming unbearable.
Humph, I knew it was the handiwork of the elder madam. What a petty demeanor for one claiming to be a matron.
Yuan Zhang quickly grasped the situation. This was a deliberate attempt to vex her. Go back and tell your lady that a woman must possess dignity. If she continues with such lowly acts, the Duke's estate will fall into her hands, and she shall be the bane of the house. I shall not stoop to your level, but now you must apologize to this lady, or I shall break your legs.
Yuan Zhang was not one to easily let him off the hook.
Chun Lei lifted his foot, allowing the servant to rise slowly and approach the woman.
Lu Shaozi, I apologize.
The woman, now addressed as Lu Shaozi, had been watching quietly and finally came to her senses. I pay my respects to the lady.
May I know your name?
Lu Shaozi stepped forward to bow. Behind her stood a boy of about 12 or 13 years. I am the lady consort mentioned by that servant.
Yuan Zhang smiled warmly.
Ah, truly fortunate to encounter a noble person. I am Lu Ruan, a humble woman, and I greet the lady consort. Lu Ruan bowed again. There is no need for such formality, Lu Shaozi. I am fortunate to have arrived in time.
Otherwise, I might have been wronged.
The lady consort is such a kind-hearted person, I would never believe his slanderous words, Lu Ruan said cheerfully.
Please, come inside. Is this your son?
Yes, Jiang Ge, quickly greet the lady consort.
Lu Ruan pulled the child to the forefront. This is Lu Jiang, I greet the lady consort. The boy suddenly appeared shy. Quite sturdy, indeed. Do you happen to know any martial arts? Yuan Zhang noted the boy's youthful vigor.
Somewhat. My father works as a bodyguard in the capital, but Lu Ruan sighed deeply. Chapter 25. Accepting a family as long-term laborers. A few individuals entered the main hall, engaging in conversation as they took their seats. The courtyard was modestly sized, comprising a main house with 3 rooms, flanked by 2 side rooms and an additional structure at the back. It was adequate to accommodate a small household and a few servants, yet its location was rather unfavorable, situated at the end of a narrow alley. What troubles you, Sister Lu? The master encountered robbers while escorting goods last month and was injured. We not only have to pay a substantial sum but also, he can no longer perform his duties as an escort. We had planned to stay for the remaining 2 months and then move to a smaller place, Lu Ruan said with a hint of melancholy. How severe are your brother-in-law's injuries?
Yuan Zhang inquired with concern. He lost an arm and has been utterly despondent, lacking any semblance of vitality.
Although Lu Ruan was deeply saddened by the tremendous setback her family faced, she bore no trace of sorrow on her face, revealing her optimistic nature.
How many children do you have, Sister Lu?
3. The eldest is Jiang Ge, followed by a younger brother and sister. I sent them to the neighbor's house with some items, and they have yet to return.
What will you rely on for sustenance in the future? Yuan Zhang understood that a man is the pillar of a family.
When he falls, life becomes exceedingly difficult. Alas, we just paid the escort agency 300 taels of silver, and with the master needing medical treatment, our savings are nearly depleted. Each year, we must also send a portion back home to honor the elders. What shall we do moving forward? There is still no certainty, Lu Ruan lamented. As a woman, she felt lost, not knowing how they would survive. The entire family depended on her husband's income from escorting goods. The rent for the small courtyard was 10 taels of silver per month, and in 2 months, they would no longer be able to afford it. The disparity in their living conditions was overwhelming.
Did the princess come today to collect rent? Lu Wan inquired about the matter at hand.
I did not come to collect rent. I have just married into the Rong Wangfu, and my family has given me this courtyard as part of my dowry. I wish to see what kind of place it is.
That is good, we will stay for another 2 months and then leave.
Lu Wan had no intention of overstaying. Yu Yuanzhang indeed harbored thoughts of reclaiming the courtyard, as she had plans that necessitated its use. Yet, upon observing this family, she felt a twinge of sympathy. After some contemplation, an idea struck her.
Sister Lu, would you be willing to assist me with some tasks? You need not move.
You may continue to reside here, and I shall provide you with work to be carried out within this courtyard, but on the condition that what I assign you remains strictly confidential.
Really? Thank you, Princess. I would be most willing.
As she spoke, she rose and knelt before Yu Yuanzhang. There is no need for such formality, please rise.
Yu Yuanzhang found it quite challenging to adapt to the ancient custom of kneeling in reverence.
Princess, you have saved our family. You have no idea how my husband's temper has worsened since he lost his arm. He lashes out at the children for the slightest disobedience and has taken to drinking. In just a month, he has squandered nearly 10 taels of silver on alcohol.
Where is he now?
Yu Yuanzhang noted that only the two of them remained in the house.
Ah, he has gone out drinking again, even though his arm has yet to heal.
Lu Wan felt powerless to manage her husband, merely watching him decline day by day.
Go fetch him back.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang dashed out in a flash. Shortly thereafter, he returned, dragging a disheveled man along, his beard unkempt. Upon seeing a celestial beauty seated in the hall, he suddenly sobered up.
Master, this is the princess of the Rong Wangfu.
You should pay your respects.
Lu Wan introduced. Is it truly the princess? I am Lu Mingde, a humble man, and I have the honor of meeting you. I hear from your wife that you have lost track of time due to your injuries? Are you unaware of the principle that a strong will can overcome physical limitations? You have 3 young children, do you intend to abandon them in this state?
Yu Yuanzhang admonished him sternly. The abandonment of oneself is a most alarming phenomenon. At such times, it is crucial to have someone to provide guidance. Her words rendered Lu Mingde momentarily speechless, and he raised his remaining arm, gazing at it in stunned silence. Princess, I have relied on my martial skills to support my family.
Now that I have lost this arm, how can I wield a weapon and provide for them? Lu Mingde's voice, laden with weariness, tugged at the heartstrings. If you can confront adversity with grace, many crumble under pressure.
Husband Lu Wan felt a lump in her throat, unsure how to comfort her spouse. She understood that he had been suffering greatly.
Working as an escort is inherently perilous.
You should have been mentally prepared for such a day. Since you chose this profession, you must possess the courage to face reality. Yu Yuanzhang urged him to confront his circumstances. Indeed, I had prepared myself for this eventuality, yet when the moment arrives, it is far more difficult to accept. My heart is heavy with sorrow, which is why I have indulged in drink for the past few days. My dear wife, I have caused you worry. Once my arm heals, I shall carry heavy loads at the docks to support you and the children.
Lu Mingde's eyes suddenly glistened with tears.
He had not entirely given up on life, rather, he was still grappling with his emotional turmoil. Yu Yuanjing nodded at his last statement, recognizing his underlying sense of responsibility. Very well, Lu Zhuangshi, I have matters to discuss with you. Before your return, I spoke with your wife about you and your family working for me. I shall provide you with wages, and the work will be conducted right here in this courtyard.
Are you agreeable to this?
Yes,
but can a humble man with one less arm still work?
Lu Mingde feared his disability might hinder his ability to contribute.
Do not worry, you have your feet and another arm. You can still be of service. Thank you, princess.
Lu Mingde bowed respectfully. At that moment, his demeanor shifted. Despite his disheveled appearance, he radiated a newfound vigor and spirit, markedly different from before. A man who had spent years in the escort trade exuded an air of determination. As long as he regained his fighting spirit, his zest for life would naturally return. I will prepare a list for you to gather the necessary items according to my specifications. This is Chunlei, he is my chief steward, and you will liaise with him for many matters going forward. You must keep my identity confidential, this place is rather secluded, and you need only close the door to work. I may bring in additional personnel later, and you will no longer need to pay rent for this courtyard. Simply reside here. However, you must make room for sufficient space.
Understood, princess. Let us first draft a contract.
From this day forth, you shall be in my employ. Of course, I do not wish for you to sell yourselves into servitude. I merely intend to hire you as long-term laborers.
I assure you, your family will want for nothing.
Thank you, princess, for your generous assistance. Lu Mingde was deeply moved, never anticipating the kindness of a benefactor during his lowest point in life. He procured paper and ink, drafting 2 identical contracts that clearly outlined the obligations and responsibilities of both parties, especially emphasizing the confidentiality clause. Should the Lu family fail to uphold their end, they would face imprisonment and legal repercussions.
On their way back, Ziyue finally voiced her curiosity. Miss, what precisely do you intend to have the Lu family do?
Chapter 26, Crafting Pills. I am preparing to amass great wealth, and in the future, I will be able to generously provide you with a monthly allowance, she proclaimed.
Really? That sounds wonderful.
Ziyue exclaimed, her delight evident at the prospect of increased financial support. At nearly 15 years of age, the young girl, despite her maturity, retained a hint of innocence. Now, let us not get ahead of ourselves. We are still in the early stages. You will all be my greatest allies. I intend to create and sell pills. Yu Wanjing finally revealed her ambitious plan. However, there are already various pills available at the apothecary, making it quite challenging to earn a substantial profit, Zhang Hua remarked, having frequented the apothecary on multiple occasions and understood the situation well. My aim is to offer what others do not possess, and to refine what is already available. That is how we will profit, Yu Wanjing responded confidently, her mind brimming with superior formulas that would undoubtedly yield more effective results than the pills of this era. Well, I happen to have a shop that is conveniently an apothecary. Let us visit it now, and while we are there, we can procure some medicinal herbs for me to experiment with. You all can learn alongside me, and then we shall teach the Lu family, she continued. Your Highness, if we conduct our activities within the royal residence, others will surely find out, Ziyue voiced her concerns. We will work quietly at night. Do not worry, my pill-making process does not involve boiling herbs, and thus, it produces no odors, reassured Yu Wanzhang, which alleviated the two maidservants' worries. Upon arriving at Min Street, they reached Baikatang. This establishment was part of Yu Wanjing's mother's dowry, now belonging to her, though she had never visited it before. Disembarking from the carriage, she observed a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting, indicating a thriving business. May I inquire if the lady requires medical assistance or herbal remedies? A young attendant approached, eager to assist the new customer. Is the shopkeeper available? Yu Wanzhang inquired. The lady seeks our shopkeeper? He is in the back room, please follow me, the attendant replied, noting Yu Wanjing's refined attire and treating her with due respect. Upon entering the back room, the attendant called out, Shopkeeper, a guest has arrived. A middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the main room, clad in a deep blue long gown, sporting a goatee, with a square face and sharp, intelligent eyes, a shrewd individual indeed. It was evident that her mother had an exceptional eye for talent in her hires. Greetings, Miss, Dong Shik acknowledged, recognizing her immediately from previous encounters when he had visited her mother to settle accounts. Dong Bo, no need for such formalities, Yu Wanzhang replied. Please, miss, take a seat inside, he invited as they settled into the inner hall. Dong Shik personally poured tea for her. Is there a sale of pills at Baikatang? Yu Wanzhang inquired directly. Indeed, but the selection is limited. The prices of pills are generally higher than that of equivalent herbal prescriptions, thus the common folk seldom purchase them. Only affluent families tend to buy, Dong Shik explained. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanjing furrowed her brow. If that were the case, producing ordinary pills would not yield substantial profits. She would have to focus on enhancing their efficacy. If her pills could show results in just 2 or 3 days, while the brewed herbs took half a month, people would undoubtedly prefer the pills. Where do the pills in your shop originate? She asked, still uncertain if pill production had become a cottage industry in this era. All the pills are made from prescriptions written by our physicians, produced by the staff, primarily for the convenience of traveling customers, Dong Shik clarified. Oh, I see. So there are no external supply channels? None, each apothecary produces their own goods for sale, Dong Shik answered candidly. Dong Bo, could you please bring some of the pills from the shop for me to examine? Yu Wanzhang requested. Dong Shik returned shortly with 5 porcelain vials. Yu Wanzhang inspected the labels, noting their primary uses for treating colds, diarrhea, and for promoting circulation and alleviating pain. After sampling the contents, she found the formulas to be ordinary. While they possessed some efficacy, it was not remarkable. She was confident that her own concoctions would far surpass these in quality. With a plan forming in her mind, she resolved to target the high-end market. Miss, do you have medical knowledge? Dong Shik inquired, observing her actions with curiosity. I have perused a few medical texts in my father's study. One cannot say I am proficient, she replied, intending merely to survey the market today without revealing her medical skills. Dong Bo, from now on, please deliver the account books to the royal residence. You are aware that this shop was given to me as a part of my dowry by my mother. Of course, Mississippi the lady has already instructed me accordingly. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yu Wanzhang immediately began drafting several prescriptions and listing the necessary tools. Some tools would be difficult to procure, so she sketched designs for Chunlei to have crafted. Chunlei was efficient. Aside from a few custom tools, she managed to purchase everything else that very evening. Zhang Hua and Ziyue were filled with curiosity, having never participated in such an endeavor, eager to witness how their mistress would create the pills. Tonight, I shall instruct you, do not present such naive expressions, Yu Wanjing chuckled at the sight of her 2 eager maidservants. It was indeed a labor-intensive task. To ensure their clandestine activities remained undiscovered, the 3 women chose to work in the inner chamber, specifically before the prince's bed, waiting until the night grew deep and quiet. Xingfeng and Mingyue had already prepared for the prince's retreat. Exiting early, the princess had arranged for a small shelter to be constructed outside for their nighttime watch, allowing them to hear any soft calls from within the courtyard. Both maidservants were skilled in martial arts, capable of leaping in without opening the courtyard gate. However, this enterprise must remain discreet. Miss, shall we begin? Ziyue asked, having moved all the necessary items to the center. The tools for cutting herbs, grinding, and fine sieving were all laid out. Yu Wanzhang planned to start with the Bouillon de Zao Wan, a formula intended for the esteemed elder Jean, measuring out the various herbs according to her recipe. Ziyue, you are responsible for chopping the herbs. Tonight we shall grind them into powder. Do not complain of fatigue, she instructed, and thus the three women began their industrious work. Meanwhile, on the bed, Shangwan-Ziki became aware of the delightful sounds of clanging and clattering from outside. Since being rendered unconscious by Yu Yuanjing's silver needles the previous night, he had only just regained his senses. He felt a lightness in his head and recognized the voices of the three women, understanding their activities. As they continued to converse about Elder Jin's ailment, their discussion eventually veered toward him. Miss, I heard Qingfeng mention that you drew quite a bit of blood from the prince last night, leaving him startled and sleepless the entire night, Zhang Hua remarked, amused. Was a grown man truly so squeamish about blood? The two maidservants had grown quite familiar with the young attendants who served the prince each day. Indeed, the presence of stagnant blood was pressing upon his nerves, which prevented him from awakening, she explained.
What are nerves, miss? Ziyue inquired, seeking knowledge. Well, to illustrate, consider this. When you use a knife to cut herbs, why does your hand move that way? It is because your brain is commanding your hand, and that command travels through the nerves extending from your brain to your hand. When your hand receives the command, it moves as you intend, Yu Yuanzhang elucidated. Oh, I see now.
Shangwan-Ziki listened attentively to her explanation and felt compelled to try it himself. He concentrated intently, exerting all his will to command his hand to move. Chapter 27 The prince awaits. He had indulged in such activities on his wedding night, exhausting all his vitality. Following that occasion, he succumbed to a deep slumber for several days before regaining awareness of his surroundings. His hand slowly lifted, albeit slightly, only to fall back onto the bed. Remarkably, unlike the last time, he did not drift into sleep again. Instead, he could hear several voices conversing. Three industrious women were completely absorbed in their tasks, oblivious to his movements. They chopped herbs, ground ingredients, sifted powders, mixed concoctions over a small stove, sprinkled and blended, then rolled the mixture into balls after it cooled. The trio of young maidens worked diligently until the midnight hour, feeling a sense of accomplishment as they beheld the small, round black balls, each slightly smaller than a cherry.
Miss, is this done?
Zhang Hua rubbed her tired eyes and inquired.
Not yet.
Once it dries, we can bottle it up. This batch contains only 100 pills, which will suffice for Lord Jin for merely 6 days, replied Yu Yuanzhang.
Ah, after all our hard work, it lasts only 6 days. But miss, you aren't charging for consultations, doesn't that mean we labor in vain?
Fear not, we must first establish our reputation, and then wealth will follow. Yu Yuanjing chuckled. The two maidservants seemed even more obsessed with money than she was.
Ah, sleep, Yu Yuanzhang yawned widely. Let's leave the pills on the table for now.
By morning, they should have set, and we can slowly dry them for bottling. The following day, both Yu Yuanzhang and her maidservants overslept. After enjoying a few days of leisure, their biological clocks had gone awry. Consequently, it was not until Yumama arrived to start her duties that the two maidservants, who had been sleeping in the outer chamber, were roused. Oh dear, ladies, why are you still asleep? The time for greeting the princess has long passed. Yimama noted, accustomed to seeing the young lady rise early to pay her respects to the princess. Today, however, neither had woken. What could have happened? She was not reproaching them, but rather found the situation peculiar. Upon realizing that sunlight had already filled their room, Ziyue and Zhang Hua startled awake. They hastily dressed and hurried to rouse Yu Yuanzhang. Miss, wake up. Yu Yuanzhang was lost in a beautiful dream, envisioning that she had finally married off herself to a handsome husband, unexpectedly younger than herself, a romantic twist she had not anticipated. She was 38, wed to a dashing young man in his 20s, yet, why could she not discern his face? Miss? Ziyue, seeing that her calls had gone unanswered, gently pushed through the curtain to nudge her sleeping mistress. Abruptly awakened from her enchanting dream, Yu Yuanzhang was about to express her irritation when she opened her eyes to the sight of Shangwan-Ziki's face. So, this was what her handsome husband looked like. Something felt familiar about his visage. It was her comatose spouse. As if returning to life, she pulled aside the bed curtains. Good heavens, the sun has risen high, she exclaimed. Miss, you shouldn't speak like that, Zhang Hua chastised, finding the term buttocks rather crude. Yu Yuanzhang quickly freshened up, hoping the princess would not hold it against her. Just as she was about to step out, she encountered Yuanshan and Jingshui, who had come to attend to the young lord, with Yuanshan carrying something on his shoulder. Upon catching sight of the object, her eyes sparkled.
Yuanshan, has it been completed so soon?
Indeed, young lady, we brought it back yesterday evening. Junlei found a workshop that, upon learning it was for the prince, arranged for several craftsmen to work overtime to ensure its prompt completion, Yuanshan explained.
Excellent.
Bring it inside. I will first visit mother to pay my respects and return shortly. However, she had barely made it halfway when she encountered the princess's chief maid, Xiaoye. I greet the young lady, she said.
Did my mother send you?
Yes, young lady. The princess asked me to inquire if you are feeling unwell. If you are experiencing any discomfort, there is no need to pay your respects. You may rest in the courtyard and keep the prince company.
Xiaoye conveyed the princess's message. Has mother eaten breakfast?
Yu Yuanzhang felt a bit embarrassed. She has. The princess waited for you at Honghao courtyard for half an hour before deciding to eat without you. Oh, I slept rather late last night and overslept this morning. I shall not disturb mother while she attends to her matters, Yu Yuanzhang replied, granting Xiaoye permission to report back. She then returned to her room. The two young servants had already become proficient at attending to the prince's needs, washing, feeding porridge, and changing his clothes to eye in the pleasant April weather. As spring blossomed, it was now late in the morning, around 9 o'clock, the perfect time for gentle sunlight.
Yuan-chan, Jingshui, shall we move the prince to the courtyard to bask in the sunlight?
Yu Yuanzhang suggested, pleased to have the wheelchair available for use.
Certainly. They recalled Yu Yuanzhang mentioning that the prince should enjoy sunlight for better health.
Together, they carefully transferred the prince into the wheelchair. Reclining him comfortably, they then wheeled him out of the inner chamber and into the courtyard. Several maidservants, busy with their cleaning, approached curiously upon seeing the young lady bringing the prince outside, as they had not seen him for quite some time.
Young lady, you haven't had breakfast this morning. The kitchen has some porridge left for the prince, would you like to have some?
At that moment, Yi Mama approached, carrying a tray. Thank you, Yi Mama. Yu Yuanzhang expressed her gratitude, appreciating the diligent care of Yi Mama, whose attentiveness eased her burdens. The morning's porridge was egg drop porridge, which, with the addition of medicinal ingredients, would be even more beneficial for the prince's recovery.
Mama, you are primarily responsible for the prince's diet, correct?
Yes, young lady. Typically, I prepare a 10-day menu for the princess's approval, and as long as she agrees, I prepare the meals accordingly.
Please bring me the menu for the past few days to review.
Yu Yuanzhang felt somewhat remiss. It had been 10 days since she entered the household, and she had not adequately cared for the prince. He was now her patient, and she ought to take full responsibility. Yi Mama quickly retrieved the menu. While Yu Yuanzhang scrutinized each meal arrangement due to his difficulty in eating, the offerings consisted primarily of various types of porridge: lotus seed porridge, red bean porridge, sweet potato porridge, red date and longan porridge, and vegetable and meat porridge, each more diverse than the last. The royal household had an abundance of ingredients.
Have there been any medicinal dishes prepared for the prince?
Yu Yuanzhang inquired, noting that while the porridge was nutritious, none of it was medicinal. The imperial physician advised that since the prince is already on medication, there is no need for additional medicinal dishes, as they may cause excessive heat, which is detrimental to his health, so we have not prepared any, Yi Mama explained.
Ah, I see.
From now on, I will arrange the prince's meals. You need only prepare the ingredients according to my list. This Yi Mama hesitated. Although the young lady was the prince's wife, she had only just entered the household 10 days ago. It was uncertain how invested she truly was in the prince's well-being. In her understanding, the young lady would not be overly concerned for the prince, and over time, it was possible she might develop resentment towards him. After all, a young lady who married only to become a widow would likely harbor ill feelings given enough time. Rest assured, I will discuss this matter with mother, Yu Yuanzhang said, sipping her porridge while contemplating which medicinal ingredients would benefit the brain. Ginseng, Hishou, Huangjing, Shisandra, and Lingji were all known to be advantageous for cognitive function. As she basked in the sun, gazing at the handsome sleeping figure, Yu Yuanzhang's thoughts drifted. Would he still be alive in 6 months? If history was immutable, then he was destined to perish. Yet, with her arrival and Yu Chaoyang's rebirth and remarriage, history had already shifted. Would this change in fate extend to her and her cousin, and would the prince's destiny be altered as well? Just as she was lost in contemplation, Mama Zhao from the main courtyard personally arrived at Chia courtyard. Upon witnessing the prince being brought outside to enjoy the sun, her heart swelled with satisfaction. I greet the young lady. The prince requests your presence in the main courtyard. Mama Zhao interrupted Yu Yuanzhang's musings.
The prince? Not the princess?
Yu Yuanzhang queried, momentarily believing she had misheard. Chapter 28. Did the air stir? Indeed, your highness, it is the prince who has requested your presence at Honghao courtyard, Zhao Mama affirmed with certainty. Very well, you may return, I shall go at once. Upon seeing the heir's consort heading towards the main courtyard, Yuanzhang contemplated moving the heir back to his quarters.
There is no need.
I shall escort the heir to the main courtyard myself. It has been several days since he has seen his father. Perhaps he longs to reunite with both his father and mother? Yuanzhang thought it beneficial to expose him to the outside world, believing that perhaps a particular stimulus might awaken him. She had always approached her patients with utmost seriousness, and now that she had taken up his care, she was determined to do everything conducive to his recovery. The two young attendants exchanged glances, as the heir had not left Chia courtyard since his unconsciousness.
You two will accompany us as well. Thus, as they exited the courtyard, Yuanzhang personally pushed the wheelchair, flanked by the two attendants, with two maidservants trailing behind.
The heir reclined in the wheelchair like a celestial body surrounded by stars. Had his eyes been open, the sight would have been blinding. As they traversed the corridor, the bustling servants paused to observe.
Those nearer even stopped to pay their respects, but all bowed to Yuanzhang.
You, show your respects to the heir as well. A maidservant tending to the flowers by the corridor stepped aside to allow their procession to pass.
Upon receiving Yuanzhang's directive, she was momentarily taken aback. Yuanzhang adopted a commanding demeanor. I have seen the heir, may the heir be well. The young maidservant understood the gravity of the moment.
Along the way, Yuanzhang prompted 3 maidservants and 2 young attendants to respectfully greet the heir. From now on, remember, regardless of the heir's condition, you must always pay your respects upon encountering him.
Yuanzhang instructed earnestly.
Yes. At that moment, the heir had been aware of the external world since morning. He could hear everything occurring around him, yet he was unable to control his body or awaken. Previously, he could only sense his surroundings once every few days for a fleeting moment, but today he had managed to remain aware for an extended period without succumbing to the urge to drift into slumber. Alas, Yuan Zhang remained oblivious to this. Upon reaching the main courtyard, the two young attendants stationed outside were astonished at the sight of the approaching group.
"Greetings, Your Highness, and Your Highness the consort," the two exclaimed in unison, exhibiting their understanding of propriety. Together, they carefully lifted the wheelchair over the threshold. Meanwhile, upon receiving word, the princess hurriedly emerged from the main hall, her heart touched to the brink of tears upon seeing them.
"Zhanger, why have you brought Ziki?" "Mother, the heir has not seen his father for quite some time. I thought it beneficial for him to take a stroll in the main courtyard. It may aid his recovery. Let him absorb the sounds of the outside world. Perhaps one day he will converse with us again."
Yuan Zhang replied with a smile. "Excellent, excellent.
From now on, let us take him out more often." The princess agreed. Finding her daughter's reasoning sound, they continued pushing the wheelchair towards the hall, with the group carefully navigating the threshold. To their surprise, the hall was filled to capacity, even accommodating a 5-year-old child. What had transpired?
"My daughter-in-law brings the heir to greet his father, the two elder madams, concubine Luo, and all the esteemed uncles and aunts."
Yuan Zhang, ever courteous, ensured to greet each elder she recognized. "Dear younger siblings, do extend your greetings to the heir as well." Yuan Zhang was true to her word, prompting everyone to acknowledge the heir.
The assembly regarded Yuan Zhang with bemusement.
"What does a slumbering individual comprehend? How embarrassing," came the blunt voice of the elder madam. "Elder madam, your words are misguided. The heir is not deceased. If you wish, feel his heartbeat. It is stronger than yours. Who knows, he may awaken one day, and I shall relay to him the attitudes of all of you towards him today."
"Enough, everyone extend your greetings to the heir."
The prince's voice rang with authority, his expression stern. Yuan Zhang appreciated the prince's decisive manner. The first to step forward were naturally Shangguan Zishu and Yu Chaoyan, the couple displaying an unusually amiable demeanor, their faces alight with joy. "Ah, today marked the 10th day as mentioned by Yu Chaoyan. No wonder." Next came the second branches Shangguan Zifeng and Shangguan Ling, both born of the second aunt, along with several illegitimate children. Yuan Zhang barely recognized their faces, let alone their names. The second branch was indeed flourishing. Yuan Zhang then observed her second uncle. His eyes bore dark circles and bags. She surmised that he was a man of indulgence. Following were the siblings from the adjoining house. With the prince's command, they dared not be careless.
"Hey, did I just see the heir's fingers move?" Shangguan Zifeng suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone present.
"What?" Several voices echoed in unison. All eyes turned towards the heir, yet, after a quarter of an hour, there was no sign of movement.
"Zifeng, are you imagining things? The heir has been in slumber for half a year. No one has witnessed him move, save for your exaggerated reactions." Shangguan Hongchen chastised his son.
"Father, I assure you, I did not miss-see."
Shangguan Zifeng felt somewhat wronged that he had indeed seen it, albeit it was a mere flicker of movement. Unfortunately, the heir remained still, leaving him without proof.
"Enough, Dr. Gu has already concluded that Ziki will not awaken. Let us discuss the pressing matters at hand." The elder madam's demeanor shifted, her smile evident. Last night, the noble consort had informed her that the emperor had approved the heir's situation. Since the heir's entrance into the hall, the prince had been intently observing his countenance. This face bore a striking resemblance to his own, the carefully nurtured successor of both him and the late king. Yet, misfortune had befallen him. After numerous investigations, he found no traces of foul play. If only his son would awaken or provide him with some information. However, the heir had never uttered a single word to him. He remained unconvinced that this was not the result of malice, for his son's martial prowess was formidable. Even if a horse went mad, he could have leaped off in time to avoid such a fall. Yet, without evidence, he was uncertain whom to confront. The prince rose and approached the heir, kneeling before him. "Ziki, your father laments his inability to uncover the perpetrator. You have slumbered for half a year, and considering the future of the royal household, I must make a decision, but rest assured, while I still draw breath, I shall protect you and your wife." The prince spoke with a heavy heart, rising to caress the heir's head and then his face. In that moment, he was undoubtedly a loving father. The princess, seated in the main position, felt her eyes involuntarily moisten, discreetly wiping away her tears with a handkerchief. Yuan Zhang positioned the heir beside the princess, standing protectively behind the wheelchair. "Now that everyone has gathered, let us address the matter at hand. The heir's position is vital to the succession of the Shangguan family. Given the current state of Ziki, we must relinquish the heir's title. This king only has 2 sons. While Zishu may not compare to his elder brother, he is still diligent and has not become a useless wastrel. Recently, I have taken him to the military camp twice, and after my assessment, he is barely adequate. He must strive to enhance his abilities and catch up to his elder brother. After consultation with the emperor, it has been decided that the heir's position shall be inherited by Shangguan Zishu, along with the iron box that has been safeguarded and passed down by our family for many years."
Chapter 29.
The heir's position changes hands. Upon hearing the news, Shangguan Zishu immediately knelt in the center of the hall, exclaiming, "Thank you, father, for your benevolence. I shall strive diligently to shoulder the responsibilities of the Shangguan family's heir." Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyan, seated nearby, could not conceal her delight. Witnessing Shangguan Zishu kneeling in the hall, poised to receive the heir's seal, her heart blossomed like a radiant flower. From this day forth, she would be the heir's wife. The mere thought of this title made her yearn to announce it to the world. Her destiny had finally transformed. The shadow of the county princess of Nanhua no longer loomed over her, recalling her previous life. When the county princess regarded her with disdain akin to that of an insect, she felt a surge of anger, wishing to retaliate. Yet, she had endured the derision and mockery of the county princess in silence. This time, she would not languish alone, nursing her wounds as she had in her past life. She would ascend to greatness. Fortunately, she had arranged for her second sister to exchange marriages. Her second sister, accustomed to being overshadowed, would continue to live under her gaze, regardless of any pretense. She would be the heiress wife, while her second sister would be relegated to the status of a mere wife of a wealthy gentleman. When her husband ascended the throne, she would become a princess consort, a noblewoman of the highest rank. What a position to hold! It was inconceivable for a mere wife of a wealthy gentleman to compare. In her past life, not even a county princess could marry a legitimate son of the royal house. Yu Yuanzhang observed the myriad expressions on Yu Chaoyang's face, sensing her uncontainable excitement. This is the heir's seal. Take good care of it. Do not let it be lost, the prince said, as he presented a small brocade box to Shangwan Zishu. He accepted it solemnly.
This is a treasure of the Shangwan family.
I hope it brings you success in the future, allowing you to achieve great deeds on the battlefield, such that foreign nations dare not invade.
The prince lifted a tray covered with a black cloth and presented it to Shangwan Zishu.
Yu Yuanzhang beheld a square black box within the tray, measuring approximately 2 feet in length, width, and height, appearing to be made of iron, adorned with a combination lock. What could this be? She had never heard of such a thing. Shangwan Zishu received it with equal gravity. I shall do my utmost. Rise, from this day forth, you are the 7th heir of the Shangwan clan. You must not show the slightest negligence. You must guard this iron box well. If it is lost, you will not only be a sinner in the eyes of the Shangwan family, but also a sinner to the Great Way and its 80 million subjects. Yes, I shall guard it diligently and strive to unlock it. I will assign 10 shadow guards to protect your courtyard, just in case. You must grow quickly and be able to stand on your own. Only then will I entrust these shadow guards completely to you. Do you understand?
I understand.
Shangwan Zishu earnestly bowed 3 times before rising, taking her seat with the tray. Yu Chaoyang could hardly contain her eagerness as she reached for the iron box. In her previous life, during her 8 years in the royal residence, the box had never been opened. The heir and the county princess of Nanhua had exhausted every possible means to unlock it, yet it remained sealed even when the enemy invaded. Ultimately, that war concluded with the cession of 2 cities. Now, in this life, it had fallen into her hands, and heaven had granted her a chance at rebirth. She was the chosen one, destined to unlock it, and in doing so, assist her husband in achieving greatness. At that time, the couple would stand unrivaled in the Great Way, second only to the emperor. The thought of their future status and prosperity set the corners of Yu Chaoyang's mouth into an irrepressible smile. The couple gazed curiously at the iron box before them. Ziki is the legitimate son of the prince and the princess consort, and also the grandson of the Duke of Wei. After 100 years, he shall inherit 40% of the royal estate, the prince declared, surveying all present before announcing another decision. This reflected both his affection for his legitimate son and his regard for the princess consort. What? Your Highness, how can this be? The royal estate cannot be divided in such a manner. The heir is to inherit the throne. If Ziki receives 40% of the royal estate, what will Zishu have to support the royal residence? Moreover, considering Ziki's condition, how long can he even live? Do you wish to leave a widow with 40% of the estate? The elder matriarch erupted, rising in indignation, her cane thumping loudly against the ground. Yu Yuanzhang found it perplexing. How could a woman in her 50s appear so frail as to need a cane, and why was she reacting so strongly to the distribution of wealth that did not even pertain to her? The prince, upon hearing this, remained noncommittal. Is Ziki not my legitimate son? Does the elder matriarch wish for me to treat him like a bastard? The princess' irritation was evident. Your Highness, do not forget that Zishu will inherit the royal residence. If he lacks sufficient wealth, how will he maintain the expenses of the royal household? Are you aware of the monthly expenditures of the current royal residence, the second daughter-in-law? Despite her agility, showing no sign of age, how could the prince allow her to succeed? In a swift motion, he stepped forward and seized the cane from her grasp. Sit down. The prince was genuinely angry this time. In the past, he had tolerated the elder matriarch's occasional unruliness due to her being his brother's wife. However, ever since Ziki's incident and the marriage of 2 daughters-in-law, she had transformed, showing no concern for Ziki while lavishing attention on Zishu as if he were her own grandson. He understood she was trying to ingratiate herself with the future heir, and he had turned a blind eye, but now, her treatment of Ziki's wife was unbecoming of an elder. This family is still governed by my word, and that is final. The prince's decree left no room for debate. Father, why does the elder matriarch insult my daughter-in-law as a harlot? My daughter-in-law is still an untouched maiden. The term harlot typically refers to a courtesan, and my daughter-in-law, after all, is the daughter of the second branch of the Bo family. She has rarely ventured outside. How could she be labeled a harlot? Though my mother was born to a merchant family, she was well-versed in literature and has never neglected to educate my daughter-in-law. She has instilled in her the virtues of womanhood, propriety, and decorum. Furthermore, my daughter-in-law has heard her mother say that the elder matriarch was once a nobleman's daughter. Has she never read a book? Why speak so harshly? Is it because my daughter-in-law is no longer the heir's wife from this day forth that she is so belittled? Yu Yuanjing cried as she stepped forward to plead her case before the prince and princess consort. Chapter 30. Tears. Yu Yuanzhang could not indulge her bad habit of always taking her frustrations out on others. Even a clay figurine retains some of its earthy nature. Elder madam, apologize, the prince commanded with a cold expression.
What did you say? You want me to apologize to a junior? What audacity!
Elder Madam began to lose her composure once again. Without a second thought, she rose and strode away. Brother, the Elder Madam has her temperament. As her son, I shall apologize to my niece-in-law on her behalf. Zeki's wife, my uncle offers his apologies. The Elder Madam has always been like this, she speaks without thinking, but you will come to understand her with time. There is no malice in her words, she merely expresses whatever comes to mind, the second elder said, genuinely bowing to Yu Yuanzhang, humbling himself. What my uncle says is true, she is she, and you are you. However, as your niece-in-law, I hope you can advise the Elder Madam to be more mindful of her words, for sometimes calamity arises from unguarded speech. I shall let this instance slide, but should such unprovoked harshness occur again, I am not made of clay, and I shall not be blamed for lacking respect towards my elders.
Indeed, my niece-in-law is magnanimous.
I shall certainly speak to the Elder Madam, the second elder responded with a composed demeanor. Zeki is my legitimate son, his wife is the esteemed lady of the prince's residence, henceforth, let no one dare to show disrespect or negligence.
Otherwise, they shall not find me so accommodating, the prince asserted, standing firmly in support of Yu Yuanzhang.
Zishu, you must now make your intentions known to your elder sister-in-law and declare how you shall treat her in the future, the prince instructed the freshly minted heir. At that moment, Shangguan Zishu felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The position of heir was, as the morning sun had foretold, now within his grasp just 10 days after his wedding. Though the Elder Madam's outburst directed at Yu Yuanzhang entertained him, he was still the prince's son and must heed his father's wishes. Eager to play the part of the Good Samaritan, he was more than willing to oblige, especially as it cost him little. Who could predict what the future held? An elder sister-in-law is forever an elder sister-in-law. Even if my brother were no longer present, she shall always be Shangguan Zishu's elder sister -law. As long as I am around, I shall ensure she suffers not a shred of indignity, Shangguan Zishu proclaimed, his words resonating beautifully. The prince was quite pleased upon hearing this. You may disperse now, you two should earnestly contemplate how to unlock the iron chest. The gathering had been primarily to witness the transfer of the airship.
Surrounded by several uncles, Shangguan Zishu exited the hall.
Zishu, no, you must now refer to him as the heir. I shall follow your lead from this point on. Though I may lack great prowess, I can certainly run errands, the second elder said, unabashedly draping an arm around Shangguan Zishu's shoulder to foster camaraderie. Indeed, heir, you will need to elevate your uncle's position as well.
One cannot write the name Shangguan with 2 strokes, can they? We are all family, Shangguan Hongyun chimed in with a smile.
Heir, while Uncle Xiang may not possess remarkable talents, your 2 younger cousins are growing up and can assist you, they continued, their voices gradually fading into the distance, yet still audible to those remaining in the hall. Human nature is truly pragmatic. Yu Yuanjing cast a glance at Shangguan Ziki in his wheelchair and shook her head in resignation. She could not fathom what he had been like as the heir. As of today, he was no longer the heir but merely the eldest son of the prince's residence. The expressions on the faces of the prince and the princess were equally grim. Ziki's wife, please take good care of Ziki, the prince stated as he rose, uttering this final sentiment before departing, leaving only his silhouette behind for the 3 of them. Mother, Yu Yuanjing finally dared to speak after a considerable silence, drawing the princess's attention back to the present.
Mother is fine.
This was bound to happen sooner or later, the princess replied, gazing at her son in the wheelchair and gently caressing his face. Tears, however, could not be contained and fell freely.
Ziki, can you hear me?
You must recover. Mother asks for nothing but your awakening. We, as mother and son, are not in competition, we merely wish to live in peace. Seeing the princess's sorrow tugged at Yu Yuanjing's heart, and she stepped forward, gently embracing her shoulder. The princess, as if finding an outlet for her emotions, clung to Yu Yuanjing's waist, sobbing softly. Though Yu Yuanjing had never been a mother, at that moment, she comprehended the heart of one. Her son lay unconscious, and instead of receiving sympathy, others gazed hungrily at the position he once held, eager for him to relinquish it for their own gain. At that moment, Shangguan Ziki felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. He had heard that the airship had been bestowed upon his younger brother. While he felt no sorrow, he was incredulous at the elder madam's sudden change in attitude. The shift in his uncle's sentiments did not sadden him. Rather, it was a reflection of human nature. Yet, hearing his mother's weeping pierced his heart with profound pain. He could not die. What would become of his mother? What would happen to his wife? Over the past few days, he had fully accepted Yu Yuanjing as his wife and felt deep remorse for her. Yet, all was beyond his control. He was powerless to alter his fate. Gathering his focus, he attempted to move his hand, to convey that he was aware, but the 2 grieving women remained oblivious to his struggle. After a time, the princess found solace in the release of her emotions, feeling much better. Then, with tender affection, she gazed at her son. Upon doing so, she was struck with astonishment.
Zhanger, look quickly.
Yu Yuanjing lowered her gaze and was equally taken aback. 2 tear trails had formed at the corners of Shangguan Ziki's eyes, cascading downward.
Zhanger, Ziki has cried. Ziki, can you hear your mother speaking? The princess exclaimed, embracing her son tightly, Ziki.
As she shook him gently, her tears flowed, a mixture of sorrow and exhilaration. Yet, apart from those 2 trails of tears, there was no other sign from her son. Yu Yuanzhang, too, felt a surge of excitement, astonished that even a single release of pent-up blood could yield such an effect. That he could shed tears indicated his awareness of the world beyond. How wonderful! Mother, today I made the right decision by bringing the eldest son out. I thought that exposure to familiar surroundings might stimulate him, and it truly worked, Yu Yuanjing offered as an explanation. Zhanger, is it possible Ziki might awaken? The princess implored, her eyes filled with hope.
Certainly, mother, Yu Yuanzhang replied, though her heart was not as certain. Still, she wished to provide the princess with a glimmer of hope. Mother, with the second son newly appointed as the heir, the eldest son has a chance for recovery, which may attract unwarranted trouble. Therefore, we must keep Ziki's tears a secret, she advised. You are correct, the princess understood immediately. At that moment, the hall was devoid of servants, as the prince had kept them out during the serious discussions. After much effort in sending off several uncles, Shangguan Zishu and Yu Chaoyang returned to the study house, burdened with a somewhat heavy iron chest. Upon entering the room, they promptly dismissed all attending servants to the courtyard. Heir, Yu Chaoyang exclaimed, brimming with delight as he called out the newly minted title. Heir consort. Haha, Shangguan Zishu laughed heartily, lifting Yu Chaoyang and spinning around several times within the room. They reveled in their new titles, their spirits soaring as if they had just achieved the highest honor. Heir, do you now believe what I told you? Yu Chaoyang beamed, nearly bursting with joy. I do. What you said about my brother dying in 6 months must certainly be true, Shangguan Zishu replied. Of course, Yu Chaoyang affirmed confidently. Then, dear sister-in-law, there is no need to mistreat her, lest we draw the displeasure of mother and father. We must simply fulfill our roles as heir and heir consort without causing further trouble, otherwise, father will be disappointed in me as his heir. Father has no other sons but you. Could he possibly have other options? There are, Shangguan Zishu replied cryptically. Chapter 31. Unable to open what? Yu Chaoyang exclaimed in disbelief. If the heir truly cannot bear the weight of responsibility, the clan will insist that father choose another successor for training. Even the emperor would advocate for this. The century-old legacy of the Shangguan family must not be jeopardized by an incapable heir. She had thought that attaining the position of heir would ensure everything was settled. Little did she realize that even the emperor had his eyes on the heir of the royal household. Is it because of this iron box? Yu Chaoyang snapped back to reality, suddenly considering this possibility. Precisely, it is indeed because of this iron box. Its significance is tied to the stability of the entire Dewei. The northern Kanglan kingdom and the southwestern Nanshu kingdom both regard this iron box with trepidation, fearing that someone from Dewei might unlock it. Oh? Why is that? Yu Chaoyang felt even more perplexed. In her previous life, she had never laid eyes on this iron box, nor was it presented to the heir today. It was given only after the heir's marriage. Later, she learned that this iron box held great importance for the royal household, with many desiring to unlock it, yet none succeeded until her demise. In this life, due to her marriage change, the position of heir in this iron box were bestowed upon the heir on the same day. The contents of this iron box have the power to intimidate both kingdoms. What lies within, I do not know. This iron box was left behind by the third generation Rong Wang and his consort, along with a testament that the descendants of the Shangguan family must safeguard it. It can only be opened by a fated individual, and that individual must belong to the Shangguan family. It must never fall into the hands of another nation. Shangguan Zishu explained, yet, Yu Chaoyang remained utterly baffled, unaware of what it contained, but recognizing its immense significance. If it cannot be opened, then what use is it? Indeed. However, other nations are unaware of when we might unlock it. Should they initiate war just as we manage to open it, Dewei could triumph with the contents of the iron box. Hence, for so many years, minor skirmishes have occurred among the three kingdoms, yet large-scale wars have not erupted. Let us try to see if we can open it now. Yu Chaoyang expressed her excitement. Just as they were preparing to experiment, the two elder matriarchs and concubine Luo arrived. We pay our respects to the two elder matriarchs and concubine mother. The two immediately bowed in greeting. Zishu, from this wonderful, grandmother has long awaited this day, and it has finally come to fruition. The elder matriarch smiled warmly, referring to herself as grandmother. She had done so countless times, and everyone had grown accustomed to it, never pointing out that her self-reference was somewhat improper. Yet, Shangguan Zishu would never dare to address her as such directly. My son is now the heir. It is a testament to the hard work of concubine mother who has raised you all these years. Concubine Luo spoke, tears welling in her eyes. Her suffering was known only to her years ago. She had entered the royal household through dubious means and had never received an ounce of affection from the Lord. Had it not been for her son, she could hardly imagine how she would have survived. This bitter cup she had drunk for 19 long years. At least the Lord acknowledged this son, and now he had bestowed upon him such an important position as heir. She felt both joy and excitement. What did it matter if the princess was the legitimate mistress? In the future, it would still be her son's face that would dictate their fortunes. With this thought, her heart felt triumphant. On such a joyous occasion, why are you crying? If you must weep, do so outside. The elder matriarch reprimanded. Matriarch, I am merely overwhelmed with joy, tears of ecstasy. Concubine Luo quickly took out a handkerchief to dry her eyes. From now on, study diligently alongside your father. Do not bring shame upon the royal household. Do your utmost to unlock this iron box. Whoever succeeds in opening it shall be a benefactor to the Shangguan family, even a hero of Dewei. The elder matriarch gazed at the iron box still resting on the table. We were just about to try. Previously, this object lay in Father's study, and my elder brother has attempted to open it countless times without success. We do not know if we possess the fortune to succeed. Shangguan Zishu lacked confidence. Generations had failed, he could not be sure of his own capability, yet he feared that the elder matriarch and concubine mother had set their expectations too high. Our heir is the most intelligent. He will undoubtedly succeed. The elder matriarch encouraged, the four of them sat together and began to examine it. The box was a perfect cube, fitting together seamlessly. At first glance, it appeared to be a single entity. At the top, there was a painted image of a blooming red plum blossom. The front featured a raised area, small as a pinky finger but 4 inches long, yet there was no actual lock, just a series of small depressions. Beneath each depression lay a tiny wheel, surrounded by teeth. Had Yu Yuanzhang been present, he would have immediately recognized it as a combination lock. However, none of the four were familiar with it. There is no lock. How do we open it? Yu Chaoyang queried, puzzled. The others had seen it before, only she had not. This is called a combination lock. You must rotate these small wheels, each turn reveals a number. Only when the correct sequence is achieved can it be opened, yet, for many years, no one has succeeded in setting the combination correctly. There are a total of 14 digits. How many combinations could that entail? The possibilities are astronomical. Yu Chaoyang felt her shoulders sag at the thought of such a daunting number. Even if they turned the wheels day in and day out, she could not fathom how many years it would take. The initial fervor she felt was swiftly extinguished. However, perhaps luck would be on her side. Maybe a random number would happen to be the correct combination. Yu Chaoyang moved the box in front of her and began to turn the wheels. She tried a random number, but it elicited no response. She tried another, yet still, nothing. After attempting dozens of numbers with no reaction, Shangguan Zishu took a turn, but he too met with silence. The elder matriarch, seeing that the two young ones had spent a considerable time without success, decided to give it a try herself. Previously, she had only seen it in the late lord's study, and had never manipulated it herself. Today, being so close for the first time in all her years since entering the royal household, she was filled with anticipation. Yet, after trying several numbers, she met with the same lack of response. Concubine Luo, equally curious, also attempted to unlock it, but to no avail. The initial excitement had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Enough, this is not something that can be opened in a moment. Generations have failed to unlock it. You have only just acquired it today and are unfamiliar with it. Do not lose heart, continue to try, and perhaps one day you will succeed. The elder matriarch consoled. Yes, we shall continue to try. Zishu, you are now the heir. Do remember to support your second uncle. He has cared for you greatly over the years, and your brother Zifeng should also have responsibilities. He is half a year older than you. She did not care much for whether the box could be opened. The crucial matter was that the position of heir had passed to Zishu, and from henceforth, he would be the Rong Wang Yi. That was her greatest wish. Heir, cannot we simply smash it open? Or use another tool to pry it open? Yu Chaoyang, having turned several more numbers, grew increasingly impatient. We cannot. Why not? Yu Chaoyang did not understand. After all, it merely contained something. As long as they could retrieve it, what did it matter? Chapter 32 Follow-up appointment. Because there are mechanisms inside, if one were to forcefully open it, everything inside would be destroyed. This knowledge has been passed down through generations. Both the Suphan family and the royal family are well aware of it. I see. Our ancestors truly left behind something utterly useless for their descendants, guarding an item that cannot be opened. Yu Chaoyang, being the cherished eldest daughter of the family, had always been doted upon. Even after one lifetime, her temper remained quite formidable. From then on, the couple would randomly manipulate the numbers whenever they had a moment to spare. The next day marked the 5th day of Yu Yuanzhang's arrangement with the Jin family. Early in the morning, she again sought permission from the princess to step out. Using the pretext of business affairs, the princess did not oppose Yu Yuanzhang's request in the least. Having seen her son in tears yesterday brought her joy for the entire afternoon. It was the first sign of reaction she had witnessed from him in months. This change had only come about after marrying his wife. She now regarded her daughter-in-law as a talisman of good fortune for her son, hence, any request from her was met with compliance. Yu Yuanzhang departed with her 4 attendants, returning to the small shop on Minnal Street. A plaque now hung on the door. Shiritang. Greetings, master. An elderly man in his 50s emerged to greet them, appearing quite robust. Madam, this is Lin Haud, who has been brought in to oversee the shop. He is a solitary man, with no ties to anyone. Previously, he worked as a coachman for a wealthy merchant and has never married or fathered children. After a mishap while driving, he was sold by his employer. He is known to be honest and straightforward, not a cunning individual, Chun Lei introduced. Understood. Lin Bo, this shop belongs to the eldest madam, but you must not disclose this to outsiders. From now on, say that it is rented by a divine physician surnamed Zhang. You, too, are merely a temporary hire brought in to oversee the shop. If anyone inquires further, you must profess ignorance. Do you understand? Chun Lei instructed. Yes, I understand. Lin Haud bowed deeply. The group entered the shop. Several brand new counters were arranged against the walls, and the interior had already been tidied up. The 2 rooms in the back could accommodate people, and even the small kitchen was functional. Lin Haud would reside in the back. Zhanghua, Ziyu, let us prepare a few more kinds of medicinal pills to display on the counters, Yu Yuanzhang said with satisfaction. But, miss, this location generally does not attract buyers. Not to worry, it is merely for appearance's sake. Once my reputation is established, who knows, perhaps people will flock to purchase them. The group reassembled in the back courtyard, reverting to their arrangements from 5 days prior. Today, the horse-drawn carriage driven by Chun Lei and Xiaoyu bore no identifying marks, ensuring no one would immediately recognize it as belonging to the royal family. Upon arriving at the Jin residence, they found that Lord Jin had already arranged for someone to await them at the entrance. As soon as they arrived, the attendant warmly greeted them. They proceeded to the courtyard where the elderly Lord Jean resided. At that moment, the patient was basking in the sun, obediently wearing a mask as per Yu Yuanzhang's instructions. Ah, the little divine physician has arrived. Upon seeing Yu Yuanzhang, Lord Jean took the initiative to greet her. Greetings, Lord Jean. Today, you seem to be in much better spirits compared to our last meeting, Yu Yuanzhang replied, her face concealed by a mask. Indeed, I have encountered a divine physician who has come to my aid. It seems heaven has not forsaken me. Cough cough. After speaking, he coughed a few times, but it was a marked improvement from the incessant coughing he exhibited 5 days prior. His voice was now much clearer, no longer resembling a broken wind box. From Lord Jean's tone, it was evident that he was filled with hope, shedding the demeanor of a man on the brink of death. As before, Yu Yuanzhang proceeded with acupuncture, but this time, she opted for gua sha instead of cupping. She continued until the patient's chest and back bore the marks of blood, a sight that appeared quite alarming. However, the patient felt as though he had been thoroughly refreshed, his body significantly lighter. At that moment, Lord Jean was called back by a servant from his household. Zhangshini, Lord Jean addressed her, not in arrogance but with a humble demeanor. There is no need for excessive courtesies, Lord Jean. The symptoms of the elderly lord have been considerably mitigated, and he is now able to sleep soundly at night. However, this does not mean he has fully recovered, he merely feels more at ease. The previous prescription is no longer required, as I have prepared a new remedy that is more suitable for him, which requires no decoction and is quite convenient. Yu Yuanzhang handed 2 porcelain vials to the attending servant. Take 3 doses daily, 5 pills each time. Thank you, divine physician. Very well, these 2 vials will suffice for 6 days. Once they are finished, Lord Jean may send someone to fetch more from a small shop named Shiritang on Middle Street. After providing her instructions, she was then invited to attend to the second young master of the Jean household. The child's condition had been brought under control, displaying a strong vitality. With the correct medication, his symptoms had been suppressed, and he no longer had a fever. Yu Yuanzhang adjusted the prescription for the child to continue his treatment. Zhangshini, may we converse in the study? Jean Lin extended the invitation once Yu Yuanzhang had completed her tasks. Certainly. The two made their way to the study in the outer courtyard and took their seats. Zhangshini, all members of the Jean household are currently taking the medicine you prescribed. You are indeed a benefactor to our family, please accept this token of our gratitude. Jean Lin pushed a silver note across the table towards Yu Yuanzhang. Lord Jean, I have already stated that I cannot accept. Yu Yuanzhang resolutely returned the silver note. Then might I inquire what you seek from our Jean household? Having been in the officialdom for many years, Jean Lin understood well that no favor comes without a price. Without a clear request from her, he felt uncertain, concerned that her demands might be beyond what the Jean family could fulfill, rendering their acceptance of her kindness inappropriate. Acceptance of money implies a transaction, while refusal signifies a favor. Lord Jean, there is no need for you to be anxious. I indeed have a request, it pertains to the elderly Lord Jean, as I wish to ask him to accept 2 students. Yu Yuanzhang revealed her intent. Is it really that simple? Jean Lin was taken aback by the straightforwardness of her request. Yes, after all, it would seem unfair otherwise. What? Jean Lin was astonished to learn it was Yu Yun, utterly unexpected. What is your relationship with them? After regaining his composure, Jean Lin probed further. The nature of my relationship with him is not something you need to inquire into, Lord Jean. May I know if you can make a decision on behalf of your father at this moment? Since she had already broached the subject, Yu Yuanzhang was eager to ascertain his stance. Please wait a moment. I shall consult my father right away. Jean Lin, indeed, could not make that decision unilaterally. He left Yu Yuanzhang in the study and hurried away. Approximately half an hour later, he returned. Well? Yu Yuanzhang awaited with anticipation. My father stated that he is not familiar with the second master Yu Yuanzhang felt no disappointment upon hearing this, it merely indicated that the elderly Lord Jean was very responsible regarding his students, not one to act without principle, truly, a man of high caliber from the Hanlin Academy. Very well. Thank you, Lord Jean, for this opportunity. Yu Yuanzhang took her leave, agreeing to return for a follow-up in 10 days. The quartet returned to Shiritang, changing back into their original attire. They discreetly exited through the back alley, drawing no attention. Having secured the elderly Lord Jin's approval, Yu Yuanzhang made her way directly to her family home. This was her second visit since the second branch had moved on the day she returned to her maternal home. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices from within. Chapter 33. Good news, have you seen the esteemed great-aunt? As soon as the doorman caught sight of Yu Yuanzhang descending from the carriage, he promptly approached to greet her. Uncle Zhao, what has transpired? The doorman, Zhao Changshang, was indeed a dowry brought by the second madam from her family, and he was also the husband of Granny He from the second madam's courtyard. It's nothing significant, Uncle Zhao hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. Noticing his reluctance, Yu Yuanzhang understood that he felt awkward. She hurried inside, taking 2 steps at a time. Of this residence, although described as a 3-entry layout, was not particularly large. However, it sufficed for their second house family. Passing through the outer courtyard and entering the main courtyard, she observed her mother standing at the entrance of the main hall, preparing to punish a maid. Second madam, I was wrong. I shall not dare to repeat my mistake. I beseech you to spare me this time. I promise to be diligent in my duties from now on and will never entertain any improper thoughts again, a kneeling maid pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Strike her, Zhao Yuejia commanded curtly, not wishing to elaborate. Granny, he stepped forward to direct two matrons in restraining the maid on a bench, and the sound of the rod began to echo through the air. Yu Yuanzhang had never witnessed her mother's fury to such an extent. As the crack of the rod resonated, she did not rush forward but waited until 30 strikes had concluded before revealing herself from behind a pillar. Zhanger, what brings you back at this hour? Zhao Yuejiao's face instantly transformed into a smile upon seeing her daughter. Mother, I missed you, so I returned, Yu Yuanzhang replied, striding over to assist Zhao Yuejiao as she seated herself in the hall. What has happened? Yu Yuanzhang inquired, casting a glance at the maid who lay unconscious on the bench. She recognized her. She was the head maid serving her mother, a girl born into the family. The maids who accompanied her mother as dowry had long since aged and married off, while those currently serving Zhao Yuejia were later selections from the family. Sigh, ever since the division of the household, her ambitions have grown. She actually dared to seduce your father, hoping to become a concubine. Zhao Yuejiao expressed her indignation. What? Yu Yuanzhang was taken aback by this revelation. No wonder her mother was so enraged. Back in the duke's residence, she still had hopes of becoming a managing matron, which kept her ambitions in check. But now that we have divided the household, with only 18 servants remaining, she feels there is no future for her and has turned her sights on your father. Zhao Yuejiao spoke bitterly about this troubling matter. Then let us sell her off, Yu Yuanzhang declared, her disdain for such women evident. Ah, considering she has served me, let us give her a beating and send her back to the duke's residence. Let her own mother deal with her. I doubt your aunt will let her off easily, Zhao Yuejiao replied, unwilling to take matters to the extreme. After all, they had just divided the household, and with so few servants, excessive measures could provoke discontent among the others. By showing some leniency, the remaining servants would likely remain more loyal. In the future, as you manage the household, you must maintain a balance. It will earn their loyalty rather than relying solely on strictness. Zhao Yuejia took this opportunity to impart wisdom to her daughter. Previously, she had not been the head matron in the duke's residence and had often subdued her own desires to ensure a better life for the second house. Now, having established her own household, her approach naturally differed. Your daughter has learned well, Yu Yuanzhang remarked, surprised to see how her mother had changed since the division. Truly, being from a merchant family, she possessed great managerial acumen. Her 6 dowry shops were all thriving under her meticulous management, each yielding profits, albeit modest, which was no small feat. And father, she inquired, noting her mother's anger had not drawn her father into the fray. He and your brother are studying in the study, while your sister has gone to play at a neighbor's house, where there happens to be a girl of similar age with whom she gets along splendidly. Then I shall first seek out father to discuss a matter. I wish to have lunch at home, Yu Yuanzhang stated, prioritizing her business. Very well, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare your favorite flaky pastries. Upon arriving at the outer courtyard study, before even entering, she called out loudly, Father, elder brother, I have returned. The two engrossed in their studies immediately set down their books upon hearing Yu Yuanzhang's voice and opened the door. Elder sister has returned. Yu Qingfeng exclaimed with delight. The past 10 days had been quite pleasant for him, as their family had distanced itself from the main house, freeing him from the need to appease others. Dai in the duke's residence, he had to pay respects to the elderly matriarch every day, facing her cold demeanor. Even the servants in her courtyard treated him with disdain. That he had long grown weary of such a life, and now, thanks to his elder sister, he had finally escaped. To him, she was nothing short of a hero. Yu Yuanzhang patted her younger brother's shoulder. The 14-year-old boy had already surpassed the 16-year-old girl in height. The three entered the room and settled down. Father, is there to be a provincial examination this autumn? Yu Yuanzhang directly inquired about the matter at hand. Indeed, I am considering registering to take the exam. Your brother is also preparing for the county examination, so we have been diligent in our studies, striving to both succeed, Yu Yunji explained, yet a trace of melancholy lingered in his tone. He had studied this earnestly in a long time. For many years, although he had read and learned, he had known he had no opportunity to participate in the imperial examinations, which had diminished his drive for systematic study. Father, what was your performance when you took the scholar's examination? At this question, Yu Yunji fell into reminiscence. It had been over a decade ago when he was merely 16, having passed the scholar's examination with high marks. His teacher praised him as a promising talent, suggesting that should he continue his studies, passing the highest imperial examinations would be a certainty. Unfortunately, his stepmother had not allowed him to pursue further studies, hastily arranging for him to take on other responsibilities. Their father had even quarreled with her over this, yet he could not secure an opportunity for his son. Eventually, he learned that his stepmother had threatened to take her own life if he continued his education, revealing the depths of her animosity toward his biological mother. For the sake of familial harmony, he had relinquished his aspirations, resigning himself to the role of his brother's assistant, managing the household's trivial matters. Nevertheless, he loved books and would purchase any he fancied whenever he had a bit of money. Observing her father's distant expression, Yu Yuanzhang understood he was recalling painful memories. After a considerable pause, Yu Yunji emerged from his reverie, his eyes tinged with red and his nose tingling with emotion. At that time, I ranked first. His voice, tinged with bitterness, evoked an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Father, I have come today bearing good news. To alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, Yu Yuanzhang wasted no time in revealing her purpose. Oh? What good news? Yu Yunji inquired with curiosity.
The esteemed Grand Scholar Jin is willing to assess your and your brother's knowledge. If you impress him, he is prepared to take you both as his students, Yu Yuanzhang said with a smile.
What did you say?
Yu Yunji could scarcely believe it. Given his status and circumstances, how could he possibly catch the eye of Grand Scholar Jin? While the Grand Scholar did accept students from humble backgrounds, they were typically exceptional talents from various regions seeking education, and such acceptance would not entangle him in familial conflicts. If he were accepted, it would mean standing against the current Duke Yong, and everyone in the capital was well aware of their family's affairs, yet no one cared about the future of a mere illegitimate son. Families openly and covertly suppressed the prospects of illegitimate children, for the sake of family, which father would not turn a blind eye. Yu Yuanzhang nodded affirmatively.
However, I hear that Grand Scholar Jin is gravely ill. I have heard he suffers from a severe cough, a condition that can be contagious. Yu Yunji recalled another matter, suppressing his excitement. Many were already aware of this. Before the division, he had overheard his elder brother mention it. Chapter 34. The eldest son shows signs of recovery. Father, a decade ago, I once extended my hand to a small beggar. He has now matured and acquired a wealth of medical knowledge. A few days ago, upon arriving in the capital, he sought me out to express his gratitude. He is capable of treating my husband's ailment and can also aid Lord Jin, so I seized the opportunity to have him facilitate this connection. Yu Yuanzhang fabricated a tale. At this moment, she preferred to keep her identity as the miraculous physician concealed from her family, while the two maidservants could concoct a falsehood without much trouble. Given their constant companionship, deceiving her closest kin would be far more challenging. Should her reputation become widely known, the ensuing inquiries from relatives would undoubtedly trouble her father. Is that truly the case?
Yu Yunji was taken aback. His daughter had forged such a fortuitous bond, one that now benefited him as her father.
Indeed. Splendid.
With Lord Jin's guidance, I am certain I shall succeed in the imperial examinations. You cannot fathom how esteemed Lord Jin is in the literary realm. Countless individuals yearn for his counsel but seldom receive the opportunity. Had it not been for his illness, the emperor would never have permitted his retirement. He is a sage. Yu Yunji paced the room, striving to calm his wildly racing heart.
Dear sister, may I also become a disciple of Lord Jin? Yu Qingsheng exclaimed joyfully.
Yet, he quickly fell into despondency, as he had yet to even attain the title of a scholar. Of course, provided you pass his assessments. So, gather your thoughts and prepare some nourishing gifts to present when you visit tomorrow. But remember, wear a mask and maintain a distance of at least 5 feet from Lord Jin. Yes, both father and son replied in unison. Yu Yuanzhang relished a delightful lunch at her family home, then ventured to Baichao Hall to procure some medicinal herbs, for she was to prepare another medicinal bath for the eldest son that evening. She also planned to concoct more pills. The previous ones made for Lord Jin had not been coated in beeswax, granting them a mere 10-day shelf life. Now, she intended to create some for sale, necessitating the beeswax coating to preserve their efficacy for an extended period. After contemplating which remedies would be favored by the affluent, she decided to focus on those first. Her dowry was modest. The two shops earned a maximum of 500 taels of silver monthly, barely yielding a modest profit. The funds from the Wang residence merely provided her with a monthly interest payment. According to old Madame Yi, the heir received 100 taels monthly, while the heir's wife received 80. Now that they had lost their titles, they could only claim 50 taels each month, totaling a mere 100 taels. This was still a privilege afforded to the eldest son due to his status as the legitimate heir. Any additional expenses would require the consent of the princess, and significant expenditures would necessitate the approval of the prince. As they had yet to separate households, the elder matriarch would undoubtedly keep a vigilant eye on her. Any unreasonable actions on her part would result in repercussions. After much consideration, it became clear that possessing her own wealth was paramount. That evening, Yu Yuanzhang, accompanied by 3 guards, administered another medicinal bath and bloodletting to the eldest son. After tidying up, they laid him back on the bed. Qingfeng and Mingyue helped the young master dress and change his diaper, inadvertently brushing against his intimate area. To their astonishment, they witnessed a miraculous sight. The eldest son's members stood erect. The 2 young servants, being men themselves, immediately understood the implications. They were transfixed, their eyes wide with shock, having never witnessed such a phenomenon in all their time serving the young master. Their hearts soared with joy at this unexpected development. The young mistress was a lady, and they felt it improper to discuss this matter directly with her. They felt compelled to inform the prince, but Yu Yuanzhang remained oblivious. As the 2 young servants tended to the eldest son's clothing, she excused herself from the room. Once everything was in order, the pair stepped outside to take the night watch. The following morning, upon hearing that the prince had risen, the 2 young servants rushed to him. Your Highness, we bear good news.
Qingfeng exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the prince. Your Highness, may we speak in the study?
Qingfeng felt it prudent to keep this matter confidential. The group proceeded to the front courtyard. Speak, the prince commanded, his gaze fixed on the 2 visibly elated young servants. Your Highness, while attending to the eldest son last night, we discovered that he has shown signs of response, Mingyue declared, unable to contain his excitement.
Oh? Has Ziki awakened? The prince leaned forward, eager for confirmation.
Your Highness, the eldest son has not awakened. Rather, there was a reaction from his member. Mingyue hesitated to articulate but gestured toward his own groin.
The prince, being a man, understood immediately.
Is that true? Splendid. The young mistress's decision to halt the treatment was indeed wise, he exclaimed, thumping the armrest of his chair in delight. The 2 young servants, however, held a different opinion. They were well aware that this outcome was a direct result of the young mistress's treatment. From that moment on, they held her medical skills in the highest esteem. Very well, keep this matter confidential for the time being. The prince made an immediate decision. The title of heir had only just been conferred upon Zishu. It was not the right moment to announce any signs of improvement in Zikia's condition. In a buoyant mood, the prince attended court that day, while the two young servants returned to their quarters to rest. Yu Yuanzhang, having gone to bed late, had requested leave from the princess and need not attend morning greetings. After a refreshing sleep, she awoke to find Yuanshan and Jinzue waiting outside. However, as the young mistress had not yet risen, they hesitated to urge her. They understood that she had treated the eldest son late into the night. Habitually, Yu Yuanzhang prepared to change the diaper of Shangguan Ziki. Given her unmarried status in her previous life, she had always felt shy about directly observing a man's intimate area. Typically, she would simply pull it off and discard it. However, today she sensed some resistance while pulling it away. Out of curiosity, and with no one else present, she lifted the blanket to investigate. What did she see? She rubbed her eyes and looked again, devoid of any embarrassment. At this moment, she was simply a physician, examining her patient's condition. Could it be? Reflecting back, she realized that in the past several days of sharing a bed, she had never witnessed such a sight nor felt any indication of it. Lowering the blanket, she noticed a pronounced bulge at that spot. It was unmistakably evident. Splendid, he would undoubtedly survive the next 6 months. Even physiological responses were manifesting now. But Yu Chaiyang's predictions would surely fall flat, and she wondered how he would react when the eldest son remained alive in 6 months. Rising with a cheerful spirit, she completed her morning routine and enjoyed a slightly delayed breakfast before taking the two maidservants to visit the princess's courtyard. Their relationship was thriving. In Yu Yuanzhang's mind, they were akin to peers though their education differed. She admired the princess's refined demeanor. Spending more time with her might cultivate her own elegance, perhaps even tempering her previous disposition to better adapt to life in a traditional household. However, upon entering the Honghao courtyard, she was met with the sounds of many voices in the hall, indicating that guests had arrived. Chapter 35. Seeking betrothal gifts from the princess. Yu Yuanzhang briskly entered the main hall and beheld a circle of women seated. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to the empress mother, the two esteemed matriarchs, the second aunt, the concubine mother, and the elder and younger aunts. She greeted each in turn. To her surprise, the two aunts from the adjoining room had also arrived. However, she refrained from addressing Yu Chayan. Although she now held the title of the heir's consort, Yu Chayan remained her sister-in-law, and the hierarchy of age could not be altered. A mere nod would suffice. Yu Chayan likewise did not initiate any greeting, and the two appeared to be engaged in a silent contest. Empress Mother, why is it so lively today? Yu Yuanzhang inquired as she positioned herself. Though the duke may not rival our royal house, he is nonetheless of noble lineage, and as a legitimate daughter, the betrothal gifts must not be meager. Second Madame Miao Luoying continued her earlier unfinished statement. Zifeng is the child of the second house, and as his biological mother, the amount of betrothal gifts is entirely at your discretion. What is due from the public treasury shall not be diminished, the princess replied calmly, embodying a demeanor of official business. Princess, our second house is indeed constrained financially. I implore you to discuss with the prince the possibility of allocating more from the public treasury. Miao Luoying feigned a pitiful expression. She desired to provide her son with a respectable marriage and could not allow him to suffer any indignity in this regard. It is well understood that a substantial betrothal gift from the groom's side would encourage a correspondingly generous dowry from the bride's family. However, their second house was truly struggling. Though they managed a few shops, it was insufficient to support their patriarch's indulgences. Each month, she found herself devising ways to extract additional funds from the public treasury to sustain the household's expenses. Sister-in-law, if I were to allocate more for Zifeng, would that not necessitate a similar increase for the other sons of the second house? In that case, would not the children of the third house also be entitled to equal treatment? Furthermore, should not the children of Hongxiang and Hongyun also receive additional support? The princess cast a sweeping glance at the gathered sisters-in-law. The presence of the other two today was undoubtedly to witness how she would resolve this matter. Should she acquiesce today, they would surely use this precedent to demand greater betrothal gifts for their own children in the future. Princess, Zifeng is the legitimate eldest son of the second house, and moreover, Hongchen is the prince's own younger brother. As I am not only the prince's concubine but also his maternal aunt, how can this relationship be equated with that of the other three houses? The two esteemed matriarchs spoke coldly. Her son and grandson shared a closer bond with the eldest house, making any comparison with the other houses untenable. Esteemed matriarch, if you were to preside over this household, would you not show blatant partiality? The princess retorted. This matter cannot solely be settled by a woman. It must be referred to the prince. I refuse to believe the prince would be as miserly as you suggest. How could the illustrious Rong Wangfu, in the pursuit of a daughter-in-law, allow itself to appear so impoverished? A diminished betrothal gift would not only tarnish the reputation of the Rong Wangfu but also that of the second house. The elderly matriarch attempted to leverage the authority of the prince, infuriating the princess to the point of wanting to disregard all decorum. Sister-in-law, I must advise you to manage your husband better and have him take fewer concubines. That way, the expenses of the second house would naturally decrease. You feign generosity and nobility while foolishly offering your own dowry to support his indulgences. It is precisely your excessive kindness that has spoiled the second brother, rendering him more reckless. The princess chastised without reservation. Princess, I am powerless in this situation. Woe is me. Miao Luoying began to weep sorrowfully at this topic. Her family lacked prominence, and within her husband's household, she held no position of authority, unable to govern her husband. The man she married had a penchant for beauty, and over the years, he had taken no fewer than 10 concubines. Were it not for her intervention, the number would have been even greater. Who does not require money, who does not need to eat? Moreover, those who bore children incurred even greater expenses. The second house had but a few shops and no other assets. She was at a loss. Men only know how to spend money, oblivious to the art of earning it. Why do you weep? You are turning a joyous occasion into a lamentable affair, the elderly matriarch scolded, tapping her cane sharply against the floor. As a mother, she was acutely aware of her son's disposition, yet, now that he was grown, she could no longer exert control, otherwise, he would not have taken such a daughter-in-law of disrepute. She had hoped that with marriage, her son would settle down, yet he had only become more unruly. Thus, she dared not separate from the royal household, clinging to it for as long as possible. The second madam, chastised by her mother-in-law, dared not even cry, suppressing her sobs. Empress Mother, the second uncle's family is indeed in dire straits. For the sake of the royal household's reputation, I believe we should allocate a bit more. Otherwise, others may claim our royal household is impoverished, and who would wish to marry their daughter into the royal family in the future. At this moment, Yu Chaoyang also voiced her counsel, prompting the princess to cast her a few glances. As the heir's consort, she was destined to be the future princess, and the management of this household would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. Her words carried more weight than even the elderly matriarchs. The two aunts' eyes brightened. Should this matter be resolved favorably today, they would undoubtedly welcome it, as it would pave the way for their own sons to make similar demands in the future. Princess Zifeng's marriage cannot be treated lightly. If he fails to set a proper example, it will adversely affect the prospects of future unions between our two houses, Xiao Jirua added, she being the wife of the distant cousin, Shangwan Hongxiang. Indeed, Princess, the reputation of our royal household is of utmost importance. After all, we are the Iron Hat Prince, Xin Miaoyi chimed in, being the wife of another distant cousin, Shangwan Hongyun. Her son was of an age comparable to Zifeng, and it was only fitting that Zifeng's marriage would subsequently concern her son as well. Although they hailed from a distant branch, they were nonetheless the direct descendants of the late prince and shared a close kinship with the royal household. Do you all wish for me to allocate more? Have you considered how many children Zifeng's generation comprises? Our eldest house has the fewest, with only 2. The second house boasts 4 sons and 3 daughters. Jirua's household has 4 children, while Miaoyi's currently has 3. If all are to be funded from the public treasury, will there be anything left for the royal household? We might as well divide it equally among each house and refrain from drawing from the public treasury in the future. Each family shall manage its own affairs, the princess coldly inquired. The room fell silent once more. They certainly wished to partake in the division, but that was simply not feasible. The royal household was of the legitimate line, long entrusted with the management of the public treasury, serving as the backbone of the entire Shangwan clan. The clan members were not limited to just the 5 branches of the legitimate line, there were numerous other clan members as well, who each year received benefits from the public treasury. Should division occur, how could those clan members possibly agree? The clan elders would surely be incensed. What nonsense is this? It is merely a matter of offering a bit more in betrothal gifts, and you speak of it so gravely, the elderly matriarch muttered, albeit in a loud voice. Just then, a maid entered to report, Princess, the prince has returned. As her words fell, the prince strode into the room with great strides. Everyone rose to pay their respects. Why is everyone gathered here so uniformly? Have you come to pay your respects to the princess? The prince's cold gaze swept over the assembly. Your Highness, the elderly matriarch and sisters-in-law have come to discuss Zifeng's marriage. The second house is unable to provide a suitable betrothal gift and requests assistance from the public treasury. What is your opinion? The princess succinctly explained. Chapter 36. The generous prince. At that moment, the second master, Suoguan Hongchen, entered the room. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law. Oh, I see both my younger sisters are here as well. Strangely, he did not greet his own mother. He seldom addressed her in public, preferring to refer to her as the side consort, even though the second matron was not the old prince's concubine, merely a secondary wife. Calling her concubine felt too demeaning, and the second matron was not fond of it either. Over time, in such gatherings, they had developed a tacit understanding. Silence. Privately, he would address her as mother consort. If unavoidable, he would reluctantly call her the second matron. Those women have not caused any trouble. Are you spouting nonsense before elder sister-in-law? Just wait, I shall deal with you when we return. The second master could not bear to part with his favored concubines. Unable to retort to the prince, he vented his frustration on his wife, a classic case of bullying within the home. My lord, I merely came to request additional betrothal gifts from the princess. In 10 days, it will be Zifeng's engagement day, yet we have only 18 sets of gifts, which is far from presentable. Miao Luoying spoke, tears welling in her eyes. You are 39 years old and have achieved nothing thus far. How shameful for a descendant of the Suoguan family. If you continue down this path of folly, do not dare to claim you are the second master of the Rong Wangfu when you step outside. I am already embarrassed to show my face. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the military, where General Wang will assign you a task in the armory. The prince chastised. How can that be? Elder brother, you see my frail frame, I am no fit for such labor. The second master protested, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The task in the armory was both grueling and filthy, requiring him to reside in the barracks, returning home only once every fortnight. This matter is not open to debate. You will accompany me tomorrow, otherwise, I shall send all the women in your household away.
The prince declared, his resolve as firm as iron. This younger brother had been spoiled by the second matron to the point of ineffectiveness. The second master wore an expression of despair, yet he dared not defy his elder brother, hoping to bide his time and evade the situation. My lord, regarding Zifeng's marriage, please make a decision. The marriage of the prince's kin is no trivial matter and cannot be so shabby. The royal family cannot afford such disgrace. With only 10 days until the engagement, we still lack a suitable betrothal gift. The second matron deftly steered the conversation back to its main point. The prince was well aware of the second household's plight. Despite his attempts to manage it, he found it fruitless, as the second sister-in-law was equally inept at sustaining the family, resulting in a chaotic existence. The prince surveyed the assembly. What say you, princess? The princess was taken aback by the inquiry. He was the head of the family. As long as the prince consented, she would comply without question. I shall naturally handle affairs impartially. We cannot favor one over another. The Suoguan family has more than just Zifeng as its offspring. Indeed, the princess is correct.
The prince concurred with her stance. Elder brother, but Zifeng is your own nephew, and the second matron is your aunt.
Can this relationship be treated as casually as others? The second master objected vehemently.
Humph, do you wish to assume the role of prince?
The prince's retort silenced any further protests.
My lord, the bride is a legitimate daughter of the Ningen Marquisate.
If our betrothal gift fails to impress, this marriage may be in jeopardy.
Xiao Zhirua stepped forward, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. She was also strategizing for her own son, who was a few months older than Zifeng. She had already made overtures but had yet to finalize the engagement. Waiting for Zifeng's outcome, she had long anticipated the second household's inability to produce an acceptable gift, hoping to obtain it from the princess instead. The second matroness choice to wait until just 10 days before the engagement to discuss this matter was undoubtedly a pressure tactic against the princess.
How much have you prepared in terms of betrothal gifts? The prince inquired.
Only 18 sets, Miao Luoying replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The prince felt a surge of frustration, wishing to strike someone. The second household had squandered their finances to the point of being unable to present a decent gift. Before the old prince passed, he had bequeathed 5 shops to the second household, fearing his second son would struggle in the future, while the second sister-in-law possessed 3 dowry shops. The third brother had not been granted such wealth. The prince sighed deeply. Zifeng has grown up under my watch. As his uncle, I shall personally contribute 10,000 taels from my private treasury to celebrate his marriage. However, starting next month, the second household's allowance will be reduced by 100 taels. The prince offered a large favor but tempered it with a stern reminder.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, princess. The second matron beamed with joy, bowing graciously to the two seated at the head.
The faces of the other 2 sisters-in-law darkened. The funds did not come from the public treasury, but rather from the princess' personal finances. This was a personal gesture, reflecting his sentiments. The marriage of their sons was a matter of goodwill. Whether he chose to give or not was entirely his prerogative. A reduction of 100 taels from their allowance meant that 10,000 taels would stretch to 100 months. Surely, it would not be long before the princess, caught between the second matron and the second wife, would end up compensating again. The two exchanged disappointed glances. For Zijin, I shall also provide 3,000 taels as a wedding gift, and for Zilu, another 3,000 taels. The prince continued. Suoguan Zijin was the eldest grandson from a side branch, and Suoguan Zilu was the eldest son of Suoguan Hongyun. Upon hearing that the prince would also provide for their sons, Xiao Zhirua and Shen Miaoi felt a surge of relief. Though the amount was less than what Zifeng received, at least it was better than nothing. The two stepped forward to express their gratitude. The princess' presence had resolved the princess's dilemma. The second household left in high spirits, while the side branches were not overly disappointed. As everyone dispersed, Yu Yuanzhang remained behind, having played a mere supporting role without uttering a word throughout the proceedings.
Princess, are you displeased with my handling of the matter?
The prince noticed her silence and felt a twinge of unease.
Not at all, my lord. You are the head of the family. You may spend your own money as you see fit. I would not dare voice an objection.
Very well, princess, do not be upset. I shall also provide for Ziki. He then produced a stack of silver notes from his robes and presented them to Yu Yuanzhang. She was taken aback. Such a boon, however, she hesitated to accept, glancing at the princess for guidance.
Since it is from the prince, you should accept it.
The princess, of course, would not be shy. Go to the market and procure some fine fabrics for Ziki and yourself to fashion some beautiful garments. Once the engagement is set, the wedding will not be far behind, and you must be presentable alongside the mother consort, not appearing too shabby. The princess took the silver notes from the prince and pressed them into Yu Yuanzhang's hands.
Thank you, father and mother consort. A radiant smile spread across Yu Yuanzhang's face. With the prince present, she felt shy to linger longer and bade her farewells. As she walked away, she counted the notes, astonished to find it amounted to 10,000 taels. Such easy money. Yu Yuanzhang's heart bubbled with joy. Upon returning to Chia courtyard, she discovered someone awaiting her. Chapter 37 The nourishing medicine for the kidneys. Mother, what brings you here? It was none other than Zhao Yuejia waiting for her.
Upon seeing her daughter, Zhao Shi smiled gently, for it was this daughter who had brought hope to their family. She never anticipated that her own flesh and blood possessed such depth of thought. Having disguised herself so well at her maternal home, she had even managed to deceive her own mother. Had it not been for her daughter's admission of pretense, Joshua might have doubted whether her daughter had been swapped at birth. I came to see you, and also to inform you that Lord Jean has agreed to accept your father and brother as his students. However, your brother will be tutored first, and once your father has passed the imperial examination, he will continue teaching your brother. Early that morning, Yu Yunji and his son had visited the Jean residence, and to their surprise, they were granted an audience with Lord Jean quite effortlessly. The three conversed from a distance of over 10 paces for a while, before undergoing Lord Jin's examination. Though the father and son were somewhat apprehensive, they managed to respond adequately. Subsequently, they received a positive affirmation on the spot. That's splendid. Upon hearing this news, Yu Yuanzhang was elated. On my way here, I heard that the princess was discussing matters with someone, so I refrained from visiting. May I now be taken to meet the princess? It had been over 10 days since her daughter had married into the royal family, yet the two families had yet to meet formally. Previously, when the princess had come to the Beau residence to propose, they had encountered each other, but their statuses had been different then, and the proposal had been for the second son, which had made their interaction rather distant. Very well, let us converse for a while longer before I escort you. The prince is currently in the main courtyard, replied Yu Yuanzhang, pulling her mother down to sit beside her. Did Lord Jean mention when he would commence lessons for father? Yu Yuanzhang was quite concerned about her father's studies, as time was of the essence. Lord Jin's health does not yet permit him to begin lessons, but he has provided your father with a clear direction for his studies. Your father treasures them as if they were precious gems. Lord Jean has also instructed your father to submit an essay every 5 days for his review. Speaking of this, Zhao Shi's smile radiated with joy. After all these years, today marked her happiest moment. Her husband had always been academically inclined, yet his prospects had been curtailed due to his illegitimate status. Now, hope had finally rekindled. Indeed, mother, the coming days will require your diligence as you must tend to the needs of both of them and ensure they remain diligent in their studies, Yu Yuanjing teased. This little hardship is nothing. As long as they have bright futures ahead, I would gladly endure any suffering, Zhao Shi replied. After conversing for a while, Zhao Shi expressed her desire to meet the heir, having yet to lay eyes on him. Yu Yuanzhang led her into the inner chamber. Upon seeing her son-in-law lying quietly on the bed, she could not hold back her tears. She had only ever seen the eldest son from a distance, and there was no chance for them to have crossed paths, as Shangguan Ziki would not have known Zhao Shi during his flourishing days. Yet now, he was her son-in-law. Mother, do not be sorrowful. Marrying the eldest son is indeed a fortunate circumstance. There is no need for rivalry or scheming. Even if he reaches the end of his journey, I will still be the grand lady of the royal household. Who would dare to mistreat me? Even if Yu Chaoyang is the princess consort, she must still refer to me as sister-in-law. Once the families are separated, I need only to live my own life well. The royal family will not cease to provide for my needs, and moreover, the prince treats us exceptionally well. Just earlier, he gifted me 1,000 taels in silver notes. As Yu Yuanjing spoke, she produced the still warm silver notes from her embrace to show her mother. Seeing her daughter's radiant smile, Zhao Shi found herself at a loss for words. The child was still too young to comprehend the solitude that lay ahead. Perhaps it was futile to voice concerns at this moment. After all, hadn't her daughter mentioned that a divine physician would come to repay a debt of gratitude? Perhaps one day her son-in-law would awaken. At that moment, Shangguan Ziki listened intently to their conversation, his yearning for consciousness intensifying. He concentrated all his effort, focusing his mind. Ah, Jinner, I believe I saw the eldest son's hand move slightly, Zhao Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Yuanzhang, who had been fixated on the eldest son's face, had not noticed his hand's motion. Oh? Let me take a look. The two continued to gaze intently at the eldest son's hand, but alas, it did not move again. I truly saw it, I was not imagining things, Zhao Shi insisted with unwavering certainty. However, having not witnessed a second movement, her confidence wavered. Do not worry, mother, he is not on the brink of death. After a while, I will invite the divine physician to examine the eldest son, Yu Yuanjing reassured her. While the mother and daughter continued their conversation, Granny Zhao from the princess's residence personally arrived. Greetings, esteemed family of the in-laws, the princess requests your presence in the main courtyard for a discussion, Granny Zhao politely announced. Does my mother-in-law know I have arrived? Indeed, dear eldest lady. The prince has already departed. No wonder they had sent someone to invite them. The mother and daughter then made their way to the princess's quarters together. After exchanging courtesies and seating themselves, Zhao Shi, a merchant's daughter, had not suffered in terms of sustenance during her upbringing. Her nature was quite extroverted. However, upon marrying and witnessing the stark contrast between the world of officials and the affluent, she had tempered her demeanor, choosing to remain obediently in the rear courtyard. Princess, Jinner is a wonderful child. Her embroidery skills surpass even mine as her mother, and her temperament is gentle. Zhao Shi praised her daughter before her in-laws, hoping that she would fare well in her new household. Rest assured, esteemed mother-in-law, Jinner is indeed a gem. I would not trade her for a princess, even if offered, the princess responded with a smile, lauding her daughter-in-law in return. Mother, one should not overly praise their daughter-in-law. Be wary that one day she may cause you trouble and you will be left to clean up the mess, Yu Yuanjing joked. Ha, the princess laughed heartily. Seeing the interaction between the two, Zhao Shi also chuckled, feeling reassured her daughter had the princess's support within the royal household, ensuring a more favorable life ahead. The two families conversed joyfully, and Zhao Shi's worries for her daughter dissipated.
As the days passed, after another consultation with Lord Jean, he felt considerably better, though his cough persisted. The discomforts had largely vanished. He consumed his meals heartily, with a well-balanced diet, and the acupuncture treatments had invigorated his immune system, making him feel increasingly at ease. News of the divine physician's attendance quickly spread among the upper echelons of the capital's officials and nobles, prompting inquiries about the identity of this remarkable healer simultaneously. During the past few nights, Yu Yuanzhang had been secretly preparing a variety of medicinal pills with the assistance of 2 maidservants, accumulating 10 vials in total. In this era, men from affluent families often had multiple women, making them the easiest clientele to cater to. She had thus targeted this market, concocting 5 types of medicines, all intended for men.
Jin Gui Shin Qi Wan, Wu Zi Yenzong Wan, Luei Di Huang Wan, Zui Gui Wan, and Yu Gui Wan, each a potent remedy for kidney nourishment, with distinct focal points.
She had meticulously drafted explanations for each, packaging them neatly into boxes. The boxes were crafted from wood, elegantly designed, and adorned with illustrations of a robust and valiant man. Everything was self-explanatory. Once her name as a divine physician spread, the medicine she created would surely fetch a handsome price. On the 28th day of the 4th month, Yu Yuanzhang instructed Chunlei to display these 10 vials at the Shiritang. However, when Chunlei arrived outside the Shiritang, she discovered several individuals persistently surrounding Lin Hao, refusing to let him go. Chapter 38, A Windfall. Immediately reacting, Chunlei refrained from entering directly. Instead, she purchased some garments to transform herself into the image of a distinguished lady before stepping into the store through the back entrance. Initially, she kept a low profile, eavesdropping on the conversations of those present.
I say, old man, when will your master be here?
Our esteemed household is quite earnest in inviting the divine physician to our residence, willing to offer 1,000 taels as consultation fees. Do you understand 1,000 taels? That's enough for you to live on for a lifetime, spoke a young servant.
Uncle, our old matriarch's illness cannot wait any longer.
Our family is prepared to offer 2,000 taels. We humbly request the divine physician to come to our home first, another man's voice interjected.
None of you are to compete with us from the princess's residence.
Old man, if you don't tell me when your master will arrive, I swear I'll smash your shop to pieces, came a brazen voice.
Everyone, it's not that I'm unwilling to provide an answer.
I genuinely do not know when my master will come. I was just recently acquired by him to guard the shop. Even if you were to kill me, I couldn't provide you with an answer. Lin Hao lamented helplessly, plopping down on the ground in a display of defiance.
After listening for a while, Chunlei grasped the situation at hand. The reputation of the divine physician, associated with the lady of the house, had evidently spread far and wide.
These individuals were all here to solicit the physician's services, and several displayed a rather arrogant demeanor. Those who lacked respect would be swiftly dismissed. Adorned with a mask and exuding an air of inscrutability, Chunlei entered the shop from the courtyard.
What is the situation here? A commanding voice resonated, startling everyone into silence.
Are you the divine physician? A young servant inquired haughtily. Chunlei did not respond but instead moved forward to assist the fallen Lin Hao to his feet.
Master, these people are here to seek medical help, Lin Hao remarked, finding solace in the presence of an ally. Seeking medical help? Is this the attitude one adopts when doing so?
Chunlei's cold gaze swept across the room, causing an involuntary shiver among the gathered individuals, as if the very air had thickened. Clad in an inky long robe with a silver mask obscuring his face, his eyes, however, were visible, radiating an intensity that commanded respect. His garments fluttered elegantly, embodying an ethereal quality, yet the palpable anger emanating from him deterred any thoughts of defiance. This young master has 5 stipulations for treatment. Only those who are sincere may be treated, only those whose lives are at stake may be treated, only those who are fated to meet may be treated, only those who honor their promises may be treated. And only those with benevolent intentions may be treated.
Chunlei enunciated each condition clearly and forcefully. Is this how you treat an elderly gentleman?
Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present, especially the arrogant seeker of medical assistance, whose face turned pale, beads of sweat formed. Lin Hao, being honest, pointed out one individual. Without hesitation, Chunlei stepped forward, seized the man by the back of his collar, and unceremoniously tossed him out. The others were duly intimidated, realizing that the divine physician possessed martial prowess as well. No longer daring to act with arrogance, they stood obediently against the wall. Old Lin, here are 10 vials of medicine I have prepared, display them, priced at 100 taels per vial. No credit will be extended, Chunlei instructed coldly. Originally, the lady of the house had intended to sell each vial for 10 taels, but in his vexation, he increased the price tenfold. The diligent efforts of the lady and her 2 companions over several nights warranted such a price. Yes, master, Lin Hao promptly accepted, arranging the vials on the counter. In such a vast shop, only 10 small vials were displayed, an unparalleled business endeavor. I will send 2 individuals to assist you shortly. Should anyone act foolishly, throw them out without hesitation, Chunlei added, casting another glance at the seekers of medical aid. My consultation fees start at 10,000 taels. I only guarantee treatment, not miracles. Currently, I will only make house calls every 10 days, and it is not a matter of who asks for my services. Chunlei conveyed his terms with an air of indifference, as if he were unconcerned about their patronage. Then, he turned and departed, his enigmatic silhouette sending chills down the spines of those left behind. As soon as Chunlei left, the individuals swiftly converged upon the counter, each snatching a vial of medicine. Upon opening, they discovered a note within. Reading it, their expressions turned peculiar. This divine physician truly understood the hearts of men. These young servants, all of notable households and literate, quickly comprehended the efficacy of the medicines.
Yet, with a price of 100 taels, they hesitated to make a purchase. They hastily retreated to report to their masters. That very day, the 10 vials of medicine under Lin Hao's watch were sold out. Chun Lei instructed Chasing Wind and Pursuing Moon to guard the shop, preventing any disturbances. By evening, Yu Yuanzhang received the proceeds from the sale of the 10 vials. Staring at the 10 identical silver notes in her hand, she felt a sense of disbelief at how effortlessly this money had been earned.
Miss, the two maidservants beamed, sharing in their mistress's joy. Ha! Yu Yuanzhang burst into laughter.
From now on, who would she fear? With wealth, she could maneuver her way through life. Losing her position as the heir's wife was inconsequential. With money to pave her path, she could thrive in the prince's residence. After all, a household comprises both masters and servants. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. No one is devoid of a love for wealth. Ziyue, this note is for you. Jianhua, this one is for you to eye in the future. Observe who in the household is deserving of your kindness, and glean more about the past and relationships within the estate. Yu Yuanjing generously distributed a note to each maid. Miss, this is too much. Jianhua hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept. 100 taels amounted to more than their combined wages over several years. With money in hand, one's heart remains untroubled. I in the future, as I continue to earn, you shall all share in the bounty. Any surplus can be saved as dowries, she assured them. Thank you, miss. The two maidservants expressed their gratitude, delighted to receive the unexpected windfall. Having worked alongside their mistress to create the medicines, they were astounded by the fruitful outcome, their admiration for Yu Yuanzhang growing immensely. Yu Yuanzhang then took 5 notes to give to Chun Lei, instructing him to distribute them among the 10 brothers. Chun Lei accepted without a hint of pretense. Consequently, when each guard encountered Yu Yuanzhang, their first words were, "Thank you, esteemed lady." Previously, while serving the prince, they had not experienced such generosity. Each of them wore smiles that belied their origins as dark guards. Having tasted success, Yu Yuanzhang promptly began concocting other medicines that very night. Within 3 days, 5 additional varieties of pills emerged. The two maidservants had now mastered the creation methods for 10 types of pills. She then sent them to the dowry courtyard to teach Lu Mingde and his spouse. For 3 consecutive days, the maidservants ventured out to instruct them. Only after Lu Mingde and Lu Ruancher had learned the techniques did they cease their visits, with Chun Lei raising his consultation fees to 10,000 taels. Lin Hao had not received any further requests for medical consultations in recent days. At such exorbitant rates, few could afford his services. One morning, Yu Yuanzhang visited the princess to pay her respects and once again found herself dining in the main courtyard, where Saffron was absent yet again. This matter had become a mystery to Yu Yuanzhang. She had never sought out the 2 elder matriarchs or concubine Luo to pay her respects, and had even inquired with the princess about any potential repercussions. The princess had simply exempted her, stating that only her courtesy was required. Just after finishing breakfast, a gathering of ladies from the prince's residence arrived once more. Chapter 39. The princess consort takes the lead in proposals. Old matrons, the princess consort called out in a rather indifferent tone. Your Highness, tomorrow marks the day for Zifeng's proposal. We should discuss how to proceed, the second matron explained with a smile, her intentions clear. Having received a hefty sum of 10,000 taels of silver, she had been exceptionally busy these past few days, yet was equally elated. Naturally, Zifeng's engagement is to be orchestrated by you, as his mother. What else is there to deliberate? The princess consort replied, somewhat perplexed. Your Highness, although we of the second house are indeed of the Rong Wangfu, we remain but the second house. If your Highness and the young lady of the heir apparent personally attend the proposal, I believe the Ningyan Marquisate would be far more inclined to accept, which would also reflect our Rong Wangfu's earnestness regarding this union, the second matron stated, her tone obsequious. With the Dragon Boat Festival just 2 days away, I shall be quite occupied tomorrow, the princess consort said, immediately grasping the underlying implication. They were leveraging her for appearances. Sister-in-law, you must assist in this matter. Zifeng has grown under your watchful eye, and his standing at the Marquisate will also elevate our Wangfu's reputation. The second matron rarely referred to her as sister-in-law, a transparent effort to foster intimacy, shamelessly resorting to a plea. Your Highness, it is imperative that you represent us. Henceforth, the Ningyan Marquisate shall be our in-laws. We must nurture this relationship. The third prince is now 17 years old, and we, as his maternal family, will be his support in the future. As his close aunt, you cannot remain indifferent. We must fortify these connections for his sake, the old matron insisted firmly. Second matron, you ought to choose your words with care, know what is appropriate to say and what is not. Our Rong Wangfu is a noble lineage, solely devoted to the welfare of the Dewei populace, loyal only to the Dewei and the emperor, and we shall not involve ourselves in other matters. The princess consort's countenance turned frosty upon hearing this. Very well, let us not speak of the third prince. As Zifeng's elder aunt, it is your duty to uphold his dignity, ensuring he can hold his head high before his future wife. The Ningyan Marquisate's willingness to agree to this match is rooted in our Wangfu's stature. The old matron, recognizing her misstep, refrained from further mention of the third prince. Yet, she understood well why the Ningyan Marquisate was inclined to marry their legitimate third daughter to her grandson. Mother, let us assist second aunt. When Miss Yu enters our family, it will also benefit our sisterly relations. Eldest sister, do you not agree? Yu Chaoyang added, bringing Yu Yuanzhang into the conversation. Miss Yu referred to Yu Yueying, the third daughter of the Ningyan Marquisate destined to marry into the Rong Wangfu. Yu Yuanzhang rolled her eyes. Why should she be involved in giving others face? Was this third daughter truly of such significance? Was Yu Chaoyang attempting to ingratiate herself? This possibility sparked a notion in Yu Yuanzhang's mind. Mother, would it not be prudent for me to accompany you? Yu Yuanzhang tentatively suggested. Given that the second house had brought up this matter, it was likely the princess consort would find it difficult to refuse. Should the princess consort decline, the second house would undoubtedly compel the prince to intervene. As the two houses had not yet separated, it was far more dignified for the princess consort, as the head of the household, to represent them rather than the second matron. The prince, as the patriarch, would certainly prefer the princess consort to lead, with his intentions being for the good of the entire Wangfu. However, upon hearing this, Yu Chaoyang felt displeased.
Why should she be the one to go? After all, the current young lady of the heir apparent was Yu Chaoyang, not Yu Yuanzhang.
Very well, since you believe my attendance would lend more prestige, I shall grant you this request, provided that Jinner accompanies me, the princess consort conceded, showing her daughter-in-law favor. A single suggestion from her daughter-in-law prompted an immediate shift in her stance. How can Ziki's wife compare to the young lady of the heir apparent? She must tend to Ziki, the second matron expressed her discontent.
The young lady of the heir apparent shall go, the old matron commanded decisively.
Then let the young lady of the heir apparent go alone. The princess consort's expression turned cold once more. Though she had not directly troubled Yu Chaoyang, the recollection of past events lingered in her mind, making it impossible to harbor no resentment. The facade of cordiality had been maintained, but it did not erase her inner sentiments. As an elder and head of the household, she could not overtly clash with a younger generation, yet her disapproval was unmistakable. Seeing the princess consort's resoluteness, the old matron and second matron refrained from further comments. It was undoubtedly more beneficial for the princess consort to represent them than for the young lady of the heir apparent to do so.
Then it shall be the princess consort and Ziki's wife who go, the second matron relented.
Yu Chaoyang shot a resentful glance at Yu Yuanzhang. Such a splendid opportunity had been snatched from her grasp. In her previous life, when Miss Yu entered the household, she garnered much affection. Subsequently, at various gatherings, the two sisters-in-law worked in perfect harmony, navigating the social circles with ease. Now that she held the title of young lady of the heir apparent, she too desired such an ally. It was well known that the position of young lady of the heir apparent within the Rong Wangfu was fraught with enmity. With a confidant, her public appearances would be far less burdensome. The young lady of the heir apparent shall accompany as well. The old matron disregarded the second matron's subtle hints, insisting that Yu Chaoyang join them. The princess consort glanced at Yu Chaoyang, who looked back at her with eager anticipation. Mother, please allow your daughter-in-law to accompany you, Yu Chaoyang implored, her tone tinged with desperation.
Should you wish to go, then go.
Just refrain from speaking out of turn. The princess consort acquiesced with a nod. The proposal was primarily her responsibility, rather than that of the young lady of the heir apparent, who would merely serve in a supporting role. Having achieved their objectives, the old matron and others took their leave. The following day, on the 4th of May, Yu Yuanzhang arrived at the main courtyard with only her maid, Ziyue, awaiting to accompany the princess consort to the Ning'an Marquisate. Jiang Hua had already left the residence to instruct others in crafting medicinal pills. With only 2 maids in attendance, she felt somewhat understaffed. She would need to ask Grandma Yi to find 2 diligent and loyal maids from the courtyard staff to promote to serve her. The second house had prepared 28 bearers for the proposal gifts, a commendable number for someone of Su Guanzifeng's stature. Previously, when the Wangfu had proposed to the Yong and Bofu for the young lady of the heir apparent, they had only brought 36 bearers. As the appointed hour arrived, the princess consort instructed the guards and attendants of the Wangfu to carry the gifts to the Ning'an Marquisate, which was situated within the same vicinity. The Marquisate had long since dispatched personnel to await their arrival at the main gate. Upon learning of the princess consort's presence, the old matron and the first matron personally came forth to greet her. Greetings, princess consort of Rong Wangfu. They began to perform the customary kneeling salute, but the princess consort halted them.
Old matron, first matron, there is no need for such formality.
Henceforth, our family shall be in-laws, we must not remain estranged. It is indeed a great honor for us to receive your highness in person, the old matron smiled, taking the princess consort's hand and leading her inside. Once they reached the main hall, they took their seats. Respectful greetings to the old matron and the first matron. Yu Yuanzhang and Yu Chaoyang approached, offering their proper salutations. Excellent, excellent, both of the princess consort's daughters-in-law are exceptionally beautiful. The old matron, wise with age, was aware of the happenings within the Wangfu and, therefore, refrained from overly praising the young lady of the heir apparent, instead commending both equally. Come, I may not possess much in the way of treasures, but as a token for our first meeting, please accept this small gift, the old matron said, handing over 2 boxes to the 2 young women. Yu Yuanzhang graciously accepted them, returning to her seat to have her maid put them away. Conversely, Yu Chaoyang discreetly turned to peek inside one of the boxes. Her little action did not escape notice. It was evident, through this singular act, the disparity in their manners was laid bare. Chapter 40 of the Rescue from the Marquis Residence. Princess, how is the eldest son faring now? The old marquise inquired about the condition of Shangguan Ziki. All is as usual, the princess replied, her smile dimming slightly, though no sorrow was evident on her countenance. The eldest young lady is undoubtedly a well-educated and sensible child. With her looking after the eldest son, you can rest assured, the old marquise remarked. Indeed, Yuanzhang is a wonderful girl. Ever since she entered our household, Ziki has been well taken care of by her, the princess acknowledged. Congratulations, princess, on acquiring such a splendid daughter-in-law, the old marquise responded graciously.
Thank you, esteemed marquise.
And what of the third young lady? The princess inquired. I shall summon her to pay her respects to you, your highness, the marquise replied, prompting a maid to hastily exit. Before long, a radiant young lady entered, her presence illuminated with a lively grace. The pale pink gown she adorned accentuated her charm. With an oval face, a petite mouth, and sparkling eyes, she was indeed a sight to behold, a flower in full bloom. Yueying pays her respects to Her Highness, the princess, to the daughter-in-law of the heir, and to the eldest young lady. Yueying greeted, her voice tinged with shyness. In truth, she was a year older than Yuanzhang. Honestly, Yuanzhang felt that Yueying had somewhat shortchanged herself by marrying Shangguan Zifeng, yet in this era, marriages were dictated by parental arrangement. Ah, good child, come here, the princess beckoned, presenting her with a token of greeting. Yuanzhang, Chaoyang, why don't you accompany the third young lady for a stroll? We adults have matters to discuss, the princess suggested, sending the two daughters-in-law out. Such engagements were indeed the business of adults, the two young wives were merely embellishments. The three departed the main hall. Lady of the heir, eldest young lady, shall we take a stroll in the garden? Yueying invited warmly. The weather was pleasantly mild, perfect for a leisurely walk. Upon reaching the marquee garden, the blooms were still vibrant in early May, with butterflies and bees flitting about. The Ning and Marquis 8, a family of long-standing nobility, boasted a grand estate, complete with an expansive garden. As the trio wandered along the shaded path, Yu Chaoyang initiated the conversation. Third Miss Yu, what do you enjoy doing at home? Nothing particularly exciting, I like to paint, read, and occasionally do some embroidery, Yueying replied. With two elder sisters, her family had not placed much emphasis on her accomplishments, allowing her upbringing to be relatively carefree. It was only after her mother bore a son as the fourth child that the family's focus shifted. I hear you can embroider as well? Yuanzhang asked with a smile. Yes, I find great satisfaction in creating pieces myself. I once embroidered a headband for my grandmother, who praised my work and cherished it dearly. As she recounted this, a blush crept onto Yueying's cheeks. Seeing the conversation shift to embroidery, Yu Chaoyang felt a pang of frustration at her inability to interject. What type of books do you enjoy, third Miss Yu? I have a particular fondness for novels and poetry. I've read a couple of novels, but my mother forbids me from indulging in them, claiming they are harmful. She argues that in reality, there are not so many noble young ladies enamored with impoverished scholars. Such tales are merely the fantasies of those who cannot win their affections, written to ensnare the innocent, Yueying explained. Indeed, third Miss Yu, you speak wisely. Novels are often mere flights of fancy, and one must remain grounded in reality, desiring not what is unattainable, Yuanzhang responded, her words laden with deeper meaning. Precisely. What the eldest young lady says resonates with my own beliefs, Yueying remarked, finding depth in Yuanzhang's words and forming a favorable impression of her, while Yu Chaoyang seemed to belong to a different realm altogether. At that juncture, a sudden scream interrupted their conversation. The third young master has fallen into the water. What? Upon hearing that the third young master was in peril, Yueying was seized by panic and dashed towards the source of the commotion. Yuanzhang swiftly lifted her skirts and followed suit, with Yu Chaoyang reluctantly trailing behind. They arrived at a pond to find a small figure struggling in the water, while two young attendants swam towards him. Hurry, swim faster. Third brother is in dire straits. Yueying shouted anxiously. Yuanzhang observed that the child had likely fallen from a high artificial hill into the pond. The attendants soon reached the child, working together to lift him above the water's surface and swim back to shore. By the time they brought him to land, he had already lost consciousness. Shaowan, go summon the physician at once, and be swift. Yueying cried, her voice thick with tears. The child appeared to be around 11 or 12, his face pale, clearly having spent a considerable time submerged, otherwise, he would not have fainted. Third brother, please wake up, you cannot leave us, sob. You were a hard-won blessing for mother. If anything were to happen to you, how would she bear it? What would become of me, your third sister? Yueying wept sorrowfully. Third Miss Yu, I have heard of a method that might save your brother. The physician may take some time to arrive, and that could be too late, Yuanzhang interjected softly. Really, please, do it quickly. Yueying exclaimed, grasping at this lifeline with desperation. Second sister, do not act recklessly. You lack medical knowledge, and should anything happen to the third young master, the responsibility would be yours to bear, Yu Chaoyang protested, unwilling to see Yuanzhang potentially turn the Marquis 8 into an enemy. You must step aside, Yuanzhang commanded coldly, her demeanor shifting entirely. Second sister, this is not a trivial matter, Yu Chaoyang insisted, unwilling to yield. In her previous life, the third young master had indeed experienced a near-drowning incident, but he had survived, suffering only from a severe chill that left him weakened thereafter. He had not perished. Yuanzhang had no need to play the savior here. If things went awry, and tragedy befell the third young master, no one could bear the consequences. Move aside, Yuanzhang ordered, her voice resolute. Second sister, he will not die. There is no need for your undue worry, Yu Chaoyang shouted, attempting to obstruct her again. Silence. Yuanzhang's voice rose in anger. Ziyue, do your utmost to restrain her. Yuanzhang knelt, shielding her hand with her sleeve, checking the pulse. His heart had ceased, immediate resuscitation was imperative. Third Miss, you must heed my instructions. The third young master is in grave danger. Whether he survives depends on our cooperation. Do you understand? Yuanzhang spoke with authority. Yes, I will follow your lead, Yueying replied, her voice quivering with emotion. Yuanzhang tilted the third young master's head back to secure his airway. Now, take a deep breath, pinch his nose, and forcefully breathe into his chest 3 times quickly. Yet, Yueying hesitated, caught off guard. Though he was her brother, he was still a boy, albeit only 12 years old.
Hurry, otherwise, he shall perish. Yuan Zhang urged with urgency. Chapter 41 Cultivating Good Relations. Yu Yueying was startled by the reprimand. The word die compelled her to steel her heart. After all, they were siblings. Even if others spoke of it, it would not be too much, as this was a matter of saving a life. With this thought in mind, she followed Yu Yuanjing's instructions, took a deep breath, bent down, and pressed her lips against her brother's, pinching his nose with her left hand and blowing forcefully. Her actions left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Yu Yuanjing observed the rise of the third young master's chest with a certain degree of hope. Good, just like that, do it 2 more times. Yu Yueying complied and blew twice more. Yu Yuanzhang immediately knelt, crossing her hands, and began to compress the third young master's chest, counting as she pressed down. After 30 compressions, she paused. Blow again. Yu Yueying followed suit, repeating the process. At that moment, news reached Madame Ho, who stumbled over in haste, followed by several others. Jinxing, she called out as she ran. Upon approaching, she saw her third daughter and the eldest lady of the Wang family engaged in some unknown activity with her son. What are you doing? Madame Ho questioned in shock, her complexion pale from the news of her son's fall into the water. Madam, we are saving him. Please do not disturb us, Yu Yuanzhang replied, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Blow. Yu Yueying dutifully blew again. The doctor, who had rushed from the front yard, arrived, panting heavily. He intended to ask the two to step aside so that he could administer aid. Just then, the third young master suddenly coughed. Yu Yuanzhang quickly helped him to lie on his side. Wah! A large mouthful of water was expelled, followed by a series of coughs, then he began to gasp for air. Once he caught his breath, he lifted his head and saw his mother. Wah, mother, the third young master, having survived a near-death experience, cried out for his mother. Madame Ho immediately rushed forward, embracing him. My son, sob. The mother and son held each other, weeping inconsolably. Yu Yuanzhang instructed a servant to remove her outer garment and drape it over the third young master. Madame Ho, this is not the time for tears. Quickly take the third young master to change his clothes, have a hot bath, and drink a bowl of ginger soup, or he will catch a chill. We have just managed to pull him back from the brink of death. Yes. Madame Ho pushed her child away from her shoulder. Jinxing, quickly go change. A servant came forward to carry him off toward the inner courtyard. At this moment, the old Madame Ho also arrived, witnessing only the figure of her grandson being carried away. The Wang lady followed closely behind. Madame Ho could not attend to her guests and rushed to arrange matters. The house physician followed suit, preparing to examine the patient. Thank you, eldest young madam. Yu Yueying finally stepped forward to express her gratitude to Yu Yuanzhang. At that moment, her heart was still racing. No need for thanks. The third young master was saved by you. You are now his savior, Yu Yuanzhang replied with a smile, seeking to ease the earlier panic. Yu Yueying grasped Yu Yuanzhang's hand, wishing to smile, but the emotional turmoil of the moment rendered her unable to do so. Yu Yuanzhang gently patted her hand in a gesture of comfort. What exactly happened? The old Madame Ho, having just been informed of the earlier peril, felt a wave of fear. Thankfully, they had managed to save him. Otherwise, she would have had no way to face the old master. After all, he was the only legitimate grandson of the Ho family. At that moment, a maid stepped forward. Report to the old madam, I was pruning branches in the garden when I heard the sound of someone falling into the water. I thought it was the third young master playing with stones as usual. However, after a while, when I heard no further sounds, I went to the pond to check and discovered clothing floating on the surface, which is why I called for help. 2 young servants who had jumped into the water to save him also approached the old madam. Report to the old madam, we only jumped in after hearing Wu Mama's call, one of the young servants said. They were not the third young master's personal attendants but rather gardeners from the estate. Where are the personal attendants serving Jinxing? The old Madame Ho inquired. It had been so long, and yet there was no sign of the personal attendants arranged by the household. No one could answer her question. The old Madame Ho had no choice but to wait for the eldest daughter-in-law to handle the matter before reporting back to her. Princess, I truly apologize for such an incident occurring in the house. It must be quite the spectacle for you, the old Madame Ho expressed regret. No harm done, thankfully, the third young master has been rescued. Surviving a great calamity surely brings future blessings to it. Indicates that the third young master is indeed a fortunate soul, the Wang lady remarked, glancing at Yu Yuanzhang. She had also seen from a distance that her daughter-in-law and the third young lady of the Yu family were engaged in the rescue. Grandmother, it was the eldest young madam who saved my brother. At that moment, Yu Yueying stepped forward to recount how the two had cooperated to save him. The Wang lady was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yu Yuanzhang to possess such knowledge. Eldest young madam, thank you, you are a great benefactor to our entire Ho family. Come, let us go to my courtyard and have a chat, the old Madame Ho said, personally taking Yu Yuanzhang's hand and leading the way. At this moment, Yu Chaoyang felt as though she had consumed spoiled food. When did her second sister learn to save lives? Earlier, she had intended to intervene, but instead, the others had succeeded in saving him. Not only did she fail to assist, but she also made the foolish mistake of trying to stop them. Watching Yu Yuanzhang lead the old Madame Ho with a supportive hand, her expression darkened. How had her planned marriage led to such a myriad of unforeseen circumstances? Everyone arrived at the old Madame Ho's courtyard, where the old Madame Ho seated Yu Yuanzhang beside her, her gaze filled with the affection of a grandmother for her kin. Eldest young madam, today's events were truly thanks to you. Old madam, it was merely a coincidence.
Anyone would have acted to save him, Yu Yuanzhang modestly replied. Linger, go fetch the magpie figurine from my chest, the old Madame Ho instructed a maid behind her.
Yes. Shortly after, the small maid returned, holding a small box. Eldest young madam, please accept this.
It is but a small token of gratitude. Old madam, there is no need for such gestures, it was merely a trifling effort on my part, Yu Yuanzhang declined graciously. Accept it, or else I shall be displeased, the old Madame Ho insisted. Yu Yuanzhang glanced at the Wang lady, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to accept the gift.
Thank you, old madam, Yu Yuanzhang said respectfully as she took it.
Princess, your visit today, accompanied by your daughter-in-law, has brought a stroke of good fortune to our Yu family, the old Madame Ho added, still holding Yu Yuanzhang's hand.
Old madam, you flatter me. It is merely luck, the Wang lady replied humbly, casting a loving glance at Yu Yuanzhang. She had not anticipated that Yu Yuanzhang would foster such a fortuitous connection within the Ho residence today. This child was indeed a harbinger of good fortune, perhaps, with her presence, Ziqi might truly awaken one day. At this moment, the Wang lady felt a sense of comfort and hope in her heart due to Yu Yuanzhang's performance that day. Yu Chaoyang watched in jealousy as Yu Yuanzhang received praise and gifts from the old Madame Ho, feeling as though she might go mad with envy, yet powerless to change the situation. The handkerchief in her grasp was twisted into a tight knot. She had come today intending to befriend the third young lady of the Yu family in advance, hoping that when she eventually married into the family, the two could maintain a good relationship and support one another as sisters-in-law. As the daughter-in-law of the heir, the third young lady would undoubtedly gravitate toward her, looking to her for guidance, yet, it was Yu Yuanzhang who had seized the opportunity first. Second sister, how did you come to know of such a method to save someone?
In the past, I never heard you mention such things while in the residence, Yu Chaoyang suddenly interjected, breaking the interaction among the three. Chapter 42, a business venture. Yuanzhang's method of saving a life today was utterly astonishing. She found herself at a loss for words, her successful rescue could only be deemed a fortunate coincidence.
Indeed, how did the young mistress know that such a technique could save a drowning person?
Old Madame Ho was equally curious. She had heard tales of this method from the older generation, yet had never witnessed it herself. Yuanzhang glanced at the expectant faces surrounding her. In response to old Madame Ho, I, too, learned of this method from an elderly woman during my childhood. At the time, I thought she was speaking nonsense, but upon reflection, I grasped its significance. When a person is submerged, they are unable to breathe, which leads to death. If we can restore their breathing, can we not bring them back to life? Hence, I instructed the third young miss to blow air into the third young master's lungs while I applied pressure to his heart, reviving him in the process. To my surprise, it worked splendidly on my first attempt.
Yuanzhang articulated her explanation with clarity and simplicity.
What a clever child, old Madame Ho remarked, fully comprehending the explanation.
So, by your reasoning, could we not revive a deceased individual with this method? Yu Chaoyang expressed his skepticism, countering her claim.
Indeed, if this method were so effective, many lives could be saved. My dear brother, a person does not perish the moment they cease to breathe, there is a window of time before death is irreversible. Once a person is truly gone, they cannot be saved, which is why time is of the essence. If you doubt me, try pinching your nose. When you faint, I can promptly revive you using the same method, Yuanzhang explained with a gentle smile, her reasoning sound. Yu Chaoyang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Was she truly suggesting he should test it? He had no desire to do so. At that moment, Madame Ho arrived.
Eldest daughter-in-law, how is Jingxing faring now?
Old Madame Ho inquired anxiously, eager for news. Had it not been for the important guests, she would have rushed to see her grandson already. Mother, thanks to the timely intervention of the young mistress and Yuing, he is now out of danger, Madame Ho reported, having just experienced a whirlwind of emotions akin to traversing through hell and heaven. I am deeply grateful for the life-saving assistance provided by the young mistress, Madame Ho expressed sincerely to Yuanzhang.
Madame Ho, you are too kind.
It was merely a fortunate encounter.
Have you inquired as to how Jingxing ended up in the water? Where were the servants who were supposed to attend him?
Old Madame Ho began to question the circumstances.
Alas, that rascal is far too mischievous.
He refused to study and even resorted to drugging the teacher. He slipped a sleeping draught into the teacher's tea, who was still unconscious in the study. Meanwhile, that boy snuck out through the back. The two servants stationed outside the study remained oblivious. He climbed to the highest point of the rockery by the pond, attempting to ascend a nearby tree to escape over the courtyard wall, but slipped and fell into the water, Madame Ho recounted, her frustration palpable. Had it not been for the young mistress's peculiar method of saving him, her son might have met a tragic fate. She had endured the hardship of giving birth to 3 daughters before finally having a son, whom she treasured like a precious gem. It was this overindulgence that had led him to such reckless behavior, unlike his half-brothers. From now on, we must not coddle him any further. It is only a matter of time before trouble arises. He shall be entrusted to his father for proper guidance, and neither of us shall interfere. Old Madame Ho acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Yes, I understand my mistake, the daughter-in-law replied. Following this incident, the Ho family insisted that the princess and her mother-in-law remain for lunch. At the dining table, Yu Yuing took it upon herself to care for Yuanzhang, hardly allowing her to serve herself. Their bond resembled that of sisters. While Yu Chaoyang sat through the meal, utterly oblivious to what he had consumed. The engagement discussions progressed smoothly, bypassing the customary waiting period to set a wedding date. Considering the summer heat and the discomfort a bride would face in formal attire, they settled on the 8th day of the 8th month, a date universally recognized as auspicious, requiring no further divination.
Upon returning to the Wang residence, it was already late afternoon. The two elder ladies awaited their return with bated breath. Typically, they would have returned promptly after discussions, yet today, the princess had been absent for an unusually long time. Both were filled with trepidation, concerned whether negotiations had faltered or if the Ho family deemed the betrothal gifts insufficient. Finally, upon their return, Yu Chaoyang hastily relayed the events, and only then did the two elder ladies comprehend what had transpired. Their gazes towards Yuan Zhang shifted, laden with unspoken implications. Back in the Chia courtyard, Yuan Zhang changed to retire and sat by the bedside to recount the day's events to Shang Wanziki. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shang Wanziki was fast asleep, oblivious to the conversation. "Miss, did you truly save third young master today using that method?" Ziyue finally found an opportunity to voice her lingering doubts. Of course, it is indeed true. This technique is known as cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It is most effective in critical situations, although not everyone can be saved. It largely depends on the circumstances, Yuan Zhang clarified. "Oh, under what conditions is it applicable?" Ziyue inquired with curiosity. "Well, for instance, in cases of drowning, it is particularly suitable. It is also applicable in instances of choking, such as when someone has been hanged, provided the breath has only just ceased. Additionally, in cases of vehicular accidents where cardiac arrest occurs due to impact, this method is ideal for initial resuscitation. Some patients suffering from acute myocardial infarction may also benefit, but there is one prerequisite: it must be done swiftly the moment a person stops breathing. Time is of the essence. Prolonged absence of breath leads." However, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation seems rather improper. Ziyue expressed her discomfort with the notion. "Well, it depends on one's perspective. Ideally, it is better for a man to save a man and a woman to save a woman, is it not? That makes sense. After all, saving a life is paramount. No one would dare to mock that." Just then, Chunlei arrived to seek out Yuan Zhang. All of Yuan Zhang's guards were highly skilled, ensuring that outsiders seldom caught sight of them in the Chia courtyard, a fact that greatly pleased her. "Young mistress, today Lin Hao received a visitor seeking medical assistance, offering a reward of 10,000 taels of silver," Chunlei reported. "Oh? Who is it?" Yuan Zhang inquired with intrigue. "It is from the household of Princess Huining." "What ailment do they suffer from?" "That remains unknown. As far as I am aware, there are no critically ill patients in Princess Huining's household." "How peculiar. Nevertheless, considering the generous offer of 10,000 taels, I shall make an appearance." Yuan Zhang had become quite enamored with wealth. The 10,000 taels given by the prince felt unreal, while earning her own money brought about a sense of security. "However, they have made one request." Chunlei hesitated, aware that the request would be difficult to fulfill. "What request?" Yuan Zhang's curiosity was piqued. "They require the divine physician to make a house call at night." Chunlei conveyed, leaving the matter to the young mistress's discretion. "At night?" Yuan Zhang pondered the request, feeling somewhat troubled. For a married woman to be out at night would invite scandalous rumors. Unless she were returning to her natal home with her husband in tow, it would be an untenable situation. Moreover, she could not possibly remain out all night. Her husband lay bedridden, providing ample ammunition for slander. This posed a significant dilemma. After some contemplation, Yuan Zhang made her decision. "Chunlei, go back and inform them that we shall arrive at the hour of the rat tonight." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Chunlei's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "But, young mistress, how can you possibly slip away at night? The guards are vigilant, and it is not so easily done." His words were laden with concern and confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend Yuan Zhang's determination. Chapter 43 Midnight Consultation. Rest assured, you few will quietly escort me out of the residence tonight, allowing Ziyue to hold the fort in my absence. Typically, there are few visitors at such a late hour. However, Chunlei remained apprehensive. After all, the young mistress is a married woman, and the wife of a prince, no less. "There are no buts in this matter. You are to coordinate with the brothers and determine the best route for our discreet exit, one that minimizes the risk of detection," Yuan Zhang commanded decisively. She was not a true ancient noblewoman, bound by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Such constraints were foreign to her. With no other option, Chunlei complied with her master's wishes. As the night deepened into silence, 2 shadowy figures leapt over the back wall of Chia courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a third shadow descended from above. They stealthily navigated to the westernmost base of the garden wall within the prince's residence. The 2 figures scaled the wall Thus, they successfully scaled the formidable 7-foot-high wall of the prince's estate. The trio ventured a mile further until they reached a carriage. "Please, young mistress, step inside," Jiufeng urged as he lifted the curtain of the carriage. Yuan Zhang uttered no words, simply entering the carriage. 6 guards surrounded it, skillfully evading detection as they made their way toward the residence of the Long Princess. To avoid encountering the city patrols, the 6 had meticulously planned their route. They arrived at the back entrance of the Huining Long Princess's residence just as the hour of the rat began. An elderly matron awaited their arrival, lantern in hand. "Has divine physician Zhang arrived?" the matron inquired, stepping forward. "Indeed," Dongling replied with a respectful bow. The matron scrutinized Dongling, then glanced at the others. She was taken aback to see that the physician had brought 6 guards, all clad in black and masked, yet, the strength and prowess of each were evident at a glance. With this realization, the matron understood the need for urgency. Chunlei approached, lifting the carriage curtain to invite Yuan Zhang to disembark. The matron observed a diminutive figure emerge from the carriage, similarly masked, revealing only the eyes.
Old servant greets the divine physician. Please follow me, she instructed, leading the way. Without further ado the carriage came to a halt at the back entrance, leaving Juiwa to stand guard. The group followed the matron into a courtyard, though the specifics of their surroundings were obscured by the night. The courtyard was illuminated by lanterns. Divine physician, the patient is a woman, may I request that the gentleman wait outside, the matron paused to request. Junlei shall accompany me inside, Yu Yuanzhang responded, her voice adopting a gender-ambiguous tone. Together, they followed the matron into the inner chamber, where a maid awaited their arrival, offering a silent gesture of invitation. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld a gracefully attired middle-aged woman seated at the head of the table, clearly awaiting their presence. Long Princess, the divine physician has arrived, the matron announced. I am Zhang Yuan, honored to meet your highness, the Long Princess, Yu Yuanzhang bowed respectfully, with Junlei mirroring the gesture. No need for formalities, Huining Long Princess appraised the two before her. To summon you at such a late hour is indeed presumptuous. I must inquire about the identity of the patient, Yu Yuanzhang stated directly, eager to proceed without delay. She could not afford to linger outside the prince's residence for too long, as her midnight excursion was fraught with peril. Please, follow me into the inner chamber, the Long Princess urged, leading them further inside. Within, 3 women were present. 2 were clearly maids, while 1 sat at the table, veiled. Instantly, Yu Yuanzhang deduced the unfortunate circumstances, disfigurement. Divine physician, this is my eldest daughter, she angling. As a child, she suffered an accident that marred her visage. Now 18, she remains unbetrothed. Upon hearing that a divine physician has come to the capital, capable of treating even the ailments of Lord Jin, I beseech you to save my daughter, the Long Princess implored, wiping her eyes.
Mother, can he truly restore my face? Hua Shangling questioned skeptically.
She recalled the incident from when she was 4, a playful mishap that resulted in a scalding burn on one side of her face. Since then, she had been sequestered under the guise of health recuperation, until her recent return home. Throughout the years, her mother had secretly sought countless physicians, none of whom could remedy her condition. Time had rendered her a mere memory within her family, save for her mother's occasional visits. Bearing such a countenance, even a favored daughter had been cast into obscurity. Each time her mother laid eyes upon her face, a heavy sigh would escape her lips. With a visage like hers, marriage seemed impossible. No family would accept a woman whose beauty had been ravaged. As a county princess, she could not marry a commoner. Allow the physician a chance to assess the situation, one must afford themselves the opportunity, the Long Princess consoled. County princess, please remove your veil so that I may examine you, Yu Yuanzhang spoke gently. Do as the physician says, dear, the Long Princess encouraged. After a moment of hesitation, Hua Shangling slowly lifted her veil. Yu Yuanzhang beheld a countenance that was half celestial and half grotesque. One side bore the deep scars of a burn, marked by significant discoloration, while the other was relatively unblemished.
At first glance, such a visage could indeed terrify the faint-hearted. Yu Yuanzhang leaned in for a closer inspection. Fortunately, the growth was not excessively severe. The primary concern was the pronounced pigmentation, a blend of red and white. The areas of growth could be surgically excised, followed by the application of scar-reducing ointment. The challenge lay chiefly in addressing the deeply ingrained discoloration accumulated over the years. Contemplating her approach, she devised a method and formula known to effectively combat scar pigmentation. Divine physician, what is your assessment? Is it treatable? The Long Princess, growing impatient with Yu Yuanzhang's silence, pressed for an answer.
Your Highness, the county princess's affliction has persisted for too long, making treatment more complicated. I can only promise to do my utmost. However, it will assuredly yield better results than the current state. That said, the county princess will endure some discomfort. I must use a scalpel to excise the areas of excess growth, allowing her skin to regenerate. During this healing process, I will administer medication to prevent further protrusions. Alongside this, I will prepare a topical ointment for the pigmentation, and with consistent application over 2 to 3 months, we should see significant improvement.
Upon hearing Yu Yuanzhang's words, both mother and daughter felt a surge of hope.
Then we shall trouble you, divine physician. Financial matters are of no concern, and any required medicine shall be procured, Huining Long Princess promptly affirmed. In all her years, no physician had ever offered such a promising response as Yu Yuanzhang had today. However, as I have yet to see the patient and was unaware of the extent of the situation, I will need 5 days to prepare the necessary items before returning, she added. That is quite agreeable. We acknowledge our oversight, the Long Princess replied graciously, devoid of any airs of royalty, which pleased Yu Yuanzhang immensely. She harbored a deep aversion to the haughty demeanor often displayed by those of royal lineage.
Divine physician, I must ask that this matter remain confidential.
My daughter has been concealed at the estate for years under the pretense of illness, never revealing herself to the world. It was only upon learning of your arrival in the capital that I brought her back. Should you be unable to assist, I would have no choice but to send her back to the estate. I implore you to understand a mother's heart, the Long Princess expressed earnestly. Yu Yuanzhang immediately comprehended the Long Princess's intentions. She wished to shield her daughter from public scorn while safeguarding her well-being. Rest assured, Your Highness, as a physician, her decision to seek out this enigmatic healer stemmed from a desire to safeguard her daughter's dignity. They departed swiftly, returning safely to the prince's residence without incident. Yu Yuanzhang retired to bed. Yet, in the distance, a shadow stealthily approached the outer courtyard study, gently knocking. Your Highness, the shadow whispered. Enter, the prince replied, rising from his couch, displaying no signs of drowsiness, having evidently awaited their return. Your Highness, they have returned, the shadow reported. Summon Chunlei to me, the prince commanded coldly. Chapter 44 of the Dragon Boat Festival in the palace. As Chunlei returned to his residence, he was greeted by a shadow waiting for him. From the silhouette, he immediately recognized the figure was none other than Dark One, the foremost shadow guard beside the prince, and also the mentor to these young shadow guards. The prince has summoned you to see him, Dark One stated coldly. The two proceeded to the study. I pay my respects to the prince, Chunlei said, kneeling on one knee with a sense of trepidation. The prince merely gazed intently at the shadow guard he had personally nurtured. As Chunlei noticed the prince's silence, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Did the prince discover something? The invisible pressure left Chunlei too frightened to rise. Speak, what were you and the wife of Ziki doing? The prince inquired, not permitting. Upon hearing the question, Chunlei realized that their outing had been revealed to the prince. Your Highness, it would be better to inquire with the eldest young lady about this matter.
Chunlei felt a twinge of fear facing the prince.
However, as he was presently a subordinate to the eldest young master and his wife, he had to contemplate how to express his loyalty, even if the prince was the ultimate authority in the royal residence. He could not simply divulge everything the prince asked. To Chunlei's surprise, the prince nodded in approval at his response. Such subordinates were indeed commendable. If one disclosed everything upon inquiry, that shadow guard would be rendered useless.
You may rise. Chunlei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. How does the wife of Ziki regard him?
The prince did not question their whereabouts today but instead posed a different query. The eldest young lady is quite attentive to the eldest young master, Chunlei responded candidly upon hearing this.
You may leave, ensure you protect the Ziki couple well.
Yes. As Chunlei exited the study, he found it hard to believe that the prince had so easily let him go. Inside the study, the prince turned to Dark One and asked, in which direction did they head? To the residence of Princess Huaining.
From now on, do not monitor the eldest young master and his wife.
Focus primarily on the heir's courtyard to ensure the safety of the iron box.
Understood, Your Highness.
The following day, Yu Yuanzhang rose late once again. The princess was quite indulgent with her, allowing her to forego the morning greetings. Today marked the Dragon Boat Festival, and the royal family was to enter the palace for a banquet. The princess had been preparing for the festival for several days. The doors of each courtyard were adorned with mugwort, and the fragrance wafted throughout the entire royal residence. The princess had even crafted garments embroidered with 5 poisonous creatures for each of the royal family members. Yu Yuanzhang donned hers as soon as she awoke, and she personally dressed Shangguan Ziki in his festive attire. Celebrations required a festive spirit, and Shangguan Ziki's outfit was a long crimson robe, while Yu Yuanzhang wore a rosy outer garment. The 5 poisonous creatures, though quite unappealing, transformed into whimsical designs through artistic interpretation and the imaginative flair of the embroiderers, evoking a sense of childlike wonder. Recalling the face of the county princess she had seen the previous evening, Yu Yuanzhang promptly set about preparing for the matter at hand. Lacking the necessary surgical instruments, she quickly had a light breakfast and began sketching diagrams and annotations. She then instructed Chunlei to arrange for someone to procure them externally. Additionally, she wrote 2 prescriptions and sent Chunlei to Baikatang to gather the required herbs. Baikatang served as her primary supplier for medicinal materials, and the proprietor, Dong Shik, had been in this business for many years, with several reliable sourcing channels. He could procure nearly all the herbs Yu Yuanzhang needed. Once these matters were organized, she took time to groom herself, and soon enough, it was time to head to the main courtyard. The princess dispatched someone to summon her, as she intended to escort her family into the palace. The prince had already taken the men ahead. After giving a thorough briefing to Mama Yi, Yu Yuanzhang departed. With Qingfeng and Mingyue remaining behind, Yu Yuanzhang felt at ease bringing along her 2 handmaidens. You, unworthy of the occasion, actually made the elders wait for you. Upon seeing Yu Yuanzhang as the last to arrive, the elder matriarch felt a surge of irritation. I apologize, elder matriarch. The heir is quite capable, allowing the heir's wife to arrive early, while my uncle does not require the assistance of my aunt for every little thing, hence she can leave at her convenience. As for you, elder matriarch, with someone to attend to your dressing and grooming, you could leave whenever you pleased, but I, alas, must attend to everything for the eldest young master.
Yu Yuanjing jestingly dragged the 3 women into the conversation.
Nonsense, the elder matriarch retorted, on the verge of losing her temper.
Enough, the time is nearly upon us.
Let us depart, the princess interjected, casting a cold glance at the elder matriarch as she took Yu Yuanzhang by the arm and exited. It remained uncertain whether the elder matriarch was becoming increasingly muddled with age, as she always seemed to be at odds with Ziki's wife. Leading the way, the princess turned to glance at Yu Yuanzhang, only to find her daughter-in-law sporting a mischievous grin. A moment of speechlessness ensued. It was curious how the Yu family's second branch had raised such sharp-tongued individuals. Nevertheless, she found it amusing. The corners of the princess's mouth unconsciously lifted in delight. Only after boarding the carriage did Yu Yuanjing shake off the exhilaration of seeing the elder matriarch flustered. Yu Chaoyang, sensing the atmosphere, opted not to crowd the princess but instead boarded the elder matriarch's carriage. The princess maintained a distant demeanor towards Yu Chaoyang. Closeness was out of the question, yet she did not impose any hardships upon him. Are you deliberately seeking scorn? The princess shook her head in resignation.
Mother, I am easy to please. I eat everything except one thing.
What is that? I do not enjoy being taken advantage of. Oh, you child. The princess shook her head again. Although the elder matriarch can be somewhat unreasonable, she is still an elder.
Try to avoid provoking her in the future.
Yes, mother. However, I also have my principles. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall retaliate.
Yu Yuanzhang stated assertively, rendering the princess momentarily speechless. Such a daughter-in-law had its pros and cons. After all, 2 carriages soon arrived at the palace gates. To their surprise, the grand entrance of the palace was also adorned with mugwort. 2 large bundles hung prominently, their fragrance detectable from afar. The ladies of various households had begun to arrive at the eastern side of the palace to queue for entry. The residents of the Rome prince, being a royal household, did not need to stand in line with the families of the ministers but could enter directly through the western gate. As they approached the entrance, they encountered another carriage that had just arrived. The owner of that carriage, upon stepping out, caught sight of the carriage from the Rome prince's residence and paused to wait.
Sister Yu Yan, a middle-aged noblewoman, called out first.
Dressed in formal attire befitting a princess, exuding an air of nobility, she was adorned in festive red, with a jade pendant shaped like a fragrant pouch hanging from her skirt. Her round face radiated a sense of fortune. Shiryun, what a coincidence to meet you here, the princess exclaimed, delighted to see a dear friend from her youth. Lin Shiryun was the wife of the current emperor's full-blooded younger brother, the Jing prince.
Zheng'er, come here.
This is Princess Jing, you may call her Aunt Lin, for she is Mother's closest friend. The princess beckoned Yu Yuanzhang over. I have met Aunt Lin, you are truly beautiful, Yu Yuanzhang said with a radiant smile.
So this is Ziki's wife?
She possesses a remarkable spirit, delightful indeed. Lin Shiryun took Yu Yuanzhang's hand and examined her closely. Although she had attended their wedding, she had never seen her in person.
Jin Aunt, a young man and woman approached to pay their respects.
The heir, Jinyu, grows ever more dashing, and the Princess Ling Xian blossoms into a graceful beauty. The princess praised both younger generations in a single breath. In Yu Yuanzhang's eyes, this brother-sister pair truly seemed like dragons and phoenixes among men. The young man exuded striking charm, while the young woman radiated sweetness and beauty, both being rare jewels. I have met Jing Prince's heir and Princess Ling Xian, Yu Yuanzhang smiled as she greeted the 2 youngsters. I have met Princess Jing, the elder matriarch, accompanied by the second matriarch, and Yu Chaoyan also came to pay their respects.
Elder matriarch, second matriarch, no need for formalities. The attire of the heir's wife today is truly exquisite, the Jing princess complimented her.
Very well, let us enter together, the Jing princess invited.
Yuanzhang, wait for me. At that moment, someone called out Yu Yuanzhang's name from behind.
Chapter 45. A playtime. As Yu Yuanzhang turned, she spotted a young girl approaching from behind, accompanied by a reluctant young boy. The newcomers were Yu Yueying, daughter of the Duke of Ning'an, and her younger brother, Yu Zhenxing. The group halted to await their arrival as the siblings approached, breathless from their exertion. Greetings, Princess Rong, Princess Jing, and young Master Jing. Yu Yueying greeted each person in turn. However, the young boy kept his head down, remaining silent. He was still troubled by the memory of how his sister had revived him by blowing air into his mouth, and he harbored resentment towards Yu Yuanzhang, who had suggested that method. Yueying, did you come with your mother? Inquired Madame Miao Luoying. At this, Yu Yueying's cheeks flushed crimson, realizing she was in the presence of her future mother-in-law. Caught up in her excitement at seeing Yu Yuanzhang, she had momentarily forgotten about her prospective mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law. Yes, she replied. The two had forged a bond through their joint effort to save her brother, quickly becoming close friends. In truth, Yu Yueying was particularly fond of Yu Yuanzhang and longed to be near her. Go ahead, dear. I shall not hinder you, the Duchess permitted. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang observed the closeness of their relationship, biting his lip in frustration, pondering how she would navigate her future relations with the 2 elder ladies. What a foolish girl, he mused. You can go, but do not drag me along, the young boy protested, pouting as he attempted to free himself from his sister's grip. Their bond was unmistakably strong. At 12, the boy was nearly as tall as his sister, though it was clear he was still a mere child.
Shouldn't you greet your sister Yuanzhang?
Yu Yueying urged, giving her brother a gentle push toward Yuanzhang. However, the boy seized the opportunity to dash away. The incident involving Yuanzhang saving him had remained under wraps, as the duke's household had imposed silence on the matter, recognizing the potential damage to their reputation.
Let us proceed, Princess Jing led the way.
Yu Yueying nestled close to Yuanzhang as they entered the palace through the western gate. Jia Jinxian, also on amicable terms with Yu Yueying, joined them. The trio strolled together, engaging in lively conversation as if they were long-separated friends reunited, with an abundance of tales to share. In truth, it was primarily Yu Yueying and Zhao Jinxian who dominated the dialogue, while Yuanzhang played the role of an attentive listener. The 2 elder ladies watched the 3 converse animatedly, their brows furrowing in disapproval. The matriarch did not wish for her future granddaughter-in-law to grow too close to Yuanzhang, yet she found herself without justification to intervene, as the girl had not yet formally entered the family. Throughout their journey, Yu Yueying and Zhao Jinxian took turns introducing Yuanzhang to the palace's layout and architecture, even detailing the historical significance of certain trees. They explained the identity. Yuanzhang listened intently, aware that this knowledge was essential. She could not afford to be unfamiliar with those she would encounter in her future role as the wife of the duke's eldest son. Yu Chaoyang trailed closely behind, eavesdropping on their conversation. Although she hailed from a noble family, her status paled in comparison to that of the daughters of the duke and the prince. Among the aristocracy, aside from the royal family, the hierarchy began with the dukes, followed by the marquises, and then the earls. Thus, it was customary for the duke's household to maintain a distance from the earls, while the earls sought to curry favor with the dukes. Consequently, Yu Chaoyang had found it challenging to befriend the daughters of the duke's family during her time in the boudoir. Had it not been for her engagement to the duke's son, she would have barely registered on Yu Yueying's radar, let alone that of Zhao Jinxian.
Yuanzhang surmised that her engagement had been orchestrated with the emperor's intent to avoid elevating the status of the duke's in-laws too high, as the princess was already a daughter of a duke's family. The palace was adorned with vibrant decorations in anticipation of the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival. The ladies-in-waiting were first to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress upon entering the inner palace. The group arrived at the Yiyang Palace, where they unexpectedly found the Empress in attendance. From Chao Jinxian, they learned that the Empress was not the original Empress but a successor. Despite an unremarkable family background, she had borne a pair of twins, a dragon and phoenix, who were now 8 years old. The emperor was quite fond of his children, which had earned her the title of empress. However, with several adult princes preceding her sons, the prospect of her children being named crown prince was nearly impossible. Thus, the empress maintained a quiet but secure position as the matriarch of the harem, with no one daring to contest her authority. Qin Yuyan, accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, and Lin Shiyun, with her 2 children, approached to pay their respects. The empress dowager's face lit up with joy upon seeing her grandchildren. Yuyan, it has been too long since you last visited the palace to pay your respects.
How is Ziki faring?
The Empress Dowager's tone bore a hint of sympathy, laced with maternal affection as she invited Yuyan to sit beside her. Your Majesty, he remains the same, Yuyan replied, her smile dimming slightly. Ah, I shall have Lord Rong petition the Emperor to summon renowned physicians from across the realm to attend to Ziki, the Empress Dowager exclaimed.
Your Majesty, that would not be agreeable to the Duke.
Such a grand display would overwhelm Ziki. We are discreetly seeking out capable physicians and shall certainly invite them to examine him, Yuyan assured. May a healer come forth to restore Ziki's health, the Empress Dowager consoled, patting Yuyan's hand. And this must be Ziki's wife, she inquired, turning her gaze upon Yuanzhang.
Upon hearing her name, Yuanzhang stepped forward, bowing respectfully.
She bears a familiar countenance. Take good care of Ziki, and the Duke's household will treat you well, the Empress Dowager remarked, presenting Yuanzhang with a bracelet from her wrist. Take this. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yuanzhang replied, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, noting that she alone received such a gift. As more noble women came forth to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress, the younger ladies began to fidget restlessly. Young ones, go and play, I have prepared many games in the garden for you all. Do not be shy. When the time comes, I shall send someone to announce dinner, the Empress declared, as the hall grew crowded with guests. Upon hearing the Empress's words, the young ladies eagerly gathered in groups, departing from the Empress Dowager's Yiyang Palace. Sister Yuanzhang, let us go and shoot the powdered dumplings.
It is such fun, we can have a competition to see who can shoot the most and we can eat them too. Chao Jinxian exclaimed, having quickly grown comfortable with Yuanzhang. But I have never shot them before, Yuanzhang admitted.
The original owner of her body had never participated in such games, having never set foot in the palace before marrying into the Duke's family. Fear not, I shall teach you, Yu Yueying declared, pulling Yuanzhang along in a particular direction. The girls, all of a similar age, found it quite fitting to play together. Arriving at a small garden, they discovered several palace maids had already prepared the necessary equipment. 2 girls were already taking their turns. Upon seeing the newcomers, the 2 paused to greet them. We are here to play today, so no need for excessive formalities, let us take turns, Chao Jinxian, a princess of the Jing royal family, declared, her status commanding respect from the daughters of officials. Chao Jinxian took her turn first, releasing an arrow that unfortunately missed its target, leaving her visibly disheartened. Sister Yuanzhang, why don't you give it a try? I will guide you, Chao Jinxian encouraged, her fondness for Yuanzhang evident in her cheerful demeanor. Despite her humble beginnings, she now held the esteemed title of the Duke's wife, a transformation that had altered her status entirely. Given her brother Ziki's close relationship with Yuanzhang's brother, she felt a sense of duty to watch over her sister-in-law. Very well, Yuanzhang conceded, encouraged by the young girl's enthusiasm. Raise your hands higher, keep the bow steady, and aim for the dumpling ahead. If the dumpling is blown off course by the wind, before Chao Jinxian could finish her instructions, Yuanzhang's arrow had already flown from her hands. My heavens, both Chao Jinxian and Yu Yueying gazed in disbelief at the arrow soaring away. Chapter 46 The Gaming Prodigy. Didn't you say you couldn't do it? How did you hit the target on your first try? The 2 young ladies regarded the quivering pink dumpling with disbelief. I simply aimed as you instructed, and when my arm felt a bit sore, I let the arrow fly, Yu Yuanzhang admitted, astonished by her own stroke of luck. Her body, lacking in fitness, had grown fatigued from holding the small bow for just a short while. I don't believe it, try again, Yu Yueying insisted, handing her another arrow. Yu Yuanzhang, feeling somewhat helpless, complied and demonstrated once more. Swish! Wow, she hit it again. The 2 girls clapped their hands in delight. Yu Yuanzhang herself was baffled by her extraordinary fortune. Perhaps it's because I often embroider, and my practice with the needle has honed my aim, she pondered, crafting a justification for her success. That is quite possible, Chao Jinxian nodded in agreement. Lady young master, here are the dumplings you shot, a palace maid announced, presenting the 2 pink dumplings on a plate. Wait, let me shoot once more. Each of us should have one, Yu Yuanzhang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. She took up the bow again, but this time, her shot missed. I told you, that was just luck, Yu Yuanzhang quipped, then shot 2 more arrows before finally hitting another target on her 5th attempt. Each girl now had one. The 2 young ladies took turns shooting a few arrows, but none of them succeeded. Lacking Yu Yuanzhang as benchmark, their attempts felt less rewarding. Alright, there are still many other delightful activities. Let us see what else we can enjoy, Yu Yuanzhang suggested.
Yes, indeed. Yu Yueying readily concurred.
Let us go watch the young gentleman play at the wooden archery, perhaps we can join in, Zhao Jinxian proposed enthusiastically. Familiar with the palace, she led the way, and soon the three of them arrived at an open area nestled between two halls. This space, situated between the front court and the inner palace, was predominantly filled with young men engaged in merriment. To their surprise, both genders participated in this game, indicating its widespread appeal. Yu Yuanzhang was ushered into a circle of spectators by the two girls. She had never witnessed such a game before. The original owner of her body had only heard of it in passing. Upon closer inspection, she realized, isn't this akin to bowling? Though different from the modern version, the essence remains similar. This was a game she could play, yet she hesitated to join the queue alongside a throng of young gentlemen, feeling it inappropriate for a married woman to compete with them.
Big brother, we wish to play as well,
Zhao Jinxian declared, pulling her newly forged friend forward to cut in line before the heir of the Jing Wang, Zhao Jinyu.
Hey, Princess Lingxian, that's not fair, a young man protested from behind. What's the harm? Don't be so petty, or you might end up without a bride.
Princess Lingxian retorted, showing no intention of stepping back. The young man rubbed his nose, nudged by another young gentleman behind him. Alright, stop being so stingy.
You might scare off a potential wife.
Yu Yuanjing benefited from this commotion, gradually moving forward. There were only 5 people ahead of her, and each was allotted 3 chances. Hitting a red pillar awarded a dumpling. As she observed the young man in front of her miss 3 throws, she discerned his lack of practice. The first to take her turn was Yu Yueying. She crouched, aimed, and tossed the ball, only to miss. The attending palace maid handed her another ball. She threw again.
Wow, I hit it, I hit it.
Yu Yueying exclaimed joyfully, her lively spirit infectious. The palace maid respectfully presented her with a dumpling. She had one more chance. She threw again. Alas, another miss, but 1 is enough for my lunch, Yu Yueying said, not disheartened. She felt satisfied with her single success. She was truly an unready girl.
Yu Yuanzhang smiled and gave her a thumbs up. I must go next. I'm afraid of being outdone by Sister Yuanzhang, Princess Lingxian declared. Stepping ahead of Yu Yuanzhang, the latter instinctively took a step back, only to accidentally bump into the heir of Jingwang behind her. My apologies. It was unintentional, she quickly said. The heir merely smiled and nodded. This was the first time he had laid eyes on this woman, whom he recognized as the wife of his close friend, Ziki, who had been forced into a marriage. He had known Ziki since childhood, having played together frequently, and they had trained in martial arts side by side. However, an unforeseen tragedy had befallen his dear friend, and he could do nothing to help but seek out skilled physicians on his behalf. As long as this woman treated Ziki well, he would extend her kindness. Seeing her blend so well with his sister, having known each other for less than an hour, he assumed she must be a good person. Otherwise, his sister would not have taken to her so readily. Zhao Jinxian missed 2 consecutive throws, feeling rather disheartened. Yu Yuanzhang couldn't help but chuckle at her sulking expression. Come, Princess Lingxian, let me guide you.
She took hold of the girl's hand. Focus now.
Don't exert too much force, just gently roll the ball forward. Throw. Lingxian instinctively followed her instructions and released the ball. Wow, I hit it.
Princess Lingxian cheered, clapping her hands in delight, and happily accepted her prize, a dumpling, from the palace maid. Now it was Yu Yuanzhang's turn in this game. After all, posed little challenge. Once one mastered the technique, it was quite simple. To her astonishment, she hit the target with all 3 of her throws, evoking applause from the onlookers. She earned herself 3 dumplings, enough to sustain her until the palace banquet commenced. With Lingxian and Yu Yueying witnessing Yu Yuanzhang's prowess, they eagerly led her to challenge others, reaping ample rewards. The games of antiquity often have their counterparts in modern times, many having evolved from these ancient pastimes, rendering Yu Yuanzhang's experience enjoyable and effortless. During this time, she encountered Yu Chaoyang twice. As the wife of the heir, and with Shangguan Zishu in good health, numerous suitors sought her favor. However, they were all young ladies from respectable families, unlike Yu Yuanzhang, who played alongside 2 unmarried girls. While they were engaged in dart throwing, a minor incident occurred. A young lady clad in splendid garments, surrounded by peers of her age, approached to join the game. Her haughty demeanor and the Connie princess attire she donned spoke volumes of her elevated status. That's the granddaughter of the late King Mo, Princess Nanhua, Yu Yueying whispered to Yu Yuanzhang. Oh, Yu Yuanzhang responded, comprehending instantly that this was a cousin of the emperor. While her status could not rival that of Princess Lingxian, she was still of royal blood. Upon arrival, Princess Nanhua fixated her gaze on Yu Chaoyang. She, accustomed to her lofty position, had never deigned to interact with someone of Yu Chaoyang's perceived lower status, thus had never regarded her. Yu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, was likely completely unaware of her existence.
Are you Yu Chaoyang of the Yong'an estate? Princess Nanhua inquired coldly, as if harboring a grudge.
Greetings, Princess Nanhua, Yu Chaoyang replied, feeling a twinge of unease in the presence of this former sister-in-law. In their past encounters, Princess Nanhua had always looked down on her, never granting her a second glance, and now, as the wife of the heir to the Rong Wang estate, Yu Chaoyang's status was not inferior to that of Princess Nanhua. Yet, she felt a lack of confidence.
I have heard that you deliberately swapped marriages to attain the position of heiress wife? Princess Nanhua did not mince words, boldly addressing the topic before the gathered crowd.
Chapter 47 of the provocation. It was merely an accident, Yu Chaoyang thought to herself, emboldened by her status as the heir's wife, as she straightened her posture and replied defiantly.
Humph, you call it an accident, but who would believe that?
You are merely bullying your own sister, retorted Princess Nanhua disdainfully.
Regardless of the circumstances, I am now the heir's wife of the Rong Wangfu. What qualifications does Princess Nanhua have to meddle?
Yu Chaoyang, oblivious to the presence of Yu Yuanzheng and others standing behind her, grew increasingly assertive with each word.
Acquired through unscrupulous means, and you dare to speak so boldly? How can one be so shameless?
Princess Nanhua exchanged glances with the young ladies accompanying her.
Indeed, what a brazen individual, one young lady echoed.
Princess, shall we teach her a lesson? Another suggested, revealing the audacity of the girl amidst this assembly of gentlewomen.
Let us have a dart competition. If she loses, she should voluntarily withdraw, another chimed in.
Yes, let us compete, your dart skills are unparalleled among us, you are sure to prevail, they urged.
She is wholly unworthy of being the heir's wife. One wonders how the late lord ever betrothed her to the previous heir, they chattered.
Indeed, the Rong Wangfu was a first-rank princely house, and a fallen noble lady has taken the place that so many esteemed young ladies covet.
Purely by luck, someone scoffed.
Princess, let us show her who is boss. Just because she has become the heir's wife doesn't mean she holds any noble status, she is nothing of consequence. The young ladies behind Princess Nanhua clamored in encouragement. Yu Yuanzheng observed with keen interest. She had not anticipated that so many young ladies coveted the position of the heir's wife of the Rong Wangfu, and it seemed that Princess Nanhua was among them. If Shangguan Zishu were not the heir, one wondered if they would still vie for his hand.
Yu Chaoyang, do you dare to compete?
Princess Nanhua stepped forward, gazing down at Yu Chaoyang with contempt. Yu Chaoyang instinctively took a step back, her face flushed with anger. However, having never been part of the royal noble circle, she felt an unspoken apprehension towards them and hesitated to accept the challenge. Yu Yuanzheng watched this unfold, amused. Why Yu Chaoyang was nothing more than a tyrant in her own territory, a mere princess had frightened her into such a state. It was truly lamentable that she had become the heir's wife yet could not hold her ground, her previous life had indeed been in vain.
However, within a household, one's honor and disgrace were intertwined. Yu Chaoyang's embarrassment reflected poorly on the Wangfu. Princess Nanhua, I will compete with you, if that is agreeable.
Yu Yuanzheng stepped forward, her smile gentle and inviting. Her beauty surpassed that of Yu Chaoyang, and her smile could overshadow 1,000 blossoms.
And who might you be?
Princess Nanhua inquired, noticing Yu Yuanzheng's hair was elegantly styled, indicating she was a married woman, thus feeling no jealousy over her beauty. Had there been no change in marriage arrangements, I might have been the heir's wife, Yu Yuanzheng replied, still smiling.
Are you the esteemed lady of the Rong Wangfu? Princess Nanhua raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. Indeed I am.
You worthless one, how could you be swayed by her? Princess Nanhua suddenly raised her voice, an unmistakable hint of fury brewing. Princess, this is a family matter of ours, and thus does not concern you greatly, Yu Yuanzheng responded, perplexed.
Nanhua, why direct your ire towards Yuanzheng? Marriage is a matter dictated by parental arrangement. If you wish to marry into the Rong Wangfu, why did you not have your parents propose sooner? What is the purpose of flaunting your authority here? Princess Lingxian interjected, pulling Yu Yuanzheng behind her, confronting Princess Nanhua. What is it to you? Princess Nanhua's eyes reddened, threatening tears.
Yu Chaoyang remained silent, cowering in the shadows. The conflict arose from Princess Nanhua's shattered dreams of becoming the heir's wife due to the marriage change. Yu Yuanzheng finally understood that Princess Nanhua desired the position of the heir's wife regardless of who the heir was. Such importance was placed on status, did it not matter who the man was? To be frank, Shangguan Zishu did not captivate her. Though he was passably handsome, he lacked the nobility of character. For the sake of status, he would dare to covet his brother's wife. Most importantly, he already had 2 concubines, which tarnished his reputation. It may not concern me, but do not bring shame upon the palace. If you seek trouble, do not do so within the palace walls. Do you not fear your uncle discovering and punishing you? Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and everyone is here to celebrate, Princess Lingxian admonished with righteous authority. Princess Nanhua found herself at a loss for words, her status overshadowed by the princess. She did not dare to openly quarrel with her, a testament to the weight of their respective standings. Sister Yuanzheng, let us depart, Princess Lingxian urged, pulling Yu Yuanzheng away to another location. Yu Chaoyang, sensing the shift, hurriedly followed them, eager to distance herself from Princess Nanhua. Yu Yuanzheng glanced back at her, but Yu Chaoyang dared not meet her gaze. A wave of jealousy surged within Yu Chaoyang. Why did Yu Yuanzheng garner the favor of Princess Lingxian while she was left to associate with married women who sought to curry her favor? Many of her former companions lacked the qualifications to enter the palace, and the unmarried ladies who did were unwilling to associate with her. She desperately reassured herself that she was the heir's wife, destined to become the Princess of Rome in the future. Let us go see the dragon boat races, Princess Lingxian suggested. Are there dragon boat races in the palace? Yu Yuanzheng inquired, intrigued. Of course. There is a small lake in the center of the imperial garden suitable for dragon boat racing, though it cannot compare to the grand river outside. Each boat can hold a maximum of 6 people, Princess Lingxian explained. The group arrived by the lakeside, and indeed, they found a lake spanning approximately 3 to 4 acres. A ring of willow trees adorned the banks, while numerous lotus flowers bloomed in the water, their leaves stretching across the surface. Each lotus flower, rising gracefully between the leaves, resembled a delicate young maiden. It was a breathtaking sight. The 3 young ladies strolled along the lake's edge toward the boat dock. Let us see if there are any available dragon boats.
We shall partake in the races as well, Princess Ling Xian exclaimed with excitement. Yu Yuanzhang, having been preoccupied with work in her past life, felt a surge of joy at the prospect of leisure. That sounds delightful. I've never been in a dragon boat before. Just as they approached the docking area, a shrill scream pierced the air. Oh no, the 7th prince and the 8th princess have fallen into the water. Upon hearing this, Princess Ling Xian cried out in alarm and hurriedly lifted her skirts to run. Yu Yuanzhang and Yu Yueying immediately followed suit. However, when they reached the dock, they beheld a dragon boat overturned in the water, its occupants having fallen and the other boats were paddling toward the capsized craft, situated in the center of the lake where the water was deeper. While this posed little danger to adults, it was perilous for children. 2 boats had already reached the scene, and several young boys jumped into the water, yet they struggled to locate anyone amidst the chaos. The commotion only clouded visibility further, making rescue all the more challenging. Yu Yuanzhang clenched her hands in anxiety, feeling helpless as she awaited developments. Quickly, summon the imperial physician, a male voice called from behind Yu Yuanzhang. Turning to look, she saw a young man seated in a wheelchair. A eunuch standing beside him dashed off at his command. Yu Yuanzhang did not recognize him. He was strikingly handsome, with a maturity and wisdom that belied his youth, though a long scar running from his forehead to his temple marred his otherwise perfect features. Despite his reliance on a wheelchair, his noble aura remained unblemished. Elder brother, Princess Ling Xian called out hastily before turning her gaze back to the lake. Chapter 48 Collaboration. Once more the Crown Prince. Yu Yueying crouched and bowed. It was then that Yu Yuanzhang recognized the identity of the individual before her. I have the honor of meeting the Crown Prince. The other party merely responded with a slight grunt, their gaze fixed upon the lake's surface. Soon, the individuals in peril were rescued onto the dragon boat, swiftly paddling towards the shore. Princess Ling Xian ran ahead, encircling the scene. A total of 6 children lay unconscious, the eldest appearing no older than 12, while the youngest were a pair of twin siblings. The eunuch's earlier screams had attracted many nearby onlookers. Yu Chaoyang was also among the crowd. In her previous life, she had endured a dismal marriage, plagued by melancholy, as the princess had never permitted her into the palace. Yet, she had never heard of such an incident occurring within the royal residence. Why were so many things different in this life? Jinxing, how could he be here again? He had barely escaped drowning days prior, yet he dares to conspire with the princes and princesses to venture into the lake. Yu Yueying was nearly beside herself with frustration. Yuanzhang? Yu Yueying immediately cast a pitiful glance at Yu Yuanzhang, her meaning clear. Hurry and save them, employing the previous methods. Heavens, this is disastrous, someone exclaimed. The 7th prince and the 8th princess, the queen's beloved niece, along with 2 grandsons from the old marquis's families, another voice announced, revealing the identities of several children. Time was of the essence, and Yu Yuanzhang understood the urgency. She could not afford to hesitate. Yu Chaoyang, having witnessed Yu Yuanzhang's earlier heroics, stepped forward. Sister-in-law, please save them, I shall assist as well. Yu Yuanzhang glanced at her, comprehending her intent. She sought to claim a share of the credit. However, having observed her skills in rescue previously, she realized that familiarity was indeed beneficial. Yu Chaoyang adeptly seized the opportunity, targeting the 8th princess. Among the 6 children, 2 were girls, while 4 were boys. Yu Yueying swiftly scooped up her younger brother. We need 3 more individuals, follow my instructions, quickly. Yu Yuanzhang shouted into the crowd. She then quickly crouched beside another girl. 3 individuals emerged, one of whom was the guard accompanying the crown prince. Each of you, select a drowning child. Follow my lead. First, position the child's head like this to ensure the airway remains clear. The others mimic Yu Yuanzhang's movements. Pinch the child's nose, take a deep breath, and blow 3 times into the child's abdomen. Yu Yueying understood the procedure and began the rescue without waiting for Yu Yuanzhang to finish her instructions. The others quickly grasped the intent. After blowing 3 times into the girl, Yu Yuanzhang paused. Place your hands at this position, interlace your fingers, and apply pressure. 1, 2, 3. Yu Yuanzhang continuously counted, pressing down methodically. The others followed suit. After 30 compressions, blow air again. The 3 young men, evidently well-trained sons of noble families, demonstrated commendable learning ability, each maintaining a rhythmic pace after witnessing her demonstration just once. The first to awaken was Yu Jinxing. After sputtering water, Yu Yueying disregarded everything else and began to vigorously pat his back. You reckless child, I could just as easily strike you down. After 2 more rounds of compressions, the little girl in Yu Yuanzhang's grasp finally coughed awake. She glanced around, for had already regained consciousness, yet the 8th princess in Yu Chaoyang's arms remained unresponsive. Observing her actions, it was evident that her force was insufficient. Yu Yuanzhang promptly pushed her aside and took over. After 2 more compressions yielded no results, with the other 5 children revived, Yu Yuanzhang felt a surge of anxiety. If a child perished under her care, even if she saved 5 others, she would face dire consequences. Steady yourself, the child was so small, excessive force could fracture ribs, yet time was of the essence. Yu Yuanzhang increased her strength. Blow, compress. The crowd encircled them, breathless, acutely aware that these were the emperor's most cherished twins. Only a few of the revived children were weeping. Your Highness, a distant voice called out. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. The empress rushed in, her earlier grace and poise entirely absent. What are you doing? Upon witnessing Yu Yuanzhang performing unfamiliar maneuvers on her daughter, she scolded sharply. Your Majesty, please do not interrupt her rescue efforts, the Crown Prince interjected, stepping in to halt the Empress.
At that moment, Yu Yuanzhang disregarded all distractions, fully engrossed in her compressions and breaths. Another group hurriedly arrived, none other than the current emperor, Qiming. In such a tense atmosphere, no one dared to greet him, merely parting to allow his approach. The crown prince gestured to halt the incoming throng, quietly relaying the events to the emperor. All eyes remained fixed on Yu Yuanzhang's actions. She was drenched in sweat. A faint, crisp sound echoed in Yu Yuanzhang's ears. She recognized the sound of a rib fracturing, yet, amidst the cries of several children, the crowd remained oblivious to it was this fractured bone that caused the child to recoil in pain, followed by a violent cough. Yu Yuanzhang swiftly turned the child onto her side. The eighth princess coughed and wept simultaneously, the pain of the fractured rib intensifying her sobs. "Do not cry, it will only hurt more," Yu Yuanzhang gently comforted her. At that moment, the physician they had summoned finally arrived, breathless from the exertion of running. Having just calmed the empress of the seventh prince, upon seeing the eighth princess awaken, she rushed over to embrace her in an attempt to soothe her. "Your Majesty, do not move," Yu Yuanzhang immediately intervened. "What is amiss?" the empress asked, her eyes still glistening with tears. Yu Yuanzhang noticed a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe standing nearby and immediately recognized him. She hastily knelt before him. This was the era of imperial authority, and she knew she must adapt, lest she meet an untimely demise. Although she was the daughter-in-law of the Rong Wangfu, she remained merely a subject's wife. "This humble servant, Yu Yuanzhang, greets your Majesty. I bear guilt." Yu Yuanzhang initiated the confession. "You saved my daughter. How could you be at fault?" The emperor, perplexed, replied. "Earlier, the heir's wife insisted on participating in the rescue, yet her efforts were insufficient, leading to a delay in reviving the princess. By the time I took over, precious moments had passed, compelling me to apply greater force, resulting in the fracture of the eighth princess's ribs." Yu Yuanzhang not only explained the situation but also subtly cast aspersions upon Yu Chaoyang. Was it so easy to claim credit? Upon hearing this, Yu Chaoyang promptly knelt before the emperor. "This humble servant bears guilt. It was my first attempt at rescue, and I lacked experience. I beseech your Majesty to grant punishment." "Rise, there was no grave error. Merits and faults balance each other out," the emperor observed, his anger dissipating upon confirming that both children had been revived. With the emperor's consent, the two finally rose from the ground. In that moment, Yu Chaoyang shot Yu Yuanzhang a fierce glare. "Are you the daughter-in-law of Ziki?" the emperor inquired. "Replying to your Majesty, indeed I am," Yu Yuanzhang answered, "neither servile nor haughty." "Very well, you have rendered great service today." The crown prince had already briefed him on the entire incident. At this juncture, the physician conducted examinations on each child. Only the eighth princess had sustained 2 fractured ribs. However, with time, she would recover. A stretcher was summoned to carry the eighth princess back, while the others were advised to change their clothes and drink ginger soup to ward off ailments. The weather was temperate, reducing the likelihood of catching a chill. Once everyone had changed and consumed their ginger soup, they gathered at the nearby Mingyi Hall, where the emperor began to inquire into the circumstances surrounding the incident. Chapter 49 Clear Rewards and Punishments. At this moment, the adults from each family had also arrived. Among the 6 children were the 7 princes and the 8 princesses born of the queen. The eldest among them was the 3rd young master of the Ning'an Marquisate, Yu Jingxing, from the Chang Wangfu. There was the grandson of the old king Chang, Cha Jinrui, from the Huai Wangfu, the 3rd grandson of the old king Huai, Cha Jinchang. Additionally, there was the queen's niece, Xinyu. They were all children aged between 8 and 12. "Speak, who led the way to paddle the dragon boat?" the emperor asked sternly, addressing the 4 boys kneeling before him. As a result, they pushed each other, none daring to speak first. At that moment, they all understood the gravity of the situation. The parents from several families also stepped forward to kneel. "Father, it was my desire to row, and I invited them to accompany me," the 7 princes said, displaying a sense of responsibility, stepping up as no one else dared. "That is not true, your Majesty, it was I who first proposed it." Yu Jingxing also took responsibility, unwilling to let the 8-year-old 7 princes shoulder it alone. Both were the most favored sons in their families, and thus quite unruly. Upon hearing this, Ning'an Marquis Yu Jingsong trembled in fear. He vowed to teach that boy a lesson when they returned home. Having narrowly escaped danger, he still had not learned his lesson. "Your Majesty, it is my failing as a father, and I accept the punishment," the Ning'an Marquis admitted with a proper attitude. The other parents followed suit, acknowledging their mistakes. Allowing princes and princesses to play nearly led to a tragic outcome. Had it not been for timely rescue, it was likely that none aboard would have survived. The thought of that consequence sent chills down their spines. "And where are the attendants?" The emperor's anger was genuinely kindled this time. The 2 young eunuchs attending the 7 princes and the 2 young maidens serving the 8 princesses had long awaited outside the hall. Upon hearing their summons, they bowed their heads and entered to kneel. "Speak, why did you allow your master to encounter danger?" The emperor's voice boomed with fury. We know our mistakes, the 4 could only plead guilty, not daring to beg for mercy, as they indeed had neglected their duties. "Father, it was I who did not allow them to follow. There were so many amusements on the lake, so I wished to play as well and left the 4 of them on the shore with my 8th sister," the 7 princes spoke up again, taking the blame once more. The emperor shot him a glare. This boy had truly been spoiled by him, utterly undisciplined. "Take them out and administer 30 strokes of the rod, to be dealt with by the queen," the emperor ordered directly. "You 4 mischievous boys, considering today is a festival, each shall receive 5 strokes, and Xinyu shall receive 2. Each father shall receive 10 strokes, and ensure you properly discipline your sons. Should such incidents occur again, they will face 2 years of military service."
The emperor punished everyone present, however, as the father of the 7 princes, should he not also be punished? Yet, no one dared voice this thought. Thank you, your majesty.
Even after receiving punishment, gratitude was owed. The sentences were executed immediately outside the hall. Each boy was able to stand and walk after receiving their lashes. The 7 princes grinned through the pain. The executioners were judicious, ensuring that the children were not harmed beyond measure, especially on such a festive occasion inside the hall.
Yu Yuanzhang. I am here, your majesty.
Yu Yuanzhang started, wondering why the emperor had called for her. You have accomplished a great deed today with several others.
What reward do you desire? The emperor truly upheld the principle of clear rewards and punishments.
Your majesty, it was merely a stroke of luck, no reward is necessary, I shall be satisfied with a few extra rice dumplings later, she replied modestly.
Truly ungrasping for credit. The young and Marquis raises their daughters well. Who else is in your family?
Replying to your majesty, my family includes my father, mother, a 14-year-old younger brother, and a 10-year-old younger sister, Yu Yuanzhang responded promptly.
Would her actions today benefit her family as well? Does your brother study? He does. He is preparing to take the provincial examination this year.
Convey my decree and let him report to the Guozijian tomorrow. In due time, your 10-year-old sister shall be brought into the palace to accompany the queen and serve as a companion to the 8th princess, the emperor stated.
Thank you, your majesty.
Yu Yuanzhang immediately knelt, expressing her sincere gratitude. This was indeed a tremendous fortune. You families prepare generous gifts to express your gratitude at the Rong Wangfu, the emperor said, glancing at the few parents who were standing unsteadily. Two were the emperor's cousins, one was the young and Marquis, and another was his maternal uncle. Each held a distinguished status, yet they all bowed their heads, feeling quite embarrassed. It had been many years since any father had been punished by the emperor due to their child's mischief. Yes, your majesty, we shall certainly pay our respects, the parents responded in unison.
Meanwhile, standing aside, Yu Qiang felt a surge of jealousy. How could Yu Yuanzhang, of all people, reap such great benefits for the second household due to a rescue, yet she dared not utter a word.
The emperor had not pursued the matter of the Marquisade's marriage exchange, and that was already a stroke of good fortune. The emperor was no fool, how could he not discern the intricacies of the situation? To the others involved in the rescue, each shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, the emperor continued. The 2 young masters and the crown prince's guard, Yu Yueying and Yu Qiang, stepped forward to express their gratitude for the rewards. Once they exited the Mingyi Hall, Zhao Jinxiang finally had the chance to seize Yu Yuanzhang's arm and inquire curiously.
Yuanzhang, how did you know that method of artificial respiration?
I have only heard my father mention that someone spoke of it a century ago, but few have ever seen it.
Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzhang was taken aback. Could it be that someone from the future had already come?
Yet she had not observed anything modern in this era. No wonder the emperor had not questioned her about it. It seemed he might already be aware. It appeared she must refrain from casually revealing knowledge of things that did not exist in this age. It was just idle thinking while sitting and embroidering, my mind wandering, she explained, reiterating what she had said at the Marquis.
You truly are clever. Come, let us see the 8th princess, Zhao Jinxiang proposed.
Let us go. Yu Yueying thought it necessary to apologize to the 8th princess on behalf of her brother, as he had caused this danger. Upon arriving at the 8th princess's chambers, they found her already asleep after drinking a calming soup. The queen was still present. Your majesty, we pay our respects, the 3 young ladies greeted in unison. You have come, the queen acknowledged.
Royal aunt, how is the 8th princess? Zhao Jinxiang asked.
Having endured such suffering for the first time in her life, thankfully she was rescued. Yuanzhang, I thank you, the queen expressed sincerely, her demeanor warm and approachable. The emperor had appointed a woman of modest background as the queen to prevent disputes in the harem, citing her bearing twins as justification. The queen's children were still too young to be competitive, and lacking a powerful maternal family, her position was quite secure. Thus, in this harem, she treated both noble women and concubines with kindness.
Your majesty, you are too kind.
It was merely a small effort, and the emperor has already rewarded me, so I would not dare to accept a second reward, Yu Yuanzhang responded with a smile. The emperor is the emperor, and I am the queen remarked, as she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and slid it onto Yu Yuanzhang's arm.
A gift from the queen could not be declined. Thank you, your majesty.
Come now, it is nearly time, let us all proceed to the Tai Ming Hall, the queen said, glancing at the clock, noting her daughter was sleeping soundly. The Tai Ming Hall was the grand hall for this palace banquet. The 3 young ladies made their way to the Tai Ming Hall, but on the way, they encountered another individual. Chapter 50 of the Queen's Prepared Game. Big Brother. Upon spotting the eldest prince, Zhao Jinxi, seated in his wheelchair, Zhao Jinxian immediately bounded over to greet him. Yu Yuanzhang observed that the eldest prince was not heading towards the banquet hall but was instead quietly waiting here. Ah, Jinxian, I have something to inquire of the eldest lady.
Would you mind waiting a moment?
The eldest prince spoke to the young woman with such gentleness, his voice melodious. It is indeed rare to find someone who has spent so long in a wheelchair yet maintains such a positive disposition. The 2 young ladies stepped aside, and the 2 guards and eunuchs attending the eldest prince retreated to a distance of 3 zhang. Yu Yuanzhang took the initiative to push the wheelchair to a nearby pavilion.
How is Ziki?
The eldest prince gazed into the distance, leisurely posing his first question.
I am unaware of his past.
I have only been married into the royal residence for less than a month, and during this time, he has shown no signs of change. He remains in a deep slumber every day. Yu Yuanzhang, lacking familiarity with the eldest prince, could not divulge the whole truth.
This prince is 2 years older than him.
We have been playmates since childhood and have always been good friends. 2 years ago, when this prince encountered misfortune, he often came to visit me. However, since his own mishap 6 months ago, I have not seen him again. As the eldest prince recounted their shared past, a hint of sorrow graced his countenance.
You were friends? Indeed. Who else was his friend?
Curiously, Yu Yuanzhang wished to learn more about Shangwan Ziqi's past. Throughout her days in the royal residence, she had yet to properly understand the eldest master's history or what he had been like before. The original owner dared not pay him any attention, as any inquiry would be swiftly suppressed and reprimanded by Yu Chaoyang, who deemed her a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. The son of the king of Jing, Zhao Jingyu, and the eldest son of the prime minister, Zhao Jingyu. The four of us have long been hailed as the four young masters of the capital by young ladies in the boudoir, yet now, both this prince and Ziqi have become incapacitated. As he spoke of this, a look of desolation washed over the eldest prince's face. The favored children of heaven, suddenly cast into the dust. Such a stark contrast is not something everyone can face with equanimity. The eldest prince's mindset remained relatively stable. Some might not be able to bear it and resort to self-harm. Oh, I had no idea that my husband once held such a title. If it weren't for the twists of fate, I might not have become his wife at all. Such is fate. Take good care of him. Perhaps one day he will awaken. He is a man of sentiment and loyalty. The implication was that if she devoted herself wholeheartedly to caring for Shangwan Ziqi, he would inevitably take responsibility for her in the future. Yu Yuanzhang had not truly considered this matter. She harbored no such feelings for him. At present, he was merely her patient. Rest assured, I have no desire to become a widow.
Do you possess medical knowledge?
The eldest prince suddenly shifted the topic.
Why do you ask?
Yu Yuanzhang inquired with caution.
Artificial respiration.
The historical texts in the palace record that it was proposed by the late Princess Rome over a century ago, and she successfully revived a person using this method. However, due to its astonishing nature, few physicians employed it.
In truth, it is quite unrefined, requiring mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, yet today, you utilized it.
I see that I am not a physician. I merely stumbled upon the idea myself recently. I employed it at the residence of Duke Ning, and when young Master Yu nearly drowned and lost his breath. To my surprise, I managed to revive him. Upon seeing him play recklessly again today, I had to use it once more. Upon hearing Yu Yuanzhang's words, the eldest prince chuckled. It is said that one who has been bitten by a snake is fearful of ropes for 10 years. Yet, it seems that young Master Yu has learned nothing from his experience.
What caused the injury to your face?
Yu Yuanzhang noticed the long scar marring his visage, detracting from his beauty, akin to a blemish on a fine jade. Such a pity. 2 years ago, when my father was attacked by assassins sent by the Kanglin kingdom, this prince sustained injuries while protecting him and fell from a cliff. The eldest prince spoke candidly, revealing the incident without reservation, as it was widely known.
Is your leg also a result of that incident?
Yu Yuanzhang glanced at his leg and inquired.
Indeed. The eldest prince replied tersely, clearly unwilling to elaborate further.
As a prince, and one injured while serving the emperor, he must have had numerous physicians attend to him, yet 2 years later he still remained in a wheelchair, indicating a chronic ailment.
Let us depart. The time is drawing near. The eldest prince was primarily interested in learning about Shangwan Ziqi's condition. Yes, the eldest prince is welcome to visit my husband at the royal residence.
Yu Yuanzhang pushed the eldest prince back to the palace path to hand him over to his guards. Meanwhile, the scene of their conversation in the pavilion was observed by Yu Chaoyang from a distance. She was also en route to the Tai Ming Hall when she chanced upon the two of them conversing alone in the pavilion. How could Yu Yuanzhang be so familiar with the eldest prince, conversing with him privately? Although Princess Lingxian and Lady Yu were waiting nearby, this still violated propriety. As a married woman, she dared to engage in clandestine discourse with a man in public, particularly with the eldest prince. Yet, she chose not to approach them, merely noting the incident before turning away. Upon arriving at the Tai Ming Hall with her two sisters, Yu Yuanzhang found that many guests had already gathered, seated by family units. She located the positions of the prince and princess, obediently sitting beside the princess. The heir and his wife were seated next to them, while at a nearby table sat the family of the two elder ladies. Had it not been for the fact that the favored concubine hailed from the royal residence, the family of the two elder ladies would not have qualified to enter the palace for this banquet, and Lady Luo had not attended. This marked Yu Yuanzhang's first experience at such a palace banquet, and she was filled with curiosity, observing her surroundings and posing various questions to the princess, who patiently explained everything to her. When the announcement of the emperor has arrived echoed, the emperor and empress entered the grand hall, accompanied by a throng of concubines and princes. After they took their seats, the ministers and their families knelt in reverence.
All ministers, rise. Once seated again, the emperor stood and addressed the assembly.
I find myself amidst a prosperous era, and on this auspicious occasion of the Dragon Boat Festival, I have arranged this banquet to celebrate together with you, sharing in familial joy. The Dragon Boat Festival is an ancient tradition, deeply rooted in history, commemorating loyalty and virtue, while invoking blessings for health and safety. Today, I gather here to honor our forebears, and I hope that we, as your loyal servants, can take this as a lesson to remain mindful of the populace, to govern diligently and love the people, and to collectively build a glorious foundation for our dynasty.
I wish for all the common folk, regardless of their location, to enjoy the blessings of peace, health, and happiness. And now, dear ministers, let us raise our cups together, and may we all drink to the enduring stability of our dynasty, the well-being of our nation, and the prosperity of the Dragon Boat Festival and its blessings. Everyone raised their cups in unison. Following this, songs and dances commenced, marking the official beginning of the palace banquet. The palace maids flitted about, and the first dish served was, of course, zongzi. When the maid placed the zongzi before Yu Yuanzhang, she noticed it differed significantly from those she had seen during their earlier games outside. The primary distinction lay in size. These were considerably smaller, essentially bite-sized. Moreover, some bore inscriptions on their surfaces. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the platter of zongzi on the table. Esteemed guests, I have devised a little game for everyone. Please examine the zongzi before you. If the characters on the zongzi in your platter, when combined, form a complete idiom, then your table shall present a performance, whether it be singing, dancing, or playing an instrument. Anything you are skilled at is welcome in the center of the hall to entertain everyone. Of course, I encourage the young people to take the lead, and in the end, the emperor and I shall determine the best performance, rewarding the winners with 100 taels of gold. The empress's gentle voice elucidated the rules for all. As soon as the empress finished speaking, some bold youngsters exclaimed, "Wow, 100 taels of gold, what a tempting offer." Each table began to inspect their zongzi. "Ah, our table has Guotai Minan, a prosperous nation and a peaceful people. Our idiom is Wofukiang, the country is rich and the people strong." The platter was closer to Yu Chaoyang, who flipped through the zongzi one by one. "What is it?" Shangguan Zishu inquired. "It reads Duan Wuan Kong, peace and health during the Dragon Boat Festival. Oh dear, our table has also formed an idiom Wugu Fengdang, a bountiful harvest of grains." From the table of the two elder ladies, Shangguan Zifeng called out, "Mother, our table has no one who can perform any act." Shangguan Zifeng wore a dejected expression, glancing at his sister. The heavy burden of responsibility evidently fell upon Shangguan Ling, who, at the age of 15, was at the age for suitors she wished to perform on stage, but being merely a novice in various arts, she feared she would embarrass herself if she were to go up. "Lady Heir, come over to this table. You shall perform." The elder lady commanded directly. She was well aware of the capabilities of her grandchildren and did not wish for them to disgrace themselves. Chapter 51. Unable to play the piano, Yu Chaoyang cast a glance at the princess. "Mother? If you wish to go, then go," the princess replied in a calm voice. Once she departed, it seemed that only Yu Yuanzhang was left to take the stage. Was this her intention all along? "Mother, I fear I may embarrass myself," Yu Yuanzhang said bashfully as she approached the table beside her. "Not to worry, simply recite a poem you are familiar with," the princess responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzhang felt a sense of relief, yet she hesitated to recite poetry. She suspected that this dynasty had already seen travelers from other realms, and if she recited, she might inadvertently echo someone else's verse. Playing the piano was a safer choice. Repetitions in music mattered little. Statistics revealed that a surprising 12 tables in the hall contained idioms. Subsequently, tables wishing to participate were required to register with Chief Eunuch Chen, who began organizing the performances. Chief Eunuch Chen was the chief steward of the empress. "I have instructed the empress to arrange numerous programs. Are you all enjoying yourselves?" the emperor inquired after sipping a couple of cups of wine, engaging in casual conversation with the guests. "Thank you, your majesty. The programs are truly abundant, exactly what us young people relish," a foolish lad piped up first. "This lad is utterly oblivious to the occasion, always eager to leap about," the princess murmured under her breath. "Mother, who is he?" Yu Yuanzhang asked, unfamiliar with the young man. "He is Zhao Jinyu, the eldest son of Prime Minister Zhao, who used to have a good rapport with Ziki," the princess explained. Yu Yuanzhang scrutinized Zhao Jinyu once more. He appeared slightly slender, his large eyes set upon a somewhat elongated face, with hair half tied atop his head, giving him a spirited appearance. Beside him sat a young girl, seemingly around 15 years of age. When the girl caught sight of Yu Yuanzhang gazing towards their table, she unexpectedly flashed a sweet smile at her, leaving Yu Yuanzhang puzzled as they appeared not to know one another. "Mother, is the girl beside young Master Zhao his sister?" "Yes, that girl often accompanied her brother to the Wang residence to play with Ziki. She is a lively girl named Zhao Jiro," replied the princess. The songs and dances prepared by the palace were temporarily set aside as each table's performances commenced. To Yu Yuanzhang's surprise, the first act was none other than the Princess of Nanhua. She performed a silk ribbon dance. Could it be that she was aware of the empress's game and had been preparing for it all along? It was said that in ancient court banquets, young lords and ladies vied to showcase their talents before the emperor, empress, and various dignitaries. This dance could not be performed well without practice. Dressed in a flowing red gown, the princess of Nanhua danced gracefully, her skirts fluttering as if a celestial maiden had descended, the ribbons in her hands swirling as if alive. Upon finishing, she was met with thunderous applause, her flushed cheeks radiating pride as she cast a provocative glance at Yu Chaoyang. It was only today that Yu Yuanzhang learned that Yu Chaoyang had usurped the position of the consort she had long desired. Had the Yu family not acted preemptively, securing the engagement before the heir's position had even been settled, it was likely that the princess of Nanhua would have wed the second son. As a county princess, it was inconceivable for her family to seek a marriage alliance with the Wang residence while the heir's position remained undecided. This turn of events was quite amusing. The princess of Nanhua's dreams had been shattered, and now, Yu Chaoyang would have one more adversary. Following this, each family arranged for their younger generation to take the stage, the most amusing being a 5-year-old grandson of a minister who was sent to perform somersaults, eliciting peals of laughter from the audience.
Yu Yuanzhang could not help but laugh heartily. However, she was met with a stern remark from the two elderly ladies. What a disgraceful display! Not wishing to quarrel with an elder, Yu Yuanzhang pretended not to hear, though she did temper her mirth somewhat. When it came time for Yu Chaoyang to perform, she played a standard piece, Spring Day. It garnered some applause, yet it was merely average, lacking any remarkable flair. Next was Yu Yuanzhang's turn. The princess was unaware of what Yu Yuanzhang intended to perform, as it was she who had sought out Chief Eunuch Chen to register her name. In fact, no one knew what others would present. Upon taking the stage, Yu Yuanzhang first bowed to the emperor and empress. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have little of merit to share, allow me to play a piece to enhance the festivities. The title is Lotus Pond Under the Moonlight. Your Highness, might I inquire if there are any plectrums available? I was unaware of the need to perform before entering the palace, so I came unprepared.
The empress promptly ordered someone to fetch a set of plectrums for her.
Once done and seated, Yu Yuanzhang realized it had been quite some time since she last played. Her fingers feeling stiff, she tested the sound, attempting to acclimate herself to the guzheng before her. In her previous life, she had always played a 21-stringed instrument, whereas this era utilized a 13-stringed one, lacking both the higher and lower octaves. Seeing Yu Yuanzhang choose to play the guzheng left Yu Chaoyang utterly incredulous. She had never learned to play the instrument. In the palace, any careless sound could disturb the ears of the emperor and empress, leading to dire consequences. Mother, my second sister has never learned to play the guzheng in our family. You must call her down, Yu Chaoyang insisted, still aware that Yu Yuanzhang was from the same household and could not bring shame to the Wang residence.
Oh, why hasn't she learned?
The princess's previously smiling face suddenly turned slightly frosty. Mother, my second sister simply enjoys embroidery and has no interest in learning music, which is why she has not done so, Yu Chaoyang stammered, nearly at a loss for words. The truth was that Yu Yuanzhang had never been given the opportunity to learn. As the daughter of a lowly concubine, she was hardly deemed worthy of pursuing such refined arts. She was more suited to embroidery, perfect for creating dowries for Yu Chaoyang. Your Highness, please call her down, we cannot afford to disgrace the Wang residence, one of the elderly ladies interjected, bypassing the princess to directly address the prince. The prince merely glanced at her, continuing to leisurely enjoy his meal, entirely disregarding her. A piece of sauced meat was slowly chewed, its flavor delightful. Your Highness, our family's reputation is at stake because of this disgraceful display. The elderly lady raised her voice, prompting the attention of those at the nearby tables.
My family's honor is not upheld by such trivial matters.
Even if she were to play poorly, the emperor would not lay blame, the prince replied, his demeanor unfazed, his expression growing slightly colder. Meanwhile, the empress observed as Yu Yuanzhang struggled to find the right notes, realizing that she likely did not know how to play. Yuanzhang, if you cannot play, there is no need to force yourself, the empress offered gently.
Replying to Your Highness, I am merely unfamiliar with this instrument.
I shall master it shortly, Yu Yuanzhang replied, unwilling to give up as she continued to test the notes. The discordant sounds of zhang zhang echoed, audible to all. Laughter began to ripple through the audience. Yu Yueying and Chao Jinxian exchanged anxious glances, fearing that if she were to embarrass herself in front of so many officials and ladies, she would become the subject of ridicule at future gatherings.
Yuanzhang, shall I perform in your stead? Chao Jinxian stood up and walked forward.
No need, I shall be ready soon, Yu Yuanzhang replied calmly, finally having tuned each string and memorized their corresponding notes. Seeing her determination, Chao Jinxian hesitated to linger any longer and stepped back, taking a deep breath. Yu Yuanzhang lifted her hand and plucked the strings, 1515123, 151, 5122, 11656, 1123. The melodious and cheerful strains of the piano suddenly resonated, no longer the chaotic clamor of before. A fragment of time flows gently, rippling softly into the moonlight. Following this, a captivating voice emerged, filling the hall with an enchanting song. The audience fell into a profound silence, with not a whisper to be heard, only the exquisite piano notes and the woman's voice gracing their ears. Chapter 52. A stunning revelation. Yu Chaoyang was utterly astounded. How could this be possible? This was far beyond her expectations. When had Yu Yuanzhang learned to play the piano? How had she not noticed at all? Just moments ago, she had clearly been unable to play, deliberately testing a few notes to mask her lack of skill. Yet now, it felt as though she had been dealt a resounding slap in the face. This was abnormal. The piece was one she had never encountered before. Having played many renowned compositions, she had never heard of Lotus Pond Moonlight. The key was how exquisite this piece was, complemented by lyrics that could be sung. Although the words were quite straightforward, easily understood by a child, they possessed a certain charm. The princess was equally taken aback by her daughter-in-law's exceptional piano playing and singing. The melody was truly delightful, joyful, beautiful, with a profound ambience and a lively rhythm. Observing her daughter-in-law's finger techniques, the princess noted that she had never seen anything like it before. While she too could play, her instructor had never taught her such techniques. The mere act of finger shaking was something she could only aspire to.
Her daughter-in-law could even sweep and shake.
My heavens, what level has she attained? The princess marveled. This exclamation caught the prince's attention, prompting him to glance at the princess. He said nothing, merely listening intently. Unbeknownst to others, the prince was gently tapping a rhythm on his knee, possessing a slight understanding of music himself. Every noble child had learned some form of music. The emperor, seated in the highest position, had closed his eyes, thoroughly enjoying the enchanting sounds. The empress stood up, moving closer to Yu Yuanzhang, watching her hands dance gracefully over the strings. Typically, the right hand was primarily used in such performances, while the left hand offered minimal assistance. However, Yu Yuanzhang employed both hands simultaneously, with their tempo fluctuating in a remarkably harmonious manner. The empress watched in awe, an idea forming in her mind. She intended to send the 8th princess to the prince's residence to be her student. As the final note lingered in the air, the hall fell silent. It was not until the empress began to applaud that the audience awakened from their reverie, erupting into thunderous applause. Haha, I have never heard such enchanting music. The eldest daughter-in-law is truly remarkable. I would love to hear it once more. May I request another performance?
The emperor laughed heartily.
Of course, came the reply, as the emperor's request could not be denied. Yu Yuanzhang performed once more, while the empress stood by, observing how her hands executed such intricate techniques. At times, the movements were too swift for her to follow. The audience was once again treated to the beauty of earthly delights. As Yu Yuanzhang returned to her seat amidst the applause, the princess sweetly took her hand, guiding her to sit beside her. I never expected you to surprise Mother Empress so greatly.
Chaoyang even claimed you could not play the piano. The instructors from Mother Empress's time cannot compare to you.
Mother Empress, you flatter me. It is merely a pastime, not worth mentioning, Yu Yuanzhang replied. In reality, her skills were mediocre, but in this era, she was akin to a master.
Second sister, when did you learn to play the piano? I had no idea. The family has not engaged a teacher for you. Yu Chaoyang seethed with jealousy.
How could someone else outshine her? The family had hired a piano master exclusively for her, and yet she had not performed nearly as well, while someone who had never touched a piano before had captured everyone's attention upon taking the stage. Oh, I simply remembered how you played, Yu Yuanzhang replied nonchalantly.
What? That is impossible. Yu Chaoyang was utterly disbelieving.
I have a strong capacity for learning. I can grasp things after just one observation and even draw inferences. Is that not acceptable? Yu Yuanzhang retorted, leaving Yu Chaoyang speechless. Shangguan Zishu intervened, restraining Yu Chaoyang, who was about to speak again.
No need to take it to heart. The eldest daughter-in-law's performance brings honor to the prince's residence, Shangguan Zishu reassured her. Yu Chaoyang had no choice but to relent, though the frustration simmered within her. Yuanzhang. Yuanzhang. 2 young ladies approached. I will be performing shortly. Will you accompany me? Chao Jinxian boldly asserted, preempting Yu Yuanyang's chance to speak. Both had chosen to dance.
However, the dance you perform may not align with the piece I play, Yu Yuanzhang replied, exasperated, as music and dance must complement each other. Not every piece was suitable.
That is of no concern.
As long as you select a gentle melody, I can adapt my dance to your rhythm, Chao Jinxian insisted on enlisting her assistance.
Very well.
The performance continued, and when it was their turn, the audience fell silent, ready to savor the music as Yu Yuanzhang accompanied them. Chao Jinxian danced to Spring River, Flower Moon Night, while Yu Yuanzhang played for Yu Yuanyang's dance, Fisherman's Song at Dusk. Both were classic masterpieces, though the piano was not of the best quality, lacking range. Yet for those of ancient times, it truly transported them to an ethereal realm, enhancing the beauty of the young ladies' performances significantly. The applause was thunderous. Upon finishing their dance, both young ladies rushed over, exclaiming that they had performed better than ever. With such musical accompaniment, it was a perfect harmony of beauty and elegance. The 2 ladies chattered incessantly, one expressing a desire to learn the piano from her, while the other offered to teach her how to dance. Yu Chaoyang watched with envy. Yu Yuanzhang had made friends on her first outing, and on her second visit to the palace, she had won the favor of Princess Lingxian, forming a good friendship. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang had inadvertently created an enemy in Princess Nanawa. As the performances continued, once all 12 acts concluded, the emperor stood up to commend the noble sons and daughters who had participated. Undoubtedly, the first prize was awarded to Yu Yuanzhang. When she received the 100 taels of gold, she felt as though happiness had struck her like a bolt from the blue. Previously, the prince had gifted her silver notes, which lacked a tangible sense of value. This was the first time she had seen such a substantial amount of gold. In later times, how many gold necklaces could this amount create? Approximately 10 grams could yield 1 necklace. 100 taels, equivalent to around 6 jin and 4 liang, could make approximately 300 gold necklaces. Yu Yuanzhang's smile was almost foolishly radiant. In truth, it was only worth 1,000 taels of silver. Realizing this, she no longer felt it was such a grand sum.
Eldest daughter-in-law, may I request the sheet music for the 3 pieces you played earlier?
I would like to give it to the palace musicians for practice, so everyone can enjoy these melodies in the future. The empress made a modest request. Of course, I will have it prepared in a couple of days, Yu Yuanzhang replied generously, as it was not her exclusive creation. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she remembered that she had no knowledge of how to write music in this era.
What is the matter?
The princess inquired, noticing her suddenly frozen expression. Mother, she cannot write music at all. Yu Chaoyang seized the opportunity to expose her shortcoming. Yu Yuanzhang felt quite embarrassed. It was not that she couldn't write music, it was that she was unfamiliar with the notation of this time. Do not worry, when we return, I will assist you in writing it. You only need to play it, and I can transcribe it according to the melody. The princess gently patted Yu Yuanzhang's hand, offering comfort. The banquet continued, and at this moment, guests began mingling among the tables. The prince received numerous toasts from various individuals. At that moment, a young gentleman clad in a brocade robe approached their table, holding a cup of wine. His hair was elegantly styled, secured with a jeweled golden hairpin, and a few strands brushed lightly against his sharply defined cheekbones, adding an air of youthful vigor. Though he wore a smile, Yu Yuanzhang sensed a hint of gloom beneath it.
Greetings, uncle and aunt, second elder madam, second uncle, and second aunt. Upon hearing his formal addresses, Yu Yuanzhang immediately recognized his identity.
Chapter 53 of the royal banquet. The individual in question is none other than the third prince, Zhao Jinshan, born of the esteemed Lady Wan, the elder matriarch. At the age of 17, he still resides within the palace walls. According to the laws of this dynasty, a prince may leave the palace and establish his own household upon reaching the age of 18 or upon taking a wife.
The third prince need not stand on ceremony, remarked the prince with a measured tone.
My esteemed cousin-in-law has entered the residence, and I have yet to make her acquaintance, the third prince said, directing his gaze toward Yu Yuanzhang. I have the honor of meeting the third prince, Yu Yuanzhang replied, rising to perform a polite bow, as he had come specifically to greet her. To my surprise, my cousin-in-law possesses such remarkable skills in the art of music. My mother has instructed me to inquire if you have any additional compositions aside from the 3 pieces you played earlier. She wishes to request a couple to learn and perform for the emperor, the third prince stated candidly. However, Yu Yuanzhang found herself at a crossroads regarding whether to acquiesce to such a request. The empress had not made mention of it. Her only desire was for the pieces performed earlier to be given to the palace's musicians for their study, to be showcased at future banquets.
In contrast, Lady Wan seemed to seek favor through this. Yu Yuanzhang was uncertain of Lady Wan's character. Did she share the same disposition as the elder matriarch, or did she possess a better sense of propriety? Mother? Yu Yuanzhang softly called out to the princess. If you have any, do share one piece. If not, then it shall be as it is, the princess replied with equal indifference. Understanding the implication, Yu Yuanzhang recognized it was merely a token gesture. Please compile all the pieces you know and present them to Lady Wan for delivery to the palace, the elder matriarch commanded firmly. Yu Yuanzhang refrained from responding. That is not necessary, 3 or 5 pieces will suffice, the third prince said with a smile, appearing to take no offense. 3 or 5 pieces, she was reluctant to part with even one. Their acquaintance was hardly sufficient. Yu Yuanzhang felt an instinctive aversion toward the third prince, his demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the eldest prince. The eldest prince exuded the aura of a refined gentleman, gentle yet imbued with wisdom and warmth. In contrast, the third prince felt akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, smiling yet lacking genuine warmth in his eyes. Despite it being their first meeting, this impression was indelibly etched in her mind. Yu Yuanzhang was further confounded. The third prince was a royal, and though she was his cousin-in-law, her station was undeniably inferior. Just grant her one piece. Yuanzhang cannot transcribe the scores, but I shall assist her in doing so, the princess interjected, recognizing her daughter-in-law's predicament. How fare you, dear cousin? The third prince inquired with a faade of concern. Same as ever, the princess replied coolly. Third prince, please, take a seat here. Let us engage in a pleasant conversation, the elder matriarch urged, somewhat impatient as she noticed her grandson conversing with the family from the main branch. Upon entering the palace, she had first greeted the empress and the queen before proceeding to Lady Wan's chambers, without having encountered her beloved grandson. He represented the hopes of their branch, indeed, the hopes of the entire royal house. The third prince exchanged pleasantries with the elder matriarch but soon departed, showing little regard for her, as he considered her lacking in discernment. Were it not for the fact that his mother was her offspring, he would hardly spare her a glance. The banquet concluded as the sun dipped below the horizon. Mother, is this how we celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival each year? Yu Yuanzhang inquired on their return journey. Not quite. Last year, the palace did not host a banquet. Instead, the emperor personally led the civil and military officials to observe the dragon boat races outside the city. Oh, that explains it. I wondered why the festivities varied each year. However, most of the time, we do have palace banquets. Upon returning to the royal residence, the princess busied herself once more, for while the palace banquet had concluded, a family gathering still awaited. The Shangwan family, being numerous, comprised not only the direct line of 5 branches but also several collateral branches. Each year during the Dragon Boat Festival, the royal house would host a few elder members of the clan. The prince did not assume the role of clan leader, he was merely the heir to the throne. Yu Yuanjing changed into a more suitable attire before emerging to assist the princess in receiving the guests who arrived in succession. Shangguan Zishu and Yu Chaiyang soon made their entrance. Shangguan Zishu exchanged a few words before stepping outside to assist the prince in welcoming the visitors. However, Yu Yuanjing sensed that Yu Chaiyang frequently cast curious glances in her direction, his gaze enigmatic. She chose to remain close to the princess, perhaps fearing that there was some matter of which she was unaware that Yu Chaiyang was privy. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, they are met with a defense. When water flows, it is met with an obstruction. At that moment, a servant from the outer courtyard guided an elderly woman towards them. The princess promptly stepped forward to offer her assistance. Chaiyang, Yuanzhang, this is Lady Hong, the matriarch of our Shangguan clan. The princess introduced her 2 new daughters-in-law. The newcomer was a woman in her 70s, appearing quite spry without a hint of stoop. Both women greeted her in unison, yet, Yu Yuanzhang was puzzled as to why she was accompanied by a 3-year-old child. Is this little Lin Gur? I believe I saw him at his first birthday. He has grown so much, the princess remarked with a smile, playfully engaging the child held by Lady Hong. Indeed, now, be sure to call the princess grandmother, Lady Hong encouraged, nudging her great-grandson forward. The child instinctively recoiled, hesitant to approach and somewhat shy. The child is merely shy, there is no need to take offense. Lady Hong, please, allow us to usher you into the main hall, the princess instructed.
Just as Lady Hong entered the hall, another elderly woman arrived, leading a child of her own. The princess greeted both newcomers with warmth, introducing them to her daughters-in-law. Thus, a total of 10 elders from the clan arrived, each accompanied by a boy, the eldest being 5 years old and the youngest just beginning to walk. Yu Yuanzhang felt a sense of curiosity but was unable to articulate it. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang continued to regard her with a knowing smile. Once everyone had assembled, the prince, alongside Shangguan Zishu, led the gathering of elders and middle-aged individuals into the main hall. The princess proceeded with further introductions, revealing that all were relatives from the clan, some of whom had familial ties spanning 5 generations. The founding of the Great Wei dynasty had transpired over 170 years prior, and the royal house of Rome had been established by the 3rd generation of the Shangguan family, who had earned the title of Iron Hat Prince through valor on the battlefield. This was now approximately a century ago. Yet, no one had informed Yu Yuanzhang of this history, leaving her in ignorance. The knowledge she possessed was a result of her inquiries over the past month. As everyone settled, the elder patriarch of the Hong clan bluntly broached the subject. Prince, it has come to my attention that on the day you declared Zishu as the heir, you announced that Ziki would receive a 4-part share of the family fortune? Indeed, the prince replied with candor. Is there any chance of Ziki awakening? The Hong patriarch inquired further. All ears were attuned, eager not to miss a single word. Dr. Gu has stated that the possibility of awakening is exceedingly slim. However, I am still seeking out renowned physicians in the realm, the prince answered honestly. Thus, there is little hope, the Hong elder mused, shaking his head in sorrow. Ziki is my legitimate son. Regardless of his condition, as a father, I shall spare no effort to protect him, the prince declared, his tone resolute and authoritative. If Ziki fails to awaken, what do you intend to do? What do you mean? The prince stiffened, his voice tinged with indignation and confusion. What do I mean? If Ziki does not awaken, we cannot simply allow him to pass unceremoniously. He is the only legitimate heir of our Shangguan clan. Chapter 54 of the plans of the elders. Yu Yuanzhang was left in a state of bewilderment. Smash the basin, what does that mean? Indeed, smashing the basin is a significant custom in ancient funerals, where a clay pot is shattered at the time of the coffin's departure to burn paper money. This ritual is generally performed before the funeral procession, typically undertaken by the eldest son. If there is no eldest son, the responsibility falls to the eldest grandson. This old man is clearly concerned that Shangguan Ziki may have no one to carry on his legacy. However, Yu Yuanzhang chose to remain silent and simply listened, gauging his intentions. We shall discuss this matter later. As of now, Ziki is far from death, the prince remarked, somewhat displeased. Was he cursing his son with such words? You have just stated that the imperial physician has rendered a verdict, indicating a slim chance of recovery. It is prudent to make preparations early. If we adopt a successor while he still lives, there is an opportunity to foster some affection. Should we wait until the last moment to adopt, it would merely be a matter of inheriting a portion of the family fortune without any emotional bond. Elder Hong earnestly advised, today, as we are gathered, I have brought forth suitable children from each family for Ziki's wife to choose from. Let her see which child piques her interest. We can formalize the adoption in the ancestral hall in the coming days. Ah, now Yu Yuanzhang understood. They wanted her to raise someone else's child, euphemistically referred to as preparing for Shangguan Ziki's passing, but in harsher terms, it was a calculated attempt at securing the prince's 4/10 share of the estate. The wealth should not flow to outsiders but rather be confined within the clan. This matter shall be discussed later, the prince reiterated, maintaining his stance. He remembered distinctly the report from Qingfeng in Mingyue, which suggested that his son might yet awaken. Should they proceed with the adoption now, retracting it later would not be as simple as a mere word. Your Highness, this is a matter of great significance, Elder Hong insisted, refusing to relent. Elder Hong, it is possible that my eldest son may awaken on any given day, and for the time being, I do not wish to adopt a child under my name. Yu Yuanzhang boldly declared her position, unwilling to take on the responsibility of raising another's child. Firstly, she had never cared for a child before. If she chose a very young one, she would not know how to nurture it. If she selected an older child, they would surely remember their parents, making it impossible to form a close bond. In her previous life, she had witnessed numerous tales of adopted children, and very few truly regarded their adoptive parents as their own, unless they were wholly ignorant of their origins. Yet, these children were all from families with living parents, and their intentions were evidently rooted in a desire to inherit wealth. Ziki's wife, you are still young and may not comprehend many matters. When you grow older and find yourself alone, without even a relative to pour you a cup of tea, you may find yourself unable to enter the afterlife, Elder Hong admonished with a feigned air of concern. Yu Yuanzhang surveyed the 10 children before her. Each one was vibrant and well-fed, hailing from families that had no need to worry about sustenance. Why then did they wish to adopt out their children? She could not fathom it. Was the royal household truly so appealing? Little did she know the extent of the wealth held by the prince's family. Wealth is a tempting lure. Furthermore, the royal family was of the iron-capped lineage, and Shangguan Ziki was the legitimate son of the princess. Being adopted into the royal household would place them in close kinship with the future heir, presenting limitless prospects. I apologize, Elder Hong, but I must abide by the wishes of my father and mother, Yu Yuanzhang replied, feigning a bashful demeanor. As an unmarried young woman, it was only fitting that she express some modesty regarding the matter of adopting a child. At this moment, she was merely 16, a year younger than Yu Chaoyang. My dear, you must consider your future. Being a widow is already a great burden. You must have a child to support you in your later years, Elder Hong urged with heartfelt sincerity. Big sister, you truly should select a child to adopt.
Otherwise, you will find yourself quite lonely. Having a child to play with would certainly brighten your days. Yu Chaoyang chimed in with a smile from her seat beside Yu Yuanzhang. In her previous life, she had adopted the eldest child. Initially, she treated the child well, and the child exhibited commendable behavior in her presence. However, after Shangguan Ziqi's death, under the influence of his biological parents, the child began to act insincerely towards her, often taking the family's treasures to give to his birth parents and frequently visiting them. Coupled with the constant boasting of the county princess of Nanhua about her happiness, Yu Chaoyang became increasingly disheartened. Ultimately, she abandoned the child, letting fate take its course. By the time of her death, the child was merely 13, already displaying the traits of a wayward youth. This time around, it was Yu Yuanzhang who would bear the brunt of such burdens. She naturally wished to give it a push. Would she, too, meet a fate similar to her past life, ending in despair? The thought of such a scenario filled her with an inexplicable sense of relief, a comfort derived from altering her destiny. Regrettably, Yu Yuanzhang did not even spare her a glance. However, Elder Hong, I have heard a tale. Once, there was a woman in a situation akin to mine today, who adopted the grandson of a distant uncle. She toiled to raise the child, even sending him to school, and he ultimately became a successful scholar. Day after day, she waited for him to return and take her to enjoy a life of luxury. Yet, while she awaited his return, it was his biological parents who came for him, leaving the adoptive mother to die alone in sadness and solitude, with only the villagers to bury her. Yu Yuanzhang feigned a pitiful expression, weaving a tale of woe. Child, such things simply do not happen. Elder Hong was taken aback by Yu Yuanzhang's resistance, perceiving her words as a veiled critique that the child was not truly hers to raise. If I must adopt a child, I would prefer to adopt one who was an orphan, with no parents or relatives. Such a child would be easier to cultivate a bond with, Yu Yuanzhang stated plainly, laying out her requirements. At her declaration, the room fell into silence. Where in the Shangguan family could they find such an orphan for her to adopt? Those willing to adopt their sons into the royal household undoubtedly had ulterior motives. This matter shall be discussed further at a later time, the prince remarked, casting a glance at Yu Yuanzhang, clearly wishing to avoid further discourse. When later? I implore your highness for a definitive answer, Elder Hong persisted, unwilling to concede. We will discuss it at a later date, the prince responded, withholding a specific time frame. Very well, today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Let us gather here, esteemed elders, and refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. After lunch, I shall bestow upon the clan leader 5,000 taels of silver to refurbish the clan school. Those among the clan who are disinclined towards martial pursuits should focus on the literary arts. Do not take for granted your lineage as members of the Shangguan clan and neglect your own endeavors. I urge all clan elders to instill discipline among the youth of our clan, the prince declared with authority, directing his gaze toward the gathered elders. Every year, the prince followed this custom. The entire Shangguan clan held the highest respect in the realm, with the throne being hereditary. Others had to rely on their own efforts. However, the royal household provided them a certain degree of protection. With a steadfast royal family, they enjoyed a degree of prestige when venturing out, rarely facing oppression. This alone constituted the greatest of benefits. With the absence of the two elder madams, Yu Yuanzhang found the atmosphere significantly more refreshing. Having yet to digest the meal from the palace banquet, she partook of an additional half bowl of rice. The assembly of elders departed, visibly disappointed. Yu Chaoyang accompanied Yu Yuanzhang in seeing the princess off, yet her heart remained uneasy. Everything had changed. Today, Yu Yuanzhang had not chosen a successor to adopt. In her previous life, the prince and princess had readily consented to the adoption and even allowed her to select someone on the spot. Why was it different now? Chapter 55 of The Uncle Seeks Favor. Restless in heart, Yu Chaoyang could not find solace throughout the night, while Yu Yuanzhang, reluctant to raise another child, returned to Chia courtyard and began to recount her day's experiences to the slumbering Shangguan Ziqi. The sound of his wife's voice brought a profound sense of tranquility to Shangguan Ziqi's heart. He had endured a whole day without dozing off, eagerly awaiting her return to share her tales from the day. Little did he expect her to have achieved such remarkable feats in the palace that even the emperor expressed his gratitude towards her, securing splendid opportunities for her family. Why do you think the emperor rewarded my family instead of the Shangguan family? This question had plagued Yu Yuanzhang for the entire afternoon. Having married into the Shangguan household, she believed that any rewards from the emperor should rightfully go to them, yet they did not. Instead, it benefited her natal family. Oh, foolish girl, the status and glory of the Wang family have already reached their zenith. There is nothing left to bestow. The favors can only be directed to your family. Shangguan Ziqi chuckled softly. Why does your eternally stoic face seem to bear a faint smile? Yu Yuanzhang remarked, observing the handsome visage before her with keen interest. It was simply too pleasing to the eye, and she delighted in gazing upon it. An appreciation for beauty is a natural inclination. Having received the emperor's favor, Yu Yuanzhang enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, she reported to the princess that she would be returning to her natal home. Her family was still unaware of the emperor's commendation. Zheng'er, you must return early. We need to transcribe the musical score requested by the empress. The princess expressed her growing fondness for her daughter-in-law, truly satisfied with her. Such excellence, without disdain for her son, who shared a bed with him daily, changing his diapers and adjusting his diet. She performed each task even better than the princess herself. How she hoped that one day Ziqi would awaken. That would be nothing short of perfection. Certainly, I shall return promptly, Yu Yuanzhang replied. Upon arriving at the Yu residence, she was surprised to find her uncle present. Was he here to mend their relationship? Did he know that their branch of the family was on the rise? Greetings, uncle. Yu Yuanzhang respectfully saluted Duke Yu Yunqi. He had undoubtedly attended the palace banquet the previous day and was astonished by the uniqueness of his niece.
Upon returning, he had inquired about the younger brother's recent actions and learned that the esteemed Jean had taken them as students. This was utterly unbelievable. His younger brother, who had been oppressed by their mother's threats, had suddenly found such a remarkable opportunity upon leaving the Duquesse residence, filling him with jealousy. Meanwhile, he himself merely occupied a sixth-rank position in the Ministry of Rights, scraping by. At least he held some official title. Had it not been for the slight connection between his father and the old prince, the Duquesse household would never have been able to forge an alliance with the Wang family. Yuan Zhang, you've come. I truly did not expect you to play the qin so beautifully, he remarked. He had not witnessed Yuan Zhang's heroic act of saving someone but had heard of it, though he could not fully grasp its depth. However, he had listened to her qin performance in its entirety. Uncle, it's nothing remarkable. Isn't my elder sister also skilled? I merely learned by watching her play. Yuan Zhang's words were quite the slap in the face. Yuan Zhang is indeed a clever child, Duke Yunqing praised insincerely. Younger brother, I wonder how you managed to catch Master Jin's eye. Might you introduce Qingli and Qinghao to him as well? They are both diligent students, planning to participate in the provincial examination this year. Yu Qingli and Yu Qinghao were the two legitimate sons of the elder branch, both having passed the Shuotsai examination, with the eldest having attempted the provincial exam twice and the younger once, yet neither had succeeded in becoming a jurin. It seemed they were aiming for her father's favor. Elder brother, this may not be easy. Master Jin is quite selective with his students. I too only had an opportunity due to sheer luck. Yu Yunji could not divulge the circumstances under which he had sought favor for his daughter. Younger brother, we are family. Your two elder nephews have grown under your watch. If they succeed, they will naturally support you. Their second uncle, Duke Yunqing persisted. Uncle, you may have my elder cousin and second cousin directly approach Master Jin for examination. If they possess the aptitude for studies, Master Jin would certainly not turn them away. Yuanzhang interjected. Yuan Zhang, what if we were to give Qing Sheng the opportunity to attend the Guozijian instead of your elder brother? After all, Qing Sheng has already been accepted as Master Jin's student. Whether he goes to the Guozijian is inconsequential, Duke Yunqing shamelessly suggested for the sake of his own son. Uncle, one cannot write two characters U with a single stroke. The emperor must surely know that I am from the Duke U's household. Why reward my younger brother and not my elder cousin? Do you think the emperor is a fool, unaware of the reasons behind my elder sister's marriage? You still wish for the emperor to bestow favors upon our branch? Do you think the emperor's decree is a mere jest? Yuanzhang was truly infuriated, her voice growing colder. How utterly ignorant to seek to court death before the emperor. Duke Yunqing, realizing his folly, promptly took his leave with a defeated expression. Originally, Yuanzhang intended to share this joyous news with her parents and siblings, but her uncle's arrival had preempted that revelation. Elder sister. As soon as the two younger siblings saw their uncle depart, they joyfully surrounded Yuanzhang, their delight akin to that of a festive celebration. Younger brother, henceforth you must study diligently. You may face some exclusion at the Guozijian, but having caught Master Jin's eye provides a formidable support. You need not fear, Yuanzhang encouraged. Elder sister, I am not afraid. Thank you for securing such a wonderful opportunity for me. I will study hard and strive to become the top scholar. Then, elder sister will have a powerful family to rely on, Yu Qingxing declared with aspiration. Very well, I shall await your success. Younger sister, once the 8th princess has recovered, I will take you to the palace to meet the empress, and you must not act as mischievously as you do at home. Yuan understands, Yuan replied, having just overheard her uncle's words from her hiding spot. She was overjoyed. Without her elder sister, she would never have had this opportunity. Seeing the children so elated, Zhao Yuejiao smiled warmly. Zhenger, you must take good care of yourself in the Wang residence. Your natal family cannot offer you much assistance. Everything depends on your own efforts. Rest assured, mother, now that you all know, I shall return, for mother-in-law is expecting me back soon. Very well. Do not frequently visit your natal home. It may displease the princess, which married daughter constantly returns home. Zhao Yuejiao spoke these insincere words, though she secretly wished for her daughter to visit often. Mother, I do not believe you do not wish for me to come back every day, Yuanzhang playfully countered to father. Please take these 2 bottles of medicine to Master Jin, Yuanzhang requested, retrieving the bottles she had prepared over the past few days. Sending them with her father also served to enhance his reputation, indirectly signaling to Master Jin the close relationship her father had with the renowned physician. Very well, Yu Yunji accepted without further inquiry. As Yuanzhang made her way back to the Wang residence, she was intercepted by Zhao Mama. Madam, the princess has been awaiting your return. Zhao Mama had intended to instruct the doorman at the main entrance but, upon seeing the young madam return, directed her to the main courtyard. Upon entering the main courtyard with Zhao Mama, she discovered that many guests had gathered in the princess's quarters. Chapter 56, the gratitude received in abundance. Yuanzhang gracefully entered the main hall and first offered a respectful bow to the princess. I pay my respects to mother. You have returned at the perfect time. Allow me to introduce you. This is the wife of the heir to the Duke of Chang, this is the wife of the heir to the Duke of Huai, and this is Madame Qin, the elder sister-in-law of the 7th prince and the 8th princess. You are already acquainted with the wife of Marquis Ningen. The princess introduced each guest in turn. Were these esteemed ladies here to express their gratitude on behalf of the emperor? The 2 elder matriarchs, Yu Chayan, concubine Luo, and the second madam were also present. Yuanzhang greeted them all in turn. Yuanzhang, I cannot thank you enough for yesterday. You have saved our family as Xingxing not once, but twice. This kindness will be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The wife of Marquis Ningen beamed with sincerity. Meanwhile, she was also quite furious with her son, who deserved a stern reprimand. Had it not been for the emperor's earlier punishment, she would have delivered a few more slaps herself to instill some wisdom in him. Having such a son had certainly aged her prematurely. Last night, the Marquis had proclaimed that they could no longer indulge him, otherwise, they risked losing him altogether.
Indeed, thank you, Madame Dasha. If it weren't for your timely intervention, my reckless boy might have already lost his life. I am truly grateful, the wife of the Duke of Chang said, her eyes glistening with tears as she wiped them away in gratitude. Upon receiving the news yesterday, she had rushed to the lakeside, and just as she arrived, she witnessed her son choking on water. Had she arrived a moment later, she might have fainted in terror. Madame Dasha, please accept this token of our appreciation. I did not come merely due to the Emperor's decree, but sincerely to express my gratitude. Had you not stepped forward to organize the rescue yesterday, my son Jincheng might well have met Yama. Your life-saving grace is greater than the heavens, the wife of the Duke of Huai earnestly stated as she rose to present a brocade box into Yu Yuanzhang's hands. Yes, indeed, your life-saving grace surpasses all, Madame Dasha. You directly saved my daughter, Yuer. She was deeply frightened yesterday, and once she has recovered, I shall bring her personally to thank you. Madame Qin immediately concurred. She too had been greatly alarmed yesterday and had spent the night restless with nightmares of her daughter drowning, waking twice to check on her, only to finally relax by morning. Each lady presented their gifts to Yu Yuanzhang, each offering a box of exquisite jewelry. However, she secretly preferred monetary gifts, though she could not express such a sentiment for it would seem too base. Her hands were soon laden with gifts, needing the assistance of her maid to manage them. Dear ladies, you are far too kind. I merely happened to be present at the right moment. It is precisely because you were present that my son was granted a second chance at life. Others would not have known how to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. This technique is but a legend from many years past, and few are aware of it now, yet, even fewer could execute it effectively and bring someone back to life. Had the physician arrived, the child would have long since perished. The wife of the Duke of Cheng echoed her fears. Yu Yuanzhang had no words to refute this. Indeed, had she not been nearby and instead joined the crowd, those children might have met a dire fate. Thus, accepting these gifts did not seem inappropriate. Thank you very much, esteemed ladies. Yu Yuanzhang raised the box in her hand. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the princess, the ladies took their leave. The wife of the Duke of Chang and the wife of the Duke of Huai had more households to visit, as their sons had survived thanks to Yu Yuanzhang's guidance in the rescue. Once everyone departed, the two elder matriarchs exchanged knowing glances with Yu Yuanzhang, their expressions laden with unspoken significance. They scrutinized both Yu Chaoyang and Yu Yuanzhang back and forth, making Yu Yuanzhang feel rather uncomfortable. However, she chose to remain silent and departed. Returning to her courtyard, the elder matriarch sat quietly in her chair. On the morning of her grandson's wedding, she had joyfully learned that the bride had been sent to the wrong chamber, prompting her to immediately instruct her maid to replace the gifts meant for the new bride with those she had prepared for her granddaughter's trousseau, the exquisite 12-piece set. Yet, after a month had passed, Yu Yuanzhang's demeanor had proven far from that of a lowly-born daughter. In fact, she outshone even the carefully nurtured legitimate daughters of the Bo family. At this moment, her satisfaction with Yu Chaoyang had diminished significantly since her initial impression upon entering the family. However, the situation had evolved to this point, and she was at a loss as to how to alter it. Tao Hong, summon the wife of the heir for me, the elder matriarch instructed. Yu Chaoyang soon arrived. I pay my respects to the elder matriarch. Chaoyang, come, sit beside your grandmother, the elder matriarch said with a smile. While Yu Chaoyang obediently took her seat. Good child, how fare your efforts with that iron box alone? If they could unlock that box, it would be a great achievement for the entire Yu family, enhancing their standing among their kin. Not yet, Yu Chaoyang replied, feeling quite embarrassed. They had tried innumerable times, with her taking the lead since the heir had obligations during the day. Then continue to persevere. You never know which combination may be the key to unlocking the box. Additionally, it has been a month since you entered the family. You must hasten to conceive, for the heirs of the royal household are of utmost importance, the elder matriarch added, her concern shifting to Yu Chaoyang's prospects for motherhood. Elder matriarch, it has only been a month since Chaoyang entered the family. It cannot happen that quickly, Yu Chaoyang replied shyly, clutching her handkerchief. Be cautious of your second sister-in-law, do not fall prey to her schemes without realizing it, the elder matriarch warned, her thoughts filled with resentment towards Yu Yuanzhang. Indeed, Chaoyang had no idea she could conceal her true self so skillfully, deceiving everyone in the Bo family. Yu Chaoyang lamented, her desire to eliminate Yu Yuanzhang growing but restrained by the circumstances. Enough. What has been done is done. From now on, maintain your distance from her. Moreover, you must devote yourself to studying, learning music, and painting, lest you be labeled a simpleton. I shall speak to the princess soon, suggesting you learn to manage the household affairs of the royal estate. If you cannot bear the responsibilities of the chief matriarch, your position as the wife of the heir may be precarious, the elder matriarch asserted solemnly, devoid of her usual frivolity. Unbeknownst to her, she held an inexplicable disdain for Yu Yuanzhang, who had been a source of annoyance since the very first day she had paid her respects. The elder matriarch had felt an instinctual need to undermine Yu Yuanzhang, believing her presence to be a potential threat to her carefully laid plans. The root of her discontent lay in the fact that the prince had initially decided upon Yu Yuanzhang for her grandson. Understood, elder matriarch, Yu Chaoyang replied, though she pondered the improbability of any unforeseen events now that she was married into the royal household. Little did she know that divorce or taking a concubine was still a possibility. If a more capable woman were to emerge, she might well find herself sidelined. The position of the chief matriarch held immense significance for the royal household. Before long, concubine Luo arrived, equally taken aback by Yu Yuanzhang's recent demeanor. Elder matriarch, how should we address this matter? Concubine Luo felt a twinge of bitterness. The woman they had all looked down upon had outshone the wife of the heir. At this moment, she regarded Yu Chaoyang with a hint of skepticism. Had the marriage not been swapped, some of the accolades from yesterday would have fallen upon her son.
What can be done?
As long as the eldest son remains unconscious, no matter how capable she is merely destined to be a widow, the elder matriarch replied, her concern not overly heightened. A woman in the inner chambers could not alter the grand scheme of things. As long as Zishu remained the heir, nothing would change. In due course, she would pen a letter to the palace, urging the esteemed concubine to advocate for the continuation of the eldest son's treatment before the emperor. Treatment must never cease. Alas, the Chia courtyard was fiercely protected by the princess, leaving her unable to place anyone inside. The servants attending to the courtyard had been personally arranged by the marquis, and even the most menial maids had been companions of the princess from her dowry. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzhang, cradling 2 jewelry boxes with 2 more in the hands of her maid, returned to the Chia courtyard. Elated, she opened each box to marvel at their contents. Wow, the ladies are truly generous, she exclaimed, each piece more exquisite than the last. Yu Yuanzhang picked up a gold hairpin inlaid with jade and inserted it into her hair.
Ziyue, does it look beautiful? Madame Dasha is truly lovely. You have a way with words, you flatter me rather than the hairpin. Here, let each person share in this joy. This one is for you, this one for Jianghua, and this one for Madame Yi. For the more menial maids in the courtyard, Ziyue, please give each of them a reward of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Tell them it is a gift from this mistress, as I am in good spirits today. Yu Yuanzhang was generous in her demeanor. Oh, and please summon Madame Yi for me, I have matters to discuss with her. Ziyue accepted the rewards and went to call her. Chapter 57. The principled young master in the small kitchen. Granny Yi observed as the cook prepared porridge for the young master. It was not long before it was ready. Greetings, young mistress, she said. Granny Yi, please take a seat. I truly feel remiss, it has nearly been a month since I married into the household, yet I have not had a proper conversation with you. Today, I have no other engagements, so let us have a good chat, Yu Yuanzhang said with a gentle, sweet smile. You have already been doing splendidly, young mistress. You are still new to the household, and there is much to adjust to, not to mention your numerous responsibilities, Granny Yi replied, well aware of how little free time Yu Yuanzhang had during her first month in the estate. Granny Yi has been the wet nurse for the young master and has cared for him for many years. Surely, you must have many stories to share? Indeed, I have spent more time with the young master than the princess herself. In fact, I was once the princess's maid of honor, 2 years her senior. Upon entering the royal manor, the princess wed shortly thereafter, and when she gave birth to the young master, I had just recently delivered my own child, making me the perfect nurse for him. Oh, was your first child a boy or a girl? It was a daughter, who is now married and managing a household in one of the princess's dowry estates. She visited me just yesterday. And what of your son? Yu Yuanzhang inquired further. Granny Yi had mentioned having 2 children in a previous conversation. My son is currently working as a junior clerk in one of the princess's dowry shops. Ah, it seems your family is quite well off. Granny Yi, would you be so kind as to tell me more about the young master? This was the first time Yu Yuanzhang had asked about Shangguan Ziqi's past since entering the estate. She had never truly regarded him as her husband, but rather as a patient under her special care. It was indeed challenging for her to assume the role of a wife. 2 individuals devoid of any emotional foundation could hardly cultivate such feelings. Despite his handsome visage, however, since they were to share their lives together, she felt it necessary to learn more about his character. After all, beauty alone could not reveal the essence of a person. It is all thanks to the princess's favor, but alas, her fate was unfortunate. She bore only 1 child before encountering a great calamity. The young master is the carefully nurtured heir of the late duke and the current prince, excelling in both scholarship and martial prowess. He even accompanied the prince on a campaign 3 years ago, where they vanquished the enemy forces of the Kanglan kingdom. Upon their return, the emperor praised him publicly, declaring that a tiger begets no dog. From a young age, the young master diligently strived to be a worthy heir, pushing himself rigorously. He rises at the crack of dawn to practice martial arts, followed by attending the palace as a companion to the crown prince, studying together in the imperial library. Throughout the seasons, he has never faltered in his commitments. As he grew older, he accompanied the prince to military camps for further training. Tragically, the crown prince suffered a fall while saving the emperor, resulting in a permanent disability. The young master was injured during that incident as well, feeling a deep sense of shame for the crown prince's misfortune. Last year, while protecting the emperor during the autumn hunt, he fell from his horse and became akin to a living corpse. In their youth, both the crown prince and the young master were such dashing figures. Their mere presence on the streets would cause young ladies to pause in admiration. So many young women long to marry such fine gentlemen, yet neither met a favorable fate. Truly, it seems that fate is envious of exceptional talent. Granny Yi recounted the young master's past with a tinge of sadness. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yuanzhang's perception of the young master shifted. He was indeed a remarkably disciplined gentleman, solely focused on becoming a competent heir to the royal household. In comparison, Shangguan Zishu seemed to pale in contrast. Although her encounters with Shangguan Zishu had been limited, she could discern that he was a lofty individual, lacking substantial abilities yet harboring grand ambitions. The prince had declared that an heir to the royal household must be battle-ready. She wondered if Shangguan Zishu could mature quickly enough, lest he obtain the title of heir while remaining a cowardly soul. The young masters raised in the royal manor were not guaranteed to be exceptional. Take the second master, for instance, merely a man who lived off the estate and indulged in frivolities, surrounded by women, only to exploit the royal household for sustenance. What prompted the young master to be betrothed to the Bo family? Yu Yuanzhang asked once Granny Yi returned from her reverie. Traditionally, the royal household does not place great emphasis on family lineage for marriages.
The primary concern is the character of the young lady. However, the late princess passed away too soon, leaving the royal household without a true matriarch, resulting in the late duke developing a habit of overseeing many matters himself. In the past, he personally selected the princess for the young master. The princess was a carefully nurtured daughter of the Duke of Wei, and her upbringing was impeccable. When it came time for the young master, he too wished to have a say. The late duke had a good relationship with the late Earl of Yong'an, which led to discussions regarding their children's betrothal, ultimately introducing Miss Yu to the late duke. At that time, Miss Yu was only 12 years old, a naive and charming young girl, and the late duke took a liking to her, subsequently requesting an imperial decree to formalize the marriage.
Oh, so it was not the young master who chose the eldest daughter? Yu Yuanzhang admitted her ignorance regarding such matters.
Indeed, however, the young master is a man of great responsibility, never engaging in frivolous affairs, and he holds great respect for his legitimate wife. Originally, the princess had arranged for him to have a concubine, yet the young master firmly refused, demonstrating remarkable self-discipline. He insisted on waiting until his legitimate wife moved in, allowing her to decide the matters concerning his household. Such a principled young master, and yet Granny Yi expressed her admiration for the young master's character, though it was disheartening that he lay in bed like a living corpse. The two continued their conversation for quite some time, and Yu Yuanzhang finally gained a more comprehensive understanding of the young master. He was indeed a man of principles. If he were to awaken, she might consider nurturing a relationship with him. If they found mutual affection, living together could be pleasant. If he found her unsatisfactory, separation would not be an issue. Why Yu Yuanzhang was not a woman of this era, reliant on a man for her survival. She was not driven by greed for the status or power of the royal household. Nevertheless, she remained apprehensive about the unalterable course of history, having heard that altering history could defy the natural order. Whether this was true or not, she could not say. Though she had never been superstitious, her own journey through time and Yu Chaoyang's rebirth posed unexplainable mysteries.
Granny Yi, I summoned you for another matter. I brought only 2 maidservants from my family, which feels insufficient. Could you recommend a few trustworthy and diligent individuals from our courtyard to assist me?
After conversing for so long, Yu Yuanjing finally addressed the matter at hand.
Young mistress, you should have brought this up sooner.
It is customary in our royal household for the young mistress to have at least 4 primary maidservants and 2 secondary ones by her side. Having only 2 is indeed too few. I shall ensure this matter is taken care of for you. I will first inquire about their willingness and take their ages into consideration. Granny Yi readily accepted the task.
Thank you, Granny Yi.
In the afternoon, Junlei returned from outside, bringing Yu Yuanzhang the items she desired. Several thinly crafted small knives, as well as tweezers and pliers. Unfortunately, as this era lacked stainless steel, these tools would require frequent sharpening and sterilization. Disinfection posed another challenge, as only alcohol was available, and its potency was rather low. She nearly overlooked this matter. Yu Yuanzhang proceeded to sketch a rudimentary manual distillation apparatus. This would serve multiple future purposes, and she dedicated herself to the drawing, revising it meticulously until it was complete, taking her 2 hours to finalize.
The following day, she sent Junlei to seek a blacksmith's assistance in its construction.
Junlei, this should be made of copper rather than iron. Once completed, take it directly to the small courtyard. It is unsuitable for use within the royal household due to the lingering odors. How long do you estimate it will take to finish?
If made of copper, it will be quicker.
Copper is softer than iron and easier to mold. IT should be ready in no more than 2 days. Very well, please also purchase around 10 gin of alcohol for the small courtyard.
In 2 days, we will go there to purify the alcohol.
After several days of preparation, all the necessary items for visiting Princess Huining's estate were ready, including the medicinal plasters. Only the alcohol distillation remained. However, on the very day she planned to visit the small courtyard, the third prince arrived at the royal household, accompanied by another person. Chapter 58. The third prince visits with a physician. On the 3rd day after the Dragon Boat Festival, Consort Wanshu received a letter from the 2 elder matriarchs. Upon reading it, she fell into deep contemplation within her palace. At the age of 35, she maintained her beauty remarkably well, with fair skin and an alluring appearance that continued to captivate men. The emperor, now 43, had long ceased to select new consorts. The current empress and her peers, despite being the youngest, were all already in their 30s. Nevertheless, she still occasionally enjoyed the emperor's favor, thus retaining her status and honor. Her mother urged her to persuade the emperor to send the imperial physician to continue treating her nephew, yet she knew well that the emperor would hardly concern himself with such domestic matters pertaining to the princely house. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 16, she initially did not hold the title of consort. She had ascended to her current position through various means. It was only after successfully conceiving a dragon heir, a son, that she was bestowed the title of consort Wanshu. The elder prince was born of the late empress, while the second prince was the offspring of consort Yingui. The elder prince had been deposed, leaving her son and the second prince as the only adult princes, with the fourth prince, born of consort Luoxian. The mothers of these 3 princes were all of comparable standing, their influence largely dictated by the strength of their familial clans. Although she hailed from the esteemed Rong Wangfu, which adhered to the ancestral precept of non-interference in the affairs of princes, it was permitted to act on behalf of the emperor should he prove incompetent. The Rong Wangfu's primary loyalty was to the citizens of Dewei, with allegiance to the ruler being secondary. This is why the Rong Wangfu was often referred to as the people's noble house. Each successive emperor treated the Lord of Rome with deference, consulting him on significant state matters and making decisions collaboratively. However, the Rong Wangfu never wielded military power, which consort Wanshu yearned for her elder brother's support. She had sought counsel with the Lord several times, but he consistently advised her to focus on her duties, dismissing any concerns regarding the emperor's decisions. Frustrated, she resolved to strive independently. She aspired for her son to be crowned crown prince, which would elevate her to the most esteemed position among the women of Dewey, a desire shared by every consort who had borne a son. She, too, was no exception. Despite her affiliation with the most powerful princely house, she felt deprived of any tangible benefits. This bred resentment within her, prompting her to rely on the second branch for assistance. She was determined to fulfill her mother's request, fully aware of her mother's scheme. Not only did she intend to assist, but she was resolved to see it through to the end. A plan soon began to take shape in her mind. Baizhu, summon the third prince, and inform him that I wish to discuss a matter with him. Consort Wanshu commanded her attendant without delay. Upon concluding his lessons, the third prince made his way to Consort Wanshu's palace. The two then devised a strategy together. The following day, the third prince requested leave from the emperor to exit the palace, claiming by approaching the matter as a prince, his intentions would appear more sincere. The emperor, pleased to see him engaged in a noble endeavor, granted his request. The third prince hastily rode out of the city and successfully invited the esteemed physician, Dr. Yao, to the princely residence that very day. However, at that moment, only the two elder matriarchs, concubine Luo, and a few others were present in the estate. The lord had taken the heir to the military camp for training, while the lady of the house was out visiting friends. Yu Yuanzhang had gone to a small courtyard to distill alcohol. Upon hearing the announcement of the third prince's arrival, the two elder matriarchs smiled broadly, their expressions brightened significantly. "Greetings, elder matriarch," the third prince said respectfully.
"Oh, my dear grandson, the third prince. Please, come in, come in." The three women welcomed him into the elder matriarch's centenarian hall.
"Elder matriarch, this is the esteemed physician I fetched from the capital, Dr. Yao." The third prince, Chao Jin, warmly introduced the elderly physician after exchanging pleasantries.
"Excellent, excellent.
The physician brought by the third prince must possess remarkable medical skills. I sincerely hope that my eldest grandson recovers soon, for it would be a testament to the care shown by his aunt and the third prince," the elder matriarch remarked, discerning the physician's demeanor and deducing his expertise.
"Thank you for your efforts, third prince.
Now, elder matriarch, let us proceed to the Chia courtyard. We must not keep the esteemed physician waiting." Concubine Luo chimed in cheerfully. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzhang stood in confusion. As the biological daughter of the elder matriarch, she was expected to support her. Previously, she had sensed that the elder matriarch hoped for the heir's position to fall to her husband, yet now she seemed eager to see the eldest son treated. This left her utterly perplexed. However, lacking the authority to voice her thoughts, she followed quietly behind to the Chia courtyard. She had only visited there once on the second day of her marriage and had not returned in the past month. In her previous life, she had spent 8 long years in that courtyard, which had felt like a prison. The elder matriarch led the third prince and Dr. Yao to the Chia courtyard, where the attendants Yuanshan and Jingshui were currently in attendance to tend to the eldest son. Upon seeing the elder matriarch accompanied by the third prince, they mistakenly assumed that his visit was merely a formality to pay respects to the eldest son. They approached with polite greetings. "We bow before His Highness the third prince, elder matriarch, and the esteemed ladies." The two young servants bowed deeply, acknowledging their royal guest. As a member of the royal family, the third prince's status demanded such respect. The third prince has learned of a renowned physician and has gone to great lengths to invite him from afar. "Please, usher him into the inner chamber to examine young Master Ziki," the elder matriarch declared, her spirits high. The two young servants exchanged anxious glances, fully aware of the dire situation surrounding the eldest son. "Your Highness, perhaps it would be prudent to wait for the Lord's return before proceeding with treatment." "We are but humble servants and dare not make such decisions," Yuanshan responded respectfully. "The Lord may not return until nightfall, and the physician has traveled a great distance. We must not delay his visit," the elder matriarch insisted, her tone sharp as she tapped her cane. "Elder matriarch, let us wait for the lady of the house to return. She is merely visiting the Jing Wangfu, which is quite close to. I shall send someone to fetch her immediately," Yuanshan replied, maintaining his respect while standing his ground. Before the elder matriarch could respond, he swiftly exited the Chia courtyard, seeking to find Qingfeng and Mingyue, urging them to hasten back to inform the lady of the house and the matriarch to return promptly. Without hesitation, the two young servants mounted their horses and galloped out of the estate, disregarding the presence of pedestrians. Fortunately, both possessed commendable riding skills, each heading in opposite directions. The Jing Wangfu was the nearest. Upon hearing Mingyue's report, the lady furrowed her brow but quickly excused herself to the lady of Jingwang before following Mingyue back to the princely residence. Qingfeng, meanwhile, took some time to reach the small courtyard. At that moment, Yu Yuanzhang was demonstrating the distillation process to Lu Mingde and Xunlei, explaining the use of a small distiller. As she kindled the fire and monitored the rising temperature, she adjusted the flame to a low setting. Upon observing steam escaping, the steam condensed through a narrow tube into a barrel filled with cold water, emerging as droplets of liquid rather than vapor. Yu Yuanzhang collected approximately a mouthful of the distilled spirit. "Lu Gu, do try this." She offered the cup to Lu Mingde eagerly. Lu Mingde accepted the cup, consuming its contents in one swift motion, only to cough violently as the potency overwhelmed him. "What a fine liquor! I have never tasted anything so strong." At that moment, Qingfeng rode up, halting abruptly at the entrance. "Lady, quickly, we must return to the estate," he exclaimed as he leapt from his horse and rushed into the courtyard. "What has occurred?" she inquired, sensing urgency in his voice.
The third prince has arrived with a physician to treat the eldest son.
What? Yu Yuanzhang immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Chulei, continue the distillation process as instructed, discarding any water that lacks flavor, and prepare the next batch. She hurriedly instructed before making her way toward the entrance. As she walked, she called out, Qingfeng, take me on your horse, quickly. Yu Yuanzhang pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve to cover her face, ensuring her anonymity. She instructed one of the guards to accompany her, knowing that recognition could tarnish her reputation. Meanwhile, within the Chia courtyard, tensions were escalating dramatically. Chapter 59 of the Coercive Diagnosis. Step aside, both of you. How dare you obstruct the physician summoned by the third prince himself? The elderly matriarch fumed, her anger palpable as she confronted the two young attendants blocking the bed. Your Highness, we have never heard of this physician. Whether he is truly a miracle worker remains uncertain. We cannot permit him to examine the young master so readily, the dauntless Far Mountain retorted, gazing resolutely at the third prince. The third prince was taken aback by the audacity of the two attendants to defy both the matriarch and himself. He had assumed that bringing the physician personally would preclude any resistance. Even if the duke were present, he would surely show deference, especially since the third prince's intentions were rooted in genuine concern for his elder cousin. Unbeknownst to him, these two attendants were not mere errand boys, but carefully cultivated shadow guards trained by the duke himself. Will you not yield? The matriarch brandished her cane threateningly. If they continued to stand their ground, she would not hesitate to take matters into her own hands, as was her customary approach. Matriarch, even if you were to strike us down today, we shall wait for the princess to return and heed her decision, the two attendants resolutely declared. The matriarch, undeterred by their defiance, swung her cane in earnest. The young attendants dodged left and right, while Nurse Yi, in a flurry of anxiety, stepped in to shield them at the bed's edge. Frustrated at her inability to reach them, the matriarch then directed her ire toward Nurse Yi, who was less fortunate and suffered 2 blows from the cane. The attendants immediately placed themselves before Nurse Yi, bearing the brunt of several strikes. Despite being over 50, the matriarch wielded considerable strength, and the warm early summer weather, which necessitated lighter clothing, resulted in visible welts appearing on the backs of the young attendants. The third prince observed this farcical scene without intervention, astonished by the unwavering loyalty exhibited by the attendants in safeguarding their master. Such devotion among the household servants was unexpected, leaving him to ponder whether his own guards would exhibit a similar fidelity.
What are you doing?
The voice of the princess cut through the chaos, breathless and urgent. She had finally returned at the behest of Mingyue, her carriage hastily brought to the courtyard. The path through the inner courtyard had nearly left her breathless, a sight of disarray as she ran without regard for her dignity.
With the princess's arrival, the matriarch ceased her assault.
Auntie, your timing is impeccable. Both mother and I have been deeply concerned for the young master's health. We recently learned of a renowned physician and took the initiative to summon him from the capital for a consultation, only to be thwarted by these two attendants. He exaggerated his efforts and goodwill. The princess surveyed the room, her gaze falling on the two attendants, whose bodies bore traces of blood, and on Nurse Yi, whose expression betrayed her pain. The matriarch had overstepped her bounds, daring to unleash her fury within the young master's quarters. Sister-in-law, the third prince meant well. It is merely that these two attendants were unaware of their place and thus received a lesson from the matriarch. Concubine Luo quickly interjected, sensing the princess's scrutiny. Indeed, mother, the physician was specifically summoned by the third prince from afar. We must not disregard his good intentions, Yu Chaoyang chimed in, though she remained oblivious to the matriarch's motives, fully believing it was in service to the heir. I appreciate the concern of the third prince and the esteemed concubine. However, the Duke has issued a directive against summoning a physician for the young master at this time. We must observe his condition for a while longer, the princess replied, her expression stern.
The Duke is in error, and you would follow suit?
That is your own flesh and blood. How can you turn a blind eye? I, as his maternal elder, shall not permit such negligence. Let the physician proceed. The matriarch resumed her authoritative stance, issuing orders to Dr. Yao. Dr. Yao glanced at the third prince, who nodded, and then he clasped his hands in respect before making his way toward the bed. The princess found herself at a loss for justification to impede him. A mere examination should pose no issue, provided the physician's prescriptions were not utilized. She resolved to later investigate the physician's credentials thoroughly. Meanwhile, from his position on the bed, Shangguan Ziki was acutely aware of the commotion surrounding him. His heart raced, yet he remained immobile, desperate to intervene but unable to exert control over his own body. It was only upon his mother's return that he felt a profound sense of relief. Yet, it appeared she was unaware of how to stop the physician, causing his anxiety to resurface. Dr. Yao began his examination, taking the young master's pulse, palpating his body, and finally inspecting his eyes and forehead. Your Highness, esteemed matriarch, the young master has sustained a head injury. Acupuncture may be the only means to restore his consciousness, Dr. Yao concluded after his assessment. What is your level of certainty? The third prince inquired. Your Highness, the young master's condition is quite unique. One can only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. No one can guarantee a complete recovery. Given that the young master has consulted numerous physicians, it is likely they have reached conclusions similar to mine, Dr.
Yao replied confidently. Upon hearing his words echo those of physician Gu, the princess recognized Dr. Yao's legitimacy and skill.
What is your expertise in acupuncture, Dr. Yao? She could not help but ask. Although she and the Duke had acknowledged the merits of caution regarding excessive treatment, she still hoped for a genuine miracle worker to restore her son's health.
Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding Dr. Yao's true capabilities. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, suggesting years of practice, yet being a stranger, she found it difficult to place her complete trust in him. Your Highness, I have saved countless patients through my acupuncture skills. I have treated 5 paralyzed individuals, 4 of whom ultimately regained the ability to walk like normal individuals, Dr. Yao replied, bowing slightly and recounting his notable achievements. Then proceed with the acupuncture, the matriarch commanded, not waiting for the princess to voice her decision. The princess hesitated. After all, Physician Gu's treatment had yielded no results over the span of 3 months. She doubted Dr. Yao's efficacy as well but clung to a glimmer of hope. Just as her indecision lingered, Dr. Yao had already retrieved his silver needles and began heating them over the flame.
Your Highness, this cannot be allowed. Far Mountain exclaimed, disregarding his previous restraint.
He understood all too well that the young masteress' condition had worsened under the previous physician's care. The arrival of this Dr. Yao, without thorough investigation, seemed an impulsive leap of faith simply because he was brought by the third prince. Indeed, Your Highness, perhaps we should wait for the young lady to return before proceeding. Qingfeng has already been dispatched to summon her, Jin Shui urged. The princess regarded the 2 attendants, whose expressions reflected their disapproval. Third prince, it would be prudent to wait until the duke has inquired into Dr. Yao's character before proceeding with treatment, she insisted.
Auntie, Dr. Yao is quite busy. There are others in the capital awaiting his expertise. Were it not for my personal invitation, he would not have arrived at the Wang residence so promptly, the third prince argued, painting a vivid picture of his concern for his elder cousin. The princess found herself wavering once more. Shangguan Ziqi's heart sank again. Frowny face. Mother, please do not acquiesce. Jin'er, hurry back, he silently implored. At that moment, as the princess hesitated, Dr. Yao had already begun his procedure, the first needle piercing the Tongtian acupoint. Just then, Yu Yuanzheng burst into the room, flanked by her protectors. Hold on, she shouted, gasping for breath, having sprinted faster than ever before in both this life and the last. Chapter 60 of The Incompetent Physician. Dr. Yao paused momentarily, refraining from administering the needle. Only then did Shangguan Ziqi feel a semblance of relief, as he hoped that Jin'er would exhibit greater assertiveness than the Empress Dowager and thwart this nefarious plot. Indeed, it was a conspiracy. He was acutely aware of this in his heart. Ever since he had prevented Dr. from performing acupuncture and allowed Yu Yuanzhang to undertake his treatment, he had become increasingly aware of the passage of time outside. Now, he could perceive several hours each day. Ziqi's wife, the third prince, has kindly invited a divine physician to attend to Ziqi. Do not meddle, the elder matriarch declared, her displeasure evident upon Yu Yuanzhang's return. This woman was nothing but trouble. Mother, father has already stated that we should pause and observe for a time, Yu Yuanzhang retorted, ignoring the elder matriarch and addressing the princess instead. The princess hesitated. She wished for her son's recovery, although witnessing his tears had given her hope. Days had passed without any further signs. Disappointment began to creep in. If the divine physician summoned by the third prince truly possessed remarkable skills, perhaps he could indeed rouse Ziqi from his condition. May I inquire, doctor, can you guarantee the recovery of the eldest son?
Yu Yuanzhang asked sharply, fixing her gaze on Dr.
Yao.
Madam, I have already informed everyone that such ailments are subject to fate. No physician would dare assure a definite recovery, Dr. Yao replied, fully aware of the gravity of his words. Besides, he had come with ulterior motives today.
Since you cannot provide such assurance, then let us forego treatment. If the imperial physician is unable, how could a mere common doctor surpass his capabilities? Yu Yuanzhang deliberately spoke with disdain. Ziqi's wife, do you dare to defy the goodwill of the third prince and the consort?
What do you know? As a newlywed, you have no authority to make decisions here. Ziqi is the son of the prince and princess. If she does not object, you, a mere new bride, should refrain from overstepping. The elder matriarch raged once more. Your words, elder matriarch, are misplaced. The eldest son is my husband, the one with whom I shall spend my life. No one here, except for me, holds greater authority to decide his fate. Even the Empress Dowager must take a step back, Yu Yuanzhang retorted vehemently.
You, how audacious! How dare you overstep the prince and princess?
The elder matriarch was livid, her fury palpable. Dear cousin, the third prince and the consort have been deeply concerned about the eldest cousin's condition and have been actively seeking out divine physicians. Dr. Yao is a highly regarded doctor I have painstakingly inquired about and brought over 100 miles from the capital, the third prince interjected, stepping forward to mediate. Given his royal status, Yu Yuanzhang would be compelled to yield, especially since he was acting out of goodwill. No one would dare to refuse him. Why? Yu Yuanzhang observed the third prince, who appeared amiable and genteel, pondering whether he harbored any malicious intent. After all, she had only been married into the royal household for a month and remained uncertain about many matters, relying solely on her instincts. She felt ill-equipped to confront a prince directly. She needed to navigate this situation delicately, ensuring she neither offended him nor allowed the physician to proceed with the treatment.
Mother, does the royal residence have a resident physician? Yu Yuanzhang suddenly proposed.
Yes, but his skills are mediocre. He primarily tends to the servants' ailments, the princess explained. It seemed the resident physician was designated for the servants, while the nobles typically summoned the imperial physician. Xingfeng, please summon the resident physician, Yu Yuanzhang commanded. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yao felt a pang of anxiety but did his best to maintain composure. The third prince narrowed his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the resident physician arrived, a middle-aged man.
Madam, this is Dr. Luo from the residence, Xingfeng introduced. Dr. Luo, are you familiar with acupuncture? Yu Yuanzhang inquired.
Madam, I do not possess extensive knowledge, but I have studied it to some degree. Dr. Luo candidly admitted acupuncture is a specialized skill, not all physicians master it, as it requires proper mentorship.
Even some imperial physicians lacked proficiency in this area. That is fortunate. Do you have silver needles?
Yes, Dr. Luo replied, having kept a set for himself for occasional use. Ziyue, have a seat. When Dr. Yao administers acupuncture to the eldest son, Dr. Luo will follow his technique on you. Be sure to convey every sensation you experience to everyone present, Yu Yuanjing declared, eager to discern whether Dr. Yao was truly a divine physician. At these words, Dr. Yao stiffened, while the third prince frowned. The elder matriarch's expression turned cold, glaring daggers at Yu Yuanzhang. Consort Luo clenched her handkerchief tightly. Yu Chaoyang observed the unfolding events with confusion. Excellent, this is a splendid idea, the princess exclaimed, her previous hesitation vanishing. As none of them understood medicine, allowing an unaffected individual to serve as a test subject was the most prudent approach. How had she not thought of this sooner? Upon hearing this, Ziyue promptly positioned herself on a stool before Dr.
Luo.
Dr. Yao, please proceed, Yu Yuanzhang encouraged, no longer obstructing the treatment and even inviting Dr. Yao to proceed. Dr. Yao glanced at the third prince, who nodded in affirmation. He began to insert the needle into the eldest son's head, each insertion executed with utmost seriousness. Dr. Luo mirrored his actions on Ziyue, demonstrating equal diligence, even replicating the depth of insertion with precision. It appeared Dr. Luo possessed talent, perhaps he had simply chosen the wrong mentor. 1 needle, 2 needles. Yu Yuanzhang observed intently, ready to intervene and prevent any missteps, even if it meant revealing her own medical knowledge. By the 10th needle, she noted Dr. Yao had inserted it into the Baihui point. Yu Yuanzhang frowned, while this point could be needled, the technique was crucial. Dr. Luo followed suit. Ah, a cry of pain escaped Ziyue as her body swayed, threatening to collapse. Xingfeng swiftly supported her, while Yu Yuanzhang hurriedly removed all the needles from her body. Yet, Ziyue had already lost consciousness. How dare you, you incompetent physician, you have harmed my child. The princess could no longer contain her emotions upon witnessing Ziyue's reaction. As she erupted in fury, Yuanshan and Jingshui quickly restrained Dr. Yao. The third prince was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He realized that with such an incident, the prince would not let this go unpunished. Although he was a prince, his standing before the emperor was certainly inferior to that of Prince Rong. Moreover, Dr. Yao was his invitee. He understood the implications all too well. Should the royal residents apprehend Dr. Yao for questioning, there would be no secrets left undisclosed. How audacious, you dare to deceive me into believing you are a divine physician and harm the eldest son of the royal household. You shall pay dearly. The third prince suddenly erupted in anger, swiftly drawing his sword and plunging it into Dr. Yao's chest. Yuanshan and Jingshui barely managed to pull Dr. Yao back a step, but there was no retreat as the bed loomed behind them. With no weapons at their disposal and the third prince's speed too great to counter, they were powerless to intervene. Yu Yuanzhang was taken aback by the third prince's decisive action. Yuanshan, Jingshui, quickly drag him outside. Do not let him die in Xia courtyard. Yu Yuanzhang commanded urgently, rushing to the bedside to remove all the silver needles Dr. Yao had inserted into the eldest son. Chapter 61. With fiasco, both Yuanshan and Jin Shui promptly dragged Dr. Yao out of the inner chamber. Meanwhile, the third prince still clutched the bloodied sword. After administering the acupuncture, Yu Yuanzhang cast a cold glance at him before turning her attention to Ziyue, pinching her acupoint. Ziyue slowly regained consciousness. Ziyue, how are you feeling?
Yu Yuanzhang inquired with genuine concern.
Ziyue blinked at her, and Yu Yuanzhang instantly understood it. Truly, she was an excellent maid, attuned to her mistress's feelings. Miss, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my head, and then everything went blank.
But Dr. Luo clearly did not insert the needle into my head. How could I have fainted? Ziyue asked, perplexed. I am not a doctor and do not know. Perhaps Dr. Luo can enlighten us?
Yu Yuanjing turned to Dr. Luo, who stood dumbfounded at the side.
Madam, I too am at a loss.
I merely followed Dr. Yao's instructions, Dr. Luo replied innocently, clearly understanding the art of shifting blame. At that moment, the princess was inspecting the eldest young master for any issues, but found nothing amiss, unaware of the prior needle's effects on him. Ziki, it is my fault, I should not have allowed an incompetent doctor to intervene. My concern has led to confusion, and I promise to refrain from letting unknown doctors treat you in the future, the princess lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aunt, it is Jinshin's fault for not thoroughly investigating before bringing him here, the third prince interjected, no longer referring to himself as the prince. He felt frustrated, having botched the situation, unsure of how to explain it to his mother, especially knowing that his uncle would not let this slide easily. Third prince, do you think you can so easily evade responsibility?
Have you considered the potential consequences had I not returned in time to have my maid test the needle? The eldest young master's life could have been lost at the hands of the quack you summoned. Both father and mother would have lost their only legitimate son, and I, as the eldest young mistress, would have been left in eternal mourning, devoid of hope. Yu Yuanzhang advanced toward him, her demeanor assertive. How dare you speak to me like that? Know your place, I acted with good intentions, the third prince retorted, his anger flaring, yet he restrained himself from raising the sword again. He had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ziki's wife, do you have no sense of rank? How dare you address the third prince in such a way, the elder madam interjected, seeking to reassert her presence. She had been so startled by the third prince's earlier action of stabbing the doctor that she had retreated several steps, nearly collapsing into a chair. Finally regaining her composure, she could not suppress her ire at Yu Yuanzhang's audacity. What are you saying? If the eldest young master were your own son, how would you feel? I believe you have lost your senses, Yu Yuanzhang replied. What has transpired? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the doorway. The prince had returned. Upon seeing him, Yu Yuanzhang felt a surge of reassurance. Father, you have finally returned. The eldest young master nearly lost his life. If mother and I had delayed even a moment longer, he would have already met with Yama. She wept as she spoke. Her tears flowed freely, and the princess, not to be outdone, joined in the display of sorrow. It was crucial to appear weak at such a moment, ensuring that the prince's wrath would be kindled. The two women wept, causing the prince to furrow his brow in frustration. Upon his return, Yuan Shan recounted the events from beginning to end. Uncle, Jin Shan acted with good intentions. He simply misjudged the character of those involved, the third prince hastily admitted. Noticing the prince's increasingly grim expression, the prince approached his son, who remained in a deep slumber, seemingly unchanged. After checking his pulse, which beat steadily, he tentatively concluded that there was no immediate cause for concern. Third prince, follow me to the palace. Yuan Shan, come along, the prince stated flatly before turning and exiting the inner chamber. The third prince felt as though he had been struck down. Your Highness, the third prince acted out of goodwill. You must not make things difficult for him, the elder madam called after him, but the prince did not look back. The third prince could only lower his head and follow. Dr. Luo and Yu Chaoyang exchanged glances at the sobbing duo before departing. Once the unrelated individuals had left, Yu Yuanzhang instantly ceased her tears, unaware of her own talent for acting. Mother, it's all right. Ziyue was merely pretending. The eldest young master is perfectly fine. Yu Yuanzhang quickly revealed the truth, fearing that this gentle woman might become overly distressed. What? The princess was taken aback by the revelation, unsure whether to cry or refrain from tears. See, Ziyue is perfectly all right. Madam, I truly am fine. I only acted to prevent the doctor from treating the eldest young master. I did not expect the third prince to act so swiftly. Ziyue expressed her regret at not being able to expose the truth to the princess and her mistress. Once a life is lost, there are no witnesses to testify. The third prince could say whatever he wished before the emperor. Zhenger, was the doctor truly incompetent? The princess still clung to a glimmer of hope, desperate for her son to recover. Mother, do you not find it odd? The elder madam seemed quite pleased with the prospect of the title passing to the second brother, yet she remained so attentive to the eldest young master, wishing for his well-being. It is contradictory. I suspect she does not wish for the eldest young master to awaken at all. If we cease summoning the imperial physician, no one will know whether he will ever wake up. That is why the third prince summoned a doctor today and even came in person. He feared we would intervene, using his status to pressure us. Yu Yuanjing analyzed. The princess fell into deep contemplation. The elder madam had always exhibited erratic behavior, often unclear in her intentions. With the third prince's involvement today, she could not ignore Yu Yuanjing's words. Do you have any evidence? It is best to keep them from meddling in the eldest young master's affairs. How things unfold henceforth should be determined by father and you, Yu Yuanjing asserted. You are correct, we must not allow them to interfere in Ziki's matters. Fortunately, you returned in time today. What a false alarm. The princess instructed Yu Yuanjing to take good care of her son before leaving in dejection. You all performed admirably today. I shall reward you once I earn some money tonight. Yu Yuanjing expressed her satisfaction to her subordinates. Madam, this is merely our duty, Jing Feng declared, eager for the promised reward. Very well, save some money for future expenses, as it will be necessary for marrying off a wife, and ensure the bride's dowry is ample. Granny Yi has suffered today as well. Please summon the physician to examine her, Yu Yuanjing noted, having observed Granny Yi standing aside, occasionally rubbing her back, indicating that she too had endured hardship. It was not until nightfall that the prince returned, bringing with him the emperor's directives regarding the situation. Chapter 62 Return to the princess's residence. After 3 months of confinement, the gentle consort Wan Shuqing faced the consequences of her actions, while the third prince received a harsh punishment of 20 strokes, a lesson meant to instill in him the importance of discernment even at his age. The third prince, being the direct nephew of the duke, was permitted to endure the punishment while the duke remained within the imperial study to discuss matters with the emperor. Upon learning of the outcome, Yu Yuanjing could not help but mutter, deservedly so. In her opinion, the punishment was far too lenient. He should have received 50 strokes instead. My lady, he is still a royal prince. The emperor could scarcely impose a punishment of that severity. It was merely a show for the duke to quell his ire. On the surface, the third prince has not committed a grievous offense, Zhang Hua reasoned. True enough, let us move past this matter, Yu Yuanjing conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. After dinner, Chun Lei returned, bringing with him a bottle of potent liquor. Upon tasting it, Yu Yuanjing surmised it to be over 60 degrees.
In her previous life, the strongest spirit she had consumed was 52 degrees, yet this one burned her throat even more fiercely. Undergoing surgery on one's face was no trivial matter. One must avoid infection at all costs, lest all previous efforts be rendered futile. As the hour of high approached, around 11 at night, Yu Yuanzhang equipped herself, with the assistance of several guards, to stealthily exit the Duke's residence. News of her departure inevitably reached the Duke's ears. His hidden guards, too skilled to be overlooked, reported her actions. However, the Duke chose to turn a blind eye. He understood the capabilities of the guards he had trained himself. Their collective action, endorsed by 6 of them, could not be a nefarious endeavor. Yu Yuanzhang smoothly arrived at the back entrance of the Princess Huining's residence, again escorted by the same old matron who had brought her to this very courtyard previously. Princess Huining awaited her arrival. I pay my respects to Princess Huining, Yu Yuanzhang greeted with a bow. Divine physician, no need for such formalities. I entrust my son to your care. Princess Huining expressed her deep remorse for her daughter. Rest assured, after tonight's treatment, as long as Princess Xiangling follows my instructions diligently, she will be able to meet others in 3 months' time. Of course, she cannot be compared to someone who has never been injured, but with a touch of rouge, the scars will be largely concealed, Yu Yuanzhang reassured her. Very well, mother, I am afraid, Princess Xiangling confessed, despite her desire to restore her beauty, the thought of a blade near her face filled her with trepidation. Do not worry, my lady. I shall administer some anesthetic to alleviate your pain, Yu Yuanzhang comforted her. She possessed great patience with her patients. Fear is a common sentiment prior to surgery, and it is crucial for the physician to help ease their anxiety. This is a fundamental lesson in the study of medicine. In Yu Yuanzhang's eyes, the 18-year-old girl was still not quite an adult. Is that true? Indeed, Yu Yuanzhang confirmed, having prepared aconitine, a potent anesthetic ideal for topical use. Princess, may we have more candlelight? It would illuminate the room better, Yu Yuanzhang noted. Observing that only 2 lamps had been lit, the old matron promptly complied. Yu Yuanzhang first loosened Princess Xiangling's hair before tying it into a ponytail. This gesture felt quite intimate for Princess Xiangling, who had never experienced such close contact with a man before. Her heart raced, and her face flushed, though she stifled her emotions. Yu Yuanzhang then applied the anesthetic to her face. While waiting, she meticulously sterilized her tools, washing her hands repeatedly with alcohol. It was wasteful, as Chun Lei and Lu Mingda had spent an entire afternoon distilling it, and she used it all at once. When the moment was right, she pricked Princess Xiangling's face with a needle. Does it still hurt? No, it does not. Very well, princess. Should I step aside? Yu Yuanzhang inquired, concerned that the sight of her daughter's bloodied face might disturb Princess Huining. No need, Princess Huining firmly asserted her stance. Yu Yuanzhang picked up a small blade and began her work on Princess Xiangling's face, gently removing old scars and delicately peeling away discolored layers. This required considerable skill, but Yu Yuanzhang executed it with remarkable care, taking over half an hour to complete the procedure. Her technique was exceptional, resulting in minimal bleeding, all confined to the superficial layers. She then applied medication without the need for bandaging, awaiting the formation of scabs. All done. Once everything was in order, Yu Yuanzhang examined the patient's face closely. Princess Xiangling, from this moment forth, you must be cautious with your diet. Absolutely avoid dark-colored foods. For the first 7 days, it is best to consume only white foods, as long as they are seasoned with salt. Once the scabs form and fall off, you may begin applying the ointment I have prepared for you. When the ointment runs out, you can procure more from a shop called Shiri Tang on Minnel Street. There will be no charge for the medicine, and I shall only require payment for this consultation. Yu Yuanzhang imparted her medical advice, which both Princess Huining and Princess Xiangling listened to attentively. If any issues arise, you may leave a message at Shiri Tang, and I shall return promptly upon receiving news, Yu Yuanzhang assured them with a sense of responsibility. Princess Huining nodded in acknowledgement. This divine physician was truly commendable, possessing neither arrogance nor negligence. Princess Xiangling cast a few more glances at the masked Yu Yuanzhang, her heart warmed by the feeling of being cared for and valued. The procedure went smoothly, and Princess Huining proved to be trustworthy. Presenting Yu Yuanzhang with 1,000 taels of silver on the spot, she observed the entire process, noting that no one in the Imperial Medical Bureau could rival such skill. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Yu Yuanzhang found herself with little to occupy her time. The 2 young maidservants selected by Granny Yi were both 13 years old. One had a round face that exuded a sense of humor, while the other had an oval face that conveyed elegance. They had previously been tasked with cleaning the courtyard. Madam, these 2 are quite diligent in their work. Given their youth, they can be trained to serve you for a longer period, Granny Yi remarked. Very well, what are your names? Yu Yuanzhang inquired, as she rarely involved herself in the affairs of the courtyard and was unfamiliar with their names, recognizing only their faces. I am called Xiaoqin, the round-faced girl said with a proper bow. I am called Xiangji, the other girl shyly introduced herself. Since Granny Yi finds you both agreeable, I shall accept you as well. You will follow me and learn from Ziyue and Jianghua. Most importantly, you must keep the matters of our courtyard confidential. Unless I specifically instruct you to share, you must remain tight-lipped even if the Duke or Duchess inquire. Do you understand? Yes, we understand, the 2 young maidservants replied, shrinking back a bit, intimidated by Yu Yuanzhang. It was clear they would require some training. With the addition of 2 maidservants, Yu Yuanzhang was able to produce her medicinal pills much more swiftly, increasing both the variety and quantity. Over the course of a month, she attended to 2 more patients. One was the eldest son of the Grand Master of the Imperial Academy, who had disgracefully contracted syphilis. Despite numerous consultations with the imperial physicians, his condition remained unmanageable, forcing him to expend significant resources to seek out a divine physician. However, Chun Lei was opposed to Yu Yuanzhang taking on such a case, deeming it beneath the dignity of the eldest lady of the house. Nevertheless, Yu Yuanzhang decided to proceed, motivated by the promise of 1,000 taels of silver.
Chun-Lei, I'll only take his pulse and prescribe a remedy. You will examine him and relay the necessary information to me, she insisted, unable to counter her determination. Chun-Lei reluctantly accompanied Yu Yuanzhang, who was disguised. Based on the severity of the patient's condition, she prescribed both topical and oral medications. To her surprise, the treatment yielded results within 2 weeks, further solidifying her reputation as a divine physician. The other patient was a wealthy merchant from the capital, seeking treatment for his elderly mother. The matron suffered from migraines that disrupted her sleep, causing her to grow increasingly haggard with each passing day. Witnessing his mother as suffering, the merchant spared no expense in seeking assistance from Shiri Tang. Naturally, he was received by old Lin, who reported back to Yu Yuanzhang, this ailment could not be cured entirely. It could only be alleviated with medication and acupuncture. After 2 treatments, the elderly lady was able to sleep soundly, prompting the merchant to generously offer 1,000 taels in consultation fees, with the cost of the medicine noted separately. Yu Yuanzhang also suggested he purchase her prepared medicinal pills. Once her name spread, the sales of her pills at Shiri Tang skyrocketed. Of course, the prices were not as exorbitant as those Chun-Lei had initially set. They were reasonable, as Yu Yuanzhang aimed to establish a lasting business relationship. On a day returning home, Yu Yuanzhang noted that the hour was getting late and instructed Chun-Lei to take a shortcut. Chun-Lei maneuvered the carriage through a narrow alley, which would expedite their journey back to Shiri Tang. However, Chun-Lei soon spotted someone from the Duke's residence. Chapter 63. At the heir's wife is pregnant. The eldest young lady. I have seen Master Zifeng enter that small courtyard, reported Chun-Lei. Oh? Did you observe closely? Yu Yuanzhang found it peculiar that a young master from the royal residence would venture to such a place. She had little interest in the second branch of the family and had not taken the time to learn much about them, particularly disliking the second old lady. I would not mistake it, Chun-Lei replied assuredly. Xiaoyu, you stay behind and discreetly inquire about the situation. We shall wait for you at the mouth of the alley, Yu Yuanzhang decisively commanded, eager to uncover the truth. Yu Yueying was now a young lady she approved of, having formed a friendship, and thus she felt compelled to be attentive to her affairs. Receiving the order, Xiaoyu swiftly vanished from Yu Yuanzhang's sight. Chun-Lei drove the carriage to the alley's entrance to await her return. After approximately 15 minutes, Xiaoyu returned. We are now the subordinates of the eldest young master and the eldest young lady, Chun-Lei urged, his loyalty to Yu Yuanzhang unwavering. In fact, all 10 guards held profound loyalty towards her, as her exemplary conduct over the past 2 months had earned their heartfelt respect. Master Zifeng has taken a concubine here, Xiaoyu said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He had stealthily entered the small courtyard from behind and overheard the two engaged in intimate activities. It was rather shocking. How could they not wait? As a single man, he found the situation exceedingly mortifying. What did you just say? Yu Yuanzhang raised her voice in disbelief. Xiaoyu repeated himself, understanding that his mistress had grasped the gravity of the situation, yet found it hard to accept. Xiaoyu, remain and ascertain the details. Who is that woman? How long have they been involved? I'll be thorough, but do not disclose this to anyone, Yu Yuanzhang ordered. Taken aback by the prevalence of scoundrels in ancient times, her second uncle was indeed a notorious rogue, and only a woman of the second branch could tolerate such behavior, even assisting in the maintenance of a concubine. It was a true reflection of how progeny often mirrored their parents. Understood, Xiaoyu acknowledged. Chun-Lei drove the carriage back to the rear entrance of Shiri Hall. Upon seeing the carriage return, Chasing Wind rushed forward to help guide the horse into the small courtyard. Madam, the chief steward of the royal residence, Uncle Li, came half an hour ago to summon the divine physician to attend to the eldest young master, Chasing Wind reported cheerfully upon encountering Yu Yuanzhang. Was it the prince who instructed him to come? Yu Yuanzhang inquired. Uncle Li had always acted upon the prince's commands. Indeed, Chasing Wind confirmed, as only the prince could warrant the chief steward's personal visit. Did Uncle Li see you? No, it was Lin Bo who received him. He merely stated that he would convey the message to the divine physician. Good, send a message to the chief steward, indicating that we shall enter the residence in 3 days, Yu Yuanzhang promptly arranged. Chun-Lei, it will be up to you to ensure this remains concealed from the king. Upon returning to the royal residence and reporting to the princess, Yu Yuanzhang found the hall bustling with laughter and merriment. Everyone appeared exceedingly pleased, particularly the second old lady and concubine Luo. Yu Chaoyang's face was flushed with a mixture of shyness and pride. Greetings, father and mother, Yu Yuanzhang performed her respects dutifully. Always running about, busier than the prince himself. Princess, your daughter-in-law needs to be kept in check. She should not be gallivanting about and tarnishing our royal family's reputation. Look at Chaoyang, who remains obediently in the residence. Within just 2 months of marriage, she is already with child. You ought to commend Chaoyang and present her with some fine gifts. After all, she is your daughter-in-law, the second old lady remarked as soon as she spotted Yu Yuanzhang returning. My apologies, dear second old lady. It is Yuanzhang's fault. The eldest young master and I have no inheritance from the royal residence. We must diligently manage our 2 dowry shops to sustain ourselves. I cannot end up like the second uncle's family, despite possessing several shops, cannot support themselves without the second aunt supplementing them with her dowry. This illustrates the importance of effectively managing a business. The second uncle simply lacks skill, Yu Yuanzhang stated earnestly, causing the second old lady's expression to grow colder than ice. Enough. Yuanzhang always seeks my permission before venturing out. Refrain from bringing this matter up again, the princess interjected, quelling the quarrel. Sister-in-law, Chaoyang is fortunate to be with child so soon after her marriage. This is a great joy for our royal family. Should we not consider adding more personnel to the Shushan courtyard? I fear that the current staff may not manage adequately. Concubine Luo skillfully diverted the topic.
With the people in her courtyard and those she brought from her maternal family, she has 6 more than in the Ziki courtyard.
Is that not sufficient? The princess cast a disinterested glance at concubine Luo.
The wet nurse for Zishu has fallen ill and has not been able to attend her duties for several days. She may not recover. Perhaps we should add a stewardess, and perhaps 2 second-rate maids to assist in running errands, in case the young lady requires something and there is no one available, concubine Luo continued, undeterred and politely reiterating her request.
Yuanzhang, do you require additional staff in your courtyard?
Since the 2 senior maids from Ziki were sent away by mother, no replacements have been made, the princess inquired, shifting her focus from concubine Luo to Yuanzhang.
Mother, it is unnecessary.
The current staff is sufficient. The eldest young master primarily relies on the young servants for assistance, and since I am not yet pregnant, too many people would only create chaos. Yuanzhang firmly declined any additions, wary of potential spies among the newcomers. She had several secrets to safeguard. If you find it necessary, just inform mother, the princess concluded.
Certainly.
Very well, let us add 4 maidservants for the Shushan courtyard. As for a stewardess, it may be best to avoid that. More people often lead to more conflicts. Let Chaoyang's nurse serve as the stewardess. She has watched Chaoyang grow up and will surely attend to her duties with dedication, the princess declared, making her decision. She had not been so finicky during her own pregnancy. The princess's decision to add 4 maidservants pleased both the second old lady and concubine Luo. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang and the heir, seated together, paid little mind to the adults' discussions, engrossed instead in quiet conversation and affectionate glances, their faces radiating an undeniable bliss. Yu Chaoyang tenderly caressed her barely noticeable belly. She was pregnant, a dream she had longed for, and she could hardly believe her fortune in this new life, happiness arriving so swiftly. With that thought, she glanced up at Yu Yuanzhang, who had just taken a seat across from her, a provocative smile gracing her lips. Young master, young mistress, congratulations. Yu Yuanzhang offered a polite congratulation as she noticed her gaze.
Thank you, elder sister-in-law.
You might consider adopting a child to keep you company, otherwise, life may become quite challenging for a woman. Children are of paramount importance, Yu Chaoyang advised, recalling her past experiences and sensing Yu Yuanzhang's insincere congratulations. If history were to repeat itself, the first branch would adopt a 5-year-old child, who would bring much trouble, and Yu Chaoyang had never held any affection for that child, resulting in a strained relationship. Ultimately, the child often returned to their biological parents. Yu Yuanzhang, being younger than her by a year, would have an even harder time fostering a bond with a child. She was merely waiting to observe the unfolding drama.
Chaoyang speaks wisely.
Your Highness, the other day, the matriarch's wife came to converse with me and brought this matter to light. Given how Ziki is faring, it is prudent to make early arrangements. We must not wait until Ziki faces misfortune, leaving no one to care for the family, the second old lady interjected, her mind racing with the promises made by the matriarch's wife, her interest piqued. Chapter 64. The daughter-in-law bears a child for the eldest son. The matriarch promised her that if she could persuade the prince to agree to adopt her great-grandson under the name of the eldest son, she would reward her with 3 profitable shops, and later, upon inheriting 40% of the royal estate, she would additionally allocate 10% to the second branch. The temptation was simply overwhelming. She was contemplating how to broach the subject when unexpectedly, Chaoyang mentioned it. Brother, indeed, this matter cannot be delayed. It is best to adopt the child as soon as possible, for that way he can be nurtured early on, ensuring his loyalty to the royal family in the future. It would also foster a bond with the child of the future princess, allowing them to support each other. What a delightful tale that would be. At this moment, the second elder also chimed in to lend support. The matriarch's intentions were, of course, conveyed to the couple by the second elder matron. Upon hearing this, the prince glanced at the others and then at Yu Yuanzhang. Ziki's wife, what are your thoughts?
Father, I would like to inquire. Must there be a child under the eldest son's name, and must it necessarily be a boy? Yu Yuanzhang questioned. I have already promised that Ziki will inherit 40% of the family fortune. The clan will undoubtedly keep an eye on this. If you do not adopt a child, this wealth will not pass to the heir but will revert to the public domain. Therefore, it is best for you to adopt a child under your own name, providing you with a support in the future. Though the prince did not wish to see such a fate unfold, he felt compelled to speak the truth, all the while gauging Yu Yuanzhang's stance. This was a rule of the Shangguan family. If any branch was left without descendants, their assets would revert to the public domain, regardless of whether they had biological siblings. Yu Yuanzhang had not anticipated this stipulation. This was unacceptable. How could it fall into the hands of others? She had already performed bloodletting for the eldest son 4 times, with the last session yielding minimal results. The next step was recuperation. However, given the nerve damage, she had no idea when he would awaken, only assuring that he would not perish within 4 months. She had altered the prognosis of death within 6 months that Chaoyang had suggested. Yet whether she could completely alter the fate of the eldest son remained uncertain. After much contemplation, she made a resolute decision. Father, mother, I shall bear a child for the eldest son. Yu Yuanzhang declared her intentions boldly, her demeanor unwavering.
Upon hearing this, the prince raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. What did you just say, you shameless girl? How dare you utter such words in public?
Ziki is not dead yet, and you already dare to speak of cuckolding him.
The second elder matron erupted like an agitated cat, vigorously poking her cane and shouting in indignation, startling the nearby concubine Luo. Ziki's wife, such words should not be spoken lightly.
They will invite ridicule, the second lady cautioned, clutching her handkerchief.
Eldest sister-in-law, if you truly proceed with this, I fear the second aunt will storm into the royal residence and strike you down.
Our you family daughters cannot engage in such disgraceful behavior. Yu Chaoyang also advised, though his expression betrayed the struggle of suppressing laughter. He had not anticipated such a lack of decorum from his second sister. The princess, though puzzled, recognized that her daughter-in-law was not one to act recklessly. She did not feel anger but gazed at Yu Yuanzhang with curiosity. The second elder and the heir remained silent, yet their expressions were nothing short of remarkable, conveying disbelief at the audacity of openly stating the intention to bear a child for Ziki, a living corpse. How could she possibly conceive a child with him? It could only mean seeking another man. Why is everyone so agitated? I have not finished speaking. I am not seeking another man to bear a child. I intend to conceive with my own husband. I ask that not entirely justifiable?
Yu Yuanzhang surveyed the room.
I believe you are daydreaming. Ziki is a living corpse. How could he father a child with you?
Perhaps there is a man hidden in Chia courtyard, Your Highness. It is not appropriate for Ziki to be attended by a servant. The second elder matron could not contain her disdainful remarks.
Yu Yuanzhang felt the urge to slap her.
Second elder matron, mind your words. If you cannot speak properly, then kindly keep your mouth shut.
The prince could no longer tolerate her comments and cast a cold glare in her direction.
Brother, do not be upset.
The second elder matron is simply of that temperament. The second elder quickly interjected, seeking to placate the prince while casting a stern look at his biological mother.
Zhanger, what do you mean?
The princess looked at Yu Yuanzhang with hopeful eyes.
Father, mother, if I can bear the child of the eldest son, would that mean we need not adopt another's child?
Yu Yuanzhang posed a question that might seem superfluous. Certainly, the prince affirmed with a nod.
Very well.
There is something I must declare while everyone is present. The eldest son has physiological responses and can produce offspring, therefore, I can conceive through borrowed means, Yu Yuanzhang stated matter-of-factly, displaying no hint of the shyness one might expect from a young woman. However, her words plunged the hall into an oppressive silence. Only the prince maintained a composed expression, seemingly unfazed.
What did you say?
After several moments of stunned silence, the second elder matron was the first to regain her wits, her face contorted in disbelief, devoid of any joy for the eldest son. While she had not comprehended the term physiological response, she grasped the implications of can produce offspring. Ha, wonderful, wonderful, congratulations to my elder brother, congratulations to my nephew Ziki.
The second elder eventually reacted, though it was unclear whether his congratulations were sincere or feigned.
Yu Yuanzhang sensed that his smile lacked authenticity. Concubine Luo's expression was equally grim, her faint smile rigid and strained. Yu Chaoyan was left agape in astonishment. Shangguan Zishu was not far behind. It is truly splendid that Ziki can have heirs, the second lady said foolishly, a flicker of sincerity in her tone.
You, an uninitiated girl, how would you know of such matters? The second elder matron inquired darkly. Have you been tarnished by a man before marrying into the royal family? Second elder matron, do you believe me to be without temper? Yu Yuanzhang's face turned icy, and she rose, striding toward the second elder matron.
Her hands itched with the desire to strike. Then, she truly raised her hand, intending to slap her. However, the blow was intercepted by the second elder.
Ziki's wife, regardless of the circumstances, she is still an elder. How can you be so reckless?
The second elder's usual frivolity vanished, revealing a rarely seen seriousness. Should the slap land, not only would the second elder matron be humiliated, but he would also share in the disgrace. Yu Yuanzhang shook off his grasp. She was determined to have a proper discussion today, for her patience had been stretched too thin. Second elder matron, from the very day I entered this household, you have regarded me with disdain, never offering me a semblance of kindness.
I believe I have never wronged you. Why must you make things difficult for me at every turn? If you deem me unworthy of the eldest son, you can persuade the prince to send me back to my family. I have never intended to cling to the royal residence against my will. My marriage into the royal family was never my choice. We are all women. Why must you make things difficult? If you wish to favor my elder sister, then do so. You may elevate her to the heavens, and I shall harbor no jealousy, but please, show some respect to others. I am not a mere plaything to be bullied at will. Moreover, my father and mother are still present. They have not uttered a word, so why do you take it upon yourself? Am I to diminish your interests by bearing the child of the eldest son? Yu Yuanzhang's assertiveness left the second elder matron speechless, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. Chapter 65 of the Capable Eldest Son. Dear Matriarch, please refrain from antagonizing Ziki's wife in the future. She is not your own granddaughter-in-law. Once Zifeng marries, you may chastise her as you wish, the elder master advised, gently assisting the matriarch to her feet before hastily apologizing to the prince and taking his leave. He was well aware of the importance of timing and prudence. It was wise to exit under such circumstances. Your Highness, I must take my leave now. I implore you, dear sister, to send someone to the Shushan courtyard at your earliest convenience. Concubine Luo signaled to the couple, swiftly following the matriarch out. Once all unrelated parties had departed, the princess approached the still-standing Yu Yuanzhang with maternal affection, guiding her to a chair. Zhanger, dear Zhanger, she called, concerned that the girl might be in a daze. Mother, I am fine. I was simply quite angered. I truly cannot comprehend why the matriarch is always so hostile towards me. Yu Yuanzhang genuinely puzzled over the unpleasant encounters they had every time they met. What was the matriarch's ulterior motive? It seemed implausible that she would target her without reason.
She is but an eccentric woman, pay her no heed. Your mother adores you, and henceforth, refrain from mentioning your return home.
Ziki shall awaken, the princess consoled.
Mother, I understand, but her words are exceedingly harsh, Yu Yuanzhang replied. Alas, that is simply her nature. However, you must not resort to violence, no matter her faults, she is still your elder. Indeed, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, Yu Yuanzhang admitted, yet she failed to perceive any dissatisfaction from the princess, who instead smiled. Ziki's wife, were your words just now sincere? The prince interjected unexpectedly. You refer to the matter of heirs? Yu Yuanzhang inquired, her demeanor already calmed. Indeed. Quite sincere. Very well. If you can fulfill this, I shall speak to the clan on your behalf, so they will cease their incessant scheming, the prince remarked, a rare smile gracing his face, revealing his approval of the situation. What should have been a joyous occasion surrounding Yu Chaoyang's pregnancy had been muddied by the matriarch's incessant chatter, diminishing the celebratory atmosphere. Nevertheless, upon returning to the Shushan courtyard, the young couple remained elated. However, they had barely exchanged a few words before the matriarch summoned them to the Baisho courtyard. Zishu, take some time to visit your elder brother and ascertain if he truly possesses the ability to procreate as Ziki's wife claims, the matriarch commanded upon sighting the heir. Why? Shangguan Zishu asked, perplexed. You fool! If he truly possesses such ability, then it is indeed possible for his wife to conceive. Should anything happen to you, the title of heir could very well pass to Ziki's child. The prince is only 41, it is not unthinkable for a grandson to come of age, the matriarch explained. What? Shangguan Zishu had not considered this possibility. As the heir, should the Great Wei face war, he would inevitably be thrust onto the battlefield. If the circumstances were dire and the iron box remained locked, he would have no choice but to rely on strength alone. No one could guarantee that danger would not arise. If anything were to happen to him, his child might not inherit the title of heir to the Rongwang mansion. The thought of such a potentiality weighed heavily on his heart. This matter is unsuitable for Zishu. I shall attend to it tomorrow morning, the elder master volunteered. If it proves true, what then? Concubine Luo inquired anxiously. What is there to fret about? She has not even conceived yet. Even if she does, it will take 10 months to give birth, and who knows what changes may occur in that time, the matriarch retorted, displaying none of her previous eccentricity. Chaoyang, you must exercise caution henceforth, prioritizing the child within you. Do you understand? Avoid provoking your second sister. Observe her demeanor today, she is not to be trifled with, so do not fall into her trap, the matriarch advised sternly. Yes, rest assured, matriarch, Chaoyang will be vigilant, Yu Chaoyang responded, her feelings quite complex. She had altered her faith through marriage but never anticipated that the eldest son possessed such capabilities. In her previous life, she had never paid him any mind, always finding him in a state of slumber. Had she known of his abilities, she might have secured a child for herself, thus not feeling entirely devoid of hope. Select a maid from my courtyard to attend to Chaoyang, and do likewise for the side concubine's courtyard. Understood. Concubine Luo had intended to do just that. However, news of Yu Yuanzhang's potential fertility had left the families eager to place their children under the eldest son's name. In a state of unrest, none believed that the eldest son could indeed sire an heir. They insisted on witnessing the truth before relenting. The following morning, the first to arrive was the elder master Shangguan Hongchen. He patiently awaited Yu Yuanzhang's emergence, accompanied by 2 young attendants. It was still early morning, and men were most attuned to men's affairs, knowing this was the optimal time to uncover the truth. When the elder master pulled back the covers to find Shangguan Ziki in a state akin to that of a normal man during the morning, he was momentarily taken aback. Having confirmed the truth, he left with a stoic expression. On the third day, several clan elders arrived, remarkably rising early to do so. Upon witnessing the reality, they departed, each downcast. Soon, the Shangguan clan was aware that the prince's eldest son was indeed capable of siring an heir. Meanwhile, the slumbering Shangguan Ziki remained oblivious. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to his routine. Each morning, his attendants would assist him with his ablutions before he became aware of the outside world. Throughout the day, he maintained a sense of awareness until Yu Yuanzhang climbed into bed each night, at which point he felt secure enough to empty his mind and drift into slumber. However, there were times when Yu Yuanzhang would prepare medicinal pills with her maid, and he could not wait until so late, thus missing out on certain events. He yearned to know what transpired outside, striving to maintain his awareness of the world. Yet, regarding the matter of heirs, Yu Yuanzhang felt too embarrassed to broach the subject with him, leaving him entirely in the dark. His body's natural responses were beyond his conscious control, rendering him unaware. That very afternoon, Xia Yu entered the Chia courtyard. Have you uncovered the truth? Yu Yuanzhang eagerly inquired upon seeing him. Esteemed eldest lady, the investigation has yielded results. Indeed, young Master Zifeng has been keeping a mistress in secret, and that woman is a courtesan, having been with him for nearly a year. Moreover, she is not from the capital but rather from Jing'an County, 80 miles away. They met during an outing with several young masters from the capital, where he became infatuated and ransomed her for 150 taels of silver, bringing her back to the cap. Is the woman beautiful? Yu Yuanzhang asked, her heart filled with indignation. From my perspective, she is slightly more attractive than the third young lady of the Ning'an Marquisate. However, it is unfair to compare the two. Courtesans generally possess skills in pleasing men, and many men find it difficult to resist their allure. Young Master Zifeng, being young and inexperienced, likely fell prey to her charms momentarily, Xia Yu assessed candidly. Yu Yuanzhang dismissed his analysis with disdain. A scoundrel was a scoundrel, regardless of his status as a young master, he was nothing short of disgraceful. Has the eldest son ever visited a brothel? Yu Yuanzhang suddenly inquired about Shangguan Ziki.
Chapter 66, The Divine Physician enters the manor. Xiaoyu was bewildered, wondering how the conversation had suddenly shifted to the eldest son. Nevertheless, he responded candidly, I have not heard of such matters. In the past, I did not accompany the eldest son. It was Qingfeng and the others who have always been by his side. Implicitly, he suggested that the most qualified to answer this question were Qingfeng, Mingyue, or Yuanshan and Jingshui. Indeed, Yuanjing summoned Yuanshan, who was attending to the eldest son, to inquire about the matter. Madam, the eldest son has never visited a brothel, though he has frequented tea houses to listen to music, Yuanshan replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Yuanjing felt a measure of relief. She had just expressed her intention to secure an heir for the eldest son today, and if he were a man of ill repute, she would be most reluctant. She would rather remain single for life than encounter a scoundrel. In her previous life, she had resolved to stay single forever, and this lifetime held no different sentiment. She was not a parasitic vine, incapable of thriving without a man. Xiaoyu, do not disclose this matter. I have another task for you, she instructed. Madam, please give your orders, Xiaoyu responded with a respectful gesture. I will write a letter. You must copy it in your own hand and find a way to deliver it to the wife of Marquis Ningen, ensuring that no one knows you were the messenger. Xiaoyu's eyes widened at this request. Madam, if the Marquis's residence becomes aware of this, the marriage of young Master Zifeng may very well fall through. Xiaoyu could hardly believe that his mistress was unaware of the potential consequences. That is precisely what I desire. It would be a grave misfortune for the third young lady of the Yu family to be matched with such a rogue. Had you been present in the manor today, you would have witnessed how the two elder ladies treated me. I was on the verge of slapping one of them. How could such disrespectful individuals deserve a granddaughter-in-law as exceptional as her? Moreover, that grandson keeps a concubine. This shows a complete disregard for the female party, for the third young lady of the Yu family is, after all, a legitimate daughter of the Marquis. They mistakenly believe themselves to be of noble lineage, yet what are they truly? If the third young lady were to marry into their family, could she expect to live a good life? Yuanjang intended to achieve two objectives with one arrow. To rescue her good friend and to chastise the two elder ladies. The thought of this alleviated some of her pent-up frustration. Madam, if this matter comes to the attention of the prince and princess, you may face repercussions, Xiaoyu cautioned. If you do not speak of it and I do not speak of it, who will know? Do you wish to betray me? Yuanjang narrowed her eyes. Your servant would not dare, Xiaoyu replied, intimidated by her piercing gaze. On the spot, Yuanjing penned a letter for him, adding a note that read, Do not marry a scoundrel. Weep, wail, and hang yourself. She wrote these words in large letters, deliberately altering her handwriting to obscure her identity. She feared that Yu Yueying, influenced by the education of this era, might hesitate to defy her parents, so she provided her with some advice. Find a way to deliver this note to the third young lady of the Yu family. She worried that the Marquis's wife might suppress her indignation due to the noble status of the prince's household. A woman who had broken off an engagement would find it challenging to secure another match, especially one that had been with the esteemed Rong Wangfu. The capital was not vast, and the upper echelons of society comprised only a few families. Even marrying into a modest household would be preferable to enduring a lifetime with a rogue. This was her conviction. Xiaoyu had no choice but to carry out her orders. His efficiency was remarkable. That very evening, he delivered the letter and note to the Yu residents. However, the following day, no news emerged. Having done what he could, Yuanjang resigned herself to fate. She could not directly approach someone to persuade them to rescind an engagement. The next day marked the arrival of the divine physician to attend to the eldest son. The appointment was set for the afternoon. This news reached the two elder ladies, who had recently heard of a remarkable physician visiting the capital, capable of even curing the ailments of the esteemed elder Jin. This was one of the reasons she had been so eager to seek another physician to attend to Su Guanxi. She wished to take the initiative. The prince would inevitably summon this divine physician to treat Ziki. However, she could not prevent it, yet, she reassured herself that the esteemed physician had treated the patient for several months. It would not be an easy task to awaken him. The prince returned early to await the physician's arrival. The princess also came to the Chia courtyard to wait, both harboring high hopes for the divine physician. When Xunlei, draped in mysterious attire and accompanied by 4 guards, appeared at the gates of the prince's manor, the 50-something chief steward, Li Zhongqing, personally descended the steps to receive them. Seeing that the physician and his guards wore masks, their faces were completely obscured. Observing the physician's jet-black, lustrous hair revealed that he was indeed a young man. Divine Physician Zhang, please. Li Zhongqing addressed him with great humility. A physician who dared to charge 10,000 taels of silver would not do so without substantial skill, and his reputation for curing several stubborn ailments had spread throughout the capital. Xunlei merely responded with a subdued exuding an air of profound mystery. In truth, he feared revealing his identity, though the eldest lady had indicated that it would not be a concern. Their primary objective was merely to find a reason to enter the manor to treat the eldest son. Following the chief steward, Xunlei proceeded to the main courtyard to pay respects to the prince. Upon seeing the 5 masked individuals, the prince showed no immediate reaction, for he had already inquired and learned that the divine physician never revealed his true face. I am Zhang Yuan, honored to meet His Royal Highness, Xunlei announced as he and his guards bowed in greeting. However, the prince did not immediately grant exemption from the formalities. Instead, he scrutinized them with narrowed eyes. Each appeared to be skilled fighters. Were they from the pugilistic world? He had heard that the divine physician was not particularly tall, yet this one seemed of average height, and there was a peculiar sense of familiarity about him. Exempt from formalities, the prince finally spoke after a brief pause. I have heard that divine physician Zhang hails from Yaowang Mountain. Pray tell, where might this mountain be located?
Approximately 1500 li from the capital. The name of the mountain was given by my master, Junlei replied earnestly.
Can the ailments of Elder Jean truly be cured? The prince inquired further. Yes, but full recovery will take time.
If my prescriptions and acupuncture are strictly followed, it will take approximately 8 months, Junlei replied with confidence.
Are you aware of the condition of my legitimate son? The prince pressed.
Even the eldest lady had refrained from making promises, only saying that she would do her utmost. Come with me, the prince commanded, leading the way to the Chia courtyard. The guards, noticing their leader's composure, felt less anxious. However, upon arriving at the courtyard entrance, they encountered the 2 elder ladies, who had just arrived. Your Highness, do you truly trust this wandering physician? Be careful not to be deceived and cause harm to Ziki. The elder lady spoke with concern for the eldest son. This matter does not require your worry. I can make my own judgments, the prince replied flatly as he led the physician inside. The elder lady followed, eager to witness the physician's skills. Yuanzhang and the princess were already awaiting their arrival. Junlei approached the eldest son's bedside, performing a series of examinations, taking his pulse, feeling his forehead, and checking his body. He continued this for about a quarter of an hour before finally pausing. These actions had, of course, been learned from Yuanzhang.
Divine physician, what is your assessment? The princess asked, stepping forward with eager anticipation.
Your Highness, the situation is somewhat complex, but I can administer medicinal baths in conjunction with acupuncture. The eldest son will improve day by day, though I cannot guarantee when he will awaken. However, I can assure you that he will not die. Junlei recounted what Yuanzhang had instructed him to say.
Truly?
That is wonderful. I implore you, divine physician, to take action, the princess exclaimed, her hopes soaring at the prospect of ensuring her son's survival. Junlei promptly drafted a prescription, sending for the preparation of the medicinal bath. The prince's residence had the necessary herbs, and they were quickly brewed. Once the bath was ready, it was brought to the bathing chamber. The 4 guards stepped forward to carry the eldest son into the bathing chamber, while the prince insisted on accompanying them. Your Highness, my medical practice does not permit anyone to observe.
I kindly ask you to remain outside, Junlei requested. This is unacceptable. We cannot simply hand over the eldest son to you, I must enter and observe, Yuanzhang asserted, her expression resolute. Chapter 67 of the First Exposure. Indeed, the prince, in truth, she too wished to enter and observe. Upon hearing this remark, Junlei paused, turning to Yuanzhang with a deliberate inquiry. What is your relation to the eldest son?
I am his wife, Yuanzhang declared, her expression resolute, as if her presence was. Upon entering the bath chamber, Qiufeng and Dongling had already removed Shangguan Ziqi's outer garments. Juifeng and Juiwei were gently supporting him as he reclined partially in the tub. Once the door was closed, all external sounds and gazes were effectively blocked. Yuanzhang gave Junlei a thumbs up, a gesture of commendation for his commendable performance. Originally, she had intended to administer acupuncture to Shangguan Ziqi today. With the presence of alcohol, there was no need to use fire to heat the silver needles. Yuanzhang took a small piece of cotton cloth, soaked it in alcohol, and meticulously cleaned the needles. Let us begin. You all must steady the eldest son's head, she whispered softly. However, her words caught the attention of the prince waiting outside, his ears perked, and brows raised. He then stood, subtly shifting his steps to the door, where he came to a halt inside the bath chamber. Yuanzhang began to insert the needles, followed by gentle rotations. At that moment, Shangguan Ziqi felt a faint throbbing sensation in his head, but it was merely a slight discomfort, not unpleasant. Recently, he had sensed a clarity increasing day by day. In the days following his wedding, he could only perceive the external world, yet his mind was perpetually heavy, existing in a state of half-awareness and dizziness. With Yuanzhang's increasing frequency of bloodletting, his perception of the outside world had sharpened, and he no longer felt disoriented. At this juncture, he understood what Yuanzhang was doing and recognized that they were performing for the benefit of those within the prince's residence. As he pondered, he concentrated on controlling his own hand. Ah, eldest lady, I believe I just saw the eldest son's hand move slightly, Dongling exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He had not previously been involved in closely attending to the eldest son, and the proximity thrilled him immensely. Everyone was drawn to his exclamation, while the prince at the door's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Simultaneously, he seemed to grasp something, though uncertainty lingered inside. 6 pairs of eyes were fixated on Shangguan Ziqi's hand. Truly. Yuanzhang echoed, her excitement palpable, as she indeed witnessed Shangguan Ziqi's index finger curl ever so slightly. The others also observed the miraculous movement. Wonderful, eldest son, you can sense us, can't you? If you can hear me, please move your finger again, Yuanzhang urged softly in his ear. Yet, they waited in vain for another movement, for the previous 2 motions had exhausted Shangguan Ziqi's strength. It was indeed the first time Yuanzhang had seen him move. Her treatment was proving effective. At that moment, everyone gazed intently at the eldest son in the tub, hoping for another sign of movement. She continued with the acupuncture, treating not only his head but also his body. After half an hour had passed, and the water had cooled significantly, the medicinal bath concluded. Several guards assisted in lifting him from the water. Yuanzhang concealed herself behind a screen, waiting for them to dress the eldest son before placing him in the wheelchair prepared earlier. She approached once more to check his pulse. All is well, she noted, then pushed open the door. The prince had returned to his previous chair, having just undergone the medicinal bath. Shangguan Ziqi's complexion appeared rosy and vibrant. Divine physician, the princess immediately stepped forward. To my surprise, the first time I administered acupuncture to the eldest son, I witnessed his finger move slightly, indicating he may very well awaken, Junlei replied with genuine delight. Really, She yearned for her son to awaken immediately, having long awaited such news over the past 8 months. The prince approached, gently patting the princess's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Together, they lifted the eldest son onto the bed. Daily massages for the eldest son must not cease. He should be taken outside for sunlight each morning and evening. I shall compose several medicinal recipes for soup, which he should drink. Perhaps one day he will awaken. I will return every 7 days to administer acupuncture, Chunlei instructed. He meticulously penned several pages of medicinal recipes without prescribing any additional medications.
Divine physician, my sleep has not been well lately.
Now that you are here, could you also examine me? The elder lady interjected as Chunlei completed the prescriptions. Surprised by her request, Chunlei hesitated for a moment before quickly regaining composure. Certainly, the consultation fee is 10,000 taels of silver, strictly no credit, he stated matter-of-factly.
Are you out of your mind for money?
Which physician dares to charge such exorbitant fees? The elder lady exclaimed in disbelief. Silence, the prince interrupted coldly, stifling her outburst. Divine physician, please accompany me to the study for a private discussion, he gestured courteously.
Chunlei politely allowed the prince to proceed, though he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Glancing at the eldest lady, Yu Yuanzhang was equally taken aback by the prince's invitation for a private conversation. She could only silently convey 4 words: act according to the situation. The prince strode forward with a commanding presence, followed closely by Chunlei and the 4 guards. They exchanged glances, pondering what the prince might say next. Would he perhaps simply hand over the consultation fee and dismiss them? Upon reaching the outer study, the prince instructed the guards, stand watch at the door, allowing no one to disturb me. Understood. The group entered the outer chamber of the study. The prince did not invite anyone to sit but instead scrutinized each of them. Then, he retrieved a stack of silver notes from a box, preparing to hand them to Chunlei. However, just as Chunlei was about to accept the notes, the prince acted. His hand, which held the notes, suddenly transformed into a fist, lunging toward Chunlei. Caught off guard, Chunlei was struck but did not fall, stepping back 3 paces. The prince advanced, launching another attack, his objective clear: to unmask Chunlei. Quick to react, Chunlei evaded, determined not to jeopardize the eldest lady as planned. He could not allow his identity to be exposed. The eldest lady had long suspected that someone in the prince's residence intended harm against the eldest son, and even the prince must remain oblivious. The prince struck again. The other 4 guards recognized the seriousness of the situation. As the divine physician's protectors, they had to intervene on Chunlei's behalf. Thus, a 5-against-1 altercation ensued within the study, escalating with each exchange. The more they fought, the more animated the prince's expression became, until he burst into laughter. Ultimately, it was the prince who chose to withdraw.
Not bad, you are quite loyal, he remarked, his mirth subsiding as he commended them. Understanding what this meant, the 5 knelt in unison. We acknowledge our error. One by one, they removed their masks, revealing 5 familiar faces to the prince. Speak, when did you learn the art of medicine? The prince inquired, resuming his seat as he addressed Chunlei, who knelt at the forefront. Chapter 68 Encountering an attempted murder. Chunlei has no knowledge of medicine, he admitted, his voice thick with trepidation.
I am not skilled in healing. But if you are not a healer, how did you manage to treat Ziki? The prince would not let him evade the inquiry.
Your Highness, Chunlei wished to remain loyal to the eldest son and his wife, yet the prince was the most formidable authority of the royal household, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Speak the truth, and once you leave this chamber, no one else shall be privy to it, the prince assured him.
However, Chunlei hesitated, reluctant to betray Yu Yuanzhang. Do you think I would harm my own son?
The prince's tone turned icy. Chunlei furrowed his brow, still torn. The prince, however, did not press him, patiently awaiting his decision. In truth, the prince had already formed a suspicion but sought confirmation. Your Highness, the true miracle worker is the eldest young mistress. Realizing there was no escaping the truth today, Chunlei finally spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, the prince's suspicions were validated. Is it true that the renowned healer recently spoken of in the capital is indeed her? The prince inquired further.
Yes, Chunlei confirmed with a nod.
The prince began to connect the dots of recent events. Your Highness, the eldest young mistress has long harbored doubts about someone wishing to harm the eldest son. According to her, the physician Gu had issues. On the 3rd day after the eldest son's wedding, when Gu came to examine him, the eldest young mistress discerned that his acupuncture was flawed. Had he continued in that manner, the eldest son. However, the eldest young mistress was unsure of Gu's medical prowess and refrained from making unwarranted conclusions. Chunlei continued. What? No wonder Ziki's wife suggested that I cease summoning the physician, the prince remarked.
Indeed.
Just now, while administering a medicinal bath to the eldest son, the eldest young mistress also performed acupuncture, and we all witnessed his fingers move. According to Qingfeng and the others, they had not seen any. This indicates that the eldest young mistress's treatment is effective. Perhaps there is a genuine possibility for the eldest son to awaken.
So, Ziki's wife has been treating him all along. Your visit today was merely a ruse?
With the eldest son showing signs of improvement, an excuse was necessary. Thus, the eldest young mistress intentionally sought to establish her reputation, enticing the prince to summon her.
I see. So it was indeed she who treated old Master Jin's ailment?
Yes, and as a result, she has taken young Master Yu and his father as her students.
Chunlei had revealed the secret and felt no further need for concealment.
The eldest young mistress had remarked that when it came to the prince, there was no point in hiding the truth.
Did she mention where she acquired her medical knowledge?
The eldest young mistress claimed she learned it in her dreams.
Chunlei expressed a hint of skepticism regarding this assertion.
Very well, take this silver note and ensure the protection of Ziki's wife, the prince instructed, handing over the note.
Yes. The prince, too, wished to keep Yu Yuanzhang's identity concealed. He needed to ponder this matter carefully. If the physician were indeed compromised, then Ziki's fall from his horse must also be suspected. He had always harbored doubts, but where lay the flaw? Zizhu lacked the means to bribe the imperial physicians. Could it be his sister? Yet that seemed implausible. What motive would she have? Both Ziki and Zizhu were his sons that he hoped Ziki would awaken soon. Perhaps he possessed insights into this matter. In the Jia courtyard, the princess sat by her son's bedside, gazing at him intently as she reached out to caress his face. In his youth, when her son had been chubby and cherubic, she delighted in pinching his cheeks. However, as he grew older, he had deemed such actions inappropriate, gradually withdrawing from her affectionate gestures. Before he fell into this deep slumber, he would have never allowed her to touch his face, yet now he lay there, offering no resistance. She longed for her son to suddenly sit up and push her hand away. Mother, the eldest son will surely awaken, Yu Yuanzhang reassured her, perceiving the princess's wistful gaze fixed upon Shangguan Ziki, her maternal affection unmistakable. Yes, he will awaken. Ziki is a good boy, he will cherish the life you have built together. You have cared for him well since your marriage. Thank you, my dear. The princess expressed her deep satisfaction with Yu Yuanzhang, contrasting sharply with her feelings towards Yu Chaoyan, whose lofty ambitions seemed ill-suited for her son. The princess focused her gaze anew. Indeed, she saw it, her son's fingers moved. Zhenger, can Ziki hear my voice? The princess's excitement brought tears streaming down her cheeks. Perhaps, it is possible, Yu Yuanzhang replied, though she could not be certain. She was not the patient and could not know his sensations. Ziki, can you hear your mother speaking? If you can, please move your fingers again. Both women fixed their eyes upon the eldest son's fingers, which indeed moved, bending rhythmically in response. The princess's tears flowed more freely as she exclaimed, "My son, you can hear your mother speaking." Overcome with emotion, she leaned over Ziki, sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Yuanzhang made no attempt to intervene. The tender-hearted mother needed to release her pent-up feelings. Yu Yuanzhang remained transfixed on that moving finger, questioning whether he truly heard them or not. She placed an empty cup in the eldest son's hand. To her astonishment, he seemed to grasp it, bending his fingers around it. A promising sign. The princess wept with abandon, her pent-up emotions from the past 6 months finally finding an outlet, leaving her heart considerably lighter. Meanwhile, Chunlei and his companions, having departed the royal residence, maintained their original guise as they exited. They had entered the palace around the 4th hour, 4 p.m., and had been within for over an hour, with dusk beginning to settle. They chose this timing to facilitate a stealthy return under the cover of night. As Chunlei sat in the carriage, 4 guards flanked him, moving slowly towards Shiri Hall. They needed to change out of their attire before stealthily returning to the royal residence, avoiding any suspicion. Shiri Hall was located in a somewhat secluded area, distanced from the palace. Just as they neared their destination, Chasing Cloud suddenly pulled the reins of the horses. Whoa! Chunlei sensed something amiss and quickly exited the carriage, only to witness 10 figures clad in black descending from the rooftops, surrounding them completely. The 10 assailants remained silent, charging directly at the 5 of them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chunlei and his companions swiftly drew their weapons to confront the threat. As combat ensued, they quickly recognized they were facing formidable foes, outnumbered 10-5. In the narrow alley, a fierce battle for survival erupted. Upon hearing the sounds of conflict, the surrounding residents hurriedly secured their doors and windows, fearful of drawing danger upon themselves. Children cried in fright, yet their mothers muffled their sounds tightly. Chunlei and his companions fought valiantly while gradually maneuvering towards Shiri Hall. They had no opportunity to signal for help. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had remained at Shiri Hall to await their return, was taken aback by the commotion. He had been watching over the shop, as the recent influx of customers seeking medicine overwhelmed Linbo, who was alone. Especially when members of noble families came to purchase medicine, they would often act with arrogance if they encountered shortages. Thus, Chunlei had arranged for a guard to be stationed there daily. Grasping his sword, Xiaoyu rushed towards the sounds of the fray. Upon realizing his 5 brothers were besieged by 10 assailants, he prepared to rush in to assist. Winterling, catching sight of him, immediately gestured for him to hold back. Xiaoyu quickly retreated several steps, sending a signal into the sky before joining the fray. In the royal palace, Dark One, upon seeing the signal above, understood that trouble had arisen and promptly informed the prince. Upon hearing this, the prince swiftly changed his attire, donned a mask, and, accompanied by 10 similarly masked shadow guards, swiftly made his way towards the source of the signal using light-footed techniques. When they arrived, they found Chunlei and his companions, who had only recently departed the palace, struggling to hold their ground. Chunlei lay gravely injured on the ground, while the other 5 formed a protective circle around him. Chapter 69 of the Rescue. Each individual bore wounds of varying severity. The prince unsheathed his sword and commanded, "Kill." 11 men encircled the 10 figures clad in black. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Xiaoyu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and rallied their spirits. The tide of battle swiftly turned to the conflict intensified. The prince's martial prowess surpassed that of all the dark guards, and within 10 moves, he had slain one adversary. The leader of the black-clad men, sensing the dire situation, they attempted to carry away their fallen comrade's body but were thwarted. Ultimately, only 6 black-clad men managed to flee, while 4 lay dead. It was only then that the prince had the time to regard Chunlei and the others. "How are you?" "Your Highness, I am incompetent," Chunlei replied, his voice laced with pain and weakness. The prince crouched down to examine his wounds. Numerous sword injuries marred his body, with the most grievous inflicted upon his abdomen, where a blade had slashed open his belly, exposing his innards. Such a severe injury, even with immediate treatment, would likely prove fatal.
Your Highness, quickly, take him back to find the eldest madam, perhaps she can save Chun-Lei, Xiaoyu urged anxiously. They had all been preoccupied with the fight, failing to notice the extent of his injuries. Chun-Lei had been the target of 4 assailants, which accounted for his grievous wounds. The prince pressed several points on Chun-Lei's body to slow the bleeding. Bring the bodies, we shall depart, he commanded. The group swiftly made their way back to the prince's residence. At that moment, Yu Yuanzhang was still waiting for Chun-Lei's return to report, only to be met with Qing Feng's urgent call. Eldest madam, hurry to the outer courtyard. Chun-Lei and the others have been ambushed. What? Yu Yuanzhang was taken aback. Guided by Qing Feng, she discreetly made her way to a more secluded courtyard in the outer area. At the entrance stood 4 robust men, clearly guards. Yu Yuanzhang was led into a room, where she found the prince waiting in the center. Father. Ziki's wife, Chun-Lei is gravely injured, can you save him? The prince stated without delay and stepped into the inner chamber. Yu Yuanzhang promptly followed, only to discover all 6 of her guards present, each bearing blood on their bodies. Chun-Lei lay on a couch without hesitation. Yu Yuanzhang began to administer treatment. Her medical kit had been placed beside her by Xiaoyu, previously used for show in the carriage where Chun-Lei had been seated. My heavens, Yu Yuanzhang gasped upon seeing the wound on Chun-Lei's abdomen, where his innards were visible. Chun-Lei, can you endure the pain? She inquired, noting his consciousness. I can, Chun-Lei managed to utter, determined to survive regardless of the agony. His survival now rested solely in the hands of the eldest madam. Any other physician would offer no hope. Time was of the essence. Why Yu Yuanzhang had added needles and thread to her medical kit. In this era, she was uncertain if suturing techniques existed. The original owner of this body had far too little knowledge. First, she used clean gauze to wipe away the blood surrounding the wound, followed by alcohol for disinfection. At that moment, Chun-Lei could no longer contain himself and let out a pained groan. Hold him down, Yu Yuanzhang commanded immediately upon noticing his restlessness. 2 unfamiliar individuals stepped forward to restrain Chun-Lei. She disinfected the needle and thread with alcohol and began to stitch him up, 1 stitch at a time. Observing her actions, the prince raised an eyebrow. Was Ziki's wife treating the injured man's abdomen as if it were mere fabric? Yet, as he watched the wound gradually close, the bleeding diminished significantly. After tending to the largest wound, she proceeded to address the smaller injuries, applying medicine and bandaging them. Her method was remarkably adept, as if she had performed such tasks countless times before. Attending to Chun-Lei alone took Yu Yuanzhang half an hour. By then, Chun-Lei was drenched in sweat from the pain. Wipe his sweat and change him into clean clothes. We must keep watch tonight. He may develop a high fever. Eldest madam, I shall remain on guard tonight, one of the men responded. You all, let me treat your wounds as well, Yu Yuanzhang said, glancing at the others. Eldest madam, we can seek the estate physician for treatment, Xiaoyu interjected. He felt it inappropriate to have a woman tend to them, given that Chun-Lei's situation was dire. Hurry, Yu Yuanzhang's expression turned cold. Her subordinates should have been more considerate, yet here they were being difficult. Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with the prince, who nodded, prompting him to remove his outer garment, revealing wounds on his shoulder and back. Upon inspection, Yu Yuanzhang noted the injuries were considerable but not life-threatening. She promptly treated each of the injured one by one. Now, tell me what exactly transpired? Yu Yuanzhang finally had a moment to inquire. Replying to the eldest madam, as each of them was highly skilled, and we were outmatched, prompting us to seek the prince's aid and signal for help, Chasing Wind explained just then, and he entered. Your Highness. What is it? The prince inquired calmly. Regarding the 4 corpses, I conducted a thorough examination. There is nothing conclusive from them, but 2 of the bodies possess certain characteristics. And he reported. What characteristics? They do not resemble our people from D. Having been summoned here tonight, she had realized her secret had been discovered. However, she had not expected to conceal it from the head of the Wang family. If the prince could not see through her small ruses, it would indicate his incompetence. Ziki's wife, I will investigate this matter. Do not concern yourself with it, just take care of Ziki. Both I and your mother express our gratitude, the prince said gently, conveying his appreciation. No words were necessary, the meaning was understood. That night, Chun-Lei indeed developed a high fever. Yu Yuanzhang was called upon once more to administer antipyretics and instructed others to use alcohol to sponge him down. It was not until dawn that the fever subsided. His life was preserved. The several brothers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though their lives were of little consequence, the prince had never undervalued them. The dark guards of the Wang residence were cultivated with great care. Each one was truly invaluable. The following day, Yu Yuanzhang did not rise to pay her respects, sleeping until well past the sun's zenith. Remarkably, everyone seemed to have an unspoken understanding, not disturbing her. Even Shangguan Ziki awoke without rousing her. At this moment, Yu Yuanzhang lay in utter disarray, one leg draped across Shangguan Ziki's body, her head resting in the crook of his shoulder. The breath she exhaled brushed against his ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. Previously, whenever he awoke, Yu Yuanzhang had already risen. This was the first time he found his wife still asleep upon his awakening. The peculiar feeling caused a faint flush to creep across his face. He longed to wrap his arm around the small woman beside him. Suddenly, he paused. What had transpired? Why was his wife still sleeping so late? The blush on his face quickly vanished, yet no one could provide him with an answer. It was not until Yuan Shan and Jin Shuai came to attend to him that he learned of the events that had occurred.
He realized that someone did not wish for him to awaken. Well rested, Yu Yuanjing finally stirred at the end of the third watch. Around 9 in the morning, she rose leisurely, consumed a small amount of food, and went to the princess's quarters to report in, only to find the princess's eyes swollen like peaches. Chapter 70. The princess consort educates her daughter-in-law. Mother, what troubles you? Yu Yuanzhang inquired with astonishment.
You all may leave, the prince, please tell me, I am quite adept at reprimanding those who deserve it, Yu Yuanjing remarked, sensing the princess consort's tears were rather excessive. Despite being of the same age, their personalities were entirely disparate, resulting in a significant generational gap. At times, Yu Yuanjing felt as though she were the elder sister. Zhenger, no one has bullied your mother, it is simply that your presence has moved me deeply. You are the fortune of our family. The princess consort wept yet smiled simultaneously.
Ah, you are aware of everything? Yu Yuanjing speculated.
You, my child, are quite skilled at concealing matters. Had it not been for the prince personally informing me, I would have remained oblivious. You have endured much, dear child. I merely feared that you and father would be skeptical, thus I came in secret. Yu Yuanjing offered an excuse, which held some merit. Were she to state her intentions outright, no one would believe her, and she would certainly face ridicule.
Indeed, you speak wisely.
Mother, we shall keep this matter confidential moving forward.
Your father shares this sentiment.
It must remain undisclosed. The assassination attempt on Chunlei and the others was orchestrated by those who wish to prevent Ziki from awakening. Your safety is paramount. Fortunately, it was Chunlei and his companions disguised as divine doctors entering the residence yesterday, or the assassin's target would have been you. Henceforth, avoid venturing out unless necessary, the princess consort advised gently. How could that be? Yu Yuanjing had numerous matters requiring her presence outside. Very well, she acquiesced, though she felt compelled to comply with the princess consort's earnest concern for her safety.
In the future, take several guards with you.
I shall assign you 10 more to discreetly protect you. A voice interrupted the conversation between the two women. The prince strode in with purpose.
Father. Sit and speak. Did you not attend court today? The princess consort inquired. No. Certain matters necessitate my attention at home.
What those matters were, everyone understood. The 4 corpses contained numerous secrets.
Have any leads emerged? The princess consort asked regarding the assassination attempt from the previous night. None thus far.
Among the 4 assassins, 2 were from the kingdom of Kanglan, leading me to suspect they were spies from that realm. However, their motives for targeting the divine doctor warrant further contemplation. Daughter-in-law, besides practicing medicine in the capital, have you ventured elsewhere? The prince directed his question at Yu Yuanjing.
Replying to father, as a young lady, where could I possibly go to practice medicine?
I married to provide treatment for the eldest son, which compelled me to take such risks. I had no intention of revealing my medical skills. Had it not been for father recognizing Chunlei and the others, I would have continued the charade, Yu Yuanjing replied candidly.
Thank goodness your father recognized them.
Otherwise, your outings could have become quite perilous. The princess consort expressed her relief.
Have you encountered any dangers during your previous visits to other families?
The prince inquired again, though he was already aware of the answer from Xiaoyu and the others. He wished to hear it directly from his daughter-in-law.
None.
Each time, our comings and goings were quite smooth, and I even altered my voice. No one knew I was a woman, Yu Yuanjing responded with confidence. Thus, these assassins sought to prevent you from treating Ziki, the prince stated affirmatively. The prince fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent for an extended period. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzhang, having only been in the prince's residence for 2 months, remained perplexed. She could only surmise that someone within the residence wished to harm the eldest son. The only person she could think of was concubine Luo, though she appeared quite tranquil. Now that the title of heir had passed to the second son, could she fear that the eldest son's awakening would jeopardize her position? Yet, she seemed incapable of preventing such an outcome. However, the silent dog bites first. The fact that the assassins hailed from Kanglan further muddled her reasoning. Why Yu Yuanjing found herself at a loss, having heard nothing of substance from the prince, and thus ceased her musings. After a while, the prince took his leave.
Mother, would you like to place a boiled egg on your eyes?
Yu Yuanjing observed the princess consort's eyes were quite swollen, likely a result of the tears shed from the revelations of the assassination and her identity as Zhenger. When do you intend to visit Ziki's garden chamber? Otherwise, the elders of the clan will remain restless. As long as you can conceive, they will relent. In recent days, several individuals had approached the princess consort regarding adoption. Each one remained undeterred, believing that even though they were aware Ziki could engage in marital relations, he had been bedridden for 8 months. How could he possibly be comparable to a healthy man capable of father? Even ordinary men could face infertility. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjing's face flushed crimson. Though she was an unmarried lady, she had never truly experienced such matters, inevitably feeling embarrassed.
Mother only wishes what is best for you.
Now that you are married into the prince's residence, you are the legitimate daughter-in-law. Unless you commit a grave error, you will not be dismissed from the household. Even if you were to request a divorce, upon returning to the Yu family, no one would dare to marry you, the princess consort advised.
Why is that? Who would dare marry you?
Yu Yuanzhang understood even a woman discarded by the emperor would be deemed unworthy of another's affection. No wonder Yu Chaoyang would go to great lengths to arrange a marriage. She must have lived a dismal life in her past existence. Even with wealth and luxury, enduring a lifetime of widowhood would be intolerable. This, of course, reflected the mindset of women in ancient times, yet Yu Yuanjing did not share such sentiments. She found solitude quite agreeable, free from the burdens of complications. Very well, tonight I shall make an attempt, Yu Yuanzhang conceded, regarding the toys purchased for the eldest son from that peculiar shop. In her previous life, she had encountered videos depicting women who, in moments of loneliness, would resort to toys, deriving pleasure without the need for a man. Upon hearing her agreement, the princess consort's face brightened, and she drew Yu Yuanzhang closer, commencing a detailed instruction on the matter. The princess consort was exceedingly diligent in her role. Although Yu Yuanzhang was already knowledgeable, she listened attentively to the princess consort's explanations. It was an experience in its own right. As the princess consort spoke, her face grew increasingly flushed, while Yu Yuanzhang remained composed. All right, tonight I will send Granny Zhao to attend to you, the princess consort concluded, arranging for someone to oversee her.
Ah, she must also procure a round handkerchief. The thought of this caused Yu Yuanzhang to blush anew. What a peculiar matter. Was this to announce to the world that she was no longer a maiden? With her important task in mind, Yu Yuanzhang bid farewell and departed the main courtyard. On her way back to the Chiya courtyard, she spotted Yu Chaoyang deep in thought, strolling along the corridor.
The weather had grown warm, making the shaded corridor quite inviting.
Princess consort, Yu Yuanzhang greeted absent-mindedly, intending to bypass him and return to her own quarters.
Stop, Yu Chaoyang suddenly called out. Chapter 71. The consummation. What is it?
Yu Yuanzhang inquired indifferently, her tone laced with skepticism. The two had severed their ties on the day of the return visit, and they seldom interacted within the confines of the Wang residence, each treating the other as an invisible entity.
Did the divine physician truly allow the eldest young master to act yesterday?
I am now the heir's wife, Yu Chaoyang replied, lifting her chin slightly, a gesture of defiance. She felt justified in her actions, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her. In her previous life, the princess had treated her poorly, yet in this life, the princess adored Yu Yuanzhang as if she were her own daughter, a fact that gnawed at her heart. Eventually, the princess paid her little mind, allowing her to fend for herself. Why did fate treat them so differently? The person who had bullied her in her family now thrived in the Wang residence as if she were a fish in water.
Oh, right, you are indeed the heir's wife now, and you are also pregnant with the child of the heir of the Rong Wang residence.
Soon, you shall be celebrated as the great benefactor of the Wang family's lineage. At this juncture, Yu Yuanzhang deliberately paused, though Yu Chaoyang sensed there was more to come. A flicker of joy ignited within her at those words. Unconsciously, she placed a hand on her belly, even though she felt nothing yet, but she knew a small life resided within.
Once you became pregnant, concubine Luo forbade the heir from sharing a bed with you, did she not?
I heard that the other night. The heir slept in the study. There are 2 maidservants there who have long served him. Am I correct? What does it feel like to watch your man share a bed with another woman?
Yu Yuanzhang observed as Yu Chaoyang's face darkened. Humph, among the noble families in the capital, which man does not take a concubine?
Only someone like the eldest young master cannot afford one. You can only gaze longingly at a living corpse, Yu Chaoyang retorted, abandoning her refined demeanor and speaking crudely. By the way, if the eldest young master is capable of such things, you must take the initiative yourself if you wish to conceive.
Alas, you can only amuse yourself without any reciprocation, Yu Chaoyang chuckled softly while covering her mouth.
I take pleasure in it. What of it? Yet, after a moment of amusement, her heart grew heavy. The prince intended to bequeath 4/10 of his fortune to the eldest young master. With this alone, Yu Yuanzhang would live a life free from want.
Why had the prince never mentioned such a thing in her previous life?
Of course, I will treasure him well. It would be best for you to refrain from appearing before me too often. Should anything happen to the child in your womb, I would not want you blaming me, Yu Yuanzhang declared, turning on her heel and departing without a backward glance. She was not adept at navigating the treacherous waters of domestic intrigue. She feared falling into Yu Chaoyang's trap, or words could not adequately clarify the situation. Later that evening, Granny Zhao indeed arrived, even before bedtime. Madam, I am here to assist you with your bath, Granny Zhao announced with a smile, promptly preparing the bathing water. The elderly woman's kindness and enthusiasm were difficult for Yu Yuanzhang to refuse, as it was also the princess's intention, so she acquiesced. Yet, at only 16 years of age, she wondered if she could truly carry a child to term. With so little certainty, anxiety unexpectedly crept in. Oh well, if she truly was pregnant, she would have to exercise more. Upon entering the bathing chamber, she was greeted by a delightful fragrance reminiscent of clove, mingled with sandalwood and rose. As she drew closer, she noticed a layer of rose petals floating atop the bathwater. Such exquisite treatment. Madam, this fragrant bath was specially prepared for you by the princess. The water is at the perfect temperature. Please disrobe, Granny Zhao said with a warm smile. Such indulgence was a waste to squander. This was her first experience with such a luxurious bath. Typically, she would use a simple bath bean with a few drops of fragrance. Today felt like a grand feast. She disrobed and entered the tub. Ah, this is truly delightful, Yu Yuanzhang sighed in contentment. Granny Zhao took a gourd ladle and began pouring water over her, subsequently using a cloth to wipe her down. Granny Zhao, I can manage this myself. You may simply observe, she suggested, feeling embarrassed to have an elderly woman serving her in this manner. It is my duty, madam. Do not concern yourself. Ensuring you conceive the eldest young master's child as soon as possible is the greatest filial piety towards the princess. I have served her for many years, and since the eldest young master encountered his misfortune, she has wept countless tears day and night. Your presence in the residence has brightened her spirits, Granny Zhao spoke earnestly. Granny Zhao diligently attended to Yu Yuanzhang, even beginning to massage her lower abdomen.
Granny Zhao, what is the meaning of this?
Yu Yuanzhang inquired, puzzled. I am merely helping to stimulate your womb, hoping for a swift conception, Granny Zhao explained.
Ah.
Is that so?
Yu Yuanzhang had not known this. She understood that the term referred to the uterus. Truly, each era carries its own cultural nuances. Before the water cooled, she finally finished her bath. Returning to her chamber, she found the eldest young master peacefully asleep. Was it not a bit improper to proceed without his consent? Oh well, if he refused to acknowledge her later, she could simply find solace in her own corner. Without a man, she might even find greater freedom, as there was no emotional bond between them at present. A graceful parting was in order, yet, should she inform him, this was certainly necessary. Granny Zhao had already lit red candles and incense within the room. The moment Yu Yuanzhang caught a whiff, she knew its purpose, to stimulate desire. However, it was not overpowering, just enough to elicit a mild effect. She climbed into bed, settling herself comfortably. At that moment, Shang Wanziki had been waiting for Yu Yuanzhang to join him in bed. Recently, he had grown accustomed to her presence before he could find peace and sleep.
However, as soon as Yu Yuanzhang lay down, he caught the enticing fragrance wafting from her, an exquisite scent. Young master, there is something important I must discuss with you tonight.
Father intends to grant us 40% of the family fortune, which has drawn the attention of our relatives, all eager to adopt their children under our names. However, I have no desire to raise another's child, so let us consummate our union tonight.
Lend me your seed, and I shall bear you a child. I hope you have no objections. If you disagree, simply move a finger, Yu Yuanzhang stated formally, fixing her gaze on his hand resting on the thin blanket.
After a pause, when he did not respond, she concluded, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Upon hearing her words, Shang Guanziki was taken aback, utterly shocked, leaving him incapable of contemplating the matter of moving his hand. Before he could fully regain his composure, he felt a hand reaching toward him, jolting him back to reality, blood rushing to his face, which burned with heat. Yet, under the dim light, Yu Yuanzhang remained oblivious. She was wholly focused on her task. Why had he not reacted sooner? Lifting her gaze to Shang Guanziki's face, she was met with the same handsome visage that made her yearn to steal a kiss. Yet, she felt a sense of shyness, for she was an old cow, hesitant to graze on tender grass. Shang Guanziki was nearly 20 years old, still an undergraduate in her previous life, while she had long been a working woman. After considerable mental deliberation, Yu Yuanzhang finally steeled herself, pulling back the thin blanket to reveal his proud member. Chapter 72. The eldest son awakes. Yu Yuanzhang felt her cheeks flush. This was the first time she had experienced such a vivid scene. Regardless, she decided to proceed without hesitation. The earnest gaze of the princess consort lingered in her mind. With a brief closing of her eyes, she took the plunge. This was merely a toy. As a physician, she knew instinctively how to navigate this situation. Listening to the princess consort's explicit instructions that afternoon, she realized she was far more aware than she pretended to be. Yet, the pain was overwhelming. She dared not move, waiting for the discomfort to subside. In that moment, Shang Guanziki was jolted from his reverie, the sensations coursing through him felt as if they were ablaze, igniting every fiber of his being. This was his wedding night, a moment he had awaited for 20 years. His heart raced uncontrollably, blood rushing to his head. Yu Yuanzhang sensed the pain begin to fade. The bow had been drawn. There was no turning back. She had to act. However, less than a quarter of an hour later, Yu Yuanzhang was utterly fatigued. What a wretched body, utterly useless. Oh dear, I lack the strength, she lamented, her words crystal clear to Shang Guanziki, leaving him in a state of bemusement. He felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. How could this be left solely to a woman? A fervent desire propelled Shang Guanziki forward. Once Yu Yuanzhang had recuperated, she resumed her efforts. He, too, struggled to regain control of his own body. When the torrent of sensations surged into his mind, he felt as if a dam had burst. Suddenly, clarity washed over him. His arms regained strength, his head could rise, and his eyes could open. Yet, none of this mattered as much as the fact that his hands, no longer governed by his mind, grasped her slender waist, aiding his wife in this significant endeavor, lest she tire once more and require another respite. At that moment, Yu Yuanzhang was wholly focused on her task, her eyes tightly shut. Upon hearing a faint, shattered groan from him, she jolted her eyes open, only to find Shang Guanziki's face contorted, eyes shut, yet clearly displaying the aftermath of intense pleasure. Suddenly, those tightly shut eyes flung open, sparkling like a galaxy, radiantly bright. Yu Yuanzhang's hands remained pressed against his chest. This unexpected exchange of gazes caused her grip to falter. Thud, she fell against Shang Guanziki. By a twist of fate, their lips collided, their gazes now locked at an even closer proximity. At this moment, Shang Guanziki's arms were under the control of his mind, encircling Yu Yuanzhang's waist, transforming the kiss into a tangible reality. Yu Yuanzhang's mind went blank, her thoughts lost in the moment. After an indeterminate time, she forcefully pushed him away and turned to lie down properly. Was this a dream? Setting aside the question of dreams, she needed to fulfill the tasks assigned by Granny Zhao. The circular handkerchief lay upon the pillow. She took it and wiped it over both of them, lifting it to her eyes. She confirmed it was indeed stained red. "Madam," came a hoarse, deep voice. Yu Yuanzhang whirled around, their eyes meeting once more. "Why you're awake," she exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide in disbelief. "The eldest madam?" Granny, although she could not discern the specifics, she assumed something was amiss and called out. Upon hearing Granny Zhao's voice, Yu Yuanzhang opened her mouth to respond, only to be silenced by Shang Guanziki's hand over her mouth, shaking his head gently. This was their wedding night, how could they allow anyone to intrude? Yu Yuanzhang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She wished to extinguish the red candles or find a crack in the ground to hide herself. "Madam!" Shang Guanziki called again. "I apologize." He extended an arm, drawing Yu Yuanzhang closer, their bodies pressed together. Yu Yuanzhang attempted to break free, but he held her tightly. "Madam, you have endured much," Shang Guanziki continued. "How do you know I am your husband?"
Yu Yuanzhang finally began to ponder the implications. I know everything.
As long as I was conscious, I heard all that was said around me, yet I struggled to control myself and could not awaken. The exhilaration of our wedding night jolted me awake, enabling me to regain control of my body. Shangguan Ziqi's voice remained somewhat unsteady, likely from prolonged silence, but the joy in his tone was unmistakable to Yu Yuanzhang. I am not the bride you truly wished to marry.
Do you have any objections? Yu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow, inquiring. What, now that I have fully claimed my husband, you deny me? Shangguan Ziqi countered, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance.
I did not expect you to awaken at such a moment. Was I merely borrowing a bit of your essence? Otherwise, I would be unsteady in the Wang residence, with others constantly concerned about your offspring.
Yu Yuanzhang confessed candidly.
Thank you, if not for tonight, I might still be in the dark about when I would awaken.
Shangguan Ziqi nuzzled his head against hers.
He had long accepted her as his wife, but he feared he might never awaken, thus delaying her life. Every day, he endeavored to control his body, yearning to awaken and provide support to this woman. However, despite his efforts, he had remained dormant for many days until the stimulation from their wedding night finally roused him. Yu Yuanzhang felt a surge of embarrassment. What was she to do now? Having borrowed his essence, she had awakened him. She had always regarded him as her patient, yet now he referred to her as madam. She had not seen him as a husband. Moments ago, he was merely a toy purchased from some novelty shop. I shall fetch you a glass of water. Your voice sounds quite hoarse from not speaking for so long. With that, Yu Yuanzhang donned her undergarments. Feeling another wave of embarrassment wash over her, she went downstairs to pour him a glass of water. Shangguan Ziqi attempted to sit up, but having lain still for so long, it proved somewhat challenging. Yu Yuanzhang set down the cup and helped him rise. The blanket slipped, revealing the springtime glow beneath. Both were left blushing furiously. Shangguan Ziqi hastily pulled the thin blanket higher. Yu Yuanzhang grabbed 2 pillows and placed them behind him, allowing him to recline slightly, then brought the water over. Shangguan Ziqi accepted it and took a drink. Yu Yuanzhang observed the movement of his hands. It was relatively fluid, indicating no significant issues. Some patients awaken from comas unable to move freely, while others may suffer paralysis. After taking the now empty cup, Yu Yuanzhang went to retrieve him another pair of undergarments. Shangguan Ziqi managed to dress himself. However, as he donned the undergarments, he sensed something was amiss.
Madam, Shangguan Ziqi called out. At that moment, Yu Yuanzhang had turned her back to him. It was inappropriate to stare directly at a man without lower garments. Upon hearing him call, she immediately turned around. What is it? Madam, please assist me to stand. I wish to try standing on the ground. Shangguan Ziqi sought to test the strength of his legs. Yu Yuanzhang found a pair of shoes for him and helped him move his legs to the edge of the bed. After putting on his shoes, with Yu Yuanzhang supporting his arm, he slowly attempted to stand. He first lowered his right leg, then his left. When he tried to stand, Yu Yuanzhang bore almost half of his weight. He was upright, but just as he attempted to take a step forward, a sharp pain shot through his left leg, causing him to stumble and both of them fell to the ground. Chapter 73. The whole mansion in an uproar. Yuanzhang's teeth chattered in pain. I'm sorry, said Shangguan Ziqi, half of his body pressing against hers, yet he seemed less injured from the fall. After the initial throes of agony subsided, Yuanzhang struggled to rise. What happened? My left leg hurt terribly just now when I was standing. Shangguan Ziqi candidly expressed his discomfort. Ah, I see. Qingfeng mentioned that you fell from your horse, and your leg was broken. Could it be that it wasn't set properly? Yuanzhang speculated, then helped him to sit on the ground before she began to examine his leg inch by inch. This was a matter she hadn't pondered before, hence she had never closely inspected his leg. Upon touching it, she discovered a troubling anomaly. There was a small protrusion in the middle of his tibia, which could either be a growth or the result of improper healing. Alas, it appears you must endure yet another round of suffering. Come, let me assist you to bed. We shall address this once your body has recuperated a bit, she said compassionately. Thank you, my lady. Shangguan Ziqi's voice was soft and courteous, almost tender. Enough with the formalities. There is no need for such distance in our conversation. We shall be facing each other daily from now on, she replied. Yes, my lady. He persistently included the term my lady. Now that you are awake, should we inform the king and queen? Yuanzhang thought of his 2 loved ones, who would undoubtedly be eager for this news. How ironic, he could have woken up earlier or later, but he chose the moment right after she had fully claimed him. Let us wait until tomorrow. Tonight marks our wedding night. Shangguan Ziqi emphasized the phrase wedding night with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Yuanzhang's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed mortifying, an old bull consuming tender grass, and all while he was in a stupor. She laboriously helped him back onto the bed. Well, never mind, it has come to this. Yuanzhang thought to express her concern about their lack of emotional foundation and suggested they maintain a respectful distance. My lady, we are already husband and wife, Shangguan Ziqi asserted as he slowly moved his right hand to grasp hers.
However, his grip was weak, and Yuan Zhang easily withdrew her hand. He persisted, inching closer until he captured her hand again. My lady, let me practice a bit of strength. Yuan Zhang was taken aback. Of course, after such a long slumber, he must feel weak upon awakening. Very well, she would allow him this practice. Shangwan Ziki successfully held her hand, gently squeezing it. Her hand was soft and delicate, smooth to the touch. After a few squeezes, Yuan Zhang could distinctly feel his grip strengthening. Do you feel any discomfort now? Yuan Zhang sought to engage him in conversation. None, Shangwan Ziki replied, turning slightly to gaze at her radiant face, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Her small visage, glistening with moisture, appeared rosy in the flickering candlelight, possibly from earlier exertion. Her round, expressive eyes were framed by delicate brows, and as she blinked, she looked playfully adorable. He was astonished by her beauty. Yuan Zhang, feeling shy under his intense gaze, turned her head to observe the canopy overhead, unable to meet his fervent stare. Well, there's no hurry tonight. Tomorrow, I will have someone bring in a soft couch for me to sleep on, or I could rest in the adjacent room. Now that you are awake, there is no need for me to stay close by to care for you. My lady, would you consider sharing your life with me? Shangwan Ziki feigned ignorance of her intentions. That is a foolish question. I am already married to you. Am I to leave, or do you harbor other thoughts? I understand my status does not match yours. Rest assured, I am not one to cling stubbornly. If you deem us incompatible, I can depart at any moment, Yuan Zhan replied nonchalantly. No, that is not my intention. My lady, how could you be so unreasonable, having just claimed me? Do you wish to deny it? I am already yours, and you must take responsibility. Yuan Zhang was momentarily taken aback, silence enveloping them. My lady, a single attempt does not suffice, it requires multiple efforts. His voice, having regained its resonance after a sip of water, now possessed a magnetic quality that could disarm any defenses. What? Yuan Zhan was bewildered. Before she could comprehend, powerful arms enveloped her once more, and she found herself atop him again. What followed was a natural progression, yet this time, aided by strong hands, the momentous act was accomplished with less effort. Breathless, Yuan Zhang lay beside Shangwan Ziki, still in a dreamlike state. The sensation was exquisite, ethereal, as though she were in a realm of bliss. No wonder Yu Chaoyang had been so eager on his wedding night. She too found herself yearning for more. Her flushed cheeks were captivating. Shangwan Ziki smiled tenderly as he gazed at the wife who had granted him a new lease on life. In his mind, he had envisioned countless scenarios of what his wife might be like, how he would cherish her upon awakening, and how he would treat her, this benefactor who had endured hardships in her family. Yet, when faced with reality, all his fantasies faded. Driven by pure instinct, the flickering candlelight served as the perfect catalyst. At that moment, Yuan Zhang couldn't help but question the dignified image painted by Mama Yi. Was it possible that the gentleman, who appeared so composed externally, harbored a more primal nature within? Overwhelmed by the weight of fatigue and the heavy breathing beside her, Yuan Zhang, inexperienced in such matters, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Shangwan Ziki, equally inexperienced, remained awake, entranced by the sight of her slumbering form, illuminated by the candlelight. As dawn broke, Mama Zhao, noticing the stillness within, gently called out a few times, but received no response. Remembering the task assigned by the princess, she decided to quietly enter and retrieve the round cloth, allowing the young lady to sleep a little longer, for she must have been utterly exhausted. Mama Zhao softly pushed the door open and approached the bed, carefully lifting the curtain. What did she see? Was she dreaming? Rubbing her eyes, she looked again. No, she wasn't mistaken. The young master was indeed awake, and he was looking at her. Why, young master? You re-awake? Mama Zhao stammered in disbelief. Shangwan Ziki, aware of her purpose, kindly handed her the round cloth from the pillow. Mechanically, Mama Zhao took it, lowered the curtain, and stepped outside, only to realize what had occurred. She dashed away, running swiftly, still processing the astonishing sight. Was she truly awake? Yet, the round cloth in her hand confirmed the reality of the young master's gesture. Poor Mama Zhao, aged 50, had exerted herself to the utmost, racing down the corridor. On her way, she encountered Mama Yi, who was arriving for her duties. Zhao Daijie, please slow down, be careful not to fall. The young master is awake, the young master is awake. Mama Zhao exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. What did you say? Mama Yi could hardly believe her ears. Quick, go see for yourself if the young master is truly awake. Mama Zhao needed someone to corroborate her extraordinary claim as she rushed toward the main courtyard. Wang Fei, the young master is awake, the young master is awake. Mama Zhao burst into the courtyard, her voice echoing with joy. Her jubilant proclamation rapidly reverberated throughout the entire mansion, igniting a fervor among all its inhabitants. Chapter 74, Still a cripple, what did you say? The princess could hardly believe her ears upon hearing the shout from Mama Zhao. Your Highness, this old servant could not have been mistaken. Look, this is the round handkerchief, personally delivered to me by the eldest son. As the princess took it and examined it, she felt a surge of joy. No, that was not the crux of the matter. Quickly, follow me to the chess elegance courtyard. Send someone to the outer courtyard to see whether the prince has left the residence. With that hurried remark, the princess dashed towards the chess elegance courtyard, her heart racing in her chest. She feared that Mama Zhao might be speaking in jest, yet she fervently hoped that Mama Zhao was truthful. Just as she reached the entrance of the chess elegance courtyard, the prince arrived in a rush, moving with such swiftness that it was as if he were flying. He swiftly ushered the princess into the inner chamber. At that moment, Yu Yuanzhang had already heard Mama Ye's call, had gotten out of bed, and was just draping her outer robe over her shoulders.
A gust of wind swept into the inner chamber, revealing the prince and princess standing at the foot of the bed.
Father, mother, Yu Yuanzhang exclaimed. Startled however, the two paid her no heed, instead pulling back the bed curtains with urgency. He wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back.
Mother, it is the unfilial son who has caused you worry. The prince, after a moment's pause, also approached with reddened eyes to help the princess rise.
Ziki, when did you awaken?
He had not anticipated that his daughter-in-law's medical skills were so exceptional that Ziki would awaken merely 2 months after their marriage.
Last night. Why did you not inform your father immediately?
The princess' voice carried a hint of reproach.
How could his son awaken and not notify him, the father?
Father, last night I and my wife consummated our marriage, Shangwan Ziki stated matter-of-factly. Yu Yuanzhang's face flushed crimson. How shameless, the prince cleared his throat, but it was not set properly during the treatment, resulting in his left leg being unable to bear weight now, Yu Yuanzhang explained candidly. Just as her words fell silent, several individuals entered the inner chamber, the second elder madam and her husband, along with Shangwan Zishu, followed closely by Yu Chaoyang and concubine Luo.
Soon after, Shangwan Zifeng and her brother arrived as well. Elder brother, is it true that Ziki has awakened, as the servants say? The shock on the second elder's face was evident. Second uncle, second aunt, second elder madam, second brother, Shangwan Ziki greeted each in turn. Ziki truly awoke, how wonderful.
Now your mother can rest easy, awakening is all that matters, the second elder exclaimed emotionally, repeating himself twice. Whether his sentiments were sincere remained uncertain. Now that you have awakened, rise and greet everyone outside, the second elder madam remarked, her expression devoid of any joy, as if this were merely a mundane occurrence. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang, standing at the back, felt turmoil within. How could this be? Was he not supposed to be dead in 3 months? Why had he awakened? What purpose did the heavens have in granting her a second chance? How could Shangwan Ziki's excellence possibly be compared to Shangwan Zishu's, though her husband was the heir apparent? With the eldest son now awake, who could predict the future, she bit her lip fiercely to stave off tears. At that moment, Qingfeng and Mingyue stepped forward, preparing to assist the eldest son in rising. Having arrived around the same time as the prince, they had also heard of the eldest son's leg predicament. Their joy was tinged with a hint of disappointment, yet it mattered little. The fact that he had awakened was a tremendous blessing. Qingfeng, go fetch the wheelchair, Yu Yuanzhang commanded. Then, she retrieved Shangwan Ziki's clothing, personally assisting him into it before carefully moving him to the bedside. The 2 young servants helped him into the wheelchair, and they proceeded to the washroom. Yu Yuanzhang followed suit, for she had no need to freshen up herself. Everyone awaited outside. When they finally emerged, each one bore a myriad of expressions as they gazed upon Shangwan Ziki. The princess wore a look of affectionate tenderness, the prince appeared inscrutable, while the second elder madam wore a face of mourning. The second elder did not seem genuinely pleased either. The second madam smiled with a hint of sincerity, while Yu Chaoyang's expression was one of barely restrained tears, standing in the corner as if wishing to become invisible. Shangwan Zishu mustered a strained smile as he approached. Elder brother, you have caused us much worry these past few months, especially mother, who has wept so much that she has grown thinner.
Shangwan Ziki responded nonchalantly, as Qingfeng wheeled him to the princess's side.
Mother. He extended his hand to grasp hers. She was the one who truly cared for him from the depths of her heart.
Ziki, what of your leg? The second elder inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Second uncle, it seems my leg may be permanently impaired, Shangwan Ziki replied in a subdued tone. What? The second elder gasped in disbelief.
The eldest brother's injury occurred during a hunt, treated by Dr. Liu, who, I hear, has since retired. He passed away on his way home, as he was nearly 70 and could not endure the rigors of the journey, Shangwan Zifeng interjected, recounting the events as he had witnessed them firsthand.
Thus, while Ziki has awakened, he remains a cripple. The second elder madam's discordant words reached everyone's ears, sounding particularly harsh.
A silence enveloped the room. In this era, the art of healing depended entirely on the physician's skill and extensive experience. Many fractured bones, once rejoined, inevitably left some degree of disability, especially when it came to weight-bearing bones, which were particularly challenging to restore to their original state. Shangwan Ziki raised an eyebrow at the second elder madam. This step-grandmother had not spoken so harshly before. What had caused such a drastic change? Yet, he paid her attitude no mind.
It is sufficient that I have awakened.
As the son of Shangwan Hani, even if I am disabled, I shall lead a life free from worry, the prince declared. He intended to investigate privately whether the physician's skill was lacking or if there was something more sinister at play. Ziki's wife, take good care of him. Now, everyone may disperse, the prince commanded, and none dared to disobey. Shangwan Zishu gently tugged on Yu Chaoyang, prompting her to regain her senses and follow suit. In the end, only the 4 members of the main household remained.
Ziki, do you recall the details of your fall?
The prince I felt my body suddenly grow weak, and then the horse went wild. I desperately tried to steady myself, but there was a slope ahead. The horse stumbled, and I rolled down the slope. After that, I remember nothing until I awakened last night. Shangwan Ziki recounted the events leading up to the incident with vivid clarity. Chapter 75 of This prince has failed to manage his household. Does that mean you have fallen under someone's influence? The prince inquired with certainty.
That appears to be the case. Do you recall what you consumed before your departure?
Your son had a meal in the presence of my mother before setting off with several young gentlemen from noble families.
What? The princess was taken aback. Did this not imply that those around her were plotting against her son?
Mother, there is something I have refrained from mentioning, but upon reflection, it may indeed pose a serious concern. At this moment, Yu Yuanzhang also spoke up. After much contemplation, she felt she had stumbled upon a clue.
What matter is this? The princess was incredulous. Had she truly been the target of a conspiracy all along?
From the very first breakfast in your chambers, I detected the flavor of saffron in the congee. However, since it was merely a trace, it did not seem detrimental to health. Moreover, it was not present at every meal, it appeared sporadically. I initially thought you might require such medicinal nourishment. Additionally, to treat the eldest son, I was hesitant to reveal my medical knowledge, fearing that someone in the palace might wish harm upon him. The recent assassination attempt on the divine physician during his visit to treat the eldest son confirms my suspicions. Yu Yuanzhang finally articulated the burden she had carried for so long.
What?
I have never arranged anything of the sort. The princess felt foolish after so many years of life, only to discover such sordid affairs lurking within her sphere.
What are the consequences of consuming saffron long-term? The prince asked in a calm tone.
Consuming it in small amounts poses little risk. It invigorates blood circulation, cools the blood, detoxifies, and calms the mind. However, prolonged consumption may render it difficult for women to conceive. Yu Yuanzhang recounted the potential repercussions. Upon hearing this, the prince slammed his fist onto the nearby tea table.
It was all too clear now. No wonder the princess had borne only one child and had not conceived again. For years, his inner sanctum had been manipulated. Who could be behind this?
I shall return at once and eliminate all the staff in the kitchen, the princess declared, rising to return to Honghao courtyard. Mother, we must not act rashly and alert the enemy, but rather conduct a discreet investigation. If we make too much noise, that individual might resort to self-destruction. To have evaded detection for so long, they must be quite astute, Yu Yuanzhang advised. Your Highness, I am utterly powerless, the princess wept as she gazed at the prince. The Wei family had only one daughter, born of the former lady of the house, yet her stepmother had not treated her harshly, and for the most part, she had been under the care of the venerable Lady Wei. The two children the stepmother bore were both sons, so she had endured little hardship or schemes against her. The prince patted the princess's hand. It is I who have failed to safeguard my family. The third branch was out of sight, and their circumstances were unknown. The second branch had been under his nose all along, yet the second son lacked the capability for such treachery.
Could it be the concubine? Yet that seemed improbable. She lacked the influence to summon assassins. The recent attack on the divine physician had involved agents from Kanglan Kingdom. Was it possible that a spy from Kanglan had infiltrated the household? The mere thought of this possibility deepened the prince's frustration. Ziki's wife, is there any hope for Ziki's leg? The prince finally broached the pertinent subject. There is hope, but my father, I suggest we postpone this matter. Yu Yuanzhang's implication was clear to the prince.
They must first uncover the identity of the perpetrator, otherwise, they risked falling victim a second time. This was evidently an assault directed at the heirs of the prince's household. Preventing the princess from bearing children while harming his legitimate son was the intention.
Yet, the issue was that Zishu was also his child. After much contemplation, his thoughts returned to the concubine. The prince rose. Ziki, focus on your recovery. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Ensure that you provide me with another grandson. With this final remark, he strode off. The princess remained behind to bond with her son. Granny Yi brought breakfast from the main courtyard for the three of them to share. Strangely, today's breakfast contained no saffron. The three dined contentedly, with the princess continuously serving her son small dishes, which he in turn offered to his wife. Seeing this, the princess also served Yu Yuanzhang. Mother, I can serve myself, she said. The warm ambience of the dining table was deeply touching. Granny Zhao and Granny Yi looked on with tear-filled eyes, while Yu Yuanzhang's four maids beamed with smiles. With the eldest son awake, the eldest daughter-in-law would not face widowhood. They, as maids, also needed a male master to provide stability. After the meal, the princess reluctantly took her leave. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, Shangguan Zishu pulled Yu Chaoyang back to his own quarters. Upon entering the inner chamber, he dismissed the serving maids. Turning around, he fixed a dark gaze upon Yu Chaoyang. Your Highness, Yu Chaoyang addressed him cautiously, yet, Shangguan Zishu responded with a resounding slap across her face. Yu Chaoyang gasped in disbelief, clutching her. Why then, has he awakened in just over 2 months? If his leg recovers, do you think I can maintain my position as heir? Shangguan Zishu was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions, an unnamed fury bubbling beneath the surface.
He had placed his trust in Yu Chaoyang's words previously. She had predicted he would ascend to the title of heir within 10 days, a prediction that had proven accurate. He had come to rely on her insights. On another occasion, she had foretold that the third prince would be named crown prince, prompting him to seek favor with the third prince. Yet now, her second prophecy had failed. Your Highness, Yu Chaoyang found herself at a loss for words. Where had things gone awry? Was it truly her change of marriage that had disrupted everything? This was a truth she could not reveal to the prince. Your Highness, my elder brother's leg has been improperly set. It is nearly impossible for him to recover. Your position as heir is safe, she offered as a form of consolation, both for him and for herself. Humph, do not forget that the divine physician is still in the capital. He has only visited once, and my elder brother has awakened. If he returns and claims he can heal my brother's leg, what will you say then?
Yu Chaoyang was rendered speechless.
Your Highness, let us devise a plan to expel the divine physician from the capital.
Yu Chaoyang proposed a strategy. You think it's so easy?
How many people in the capital wish to consult him but cannot? Were it not for his exorbitant fees, he could have patients every hour of the day. Just one old gentleman could support him.
Now that he has revived my elder brother, my father will undoubtedly back him.
What, then, let us seek out the matriarch and the concubine to discuss this further, your highness. I am currently with child.
You cannot act against me. What if something were to happen to the child? How would you explain it to the concubine? Yu Chaoyang lamented her predicament, unable to conceive a better solution.
Shangguan Zishu had also lost his temper momentarily and now regretted his actions. He had not struck her with much force, and their relationship had been harmonious lately. The couple made their way directly to the matriarch, where they found the concubine, just as they had anticipated. The matriarch wore a grave expression. Only she and the elder master occupied the hall, with the serving maids dispatched outside to stand guard upon entering. The concubine immediately noticed the red mark on Yu Chaoyang's face.
Chaoyang, what has happened? The concubine inquired with concern.
Nothing, I merely washed my face upon returning to my room, and the water was a tad too hot. Yu Chaoyang fabricated an excuse. She could not afford to reveal the truth. This was not the time to lodge complaints before the concubine. Be more cautious in the future, the concubine admonished gently. The couple then bowed to the matriarch before taking their seats. Matriarch, now that Ziki has awakened, what shall we do? The concubine resumed the conversation they had begun earlier.
Chapter 76, Would it be agreeable to embroider a pouch for my husband?
What are you flustered about? Is he not still a cripple? Let the divine physician remain in the capital. We shall see who will treat him, and whether he can indeed be healed is still a matter of contention. When he next enters the manor, we shall listen to his opinion. If he can truly provide a cure, we will devise a plan. If not, then we shall focus our efforts on the wife of Ziki. But the eldest son cannot possibly have only his wife.
Should he take another woman? How much can we obstruct? The second elder, being a man, understood a man's thoughts all too well.
You worthless fool, all you think about is women.
I fear you will ultimately be ruined by them.
The second elder lady was thoroughly exasperated with her son, yet felt powerless to manage him. Years ago, shortly after she became pregnant, the old prince departed for war, returning only after a year and a half. To her shock, he brought back a pregnant woman and designated her as a concubine. Though her status was lower than the lady's, the newcomer possessed a beauty that surpassed her own. She resorted to every scheme to suppress her, yet each time, the woman deftly evaded her attempts. Thus, she devoted herself to jealousy and rivalry, neglecting her son's upbringing. As the saying goes, a child at 3 is already seen, and at 7, their character is set. The crucial years of his early development were squandered in her hands. By the time he reached 7, he was passed to his father's care, and it became increasingly difficult to mold him. Ultimately, the old prince relinquished hope for this unworthy son, directing his affections instead towards the offspring of that wretched woman. Had she not later given birth to a daughter, diverting some of his attention towards her, perhaps the daughter would not have achieved her current standing in the imperial palace.
Mother, we were discussing Ziki. How did I come to be part of this conversation?
The second elder was displeased. He had no intention of inheriting the royal estate and wished to enjoy life to the fullest. Young master, how have you been faring in your studies with your father? Inquired the second elder lady. For the past 2 months, I have primarily focused on military training and my own martial arts practice. However, I still fall short in comparison to my father. Nonetheless, I can now withstand 50 of his strikes. Father claims I have made significant progress. Shangguan Zishu felt quite pleased with his performance, having received compliments from his father on several occasions.
That is splendid. You must learn all your father's skills. Even if Ziki recovers, should you prove yourself exceptional, the emperor will not agree to a change of heirs. Your aunt remains in the palace and will assist you. The second elder lady was not overly concerned. Mother, do you think Ziki's fall from the horse was a result of human intervention?
I have pondered this for quite some time and remain perplexed. Given his martial prowess, it seems implausible that he could not control a mad steed. The second elder harbored doubts. He had privately inquired with the second elder lady if she had, perhaps our estate has unwittingly offended a political rival at some point. Thus, Zishu must learn from your elder brother's misfortune and avoid falling into any traps. Whenever you venture out, ensure you are accompanied by ample guards.
Has your father mentioned when he will assign you hidden guards? The second elder lady seized the opportunity to instruct Shangguan Zishu.
Yes, I shall be vigilant. I take 10 guards with me daily, but I have yet to receive any hidden guards. Father has not indicated when that will occur, but I am always with him when entering or exiting. Thus, his hidden guards are effectively watching over me.
Good, your safety is paramount, and as for the future young mistress, you must take care of yourself as well, lest any accidents befall you.
The second elder lady issued her admonitions to both of them.
Understood.
And do attempt to open the iron box as much as possible.
Yes. However, we've tried countless times without success.
Yu Chaoyang was infuriated by the stubborn iron box, wishing he could smash it open with a hammer. The second elder lady merely mentioned it without harboring any hopes for the box. It was an object that had eluded generations, and they could only leave it to fate. After deliberating for quite some time, they ultimately decided to wait for the divine physician's verdict before making further plans. The second elder lady had intended to seek her daughter's assistance, but now her daughter was confined within the palace. She had no allies to call upon. Even attempting to visit her daughter was futile, for those under confinement were not permitted to see anyone. In Jia courtyard, Yu Yuanzhang felt quite awkward. Shangguan Ziki was, in her eyes, merely her patient. Yet now, due to their recent union, he had awakened, which only heightened her discomfort. Recalling the circumstances of that night filled her with embarrassment. After they had fallen asleep, the awkwardness faded, but with the arrival of morning and the absence of others, they were left alone together, amplifying the awkwardness.
I'll take you outside to bask in the sun, Yu Yuanzhang offered, searching for conversation. Shang Wanziki's gaze remained fixed upon her, causing her unease. Very well, he replied with a gentle smile. While Yu Yuanzhang wheeled him outside, only to realize that the sun was blazing down in full summer splendor. Perhaps we should find some shade beneath the trees. Agreed. Yu Yuanzhang guided him to a venerable tree in the northeast corner of the courtyard. With the tree's shade, the sunlight was less intense, and the sound of cicadas added a touch of enjoyment. Yu Yuanzhang, having toiled for years in her past life, now began to relish the rare tranquility of this strange world. Yet the atmosphere between them remained strained. She was at a loss for words, having previously spoken to him as if he were a mere inanimate object. Now, however, he was a living person capable of responding, leaving her uncertain of what to say. I'll fetch a needle and thread. Yu Yuanzhang finally thought of a way to pass the time. Very well. Shang Wanziki's ever-gentle agreement echoed. Yu Yuanzhang retrieved a small stool and a needlework basket from the inner room. She had previously embroidered a double-sided design of begonia flowers. Young master, may I fetch you a book? At that moment, Zhang Hua emerged, having observed the lack of entertainment for the young master. Yes, please. Another gentle agreement. Two unfamiliar maidservants, yet their voices were not strange to her. They were companions brought from her family as part of her dowry. The Chia courtyard also housed a modest study, containing some of Shang Wanziki's collected books, which Yu Yuanzhang had yet to explore. She had little interest in the literature of this era, with its vertical text and archaic characters. Though she could recognize them through the original owner's memories, she remained unaccustomed to it. The book was quickly procured. Zhang Hua had chosen it at random, unaware of its contents. Yu Yuanzhang glanced at the title, Travelogue of Huaying Mountain. The two worked silently, each absorbed in their tasks. Yu Yuanzhang found the experience of stitching fascinating, relishing the sense of accomplishment as a beautiful piece of art emerged from her hands. She was so engrossed in her work that she failed to notice Shang Wanziki's gaze remained fixed upon her, not the book. He watched as she threaded the needle, changed colors, and observed her face, his expression perpetually gentle. Madame's embroidery skills are truly commendable, he remarked after a considerable while. Thank you for the compliment. What would you like? I can embroider something for you as well. Yu Yuanzhang replied naturally, her hands never pausing. Would it be agreeable to embroider a pouch for my husband? Shang Wanziki smiled as he spoke. Only then did Yu Yuanzhang realize she had unwittingly dug a pit for herself. Chapter 77 Tender affection. Is it truly that easy to embroider a pouch? The act itself is not difficult. However, the sentiment behind gifting it to him alters its essence. When a woman presents a pouch to a man, it is a gesture laden with meaning, even for those lacking common sense. What troubles you? Shang Wanziki inquired, noticing the fluctuating expressions on her face. Nothing at all. Now that they were bound in matrimony, it was a matter that could not be sidestepped. Then I must thank you, my lady. Shang Wanziki always spoke with a warmth akin to precious jade, rendering refusals impossible. Yet, she had not acquiesced. Why the gratitude? I prefer pouches adorned with designs of mandarin ducks frolicking in water, Shang Wanziki added. Oh, he is placing an order, no, requesting an embroidery. Yu Yuanzhang was at a loss for words. Can you draw the patterns? I can. Then please sketch a design for me to reference. Yu Yuanzhang reluctantly accepted this task. Very well. Their conversation dwindled once again. Yu Yuanzhang felt at ease in the presence of a silent sleeping beauty, but faced with a living handsome man, especially one from whom she had taken everything the night before, she found herself at a loss for words. Though they were essentially strangers, Shang Wanziki's demeanor and actions felt strangely familiar, as if they were an old married couple. Shang Wanziki, Yu Yuanzhang suddenly recalled something. Yu Yuanzhang could hardly bear it. Was this truly their first meeting? They had yet to court each other. Where did this affectionate demeanor stem from? Indeed, in ancient times, marriages were often orchestrated by parental decree and matchmakers. Once wed, they were considered husband and wife, regardless of emotional bonds. We are essentially meeting for the first time. Our relationship has not yet matured to the point of such familiarity. Yu Yuanzhang struggled to articulate her thoughts. My lady, we have shared a bed for over 2 months. I shall sleep in the adjoining room tonight, Yu Yuanzhang retorted immediately. That is not permissible. I require your care at night. Do you not have 4 attendants? Now that I am awake, I cannot keep the attendants in the inner courtyard at night. Previously, it was unavoidable, but now that I have my lady, they are no longer necessary. Over time, it could invite scandal. Then you should move to the study in the outer courtyard. That is even less acceptable. Others may speculate that we are at odds as a couple. What then shall we do? Let us maintain the status quo. Moreover, my lady has yet to conceive. These words caused Yu Yuanzhang's face to flush suddenly. It was a reminder of the events of the previous night, as well as what they had done together thereafter. Meanwhile, Shang Wanziki remained unflustered. Yu Yuanzhang marveled at his composure, what fortitude he possessed. What she failed to notice was that the tips of Shang Wanziki's ears had turned crimson, such as the control of one skilled in martial arts.
They can maintain their composure even in the face of calamity. Just as the two were ensnared in an awkward silence, the steward of the outer courtyard arrived with a group of visitors at Chia Courtyard.
Ziki, Ziki. You have truly awakened. A boisterous voice echoed from the courtyard entrance. Yu Yuanzhang saw several young figures appear at the gate. The crown prince was being pushed by his guards, accompanied by the heir of the Jingwang mansion, Zhao Jinyu, and Princess Ling Xian, Zhao Jinxian, along with the eldest son of the prime minister, Zhao Jinyu, and his sister, Zhao Zhiro. The youngest of them was the seventh prince. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the couple seated in the shade of a tree.
What brings you here?
Shangwan Ziki was surprised by the unexpected gathering of old friends.
Ziki, this morning, the prince announced your awakening before all the court officials.
Naturally, we had to come see you at the earliest opportunity, the eldest son of the prime minister chattered enthusiastically.
Brother Ziki. Brother Ziki.
The younger ones rushed forward to pay their respects. Seeing so many guests arrive, Yu Yuanjing quickly instructed 4 maidservants to move the furniture from the hall to the tree, so everyone could enjoy tea and conversation. The maidservants were eager to assist. It had been ages since Chia Courtyard had experienced such liveliness. The two in wheelchairs sat together, resonating in a brotherly bond of shared adversity.
Shangwan Ziki had been his companion for many years. It was surprising that they both faced such profound setbacks in life.
My left leg was broken in the fall. It was not set properly, and I cannot bear weight on it.
The moment I do, the pain is unbearable, Shangwan Ziki replied candidly.
Is it true that you were healed by the renowned divine physician? The heir of Jingwang mansion asked with curiosity.
His sister had suffered a broken rib at the hands of the eldest lady, enduring days of pain before recovering. Even now, she dared not move too vigorously, illustrating the incompetence of the imperial physicians. The empress had even contemplated inviting the divine physician to the palace, but upon realizing the fee of 10,000 taels of silver, she found it too burdensome and abandoned the idea. The imperial physicians cater to the nobility, fearing the repercussions of their decisions. Thus, their treatments are overly cautious, not necessarily indicative of their skill. Yu Yuanjing shared her perspective, a conclusion drawn from her readings.
Thank you, eldest lady, for your assistance on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, the crown prince said, pulling the seventh prince forward.
Seventh brother, do express your gratitude to the eldest lady in person.
I shall not thank her. How dare she save me in such a manner? I, a dignified 7-foot man, was kissed by another man, which provided ample amusement for my sisters, the seventh prince retorted, his frustration evident. The very guard who had pushed the crown prince and was the one who had kissed him, now standing nearby. He longed to confront the guard, but the crown prince consistently intervened, infuriating him further. The sixth princess had mocked him the following day about being kissed by a man, claiming he would never find a wife because of it.
Ha! The seventh prince's words elicited hearty laughter from the group. A mere 8-year-old boy referring to himself as a 7-foot man was quite the spectacle.
You all mock me as well.
The seventh prince, feeling the weight of their laughter, turned away, sulking.
Seventh prince, which is more important to you, pride or life? Yu Yuanzhang quickly interjected, sensing his discontent. Of course, life takes precedence, the seventh prince answered, still disgruntled. Then that settles it.
If anyone dares to ridicule you again, simply push them into the water and rescue them using the very same method, ensuring you select the most unattractive person to accompany you for such endeavors. Yu Yuanzhang proposed a rather wicked idea.
Ah, that is a splendid notion. Let us proceed with that. The seventh prince's face brightened immediately.
Thank you, he said sincerely, having put aside his earlier grievances. Seeing his mood improve, Yu Yuanzhang reached out to ruffle his hair. This gesture drew the attention of all present, yet remarkably, the seventh prince did not resist and accepted it quite naturally. Had this been before, he would have surely protested vehemently. Children possess the keenest sense of perception, they are acutely aware of those who harbor goodwill toward them. His earlier demeanor toward Yu Yuanzhang was merely the whims of a child. The experience of nearly drowning, that suffocating sensation, would forever linger in his memory. Those who have danced on the precipice of death can truly grasp the weight of such an experience. He had long wished to visit the Wang mansion to spend time with Yu Yuanzhang, but as a boy, he found it difficult to swallow his pride. Upon hearing that the crown prince would be visiting today, he had eagerly followed along, expecting to wait until his sister could leave the palace before joining her.
Ziki, has the divine physician indicated whether your leg can be saved? Zhao Jinyu inquired, steering the conversation back to serious matters. The divine physician has only visited the Wang mansion once and is unaware of my leg's condition. If she can heal your leg, might not the crown prince also seek her assistance?
The heir of Jingwang mansion glanced at the crown prince's leg, contemplating the possibility.
Chapter 78 The true sharing of a bed. Shangwan Ziki cast another glance at Yu Yuanzhang, aware that the divine physician was in close proximity, yet, it was imperative that this remained undisclosed for the time being. In a few days, the divine physician will return to the residence. I shall inquire then, Shangwan Ziki remarked, settling for that response.
This divine physician is quite enigmatic. I have heard he has rented a modest shop to sell medicinal pills, and his business is reportedly thriving. Zhao Jinxian leaned forward conspiratorially, her demeanor brimming with intrigue.
Indeed, indeed.
I have heard the same, Zhao Zhiro chimed in affirmatively. Moreover, I have also heard that the pills he sells are particularly favored by men.
This comment caused Yu Yuanzhang's cheeks to flush with embarrassment.
Shangwan Ziki immediately grasped the situation, recalling how the 3 women had been concocting pills by his bedside, and he was well aware of their intended effects.
Little sister, what kind of pills are they? How could they be so favored by men? Zhao Jinyu inquired with curiosity, oblivious to the implications. Ahem, Zhao Jinyu cleared her throat lightly. Brother, are you feeling unwell?
Zhao Jinxian questioned, her eyes wide with concern as she regarded her brother. No, I merely choked on some water. Zhao Jinyu hastily covered up his embarrassment.
You clearly haven't had any water. How could you choke? Zhao Jinxian pressed, her sisterly instincts taking over. Miss Xiao, from whom did you hear this?
The crown prince himself was in the dark, having only heard whispers about the arrival of a divine physician in the capital. I overheard a few of our household servants jesting about it, Zhao Zhiro replied, having caught only snippets of conversation, entirely unaware of the nature of the pills. Little sister, be cautious in listening to the idle chatter of those servants.
You may provoke mother's ire, Zhao Jinyu advised, recognizing that the nature of those pills was likely inappropriate for young ladies.
That little apothecary is actually a shop that belongs to mother as part of her dowry, Shang Wanziki divulged.
It's not quite a rental.
I have invested a share in that shop, Yu Yuanzhang amended Shang Wanziki's statement. She believed that in order to achieve greater ambitions, she needed a solid backing, and thus, leveraging her status as the esteemed lady of the Wang residence seemed prudent.
Oh? I had no idea that the esteemed lady had invested in it. It seems there will be ample profit to be made, Zhao Jinyu remarked with amusement, fully aware of the shop's promising business.
Whispers among servants from influential families had noted that the shop's offerings were particularly well received by men, a tidbit he had come across inadvertently. It is merely luck that the divine physician took an interest in that little shop, Yu Yuanzhang responded humbly.
That day, Shang Wanziki and his friends conversed for quite some time in the Chia courtyard, even sharing lunch at the Wang residence. Shang Wanziki maintained an unexpectedly vibrant spirit despite having just woken.
Thanks to the diligent efforts of 4 young attendants who had been massaging his body, he had managed to avoid any deterioration from prolonged bedrest. As night fell, Yu Yuanzhang felt a sense of awkwardness, uncertain of how to retire for the evening. She decided to gather some medicinal herbs and began preparing pills, commanding the 4 maidservants with fervor. However, it grew late, and the maidservants were reluctant to linger in the inner chamber any longer.
Miss, it is quite late.
Perhaps it would be best to rest early, Ziyue suggested with a yawn, glancing at the multitude of pills laid out on the table. Yu Yuanzhang followed her gaze and was surprised at how many they had produced. With more hands, their efficiency had significantly increased. The 2 new maidservants, accustomed to labor, worked faster than Yu Yuanzhang herself. Indeed, miss, the eldest son is nearly... After lying down for so many days, I can afford to wait a little longer, Shang Wanziki reassured her with genuine thoughtfulness. Yu Yuanzhang checked the hourglass. Had she not been preparing pills, she would have already succumbed to sleep by this time, as it was already late in the hour of high, around 10 p.m., but... Very well then, let us tidy up and prepare for rest, Yu Yuanzhang conceded. Allowing the maidservants to leave, they quickly organized the space and departed, leaving only the couple in the room. I shall go freshen up first. Splashing water on her face, she grappled with the emotional turmoil within. Here she was, an older woman, entangled with a youthful boy. Last night, she had treated him as a mere plaything, but now he was a living, breathing individual. What troubled her most was that she felt no romantic affection for this young man. How on earth could she navigate this predicament? Supporting herself against the basin, she gazed into the water's surface, where a youthful visage, one that sparked envy, reflected back at her. Yes, this was her face. She was merely 16, not the 38 she felt she had become. I am but 16, merely 16. This is not an instance of an old cow consuming tender grass. It is of no great consequence. As a modern individual, what is there to fear? Moreover, we are now husband and wife, Yu Yuanzhang reassured herself, attempting to quell her rising anxiety as she emerged from the washroom. Shang Wanziki remained engrossed in his book. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he had not turned a page in quite some time. Let us retire for the night. Yu Yuanzhang inhaled deeply and approached him, gently guiding him towards the bed. As she assisted him in lying down, Shang Wanziki caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance, a result of her recent use of scented ointment. Yu Yuanzhang helped him settle into bed. Previously, he had occupied the inner side while she lay outside, but now that he was awake, it would be more convenient for him to lie on the outer edge should he need to rise during the night. Thus, she selflessly allowed him the inner position. Removing her shoes, she turned over him and nestled into the inner side, a sensation of being shielded enveloping her, as if someone outside was warding off the winds and rains for her. Madam, his resonant voice reached her ears.
M.M.? You have not called me husband even once today. Shang Wanziki's tone carried a hint of melancholy that startled Yu Yuanzhang.
Perhaps I have yet to acclimate, she offered as an excuse. Addressing him as husband was akin to calling him old man, a term she had never uttered in either her past or present life, making it particularly difficult to say aloud, especially in his presence.
Madam, you do not regard me with esteem, do you? Shang Wanziki's voice bore a tinge of hurt. Not at all.
Please do not think that way, Yu Yuanzhang hurriedly defended herself.
Then would you do me the honor of calling me so?
Shang Wanziki turned towards her, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yu Yuanzhang gazed at his handsome face.
Shang Wanziki's face lit up with a childlike joy.
I understand that you are still adjusting, and I will not pressure you. I will await the day you fully accept me, but please, do not deliberately push me away. He grasped her hand tenderly. Yu Yuanzhang was at a loss for words. Did this young man truly crave affection? They had only spent a day together. Could it be that the mere reality of their marital status had drawn him so deeply to her? It was true that gentlemen of ancient times were known for their unwavering commitment to their promises. Having wed and shared a wedding night, he had likely placed her within the circle of his protection. Contemplating this possibility, a sweet warmth blossomed within Yu Yuanzhang. How admirable it was to be trustworthy, how noble to be a gentleman. Such traits would undoubtedly simplify many matters, yet, this was not about love. It was a matter of responsibility. I will not allow you to endure hardships with me. Though I am currently afflicted with a leg ailment, I can still provide you with a secure life, Shang Guanziki declared earnestly.
Would you extend such sentiments to any wife you took? Yu Yuanzhang asked with equal seriousness.
Chapter 79 The Study Steward. No, my lady, it is solely for you. Without your presence, I would not have awakened at all. There would be no question of my awareness of anyone else. From the very night you transitioned from your marriage to my chamber, I have been acutely aware of the world around me. Each day, I attentively listened to your words, and every evening, I observed as you concocted your remedies, feeling the care you bestowed upon me through your treatments.
My lady, you are a celestial being sent to rescue me. I offer myself entirely to you. I beseech you not to disdain my affections. The gentle words of Shang Guanziki stirred deep emotions within.
Such a paragon of virtue, so imbued with responsibility, and remarkably adept at winning hearts. Yu Yuanzhang found herself somewhat overwhelmed by this ardent declaration. Her heart screamed in turmoil. Should she embrace the fervent sentiments of this young man? He likely lacked a true understanding of love, driven instead by an intense sense of duty. No more pondering, she thought, unable to bear it any longer. Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us strive for a harmonious relationship moving forward. Yu Yuanzhang forcibly redirected the conversation. She often found it challenging to view things from the perspective of an elder. Having not slept since awakening the previous night, he had spent the entire night gazing at his wife's serene visage. As another day dawned, he still felt no inclination to sleep, despite the encroaching fatigue. Worry gnawed at him, fearing that if he succumbed to slumber again, he might not awaken. It was only when he heard the rhythmic sound of the woman's breathing beside him that he gradually relaxed, ultimately succumbing to the sweet fragrance emanating from her and closing his eyes. The following morning, as Yu Yuanzhang opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a handsome face looming before her, wide-eyed and gazing intently. A smile broke across his features, sending ripples through her heart. After they rose and prepared themselves, they pushed the wheelchair to the main courtyard to pay their respects to the princess. To their surprise, the prince was not attending court that day, having awaited the arrival of his son for the morning greeting. The couple felt a sense of relief upon seeing their son had indeed come, as they too harbored concerns that he might not awaken after a night's slumber. Just after they completed their greetings, Shang Guanzishu and his wife arrived. Son, daughter-in-law, pays respects.
Greetings to elder brother and sister-in-law.
After breakfast, accompany your father to the military camp. Every heir of the Shangguan family must be well-versed in both civil and martial affairs, mastering military strategy. You are just beginning, you must exert yourself diligently.
The prince advised, directing his gaze at Shang Guanzishu.
Yes, son will heed father's teachings.
Shang Guanzishu felt a sense of reassurance. His father's attitude remained unchanged despite the elder brother's awakening, consistent with how it had always been.
This eased his heart somewhat. Although he had not received strict guidance from his grandfather and father since childhood, he had not been neglected in his education, it simply had not been tailored to the expectations of an heir. Now, he realized he must strive harder to not fall behind his elder brother. He aspired to fulfill the role of the heir, believing that even if his elder brother eventually recovered, as long as he proved himself capable, his father and the Today, Shang Guanzishu and his wife fortuitously remained in the main courtyard for breakfast. Yu Chaoyan also partook in the meal, yet she refrained from consuming kanji, leaving it unclear whether it was intentional or accidental. Yu Yuanzhang, however, drank some, having tasted it without detecting any hint of saffron. Upon seeing her consume it, the princess understood that the kanji posed no issue and refrained from further comment. It was a rare occasion for the family to gather for breakfast. After the meal, the prince and the heir departed the estate, while Yu Chaoyang chose to linger, and at that moment, the two elder matriarchs and concubine Luo arrived. Sister princess, it has been over 2 months since the heiress wife entered the household. There are numerous matters that require our attention. The two elder matriarchs spoke to me yesterday about the management of the household. Do you think it is time for Chaoyang to begin learning? Concubine Luo inquired, her expression bright with a smile. Indeed, princess, although Zishu is not your biological son, you are his legitimate mother and cannot focus solely on your affection for Ziki's wife. Chaoyang is also your daughter-in-law and, moreover, the heiress wife. The responsibilities of managing the household will eventually fall upon her. Since her belly has yet to swell, it is indeed time for her to begin her studies. The elder matriarch spoke gently, a rare softness in her tone. They had come together to solicit the princess's guidance for Yu Chaoyang in household management, a duty that naturally fell to the princess. Upon hearing their request, the princess did not exhibit reluctance. Instead, she regarded her two daughters-in-law with calm understanding. Has Chaoyang learned anything about household management in her family? The princess asked. In response to mother, my mother did impart some knowledge and managed the kitchen procurement for a time, Yu Chaoyang replied earnestly. In a household, the kitchen is of paramount importance, as sustenance is essential daily, necessitating the procurement of fresh ingredients. So the expenses can be substantial, and the kitchen often yields the most profit. Has Yuanzhang learned anything about managing a household? The princess gently inquired of Yu Yuanzhang.
In response to mother, I have not. The household has always been managed by my aunt. Our branch has little to oversee, with my mother only managing her dowry shop and the 10 or so servants of our branch, Yu Yuanzhang answered truthfully.
This highlighted the disparity between the legitimate daughters of the main line and those of the secondary line, as their experiences and education were entirely different. It was commendable that the original protagonist could read at all. Fortunately, her literacy allowed her to navigate the situation.
Then mother should teach you as well. You must manage the affairs of your courtyard independently. In the future, when mother and your father depart this world, and the family is divided, it will fall upon you to manage the household for you and Ziki.
Mother, I do not relish hearing such words.
You are not yet 40, and there are still at least 40 years before that day comes, Yu Yuanzhang playfully retorted. Moreover, with her presence, ensuring the princess lived to 70 or 80 was certainly attainable. Given the absence of various environmental pollutants, the likelihood of cancer was low. As long as it was not a terminal illness, she believed she could devise a solution.
You mischievous child, you know how to charm your mother, the princess replied, her brow furrowing slightly.
Can you read financial?
It would be better to teach her gradually. It is best to focus on Chaoyang first. In a few months, her belly will grow, and she will need to concentrate on nurturing the child, leaving her little time for study, the elder matriarch remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Yu Yuanzhang. Indeed, she was not much of an asset. That is of no consequence, mother will teach you from the beginning, the princess insisted on including Yu Yuanzhang.
Ziki, you may go to the outer study to read.
Yuanzhang, mother will keep her here for the entire morning. She has been married for over 2 months now, and she has yet to take charge of the affairs in your courtyard, with Yema still overseeing everything. The princess directed her son.
Yes, mother, I will go to the study to sketch a design.
My lady mentioned she would embroider a pouch for me, Shangguan Ziki said with a smile, casting a glance at Yu Yuanzhang, the happiness radiating from his face unmistakable.
Really, that is wonderful.
Go quickly, the princess responded, her smile growing even more tender upon hearing about the embroidered pouch. Such a gift held great significance in their relationship, the princess delighted in witnessing the affection between her son and daughter-in-law. Once Shangguan Ziki was escorted away by the breeze, the hall was left with only the women. The princess began to address the affairs of the household, while the elder matriarch and concubine Luo remained behind to observe how the princess would instruct her 2 daughters-in-law. Zhao Momo first brought over a box of ledgers for the 2 to practice their calculations. These were the accounts from the previous month, perfect for their training. This initial step was crucial for assessing their arithmetic abilities, the most essential skill in managing a household. Yu Chaoyang took out one ledger and picked up the abacus prepared by Zhao Momo, beginning to click the beads with precision. Yu Yuanzhang also selected a ledger, flipping through several pages, recalling the details of purchases made, quantities acquired, and expenditures incurred. Upon reaching the last page, which contained the total, she noted that the ledger recorded all expenses without any income. This type of ledger was straightforward, one merely needed to sum the figures. However, the data was extensive, comprising roughly 100 pages, with about 10 entries per page, all recorded in vertical format. After perusing a few pages, Yu Yuanzhang grasped the content. She picked up the abacus beside her and shook it a couple of times, but she was at a loss as to how to utilize it. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang had already calculated several pages. What troubles you? The princess inquired, noticing Yu Yuanzhang's inactivity and approaching her. Chapter 80 Settling accounts with a slap in the face. Mother, I am afraid I am not proficient in the abacus, Yu Yuanzhang said with a pitiful look directed at the princess. Upon hearing this, the princess touched her nose, realizing the girl lacked even the most rudimentary skills. Yu Chaoyang chuckled softly.
Sister-in-law, if one is to settle accounts, proficiency with the abacus is essential. Did aunt not teach you?
My mother had yet to teach me before I was married. Yu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow, the implication of her words unmistakable. It was you who hastened my marriage to ensnare me. If the daughter-in-law of Ziki cannot even operate an abacus, dear sister, perhaps it would be best not to burden her with such a task. Who knows how long it would take to teach her? Lady Luo laughed, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Princess, it may be best not to subject her to embarrassment, let her return to her chamber to practice embroidery, the elder matriarch chimed in.
Indeed, does she not take pleasure in embroidery?
Soon, the Empress Dowager will celebrate her birthday. Perhaps Ziki's wife could stitch a birthday picture for her, a token of our sincerity. Our manor sends a jade guanine every year, the Empress Dowager must be weary of it by now. If Ziki's wife were to embroider a guanine, it would offer a fresh perspective, surely endearing her more to the Empress Dowager.
Lady Luo proposed a task for Yu Yuanzhang. Who says one must use an abacus to settle accounts?
I can calculate it all in my head, and who claims I am particularly fond of embroidery? It merely passes the time, I have no issue with it, but has Lady Luo considered how long it would take to embroider a guanine? Yu Yuanzhang replied, her expression icy as she glared at Lady Luo. The question left Lady Luo at a loss for words. I am not well versed in embroidery either, so I cannot say if it takes too long. It would be wiser not to waste time here and to begin stitching sooner.
Must the manor seek to please the Empress Dowager for the sake of appearances? Yu Yuanzhang posed another pointed question. How can you speak so?
The Empress Dowager is the mother of the Emperor, the most revered woman in our great WEI.to. Have you embroider a guanine for her is a sign of respect, whether she will even appreciate it is another matter, the elder matriarch retorted, her face taut as she jabbed her cane forcefully.
Then if it is of no significance, why should I bother to embroider anything at all?
Yu Yuanzhang scoffed, weary of the elder matriarch's presence. Engaging in a quarrel with her was a detriment to her mood. Why did she not leave? Yu Yuanzhang truly wished to avoid her.
Zhao Mama, could you fetch me some blank paper?
Yu Yuanzhang requested of the maid who had been standing quietly to the side. Zhao Mama entered the inner hall and soon returned with a stack. Yu Yuanzhang selected the smallest brush and began to mentally calculate the figures, jotting them down on the paper. In no time, several pages were filled, and she proceeded to sum the totals. Thus, the accounting book was completed in a short while. By the time she finished 3 volumes, Yu Chaoyang had only managed 2. The accounts were recorded with a brush, leaving little room on each page, unlike the meticulous ledgers of later times. A box contained approximately 20 volumes. When all was said and done, 13 volumes lay before Yu Yuanzhang, while Yu Chaoyang had only 7. The princess returned to the main hall after completing her morning tasks and was taken aback to find the two had finished a box of accounts with such speed. Lady Luo and the elder matriarch had remained, watching as the two calculated, hearing Yu Chaoyang's abacus click while Yu Yuanzhang scribbled on paper, tossing aside one volume after another. They did not believe Yu Yuanzhang could truly calculate so swiftly in her head, suspecting she was merely guessing. They were eager to witness the ensuing embarrassment. The princess picked up one of Yu Yuanzhang's completed volumes for inspection. "Did you calculate all of this, my dear?" she inquired with a smile. "Yes, mother, please verify," Yu Yuanzhang replied. The princess took an abacus to cross-check. "Zhao Mama, please assist in verifying Chaoyang's work," she instructed, glancing sideways. When the princess finished one volume, she had taken slightly less time than Yu Chaoyang, yet longer than Yu Yuanzhang. Upon confirming one volume, the figures matched perfectly. However, Zhao Mama's verification revealed a discrepancy of 3 taels and 2 coins. Lady Luo and the elder matriarch, incredulous, insisted on checking themselves. The elder matriarch, having managed the household, was certainly capable of calculations. Upon completing Zhao Mama's verified volume, she too found a discrepancy of 3 taels and 2 coins. Meanwhile, Lady Luo verified the volume the princess had checked, and it was flawless. The disparity was stark. It was utterly humiliating. The legitimate daughter, personally tutored by the matriarch, had proven less capable than a daughter of a concubine who could not even operate an abacus.
Zhanger is truly adept at accounting.
"It seems mother now has a capable assistant," the princess remarked with delight. "Princess, with a bit more practice, Chaoyang could also be a tremendous help," Lady Luo interjected, unwilling to let the princess overshadow her daughter-in-law. "I have not said I would not teach her. However, she is currently with child and should prioritize her health. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Did I not just say that I have over 40 years left?"
This statement left Lady Luo and the elder matriarch speechless.
"Mother, if I may be so bold, should you ever find yourself overwhelmed, kindly summon me. If you manage well, then please allow me some respite." Yu Yuanzhang cooed playfully. How curious, one was eager to take charge while the other sought to evade responsibility. "Mother, I wish to practice more," Yu Chaoyang blushed, making her request.
"If you wish to learn, you may do as you please.
You are welcome to come and observe whenever you like," the princess replied nonchalantly. If all proceeded smoothly, the management of the manor would indeed fall to the heir's wife. It was implausible she would continue to oversee affairs into her old age. She would only manage for a few more years before passing the reins, lest gossip arise. Thus, the farce concluded with Yu Chaoyang's defeat. Yu Yuanzhang departed to seek out Shangwan Ziki. Upon arriving outside his study, she heard soft weeping from within. "Young master, we have been waiting for you to awaken. We heard from the servants yesterday that you had regained consciousness. We intended to visit Chiya courtyard at once, but Yi Mama prevented us from entering. Now that we finally see you awake, our hearts are truly joyous. Young master, do allow us to continue serving you." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzhang instantly recognized the speaker as Ru Yu, one of the 2 maidservants who had previously attended him in the study. They could hardly contain their eagerness upon learning of the young masteress awakening. "Why have you waited for me to awaken? You both ought to be of a suitable age by now.
Has mother not arranged marriages for you?" Shangwan Ziki's voice could be heard.
"Young master, we have no intention of marrying. We wish to serve you for a lifetime," Rushuang replied, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow, as though she bore a grave injustice. "You need not feel this way. I shall speak to mother and have her find suitable matches for you," Shangwan Ziki reassured them.
"Young master, we are yours. How could we marry anyone else?" Ruyu exclaimed in disbelief. Shangwan Ziki was unaware that the two had already faced Yu Yuanzhang's reprimand regarding their marital arrangements. "When did I ever take you into my household?" Shangwan Ziki's tone turned cold, even his self-reference altered. The 2 maidservants shrank back in fear. "You two have served me closely for so many years. How could you ever think of marrying someone else?" Ruyu summoned her courage to speak. "You are both virtuous and unblemished, why can you not marry?" Shangwan Ziki glared at the two kneeling before him, displeased. In the past, they had been well behaved. What emboldened them to act so brazenly today? Chapter 81. Dispersing the delusions of the handmaidens. He had never made any promises to them in the past. Now that he possessed such an admirable wife, how could he possibly betray her? Moreover, even before regaining consciousness, he was aware of his wife's definitions regarding relationships between men and women, which further solidified his resolve to remain untainted by other women. Listening to Yu Yuanzhang's words each day, he felt he had come to understand her character thoroughly. In matters of romantic relationships, he vowed to uphold his integrity, otherwise, his wife would undoubtedly cast him aside. "Young master." The 2 handmaidens, witnessing his stubbornness, were driven to tears, their distress intensifying. "Enough, you may leave now and find a good family to marry into. If you cannot find a suitable match, I can assist you in your search," Shangwan Ziki declared, leaving no room for hope.
Young master, we do not wish to marry, we only desire to serve you for a lifetime.
How can you be so heartless?
Ru Shuang exclaimed, disregarding any sense of propriety in her desperation. At that moment, Yu Yuanzhang pushed the door open upon seeing the two tear-stained handmaidens still kneeling on the ground, nearly clinging to Shang Guanziqi's legs. She felt a twinge of discomfort. Though she had yet to develop a profound romantic attachment to Shang Guanziqi, he was, after all, her husband, and she was unwilling to witness others harboring intentions towards him. Such was the instinct of territoriality. Young mistress, the two handmaidens timidly lifted their gazes to Yu Yuanzhang, only to lower their heads again in dismay. They had been caught in the act, feeling a bit embarrassed. They had learned that the young mistress was studying accounts in the main courtyard, but they had not anticipated her arrival so soon.
Madam, Shang Guanziqi's expression shifted to one adorned with a gentle smile upon seeing Yu Yuanzhang, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference. Are these two not eager to warm your bed?
Yu Yuanzhang observed him with playful intrigue.
Madam, please do not misunderstand.
I assure you, I have no such intentions, they simply do not know their place, Shang Guanziqi responded, adopting a fawning demeanor. While Yu Yuanzhang rolled her eyes, finding his lack of composure rather unbecoming of his noble status. Previously a son of the royal household, it was evident that Yi Momo had deceived her. Young mistress, we beseech you, allow us to remain, we will serve you and the young master diligently. We ask for nothing more than to stay by the young master's side, Ru Yu implored, kneeling before Yu Yuanzhang and bowing her head repeatedly for the sake of their futures. She was indeed quite determined.
Are you truly willing to remain unmarried for the rest of your lives? Yu Yuanzhang was astounded by the unwavering resolve of these two women.
Upon hearing the prospect of becoming old maids, Ru Yu abruptly raised her head.
What, did you not foresee this outcome, or do you believe that if you are sincere enough, the young master will eventually recognize your worth and take you into his fold?
Perhaps you are contemplating using some underhanded means, such as employing drugs to create a situation that cannot be undone, or do you envision a future where the two of you conspire to undermine me, driving a wedge between the young master and myself, leaving you both an opening to seize your opportunity?
Yu Yuanzhang laid bare the various possibilities to thwart their ambitions. Your ideas are quite naive.
There is a saying that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. If the young master harbors any affection for you, rest assured, even the princess consort would be powerless to intervene.
Your one-sided pleas reek of a lack of dignity, rendering you deserving of scorn. I had previously advised you similarly. I did not expect you to return, thinking that with the young master awake, you would have renewed hope.
Unbeknownst to her, Yu Yuanzhang's attempts to dissuade the two handmaidens stemmed from her own desire for them to relinquish their hopes. Listening to Yu Yuanzhang's words, Shang Guanziqi felt a swell of happiness. His wife cared for him deeply.
Young master, why?
Ru Shuang remained undeterred.
There is no reason, you are the servant, should you covet what is not yours, do not blame me for disregarding our master-servant bond. Do you understand? Shang Guanziqi stated sternly, his expression embodying a regal authority that brooked no dissent.
He detested such presumptuous servants. These two handmaidens had been assigned to attend him by his mother, and he had never regarded them as anything more than ordinary servants, far less familiar than his four attendants.
Yuan Shan
urged their mothers to find them suitable husbands swiftly. If they are married within 2 months, I shall grant each of them 50 taels of silver as a wedding gift. After that, the opportunity will be lost, Shang Guanziqi declared, resolutely severing their hopes and employing financial incentives to pressure their families.
50 taels represented 2 years' worth of their monthly earnings, a considerable sum.
Dear husband, the princess consort has promised them each 100 taels. Yu Yuanzhang revealed the princess's intentions. It seems your ambitions are quite grand. With such a generous dowry from the princess consort, you are still unsatisfied, Yuan Shan, see to it, Shang Guanziqi remarked, noting their persistence in seeking to be his concubines. Such determination was unwelcome. The two handmaidens departed, heartbroken. Madam, you need not worry, my heart can only accommodate you, Shang Guanziqi professed his feelings openly, regardless of time or place.
This is a natural inclination that if you were merely a common trader, no matter how handsome or appealing you were, they would not spare you a second glance. Ultimately, what they desire is your status and position.
Indeed, madam.
Were it not for this status, you would not have inadvertently become my wife, Shang Guanziqi acknowledged. Precisely. And now, let us go visit Chun Lei. His injuries are rather severe. Chun Lei had been injured for 3 days, and she, as his master, had only tended to him on the first night, failing to find time to check on him since. She felt remiss in her duties. Accompanied by the two handmaidens, she wheeled herself to the secluded courtyard. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch upon entering the courtyard. Her several guards were already present. Greetings, young master, young mistress, they chorused in salute. The previous day, they had learned of the young master's awakening through Qingfeng, yet they had refrained from requesting an audience, knowing he had just regained consciousness, and many would wish to see him. To their surprise, it was only the 3rd day, and the young master and young mistress had taken the initiative to visit them. Entering the inner room, they found Chun Lei resting in bed. After 3 days, his spirits had noticeably improved.
How do you feel now? Yu Yuanzhang inquired gently.
Thank you, young mistress, for saving my life. Chun Lei attempted to rise, only to be gently restrained by Xiaoyu.
Remain lying down.
We do not want your injuries to be in vain, Xiaoyu advised sagely. His words resonated with reason, and Yu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, do not strain your wounds, I must stitch you up again. Moreover, you were injured on my behalf. Had I been in the carriage, I surely would not have survived, Yu Yuanzhang remarked with a smile.
He also sustained injuries for my sake, Shangwan Ziki added. Young master, you are too kind.
This is merely our duty, Chunlei replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. Wai Yu Yuanzhang examined his wounds once more and redressed them. You are healing well. In 4 days, I shall remove your stitches. However, you must refrain from any combat for a month, take good care of yourself, and once you are fully recovered, I shall assign you tasks. Certainly I shall take great care in my recovery, Chunlei pledged, displaying greater loyalty to Yu Yuanzhang than to the young master. After Yu Yuanzhang imparted a few more words of caution, she prepared to take her leave.
Oh, by the way, several days have passed, Xia Yu, why have I not heard any news from outside?
Yu Yuanzhang suddenly recalled the task she had entrusted to Xia Yu.
Chapter 82 The leg is beyond salvation, what news do you have? Shangwan Ziki inquired with curiosity.
This matter, it's perhaps better that you remain uninformed, Yu Yuanzhang replied, feeling awkward.
How could she possibly disclose her intentions to sabotage someone else's marriage, especially considering he belonged to the Shangwan family? But we are husband and wife, surely there is nothing I cannot know?
Rest assured, I will always stand by your side, Shangwan Ziki responded, displaying both understanding and intelligence. Madam, I shall inquire further this afternoon, Xia Yu added, refraining from revealing any information to the eldest son. This matter was best left for the couple to discuss amongst themselves. The 10 guards provided by the prince were intended for both of them. Now that Shangwan Ziki had awakened, the primary command of the guards naturally fell to him. However, for the past 2 months, the guards had primarily followed Yu Yuanzhang's lead, as they had collaboratively posed as a group of renowned physicians newly arrived in the capital.
Who was at the apothecary today? Yu Yuanzhang asked. It was Dongling, Xia Yu promptly replied. You must be extra vigilant when entering and exiting the residence.
Do not allow anyone to discern that the ones guarding the shop are from the prince's household. I do not wish to expose the identity of the physician, she instructed. Yes, madam, the prince has also given similar instructions, Xia Yu acknowledged. Yu Yuanzhang felt a surge of gratitude. It was heartening to know that both the prince and the princess were considerate of her.
Darling, have you completed your drawing?
Yu Yuanzhang approached to push his wheelchair, as it was time for lunch.
It is done. Did your mother teach you to manage affairs? Was it difficult?
Not at all, it's something even elementary students can grasp, Yu Yuanzhang replied nonchalantly.
What do you mean by elementary students? Shangwan Ziki asked, puzzled.
It simply means it is very easy, something any young child could do. I need not study it at all. Shangwan Ziki paused, pondering her words. Was it truly that simple for her? Upon returning to Chia courtyard, Shangwan Ziki revealed the designs he had created.
Yu Yuanzhang took them and unfolded them.
Wow, I had no idea you were such an adept painter. From now on, I shall come to you for any drawings I need, she admitted, feeling somewhat inferior. The 2 mandarin ducks intertwined in the illustration were vividly lifelike, and the colors were splendidly arranged. Shangwan Ziki smiled silently, watching his wife admire his artwork with awe. After lunch, Yu Yuanzhang began her ambitious project, selecting an appropriate base fabric to embroider a pair of mandarin duck pouches, a task not to be completed in a day or 2. By evening, Xia Yu returned from his inquiries, reporting that there was no news to be found. The Marquis's residence remained eerily quiet. What could this mean? Was the Marquis choosing to swallow his pride? It seemed unlikely, having failed to obtain the information she sought. 2 days later, she learned of a different development. The prince had been actively pursuing the matter of spies from the Kanglan kingdom, having dismantled a spy den within the capital. 12 individuals were apprehended, 6 sent from Kanglan and 6 recruited locally within the Great Way. Despite the application of torture, only trivial information was obtained, mere surface-level details relayed back to Kanglan. Such spies were common across nations. It all depended on who could conceal themselves best from enemy scrutiny. That night, Shangwan Ziki was summoned to the outer study. Greetings, father, he said respectfully. How is your health?
Fairly well, though I dare not put weight on my left leg.
My wife is preparing a cane for me, claiming it will aid my ability to walk unaided, he replied.
Very good, I called you here to discuss another matter. Is it concerning the spies from Kanglan? Shangwan Ziki speculated. Indeed.
The assassins who attacked Chunlei and his companions exhibited notably formidable martial skills. Chunlei and his companions were personally trained by me and your uncle, and their skills are commendable. Yet those 10 were able to overpower them, indicating they had undergone extensive specialized training. However, the spies captured yesterday displayed rather mediocre abilities, completely unlike those who attacked that night. The prince found himself at a loss.
Father, it is evident this is a direct affront to our household.
It is unlikely that those spies are responsible. There must be another group lurking in the shadows. I suspect that my fall from the horse may also be the handiwork of these individuals, Shangwan Ziki reasoned, considering the implications of having such an enemy concealed in the dark.
Both men fell into contemplative silence, unable to discern any clear direction. Father, do you think this could be related to the iron chest? Shangwan Ziki proposed. Kanglan and Nanshu have long coveted the iron chest belonging to the Shangwan family.
This has been an ongoing issue for many years. If it were not for the existence of that iron chest, Great Way might have faced countless wars. Our land is rich in resources and blessed with a pleasant climate, which has incited the envy of both nations for over a century. Otherwise, the crown prince would not have been left incapacitated. The father and son deliberated for a considerable time, yet arrived at no conclusive understanding. They resolved to fortify the defenses of the household instead. Soon, the day arrived for the physician's second visit to the residence. This time, Xiaoyu would impersonate the physician. There was no need to visit Chiya Courtyard. The examination would take place in Honghao Courtyard. In the afternoon, Yuan Shan and Jin Shuwei assisted with the wheelchair while Yu Yuanzhang followed closely behind. Upon entering the main hall, they were met with an unexpected gathering. The two elder ladies and the two elder gentlemen were present, along with Shangguan Ling, who was accompanying her mother. This young lady was nearing 15, the age at which suitors began to emerge, and the second lady had been preoccupied with finding her a suitable match. Where was Shangguan Zifeng? Yu Yuanzhang glanced around but did not spot him. Xiaoyu's height was comparable to Chunlei's. Donning a mask and speaking in a lower tone made it difficult for anyone unfamiliar with him to recognize him. Ah, I have long heard that the eldest son has awakened, and indeed it is true. I did not anticipate that my acupuncture skills had reached such a level of proficiency, allowing the eldest son to awaken with just one session. My master would surely be overjoyed to hear this, Xiaoyu boasted, adopting the persona of a carefree wanderer. Yu Yuanzhang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Her subordinates hardly resembled the covert operatives they were trained to be. Had she led them astray? The physician's skills are indeed remarkable, the princess praised with a smile, casting a glance at Yu Yuanzhang. You flatter me, your highness. Since he has awakened, there is no need for further medicinal baths or acupuncture. As for the leg, I shall examine it once more, Xiaoyu said, feigning seriousness as he knelt before Shangguan Ziki, rolling up his left pant leg, gently probing and pinching while inquiring about the patient's sensations. After a thorough examination, he sought to understand the circumstances surrounding the injury. Physician, what is your assessment? The elder lady inquired impatiently as Xiaoyu rose to his feet. Well, this situation is somewhat complicated. Had I been summoned immediately after the injury occurred, I could have assuredly rectified it, but now, over 8 months have passed, and the bones have already healed. There is nothing that can be done to alter that, Xiaoyu lamented. However, I have thought of a remedy that can be made into a plaster to apply to the leg, which may alleviate some of the pain upon contact with the ground, he added. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yuanjing noticed the elder lady and gentleman visibly relaxed. As for Shangguan Zishu and Yu Chaoyang, their expressions were even more telling. They were the least inclined to see Shangguan Ziki recover. The prince wore a stern expression, while the princess's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just then, Steward Li hurried into the room. Your Highness, there is trouble. Young Master Zifeng has encountered an incident. For Steward Li to personally deliver such news, it could only mean that the matter was grave. Chapter 83, Caught in the Act. What? Upon hearing of the incident involving Shangguan Zifeng, the second master sprang to his feet in shock. Your Highness, second master, the Ministry of Justice has apprehended a habitual thief today. While pursuing the criminal, they entered a modest dwelling and discovered young Master Zifeng inside, in a compromising situation with a woman, and on the bed no less. This scandal has drawn the attention of the neighbors, and the officer leading the arrest happens to be the nephew of the Madam of Ning'an Marquis. The news has spread like wildfire. Furious, the second master, in a fit of rage, struck the second madam across the face. You bore such a son, bringing disgrace upon the royal household. The second madam, having received the slap, could not express her anger. How could Zifeng do this? They must have mistaken him for someone else. We have arranged for him to marry the daughter of the Ning'an Marquis. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? She remained incredulous. Wasn't this a splendid match for their son? Why would he jeopardize it? Elder brother, shall I go and see what has transpired? The second master mounted his horse and left the estate, guided by Steward Li to the small courtyard. Ma Junsheng, the nephew of the Madam of Ning'an Marquis, was well aware that Shangguan Zifeng was betrothed to his cousin. Upon witnessing such a scandal, he could not let it slide and immediately dispatched a subordinate to report to the Ning'an Marquis. When the second master arrived, Ning'an Marquis Yu Jinsong had just reached the scene as well. In law, the second master attempted to establish a rapport. Second master Shangguan, Ning'an Marquis merely nodded before entering the small courtyard. Ma Junsheng was inside, ensuring that Shangguan Zifeng could not escape. The courtyard was small, housing just a master and his servant. Ma Junsheng had already questioned several neighbors, discovering that the master and servant had moved in a year prior, indicating that Shangguan Zifeng had been keeping a mistress for an entire year at the tender age of 19. Upon entering, the second master did not see his son and still held a glimmer of hope. Second master Shangguan, your son is still inside. Ma Junsheng kindly guided him to the inner room. 2 constables were stationed at the door. The second master pushed the door open and beheld his son, disheveled, seated on a stool, with a young and beautiful woman leaning against him, tears streaming down her face like a frightened rabbit. Upon seeing his father, Shangguan Zifeng immediately knelt before him. Father, I was wrong. His contrition was evident. You wretched fool, the second master kicked him, sending Shangguan Zifeng sprawling. Young master! The woman cried out in shock, tears cascading down her cheeks. The second master, seasoned in the ways of the world, immediately recognized her as a courtesan, adept at eliciting sympathy. He indulged in such company but never truly engaged. His concubines were always virtuous women from respectable families, or maidservants raised within his household. Get out and apologize to your future father-in-law at once. Upon realizing that the Ning'an Marquis had also arrived, Shangguan Zifeng was too terrified to emerge, ultimately being thrust out by his father. He obediently knelt before the Ning'an Marquis. Esteemed father-in-law, I acknowledge my error. I was momentarily foolish, however, Mayor is a woman of good family, sold to a brothel by her impoverished father. I could not bear her plight and offered to redeem her and provide for her here.
Shangguan Zifeng's naivety was astonishing, pleading for the woman in front of his future father-in-law.
In that case, take her home with you. The Ning'an Marquis, having witnessed the true circumstances, uttered these words and departed, leaving the father and son perplexed by his intentions.
Ma Junsheng merely scoffed and withdrew, heading straight to the Ning'an Marquis residence to seek favor with his aunt. Once back at the estate, the Ning'an Marquis, infuriated, smashed several teacups in a fit of rage. His carefully nurtured daughter had been so brazenly wronged before even marrying, and now his prospective son-in-law had the audacity to keep a mistress. What kind of man was worthy to be his daughter's husband?
At that moment, the madam emerged from the inner chamber.
My lord, is it true?
The madam still harbored a sliver of hope that her nephew had erred. Humph, I warned that this match should not proceed, yet you insisted that the century-old royal household would consider us fortunate.
Look at what you've chosen, a fine family indeed.
My lord, it was my lack of discernment, yet you ultimately agreed. The couple's mutual blame echoed in the air. At this juncture, the elder madam arrived.
Which noble family would dare to brazenly keep a mistress, especially before marriage? In truth, this incident could only be attributed to Shangguan Zifeng's unfortunate luck in crossing paths with the meddlesome Yu Yuanzhang.
Had she not witnessed it, this scandal would have remained concealed. Once he had had his fill of fun, he would have sent her away. Shangguan Zifeng was still young, momentarily bewitched. Given a couple more years, with a position and more experiences, he would come to understand the status of a lady from a marquis household. At that moment, Yu Yueying also stepped forth.
Father, mother, I wish to cancel the engagement.
Her resolve was unwavering.
The Ning'an Marquis glanced at his daughter, then at his mother and wife. The three awaited his decision.
Inger, if you break off the engagement, how will you fare in the future?
Do you wish to marry a lowly merchant? The Ning'an Marquis was reluctant to easily annul the engagement.
A man who dares to keep a mistress before marriage, how can you expect your daughter to marry such a man? As she spoke, tears streamed down Yu Yueying's cheeks.
Inger, this time your cousin has exposed him.
He will surely repent and behave himself in the future, the madam urged. Inger, do not take the matter of engagement lightly. The royal household is esteemed, regardless of his faults. Shangguan Zifeng is a nephew of the prince and a relative of the esteemed concubine in the palace. He has learned his lesson and will treat you well in the future. The elder madam opposed the idea of annulling the engagement.
Grandmother, where there is one, there will be another.
This time he has learned, however, as the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Once I am married, in time he will again act without restraint.
Tears flowed as Yu Yueying lamented. Men are inherently unfaithful.
Prepare a few maidservants for him, and he will have no interest in seeking out other women. The elder madam, drawing from her own experiences, sought to persuade her further.
No, grandmother.
If a man requires me to provide him with additional women to keep him, he is not worthy of my hand in marriage. I insist on breaking the engagement, resolutely breaking the engagement.
Yu Yueying clung to her decision, unyielding.
Sigh, child, why must you be so obstinate? The elder madam felt helpless.
Father, perhaps I should speak with the prince to gauge his thoughts?
The Ning'an Marquis, seeing his daughter's obstinacy, was compelled to yield.
Father, if this engagement cannot be annulled, I shall take my own life. I absolutely refuse to marry such a scoundrel.
Yu Yueying reiterated her stance, shocking the madam to her core. Chapter 84:20 strikes, punished to kneel at the ancestral hall. How could she allow her daughter, whom she had painstakingly raised, to meet such a tragic fate? Just a few days prior, she received an anonymous letter that left her in a state of shock, nearly at a loss for what to do. At first, disbelief clouded her mind, but she discreetly summoned her elder nephew to assist in investigating the matter. The results of the inquiry were staggering. It turned out to be true. Who could be aiding her? Yet, that was not the crux of the issue. The real concern was how to resolve this predicament. It was her nephew who suggested a bold plan to catch him in the act. Thus, the events of today unfolded as a serendipitous occurrence. She had kept this matter from her mother-in-law and husband, for if they were to discover it, they would undoubtedly disapprove of such actions that could bring shame to the Shangguan family. However, as a woman, her disdain for men who kept concubines was profound, especially since this man was to be her future son-in-law. Her fury knew no bounds. She was determined to impart a lesson he would never forget. She wanted to see whether he would dare to repeat such actions in the future. Yet, unexpectedly, her daughter displayed an unwavering resolve, preferring to shatter like jade than to remain whole like mere pottery. Her intention was merely to teach a lesson, never to sever the engagement. Meanwhile, Shangguan Zifeng, having been brought back to the royal manor, felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. He was escorted directly to the main courtyard, where the prince and princess awaited the return of the second master. Kneel properly, the second master barked, genuinely furious this time. Shangguan Zifeng knelt obediently in the center. The prince, as the head of the family, coldly regarded his nephew, who dared not lift his gaze.
Zifeng, do you understand your mistake?
The prince's inquiry sent a tremor through him. I acknowledge my fault, but I merely kept a woman for amusement. I would have sent her away in due course. This was the excuse he had concocted during the journey back, and he had indeed contemplated such a notion. Yu Yuanjing rolled her eyes at hearing this. It was a quintessential display of callousness, regardless of the reasons behind his actions. That woman had devoted herself to him, and he dismissed her with such flippancy. Alas, in the absence of legal constraints, few men in ancient times could be deemed virtuous. They failed to regard women as equals. How lamentable. She needed to earn more, for only wealth would remain loyal to her. The gentlemanly demeanor exhibited by Shangguan Ziki offered her no sense of security. It seems you still do not comprehend the gravity of your error, the prince continued in a frigid tone. Second brother, your failure as a father has led Zifeng to emulate your poor example. You must address this matter yourself. As his uncle, if you cannot discipline him, I shall take it upon myself. The prince's disappointment in his younger brother was palpable. Elder brother, why must you involve me? You handle the discipline, the second master replied, fully aware of his own limitations. His authority could not rival that of his elder brother. In that case, let him receive 20 strikes, followed by 3 days and nights of kneeling at the ancestral hall, after which he shall be sent to the military for training. Should he err again, the punishment shall be escalated until he learns his lesson, the prince decreed without a hint of compassion.
Uncle, I understand my mistake. I will never dare to repeat it, Shangguan Zifeng said, now genuinely frightened. Such punishment was undeniably severe for him. If only you had understood this earlier, none of this would have transpired. Have your elder brother Ziki or younger brother Zishu ever committed such an error? Ziki abstained from even touching a maid before his marriage, while Zishu has only 2 concubines, and you already have 2 concubines in your household, yet you remain unsatisfied and seek further indulgence. Is the wealth of the Shangguan family merely for your reckless spending, princess? Henceforth, his monthly allowance shall be halved. Currently, there was no division of the family estate, so the prince controlled the monthly allowances through the princess. He deftly wielded this leverage. Understood, your highness, the princess replied with enthusiasm. This child had indeed been led astray by his father, while the second mistress proved ineffective in managing her son. Elder brother, please spare him this once. I assure you he will never misbehave again, the second mistress pleaded, wiping her tears. As her own son, she felt a deep pang of compassion, yet he was now of an age where he was no longer under her control. If she pressed the matter further, he would only display impatience, sweet-talking her when he sought money, yet hardly ever appearing otherwise. Your highness, this punishment seems excessively harsh. What if Zifeng is left with lasting injuries? The second elder mistress, now devoid of her earlier arrogance, spoke with a hint of supplication. Without severity, he shall not learn. Prepare yourselves for the marriage to be annulled. After committing such an unforgivable error, which family would still dare to marry their daughter to him? The prince cast a cold glance at the second family. What? The second mistress, upon hearing this, ceased wiping her tears and was left in a state of panic, unsure of how to respond. This cannot be. The marriage must not be annulled. Second sister-in-law, this matter no longer lies within your purview. It depends on the attitude of the Marquis family. You two have a daughter. Consider how you would react if Linger were to find herself in a similar predicament. Would you continue to push her into the flames? The princess interjected calmly. The second mistress found herself at a loss for words, resuming her tears once more. What shall we do, elder mistress? Zifeng has finally secured a marriage with a marquis's daughter. The second mistress turned to her mother-in-law for help. Quickly, prepare some gifts and go to the marquis's estate to apologize, the second elder mistress said curtly. This daughter-in-law was truly a disappointment. Meanwhile, standing aside, Yu Chaoyang furrowed his brow tightly. How could such an incident occur? In his previous life, Shangguan Zifeng had never kept a concubine. No, he had no knowledge of whether he had or had not, as this matter had never come to light. Perhaps it had always remained undiscovered. With so many discrepancies from his previous life, she began to question her own existence, pondering whether she could still wield control over her destiny through foresight into the future. Bring Zifeng out. Administer 20 additional strikes. 2 guards entered from outside, seizing Shangguan Zifeng and taking him to the courtyard to deliver the punishment. The echoes of his anguished cries reverberated in everyone's ears. No one dared to intercede. The prince's actions served as a warning to the younger generation of the Shangguan family. Should any of them dare to commit such a transgression, they would be made an example of today. The second mistress continued to weep, while the second elder mistress maintained a stern expression. The second master could not help but twitch at the sound of his son's cries, occasionally glancing at the prince's countenance, wondering if he would face the same fate should he commit a similar error. The 20 strikes were swiftly administered, after which he was dragged to the ancestral hall to kneel. The second mistress hurried back to her quarters to prepare gifts for the marquis's estate, hoping to plead for leniency on behalf of her son. However, she was met with refusal at the very threshold, being turned away without even a semblance of courtesy. The marquis's family was not to be trifled with. They would not offer favorable treatment in such circumstances. The second mistress returned in disgrace, seeking the princess's ear once more. Sister-in-law, what shall we do? Please assist Zifeng. He cannot let his hard-earned fiancée slip away. Second sister-in-law, we are indeed at fault in this matter. Let us wait until tomorrow to see how things unfold. If the Marquis family does not come to us, there may still be a chance for reconciliation. Should they arrive at our doorstep tomorrow, we shall personally plead with them, hoping for their understanding, the princess replied, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment. She had personally arranged the betrothal, only to have her nephew disgrace himself in such a manner. Yu Yuanzhang pushed Shangguan Ziki back to Chia courtyard, her expression gleeful, which did not escape Shangguan Ziki's notice. My lady, Chapter 85 of the marriage is off. Is it that obvious? Yu Yuanzhang rubbed her face, attempting to wipe away the smile that graced her features, yet, despite her efforts, joy bubbled within her, causing her lips to curl upwards regardless of her attempts to suppress it.
Stop rubbing, Shang Wanziki urged, maneuvering his wheelchair closer to her and gently pulling her hand down.
Did you inform the Ho residents about Zifeng's affair? Why would you suspect me? Yu Yuanzhang gazed incredulously at Shang Wanziki's unwavering expression. Did I not mention that when I sense something amiss, I pay close attention to your words? I happened to be awake when you instructed Xiaoyu to take action. Oh!
Yu Yuanzhang exclaimed, smacking her forehead. She had completely forgotten about that moment and should have been more discreet.
Do you disapprove of my
It is entirely appropriate for you to act as you have, my lady. I wholeheartedly support your decision. However, this matter must remain undisclosed to my second uncle and his family. I would be foolish to let them know. Even the Ho residence is unaware that I was the one who relayed the information, Yu Yuanzhang stated proudly.
My lady, when can I expect the embroidered pouch you promised? Shang Wanziki deftly shifted the topic. Are you in such urgent need?
I simply adore the pouches you embroider, my lady. Yu Yuanzhang found herself at a loss for words. This man consistently expressed his affections in every interaction. I'll go embroider it right now, she stammered, retreating in haste. Shang Wanziki's constant flirtation left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The following afternoon, the elderly matriarch of the Ning'an Marquis and the Marquise herself visited the royal residence without prior notice. As soon as the two elder ladies received the news, they hurried to the main courtyard. However, the elder Marquise and the Marquise did not spare them a glance.
Your Highness, I deeply apologize.
Our Yuing lacks the fortune to become a daughter-in-law of the royal family. Last night, I had a dreadful nightmare in which my Yuing suffered various tribulations after marrying into the royal household and ultimately succumbed to despair. My heart aches unbearably. This morning, I sought the counsel of a high monk at the Hugua temple to decipher the meaning of my dream. The monk revealed that my Yuing possesses a fragile fate and must marry a husband blessed with water in his destiny to counterbalance her fate. Upon further inquiry into the fate of your esteemed son Zifeng, it became clear that he lacks such water in his destiny, thus, they are ill-suited for marriage. I regret not having properly matched their birth dates, having hastily consulted a fortune-teller before agreeing to their union.
Fortunately, it is not too late. Let us dissolve the engagement between our families. I sincerely apologize.
As the Marquise spoke, tears welled in her eyes. The implication behind her words was unmistakable. She sought an excuse to preserve both families' dignity. To lend credence to her pretext, she had even made a trip to the temple before arriving, clearly considering the royal family's reputation. Marquise, this cannot be. Zifeng will surely amend his ways. He was punished yesterday and will treat Yuing with the utmost care moving forward, the second Marquise interjected, unable to contain her plea. Yet, the Marquise ignored her, her gaze fixated on the princess. Marquise, you must consider this carefully. A woman whose engagement has been broken finds it challenging to remarry into a prestigious family, the elder Marquise stated, her expression impassive. Her tone betrayed an air of superiority, lacking any softness.
My daughter is indeed unfortunate.
She cannot aspire to marry the second son of the royal family, the Marquise retorted coldly, refusing to yield to the insult.
You, very well, second daughter-in-law, let us depart, the elder Marquise huffed, striking her cane against the ground in indignation.
Her grandson was a direct nephew of the prince. Did she fear he would never find a noble bride? She would relish witnessing what sort of man the Ho family's daughter could hope to marry after this engagement fell through. With their departure, the princess assumed full authority over the situation. Marquise, have you truly considered this matter thoroughly? The princess inquired gently. To be honest, I do not wish to dissolve the engagement. However, Yuing is resolute in her decision, even resorting to threats of self-harm against her father and me, the Marquise confessed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Asa mother, how could she bear the thought of her daughter in such distress? Very well then, eldest daughter-in-law, since you have made up your mind, please present the marriage contract and gift list to the princess. Let Yuing reside at the estate for a while, the elder Marquise instructed. Only then did the Marquise produce the marriage contract and gift list from her bosom, handing them over to the princess. The gifts had not been presented directly, as they required mutual agreement before delivery. Alas, we had hoped to become in-laws. Zifeng, that boy, truly disappoints me. It remains a mystery who led him astray, the princess lamented, her tone filled with resignation. Yet, none could misunderstand the underlying message. Fortunately, the two children from the main branch had not strayed from the right path. Marquise, while our families may not become in-laws, we can still forge a friendship. My relationship with Yuing remains strong. She is welcome to visit me at the royal residence whenever she pleases. Yu Yuanzhang, who had remained silent until now, chimed in with a smile. Indeed, indeed. The eldest daughter-in-law is a savior to our family. This bond is profound, the Marquise said, her esteem for Yu Yuanzhang evident. Then may I call you Aunt Ma from now on? It feels rather awkward to keep addressing you as Marquise, Yu Yuanzhang proposed.
Certainly.
The princess has indeed chosen a fine daughter-in-law, the Marquise replied enviously. Indeed, Yuanzhang is truly a remarkable child, the princess affirmed, nodding in agreement.
All right, esteemed elders, let us not lavish too many praises upon me.
I might become prideful, Yu Yuanzhang jested. Laughter erupted among them, dispelling the earlier tension as the elder Marquise and the Marquise took their leave that afternoon. The entire dowry was returned to the royal residence, and the marriage contract was publicly torn asunder. Thus, the engagement between the two families was definitively dissolved. News of this development swiftly spread throughout the capital, creating quite a stir. The Ho family sent Yu Yuing to their estate outside the city to avoid the backlash. Meanwhile, Shangguan Zifeng, having faced the prince's punishment, fell gravely ill from the ordeal, yet no one offered him sympathy. Once he recovered, the prince sent him to the military, relegating him to the status of a common soldier. The second marquise resumed her relentless efforts to find him a suitable bride from another family. Regrettably, those of noble birth evaded her, offering either a concubine or daughters of low-ranking officials as alternatives. Such women, the second marquise deemed unworthy, for her son was the prince's own nephew. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. During this time, Yu Yuanzhang discreetly assumed the guise of a renowned physician once more and visited Lord Jin's residence for another consultation. Coincidentally, her father was also present at the Jin estate that day. As fate would have it, the two crossed paths at the entrance. Yu Yuanzhang deliberately walked past her father, feigning ignorance. Yu Yunji observed the physician's retreating figure, a sense of familiarity washing over him. However, with the rumors of the physician's exploits circulating widely, he could not connect her to his own daughter. He waited outside until the physician completed the consultation before entering. As they passed each other once more, the sense of familiarity became difficult to ignore. Once seated in the carriage, Yu Yuanjing anxiously patted her chest. "Xia Yu, next time we visit Lord Jin's residence, ensure you ascertain whether my father will be present." "Yes, my lady," Xia Yu replied dutifully. Upon returning to Shiri Hall, the group of physicians received an invitation from another family, offering a reward of 10,000 taels of silver.
"Whose family is it?"
Yu Yuanzhang inquired. Though she was not in dire need of silver, the prospect of 10,000 taels still enticed her. Chapter 86 The Visit of County Princess Xiangling to the Divine Physician. Replying to my lord, it is the residence of the Prince Jing, Lin Hao reported respectfully.
"The residence of Prince Jing, Xia Yu, have you heard any news about who was ill there recently?" Yu Yuanzhang found it rather curious.
On the day after the eldest son awoke, the heir of Prince Jing and Princess Ling Xian had visited Chia courtyard to see him, showing no signs of sorrow whatsoever. As the younger brother of the emperor, it must be quite convenient for him to summon the imperial physician. "I have indeed heard that a physician was summoned, but we did not pay much attention to such news, so I am unaware of who was ailing," Xia Yu replied with a hint of embarrassment. The lord had inquired, yet she had failed to provide an answer. It seemed she must be more attentive in the future. A malady that even the imperial physician cannot treat is certainly a grave and urgent matter. "Come, let us go at once," Chasing Cloud returned to the palace and informed the eldest son to avoid waiting unnecessarily. Yu Yuanzhang had promised to return for lunch with him that morning. Just then, the sound of horse hooves echoed from outside Shiri Hall, clearly indicating the arrival of a carriage. Upon hearing of the guests' arrival, Lin Hao immediately left the inner courtyard to greet them. As he stepped outside, he noticed an exquisitely crafted carriage had just come to a halt at the shop's entrance, adorned with tassels at each corner, unmistakably a conveyance for a lady. Indeed, a delicate hand lifted the carriage curtain, and a young maidservant, around 16 or 17, stepped down first, followed by another maid. Both maidservants were dressed in matching attire, but Lin Hao, with his limited experience, could not discern their origin. Then, a young lady clad in a pale purple luxurious gown emerged from the carriage, assisted by her maidservants. However, she wore a veil, obscuring her age, though her hairstyle revealed her status as an unmarried woman. Recently, Lin Hao had only received footmen or stewards from prominent families. This was his first encounter with a lady of high status. "Miss, please come inside," Lin Hao said, beaming with a sincere smile as he ushered the three women into the shop. However, the young lady did not immediately enter. Instead, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize the shop's signboard. "Shiri Hall, it appears to be quite an ordinary craftsmanship. Shopkeeper, did you merely spend a few taels of silver to hire a minor artisan for this sign?" The voice of the veil. "The sign was already hung upon my arrival," Lin Hao replied candidly. After inspecting the sign for a few moments, the young lady finally stepped into the shop. "Shopkeeper, our lady has come today to collect the skincare ointment prepared by the divine physician," one maidservant volunteered to clarify their purpose. "Oh, so it is County Princess Xiangling. Please, come in, and the divine physician has already instructed that the ointment be prepared. I did not expect the county princess to come in person." Lin Hao's smile grew even more genuine. As a regular customer, it was imperative to provide excellent service. The master had once stated, "Customers are our benefactors, we must serve them well to earn more in the future." Although Yu Yuanzhang maintained a lofty demeanor as a divine physician, that was only in regard to consultations. Selling medicine in the shop still depended on the buyers. She aspired to earn a fortune, thus instructing Lin Hao never to offend customers. Of course, that was when she lacked backing. Now, with the support of the royal residents, she was less fearful of troubles. She had already spread word through several friends of the eldest son that this shop had become a stake held by the wife of the eldest son of the royal residence. As County Princess Xiangling stepped into the shop, she observed several open cabinets against the walls, neatly arranged with small porcelain bottles, each separated in an orderly fashion. Behind the porcelain bottles were corresponding small boxes designed specifically for holding them. The usage instructions for the medicinal pills were placed within the boxes, easily accessible to customers. The county princess casually picked up a porcelain bottle and opened it to inhale its fragrance, a delightful aroma wafting forth, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Lin Hao proactively retrieved the instruction manual from the box to present it to County Princess Xiangling. She took the manual and began to read intently. The instructions are written in such detail that one need not summon a physician for a pulse diagnosis. A patient can discern how to take the medicine based on their own feelings. The divine physician truly is remarkable, crafting pills with such unique characteristics. This is specifically designed for children suffering from wind cold who cannot consume bitter medicinal soup, isn't it? The county princess is correct. It was precisely this consideration that led the divine physician to create this pill known as children's cold remedy. Lin Hao responded with pride. County Princess Xiangling examined a few more medicines and indeed selected several bottles for her maidservant to collect and pay for later. Lin Hao then presented the skincare ointment to County Princess Xiangling. County Princess, this ointment has a shelf life of only 1 month, so the divine physician has instructed that you must use it within the validity period. If it expires, you may return to the shop for a freshly made batch.
Ah, shopkeeper, may I inquire if the divine physician is present? County Princess Xiangling asked about Yu Yuanzhang.
The divine physician is generally not present in the shop.
Shopkeeper, you are deceiving us.
We have inquired thoroughly of the divine physician just emerged from the residence of Lord Jean, and we followed closely behind. One maidservant immediately exposed Lin Hao's falsehood. The county princess had instructed them to keep a watchful eye on the happenings at Shiri Hall and the residence of the esteemed Lord Jean. Upon learning today that the divine physician had visited Lord Jin's estate, they reported to their mistress, prompting County Princess Xiangling's personal visit to collect medicine. Having grown up, County Princess Xiangling had consulted countless physicians privately, none of whom dared claim they could cure her condition, except for the young divine physician who asserted he could help her. He was the first young man to ever see her face, which she had previously concealed from all others. When the divine physician had first laid eyes on her marred visage, she saw no disdain, no disgust, and no revulsion in his gaze, but rather a hint of gentle sympathy. As he performed the surgical procedure, his movements were tender, as though he were handling a precious treasure, delicately wielding the scalpel upon her face, fearful of causing her pain. This sensation was indescribable, yet each time she recalled it, she felt a rush of sweetness. Since the divine physician had assured her that her face could be treated, her mother had ceased to entertain the idea of sending her back to the countryside. Though she could not yet venture out to meet others, her heart brimmed with hope. She yearned to restore her face quickly, to be the first to show it to the divine physician. This thought grew more fervent with each passing day. Lin Hao was momentarily flustered by the small maidservant's boldness, unsure of how to respond. County Princess, the divine physician must be in the courtyard, one maidservant insisted, pulling County Princess Xiangling towards the interior.
Wait. County Princess, this is not permissible.
Lin Hao did not expect the trio to be so unreasonable, intruding without the master's consent. He hurried after them, attempting to intercept their advance. However, the shop was exceedingly small. Once they passed through the back door, they entered the courtyard. There, County Princess Xiangling spotted the divine physician and her entourage standing beneath the eaves. Yu Yuanzhang and her companions had been listening to the conversation outside.
Divine physician Zhang, you are indeed here. This shopkeeper dares to deceive me.
Upon seeing Yu Yuanzhang, County Princess Xiangling's joy radiated, her voice imbued with boundless delight.
May I ask what brings the county princess to seek me? Yu Yuanjing's tone was gentle.
She felt a measure of sympathy for this young woman whose beauty had been marred since childhood. Her resilience against despair was indeed commendable. Chapter 87 The Plans of Princess Xiangling. Master Zhang, I have come today to collect the medicine. Indeed, you need only apply the ointment as instructed at the designated times each day, Yu Yuanzhang replied, nodding.
Thank you, master. Since we have crossed paths today, might I trouble you to assess the recovery of my face?
The Princess Xiangling had specifically sought him out. She would not easily let the opportunity slip by with just a few exchanged words.
Very well, please come in.
Upon seeing the yearning in her eyes, Yu Yuanzhang could not bring himself to refuse. Upon entering the room to the left, only Princess Xiangling stepped inside. The two maidservants, oblivious to the impropriety of a lone male and female in close quarters, did not intervene.
Yu Yuanzhang, considering himself a woman, did not regard this as an issue either. The few guards were similarly unconcerned. He casually closed the door behind him. Your Highness, please remove your veil. After a moment of hesitation, Princess Xiangling complied.
Over the course of more than a month, the new scars from the surgery had healed, revealing tender new skin beneath. The previously pigmented areas had vanished. Yu Yuanzhang reached out to touch her face. While it was not entirely smooth, the previous hyperplasia had disappeared, and overall, it felt quite satisfactory, infinitely better than before.
The recovery is splendid, indicating that you have diligently followed my instructions.
Continue applying the medicine, and once the color of this new skin matches the surrounding areas, you may forego the veil. A light application of powder will render the scars nearly invisible.
This procedure has been quite successful.
Yu Yuanzhang affirmed his own skills. However, at the moment her hand brushed against Princess Xiangling's face, the princess's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly leaping from her chest, her face flushing crimson to the roots of her ears. Yet, due to the lack of recovery, Yu Yuanzhang remained oblivious, his focus solely on examining her injuries. Very well, within 2 months, you should be able to use rouge. Until then, refrain from any cosmetic products, as they may obstruct the pores and inhibit the absorption of the medicine. Yu Yuanzhang,
do you reside here?
Princess Xiangling had taken in the layout of the modest establishment with a single glance, realizing it could hardly accommodate the doctor and his guards.
Not at all. I have another residence.
May I inquire where that might be? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I apologize, but it would be inappropriate for me to disclose that information. Should you require my services, please leave a message at the Shijitang. The consultation fee is 10,000 taels of silver, non-negotiable. Yu Yuanzhang had no intention of revealing his address, as his identity must remain concealed for now.
Then, may I pose a personal question?
Princess Xiangling inquired, a hint of shyness in her tone.
What question do you have? Yu Yuanzhang was puzzled as to what personal matter the princess wished to discuss.
Counting today, I have only seen you 3 times, each time behind a mask.
I do not know your true appearance. Would you be so kind as to remove your mask so that I may finally behold the visage of my benefactor?
There was a note of pleading in her voice. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness, Yu Yuanzhang replied, firmly refusing her request. He moved towards the door, preparing to exit.
I have overstepped, then may I at least ask how old you are this year?
Princess Xiangling retreated to a more modest inquiry.
16, I ask that you keep this confidential, he responded. Ah, you are so young.
No wonder you wear a mask. I shall keep your secret, Princess Xiangling concluded, believing she had discerned the true reason behind Yu Yuanzhang's masked visage. At such a tender age, who would believe he could be a skilled physician? Surely, it would be more fitting for a venerable elder to assume such a role. Why Yu Yuanzhang opened the door and stepped outside, still pondering the princess's intentions. What could she possibly want to uncover? Was this at the behest of Princess Huining, or was it her own curiosity? He chose not to dwell on it. Pressing matters awaited him. The group had not changed their attire and boarded the carriage directly, heading towards the residence of Prince Jing. Meanwhile, Princess Xiangling, now aware that the physician was merely 16, found herself lost in thought. How could someone so young possess such formidable skills? Yet, this also indicated his extraordinary capabilities. How could such a talent be relegated to the status of a mere itinerant doctor? If he were to enter the imperial medical office, surely her uncle, the emperor, would consent. Moreover, once in the imperial medical office, he would undoubtedly be granted a position of authority. Could it be that she might? Her mind danced with delightful possibilities.
Your Highness?
A maid's voice interrupted her reverie.
Let us return to the manor.
This matter warranted a discussion with her mother. The residence of Prince Jing was not far from that of Prince Rong. They were situated within the same district, merely separated by a street. Upon the carriage's arrival, she noticed 2 other carriages had just pulled up, halting at the entrance to the prince's residence. To her surprise, one of them belonged to the royal family. However, the guards maintained their composure, refraining from approaching, instead regarding the 4 figures across the way as if they were strangers. As Yu Yuanjing disembarked from the carriage, he spotted 4 familiar silhouettes. Following closely were the 2 maids, Zhou Yuet and Xiu Hua, emerging from the first carriage, followed by the princess herself. From the carriage behind, Shang Wanziki alighted, bringing his wheelchair along. Their eyes met for a few moments, both parties exchanging glances. The princess longed to approach, yet was halted by a gesture from Yu Yuanzhang. The doorkeeper, noticing the arrival of 3 carriages simultaneously, promptly stepped forward to attend to them. Upon recognizing the visitors from the residence of Prince Rong, and without prior notice, he hurried inside to inform his master. I have the honor of meeting the Princess of Rong and the eldest son.
Please, step inside.
The doorkeeper greeted them warmly.
Is this the esteemed physician you have summoned? Why not invite him in first?
The princess, observing the doorkeeper's obsequious demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Her daughter was left standing aside, and such a display of disorganization among the servants warranted reprimand.
My apologies, I was unaware that the physician would arrive so promptly. The steward had mentioned he would come tomorrow.
Please, allow me to escort you inside. The doorkeeper hastily corrected himself, now eager to usher Yu Yuanzhang into the residence. The 2 parties entered the estate of Prince Jing together. The residence was notably grand, with a large screen wall immediately upon entry, and intricately carved beams and painted rafters lining the path. Not long after their arrival, the chief steward of Prince Jing hurried out to greet them. Greetings to the Princess of Rong and the eldest son. I did not expect the physician to arrive so soon.
Please follow me.
The chief steward, a middle-aged eunuch with a fair complexion and no beard, likely brought out from the palace by Prince Jing himself. As they passed through the outer courtyard and entered the inner courtyard, Prince Jing, Chao Mengzi, and his heir, Chao Jinyu, rushed out to meet them upon hearing the news. Yu Yuanzhang had seen Prince Jing at the Duanwu banquet but had never spoken to him. He was indeed a handsome gentleman, yet both father and son bore somber expressions, as if engulfed in mourning.
Greetings, Sister Yu Yan.
Prince Jing clasped his hands in greeting.
Greetings, Aunt Qin. The heir followed suit. Uncle Z, Shang Wanziki, seated in his wheelchair, addressed him, though he could not rise to perform the customary greeting.
It is good to see you awake, Ziki. I had not yet found the time to visit you, yet here you are, coming to see me instead, Prince Jing said, a tender smile briefly gracing his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. It is my fault. I should have come to visit you sooner, Ziki replied. This is the esteemed physician, I presume. My apologies for the oversight. Prince Jing's heir finally turned his gaze to Yu Yuanzhang.
Indeed, that is I. May I inquire who requires my services within the residence?
Chapter 88 The Affliction of Hemorrhage. Prince Jing, we have heard that a divine physician has been summoned to your residence, hence we have come to inquire.
The princess consort expressed her perplexity.
There are only a few masters in the Wang residence. Upon seeing Prince Jing and the heir emerge, she presumed it should be the princess consort who came to greet them, or at the very least, a matron dispatched by the princess consort to receive them, yet no one had appeared thus far.
Alas, it is Shi Yun who has fallen ill.
The expression on Prince Jing's face was already one of sorrow, and upon being questioned, the facade of composure crumbled entirely. The heir bore a countenance of deep melancholy as well. Divine physician, it is my mother who is ailing, please follow me. The heir clasped his hands in respect and turned to lead Yu Yuanzhang ahead, as if every passing moment could spell impending doom for his mother. They all proceeded into the main courtyard. The 2 families shared a close bond. The princess consort and the princess consort of Prince Jing were intimate friends, while the heir of Prince Jing and Shang Wanziki were his brothers. Thus, they all entered the inner chamber where the princess consort resided. Before they could fully enter, they heard the voice of Princess Lingxian, tinged with tears, calling out, Mother, you shall not come to harm.
The divine physician will arrive shortly. Do not speak of such unfounded worries. I am still so young and cannot bear to be without you. My elder brother has yet to marry. You have not even had the chance to partake in the tea of the new bride. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjing's heart sank. How could someone she had only just met be in such a dire state? Taking a few steps inside, she beheld Princess Lingxian seated by the bedside, clasping the hand of the princess consort, tears streaming down her face as she spoke to the ailing woman. Without uttering a word, Yu Yuanjing approached and began to take the pulse. Within mere moments, the results became clear. How could this be? The pulse was as weak as that of a dying person. Even the carotid artery was faint to the touch. Observing the pallor of her complexion, it was devoid of any trace of color. If this continued, she would not survive more than 10 days. The only explanation for such a condition in a woman who had not sustained any injury was one: all males must leave, but Prince Jing may remain. Yu Yuanjing spoke coolly. Upon hearing this, the heir ushered Shangguan Ziki out into the outer chamber.
Is it indeed a case of hemorrhage?
Once the two were outside, Yu Yuanjing turned directly to Prince Jing and inquired.
Indeed.
Prince Jing managed to utter the word through gritted teeth. The term hemorrhage had pierced the hearts of the entire family like a blade in recent days.
How long has this persisted? Yu Yuanjing pressed further.
It has been 18 days. Initially, it was not severe. We summoned the imperial physician, and the prescribed medicine could staunch the bleeding. However, after 7 days, the medicine ceased to be effective. The bleeding has increased day by day, and we have consulted several physicians from the imperial hospital, yet none have been able to provide a remedy. The last physician we consulted has firmly stated that if the bleeding does not cease, we should prepare for the worst. Prince Jing recounted the harrowing progression of his wife's illness, his voice laden with despair.
Meanwhile, Princess Lingxian wept even more bitterly. Divine physician, you must save my mother. Name your price, and we shall meet it. If my father cannot fulfill it, I vow I shall work tirelessly, even if it means toiling like a beast.
Princess Lingxian, prioritizing her mother's survival above all, made the most fervent promise, transcending her father's capabilities. Your Highness, I am not greedy.
I request merely 1,000 taels of silver as a consultation fee.
Yu Yuanzhang replied with a bow. Prince Jing, the prescriptions provided by the physician surely address the ailment, yet since the bleeding has continued unabated for so long, it indicates that something has taken root within the princess consort's womb. Unless this foreign matter is removed, the bleeding will persist, and should this continue, the princess consort will not endure much longer. To save her life, there exists but one solution. To extract the foreign matter from her womb, at which point the bleeding will cease. Yu Yuanzhang articulated the method of treatment with grave seriousness.
What must be done to extract it?
Prince Jing seized upon the critical point. This method may seem quite unconventional. I hope you will be able to maintain your composure upon hearing it.
Yu Yuanzhang prepared them for the revelation.
Speak. Prince Jing inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself. It involves using specialized tools to access the womb through the lower body and extract the foreign matter.
What? Prince Jing exclaimed in astonishment.
How could this be feasible? Both physicians and this divine healer before him were men. No, I refuse treatment, Your Highness. I would rather perish than accept such a procedure. Lin Shiyun, the princess consort, who had remained silent until now, struggled to rise, but after a few attempts, she fell back onto the bed, utterly weakened. The thought of her body being exposed to another man was unbearable. Better to die than to bear the stain of impurity.
Divine physician, is there no other method?
Prince Jing, as a man, found it hard to accept this proposal, yet he retained some semblance of calm. I can think of no alternative, and as my experience in medicine is limited, I lack the necessary tools at hand. I would require a day to prepare the instruments. For the princess consort, time is of the essence. A swift decision is imperative. Should you resolve to proceed with the treatment, I will prepare the tools immediately. No, we shall not proceed with treatment.
The princess consort reiterated weakly. Could you possibly entrust the method of extraction to my daughter, allowing her to perform the procedure?
Prince Jing suggested, his reasoning appearing more rational.
That would not be advisable.
This technique cannot be mastered in a day. It requires careful assessment of the condition within the womb to determine what should be extracted and what must remain untouched. The tools can be likened to a specially shaped knife. A moment's carelessness could result in severe harm to the womb, leading to even greater complications, potentially resulting in immediate and excessive blood loss.
Yu Yuanzhang could not permit anyone else to undertake this task.
At this juncture, she was also torn, contemplating whether to reveal her true identity. Should her identity be disclosed, it could expose her to greater peril. The situation was indeed delicate. Yu Yuanzhang glanced at her mother, who had remained quietly observing from the side, her brow furrowed, perhaps also grappling with indecision on Yu Yuanzhang's behalf. After a lengthy silence, Prince Jing himself appeared unable to come to a resolution. He wished for his wife's survival, yet he feared that if he allowed the divine physician to proceed, she would resist fiercely.
Father, I want my mother.
Even if you were to divorce her afterward, I wish for her to live. I would rather follow her and care for her in her old age. Princess Lingxuan's heart was solely focused on her mother. She could not bear to witness her mother grow weaker by the day, only to face the day when she would be left without her. Forever, her mother was still so young, with a long life ahead of her. Qin Yuyan observed the anguish on her friend's face and the impending loss of Princess Lingxuan's mother. She hesitated, contemplating whether to offer guidance to her daughter-in-law.
Divine physician, how old are you?
Prince Jing questioned, feeling a pang of sorrow at the sight of his daughter, his eyes blinking rapidly to stave off tears. He contemplated an idea that might ease his wife's opposition, one he could reluctantly accept. Their marital bond was strong, otherwise, a dignified prince would not be without concubines. He had sought out his wife himself, having rejected the candidates his mother had suggested, choosing instead Lin Shiyun, who had grown up without a mother. Her circumstances had made her appear particularly understanding and resilient. Moreover, the bond between his wife and the princess consort of the Rong family was likely rooted in their shared plight of losing their mothers at an early age.
I am 16 years old. To think the divine physician is so young. How about I adopt you as my godson?
Prince Jing suddenly uttered a remark that bore no relation to the matter at hand, yet all present understood its implications. Chapter 89. Acknowledging foster parents. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjing's eyes sparkled, and she exchanged a glance with Qin Yuyan, who gave a slight nod. This approach, while not comparable to that of a biological son, nonetheless established a bond of intimacy.
Thank you, Prince Jing, for your kindness. I shall graciously accept, Yu Yuanjing said, stepping forward and clasping her hands.
With the matter settled, they hastened to act. Prince Jing immediately entered the palace to seek the emperor's decree. The emperor was taken aback upon learning that his younger brother intended to adopt a son.
Previously, when I suggested you take a few concubines, you refused, yet now you—
Today, I wish to adopt a son to alleviate some of Jin Yu's burdens, Prince Jing replied, following the emperor's line of reasoning while omitting any mention of taking concubines.
And how is my sister-in-law faring?
The emperor was aware that the princess had been unwell lately. He had summoned the imperial physician who informed him of her ailment, but as her elder brother-in-law, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. However, during a recent meal with their mother, he had overheard her sighing, which led him to realize that his sister-in-law was likely facing considerable hardship. As he contemplated issuing a summons for renowned physicians, his brother arrived with a request instead. Initially, the emperor assumed his brother sought assistance in making the announcement. Instead, he was asking for permission to adopt a son.
Although a prince's adopted son would not be recorded in the royal genealogy, his status would still be remarkable. Brother, may I have a word in private?
Prince Jing sighed, requesting a moment of solitude.
The emperor gestured, and the attendants in the study swiftly withdrew.
What troubles you? He asked, noticing his brother's troubled demeanor. Shiyun is facing a life and death situation. I have invited the most renowned physician in the capital to my residence. He possesses a method of treatment, but it is difficult to accept, Prince Jing explained.
What method could possibly be so unacceptable that it troubles a battle-hardened prince like you?
The emperor was intrigued. Prince Jing understood that adopting a son would not be a straightforward matter. The emperor needed to be apprised of the underlying reasons. Thus, he disclosed the physician's proposed method.
So, you intend to adopt that physician as your son merely to ease your own heart? The emperor quickly grasped the situation. Indeed.
Moreover, Shiyun is unwilling. I cannot bear to watch her perish, so I must resort to this expedient measure.
Are you aware of the physician's background?
I do not know. I have not had the opportunity to investigate. His first patient in the capital was Lord Jin. I have met with Lord Jin, and he has indeed improved significantly, and now, aside from the occasional cough, his symptoms have nearly vanished. He has also taken the son of the Duke of Yong'an as his disciple. I inquired with Lord Yu, who mentioned that the physician hails from Yaowang Mountain. In his youth, he was saved by Lord Yu's daughter, and thus he has come to repay this kindness by introducing them. Prince Jing recounted all he had learned.
If what you say is true, then he appears to be a person of gratitude.
If his character is pure, then adopting him is permissible. Should he ever engage in nefarious conduct or collaborate with foreign enemies, we can deal with him then, the emperor contemplated, his thoughts growing more complex. The sudden emergence of this physician raised suspicions, especially given his connections to the nobility. Yes, I will continue to investigate. If he is indeed a spy, I shall execute him without hesitation. The brothers reached an agreement, and with the emperor's approval, Prince Jing quickly returned to the royal residence. Upon returning, Prince Jing instructed the maidservants to assist the princess in taking her seat at the head of the table. In the presence of Qin Yuyan and Shang Guanziki, they performed the formal rites of acknowledging kinship and offered tea.
Child Yu Yuanzhang pays respects to her foster parents.
Yu Yuanzhang bowed 3 times with great decorum. She then received the tea from Chao Jinyu, which the royal couple accepted in return, presenting their own tokens of acknowledgement. This jade pendant is exclusive to my offspring. Both Jin Yu and Jin Xian possess one. Your pendants are carved from the same piece of jade, totaling 4, originally intended for my children. However, due to your foster mother's ill health, she has not conceived since giving birth to Jin Xian, hence it has been kept until now. Prince Jing elaborated on the pendant's origin. Yu Yuanzhang glanced at Chao Jinyu's waist and indeed saw a pendant of identical quality. Upon examining her own, she noticed it bore the same design that Qilin.
Thank you, foster father and mother.
Yu Yuanzhang felt a tinge of embarrassment receiving such a precious gift. Nevertheless, it was evident that Prince Jing held profound affection for the princess.
Foster father and mother, may I request that the matter of my adoption remain confidential for the time being? Yu Yuanzhang made a modest request.
Why is that? Prince Jing inquired, puzzled. With the support of the Jing residents, would it not be easier for her in the capital? Even as an adopted son, he was still Prince Jing's son, who would not show him respect. Because I fear it may cause trouble for the royal residents. Should anyone require medical assistance and be unable to reach me, they might seek out my foster father. Will you uphold my interests or not? I have charged a fee of 10,000 taels for my services, Yu Yuanzhang explained.
You rascal, if you seek to earn money, why not attend to more patients? Why set your fees so exorbitantly high that many noble families cannot afford it? Even I have pondered for quite some time before deciding to invite you, Prince Jing replied, astonished. 10,000 taels could cover the expenses of the royal residence for half a year. I am quite lazy and do not wish to venture out daily for consultations. That would leave me no personal time, such a lifestyle is too exhausting. I simply wish to produce some medicinal pills to earn a bit of easy money, Yu Yuanjing replied with a smile. In truth, her practice was inconvenient. Very well, then as you wish, we shall not make it public for now. Prince Jing conceded, understanding that, as her foster father, he would eventually be recognized as such when others sought her medical expertise. Given the numerous officials in the court, should the imperial physicians be unable to cure their ailments, they would inevitably turn to him, which could become burdensome. Thank you, foster father. Now, may I request that you remove your mask? Prince Jing suggested. Having acknowledged her as family, it seemed odd for her to still wear a mask. Qin Yuyan and Shangguan Ziki exchanged glances, apprehensive how would they navigate this, yet, as outsiders, they could not interject. Yu Yuanzhang glanced at the two before speaking. I beg your understanding, foster father and mother. I shall reveal my face to you at a later date. It is rather inconvenient for me at the moment. Rest assured, I will eventually unveil it. Her implication was clear. She had her reasons for concealment. She certainly could not remove it. Doing so would expose her identity. Were it not for her proficiency in ventriloquism, she would have struggled to maintain her ruse before such high-ranking individuals. Prince Jing scrutinized the portion of Yu Yuanjing's face visible through the mask, attempting to discern something in her gaze. However, her eyes were clear and unclouded by guilt. Rather, they conveyed genuine inconvenience. Were it not for her ability to save his wife's life, Prince Jing would not have indulged her so readily. Though he maintained a relatively gentle demeanor, he was still the emperor's younger brother and would not tolerate being so openly defied. The two maintained their gaze for a prolonged moment, neither uttering a word. Chapter 90. How fortunate is a husband. Very well, I shall await your convenience. After much deliberation, the Prince of Jing finally nodded in agreement. Only then did Shangguan Ziki and her son release their anxious hearts, both feeling a wave of relief for her. With the prince's approval, Yu Yuanzhang also relaxed her shoulders. She was quite apprehensive about the prince's insistence on seeing her appearance. Brother, please assist my stepmother to lie down. It is imperative that she remains still to reduce the flow of blood. I will prepare another prescription for hemostatic medicine to control the bleeding. I will require a day to gather my tools, and I shall return at the latest by the day after tomorrow, Yu Yuanzhang instructed Chao Jinyu. Observing the precarious state of the princess, her heart ached for her. Remembering that she was a close confidant of her mother, she longed to perform the surgery immediately, but alas, lacked the necessary instruments. Chao Jinyu had already noticed his mother struggling, and without hesitation, he swiftly lifted her from the chair. For the next few days, consume more blood-nourishing foods. Stepmother, hold on, you will not perish. Sister Jin Xian is still waiting for you to find her a suitable match, Yu Yuanzhang encouraged. Upon hearing this, Princess Lingxuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she stomped her foot, chasing after her mother into the inner chamber. Yu Yuanjing took her leave. Shangguan Ziki followed her, wishing to accompany her, but was promptly declined. I will escort the divine physician on behalf of Uncle Jingwang. I fear that there may be ill intentions afoot, Shangguan Ziki asserted with conviction. Indeed, let Ziki accompany you, proposed the Prince of Jing, fully aware of the previous incident where a divine physician had been ambushed and murdered. What if the nefarious individuals remained undeterred? Lord Rong had been scouring the entire capital for spies from Kanglan Kingdom, and he had lent his assistance in the matter. Upon exiting the prince's residence, Yu Yuanzhang returned to Shiri Hall under the watchful escort of several guards. The sky was nearly dark by this time. As soon as she stepped out the back door, she spotted Shangguan Ziki waiting for her. Why are you still here? Did I not instruct you to return first? Yu Yuanzhang exclaimed in exasperation. His persistent following would inevitably raise suspicions. I cannot bear to leave you alone, he replied succinctly, conveying his concern with those simple words. With no other choice, Yu Yuanzhang hastily climbed into his carriage to return together. Xia Yu, let us delay the return of this carriage, Yu Yuanzhang suggested, desiring not to attract undue attention by having two carriages depart simultaneously. Shangguan Ziki was quite eager for them to share a carriage. The necessity of accommodating a wheelchair would make the space feel significantly smaller. Nevertheless, two individuals could still fit. Fortunately, she had not brought any maids today. Ziyue and Jianhua had been dispatched to instruct Lu Mingda's family in pill-making. Of the two newly appointed maidservants, Qin and Shangji, were not yet fully trained, and she was reluctant to bring them along just yet. As soon as Yu Yuanzhang entered the carriage, Shangguan Ziki grasped her hand and began to playfully toy with it. Although they had shared a bed each night for several days, he sensed a distinct lack of intimacy from his wife, realizing that she had not wholly accepted him despite their consummation. Thus, he seized every opportunity to draw closer to her, hoping that she would gradually come to regard his presence as a familiar comfort. Today marked the first time he had witnessed his wife tending to a patient. How fortunate am I to have you as my wife, Shangguan Ziki remarked, moved by the moment. A malady that the imperial physician could not remedy was readily acknowledged by his wife as one she could treat. Such a treasure was indeed his wife. Indeed, you must have implored the Buddha thousands of times in your past life, Yu Yuanzhang quipped, a statement that rang true. Had he not crossed paths with her, he would have had no hope of survival. Seeing the proud expression on his wife's face, Shangguan Ziki found her endearing and genuine, softening his heart immensely. My lady now possesses yet another formidable ally, he teased. Indeed, I had not anticipated that the Prince of Jing would propose such a measure.
This will also afford me additional time to safeguard my secret. I hope that you and father can uncover those who threaten us soon, Yu Yuanzhang confessed. Were it not for the unresolved matters concerning Shangguan Ziki, she would not feel compelled to conceal her identity. By the way, I informed my mother that there might be issues with those in her courtyard.
Why has there been no news for such an extended period?
Yu Yuanzhang wondered. Surely, her mother was not so inept. Father has dispatched covert guards to monitor the situation continuously. The problem is that despite their vigilance over these past days, they have uncovered nothing, Shangguan Ziki responded.
This is indeed curious. What could be the reason? Yu Yuanzhang pondered. I do not know. Has anyone in the main courtyard taken leave or been absent for any reason recently? None. Then has there been any unusual occurrence in the main courtyard that might have prevented that individual from acting? Shangguan Ziki contemplated deeply, recalling something that he felt was likely unrelated.
What have you thought of? Yu Yuanzhang inquired, noticing his head shake. Due to the ongoing investigation into spies from Kanglin Kingdom, father has been residing in the outer courtyard study for the past several days, Shangguan Ziki divulged. This revelation prompted Yu Yuanzhang to clap her hands in realization. Indeed, that is likely the reason.
Why? Shangguan Ziki questioned, perplexed. Saffron has the effect of making it difficult for women to conceive. If father is not staying in the main courtyard, then there would be no need for that individual to place saffron in my mother's food, Yu Yuanzhang explained analytically. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ziki's eyes brightened with understanding.
It made perfect sense. By the time they returned to Chia courtyard, night had fully descended. They hastily consumed a somewhat delayed dinner. Yu Yuanzhang then began sketching, creating designs that she had utilized in her previous life, recalling them vividly. She finished quickly and summoned Xiaoyu, explaining her instructions twice to confirm his understanding before sending him off to procure the necessary items. The primary tools included dilators, curettes, and forceps, among others. Given the limited resources, she relied heavily on her technical skill, which was why she could not agree to let Princess Lingxian operate. Skill was indeed paramount. The following day, as Yu Yuanzhang embroidered to pass the time, she finally completed the pouch she had been stitching for Shangguan Ziki. He held it in his hands, turning it over to admire the craftsmanship.
My lady, your embroidery is truly exquisite, far surpassing my own artistry. It possesses a certain spirit, Shangguan Ziki declared, thoroughly pleased, as he promptly tied it around his waist.
As dusk approached, Xiaoyu finally returned with the tool she had requested. Yu Yuanzhang had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. The princess of Jing truly could not afford to wait much longer. Yu Yuanzhang picked up each tool to test them. While they were not as advanced as those from her previous life, they resembled the necessary instruments. Although the blades lacked sharpness, they were still usable. I shall head to the Prince of Jing's residence immediately. My stepmother truly cannot wait any longer, Yu Yuanzhang declared, her urgency causing her to forego dinner in her haste to leave. Wait. It is ill-advised to venture out at this hour. There are 4 guards stationed at the main gate. They are merely ordinary gatekeepers, yet in this hour, it is uncommon for ladies of the household to be out unless there is an urgent matter. It would be wiser to have dinner first and then depart quietly through the back gate. I will send Yuanshan ahead to inform the Prince of Jing, Shangguan Ziki insisted, unwilling to let her leave so recklessly, knowing her mother would not approve either. After some reflection, Yu Yuanzhang concluded that it was indeed prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. She patiently finished her meal, and once darkness enveloped the sky, she donned a black outfit, bringing along her disguise, intending to change in the carriage.
I shall accompany you, Shangguan Ziki reiterated his request. Why do you wish to follow me? Chapter 91.
The surgery in progress. I cannot allow you to venture out alone, asserted Shangguan Ziki with an air of authority. But I will be accompanied by several guards. I am not alone, Yu Yuanzhang replied, feeling inexplicably perplexed. I shall await you in the carriage, Shangguan Ziki declared with unwavering determination, his stance leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, but ensure that no one discovers your presence in the carriage. I prefer to keep our close association under wraps for the time being, Yu Yuanzhang remarked, favoring a discreet approach to the revelation of the close relationship between the divine physician and the eldest son of the Rong Wangfu would undoubtedly invite a multitude of troubles. She merely wished to leverage the connection of being the eldest daughter-in-law. A modest carriage quietly exited the royal residence through the back gate. Yu Yuanzhang had brought along her 2 maids, Ziyue and Jianghua, to assist her. Rather than heading directly to the Jing Wangfu, they meandered through various alleys for a while, ensuring they were not being followed before making their way to the Jing Wangfu through a discreet entrance, under the cover of night, to avoid attracting attention. Upon their arrival, Chao Jinyu awaited her at the back gate. As Yu Yuanzhang disembarked from the carriage, she swiftly lowered the curtain, concealing Shangguan Ziki's presence within. Several guards escorted her inside, proceeding directly to the residence of the Jing Wangfei, where the family had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. I pay my respects to my revered father and mother, Yu Yuanzhang greeted, noting the increasingly pallid complexion of the Jing Wangfei. Time was of the essence. Yuanzhang, the Jing Wang hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Rest assured, father, I shall ensure mother's recovery, Yu Yuanzhang assured him with conviction. I entrust her to you, the Jing Wang replied, words failing him. The family could not afford to be without a matriarch. His wife had toiled for nearly 20 years bearing and raising their children, and he could not bear the thought of losing her. Older brother, may I observe the procedure? Princess Lingxian inquired earnestly. It is best if you refrain from watching, my dear sister, as it may affect your psyche in the future.
Fear not, I have brought 2 maids to assist me, Yu Yuanzhang replied, unwilling to expose an unprepared young girl to such a gruesome sight, especially when it involved her own mother. Father, prepare a long table, removing approximately 3 inches from the front legs, and bring it in. Also, heat some water to cool, and procure 2 bottles of strong liquor, Yu Yuanzhang instructed, delineating her requirements. The heir promptly departed to fulfill her requests. Before long, a table was brought into the inner chamber. The Jing Wang assisted in carrying it inside, and soon everything was in place. Very well, you may all leave now, it will not take long, Yu Yuanzhang began ushering everyone out. The Jing Wang and heir left reluctantly, followed by the 2 maids attending the Jing Wangfei. Mother, the procedure may be somewhat painful, but it will not compare to the agony of childbirth. I hope you can endure it, Yu Yuanzhang felt compelled to clarify beforehand. Yuanzhan, perhaps it would be better if I simply succumbed, though you regard me as your mother. The truth remains, the Jing Wangfei struggled with the notion of her son witnessing her in such a vulnerable state. Mother, living is of paramount importance, Yu Yuanzhang replied, understanding her plight, yet unyielding in the face of the life or death decision at hand. However, Yuanzhang, I have already counted myself fortunate to have encountered your father in this lifetime. Should I die, I harbor no fears, save for the well-being of my 2 children. Thus, you must remember that your children still need you, and there is no cause for concern, Yu Yuanzhang encouraged her further. The Jing Wangfei remained unconvinced, but with preparations complete, the patient was still reluctant to proceed. Why Yu Yuanzhang would not grant her the luxury of hesitation. She took it upon herself to first cleanse the table with alcohol, then meticulously sanitized the various instruments, placing them onto. Prior to their departure, she had thoroughly instructed them to follow her lead without question. Ziyue and Jianhua worked in unison to move the Jing Wangfei onto the table. As the moment of truth approached, the Jing Wangfei felt as though she were about to face execution. Yuanzhang, the thought of a man witnessing her in such an intimate manner was unbearable, regardless of his identity. Even if he were her own flesh and blood, she could not fathom presenting herself without reservation. Until now, the absence of direct confrontation had dulled her apprehensions, but as the moment drew near, she realized she could no longer control her emotions. Mother, I assure you, none of us will disclose how I treat you. Simply close your eyes and refrain from thinking. Once the pain begins, you will find your mind occupied. Yu Yuanzhang endeavored to soothe her. For a fleeting moment, she considered revealing her true identity. Yet, recalling the dangers lurking within the Rong Wangfu, she suppressed the urge. She could only apologize to this mother figure for the time being. Once her true identity was unveiled, the Jing Wangfei would surely release her grievances from this day. Yu Yuanzhang exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 maids. Without waiting for the Jing Wangfei's full consent, they hastily removed her lower garments. The Jing Wangfei, feeling embarrassed, promptly shut her eyes. She consoled herself with the thought that it was akin to dying 1,000 deaths. Seeing her cease to struggle indicated her acceptance of reality. It was time to commence the procedure. After disinfecting with alcohol, she began the surgery. Bring the lamp closer, Yu Yuanzhang instructed. Ziyue complied, adjusting the lamp's position. Align the reflected light properly, Jianhua added, holding the mirror to direct the light. The 2 maids, though nervous, had never witnessed their mistress perform such a procedure. Only midwives would have such experiences during childbirth, and as they were still innocent maidens, a sense of bashfulness enveloped them. Thankfully, their mistress had prepared them well in advance. They worked in perfect harmony, following Yu Yuanzhang's commands. As Yu Yuanzhang initiated the surgery, the Jing Wangfei could no longer afford to dwell on her anxieties or modesty as the pain surged, prompting her to cry out. Is it unbearable? Yu Yuanzhang inquired with concern. I can endure it, the Jing Wangfei gritted her teeth, managing a few words. It should not worsen, mother. You are doing splendidly. Perhaps after this operation, you may even bless father with another little one. Yu Yuanzhang began to engage her in conversation to distract from the ordeal. Is that truly possible? The Jing Wangfei's spirits lifted at the prospect of bearing another child, momentarily alleviating her pain. I suspect that the issue lies within your womb, which prevented you from conceiving after giving birth to Sister Xian. Consider the women in the villages who bear countless children. It is not uncommon for them to have 7 or 8. Their robust health, derived from constant labor, is a factor, as is the absence of concubines among village men who, after dinner, have little else to do but procreate. Consequently, their wives are able to bear children one after another, Yu Yuanzhang recounted with a hint of jest about the village couples. He, you observant child, how astutely you have noticed. Your observations are quite amusing, the Jing Wangfei chuckled, momentarily forgetting her pain, which was not particularly severe. Could it be that I am not speaking the truth? Should you recover, we can visit the village and see for ourselves. However, the conditions are often dire. Many children succumb to various ailments during their growth, and it is fortunate if 5 out of 10 survive, Yu Yuanzhang continued, sharing the realities of village life. That is indeed a valid point, the Jing Wangfei sighed deeply. In this world, there existed a hierarchy among people. She could only count herself fortunate to have been born into a good family and to have a good marriage. Otherwise, how could she afford to seek a divine physician to treat such a fatal ailment? Chapter 92 Capturing the true culprit behind the poisoning. In the course of casual conversation, Yu Yuanzhang successfully completed the operation, revealing the presence of a foreign object that had disrupted the uterine function, leading to a severe hemorrhage. Fortuitously, she had encountered the situation. Otherwise, the possibility of the princess consort of Jing surviving would have been exceedingly slim. Excessive blood loss could have resulted in her demise from anemia. All done, Yu Yuanzhang announced, prompting a sigh of relief from the princess consort of Jing. She had persevered. Ziyue and Jianhua assisted her in adjusting the bedding, helping her into her trousers before gently lifting her back to bed.
Stepmother, you must now prioritize your recovery, consume nourishing foods that replenish blood, such as red dates, pig liver, eggs, mulberries, kelp, and black fungus. I shall prescribe another concoction to invigorate the blood, strive for a swift recovery. After all, the heir has yet to marry, and Xian has yet to express her sentiments to anyone. These matters require your attention, Yu Yuanzhang encouraged her further.
Very well.
The surgery was successfully concluded and tidied up. The father and son were still waiting outside. Ziyue went to open the door, allowing them to enter.
Shiyun, how do you feel?
The Prince of Jing immediately approached the bedside, sitting down with concern etched on his face. There was some discomfort during the procedure, but now that it is over, I feel a slight lingering pain in my lower abdomen. Otherwise, I feel fine. The princess consort described her sensations to her husband. Originally, this ailment had not caused any pain, it was merely the blood loss that left one feeling exceptionally weak. That is good to hear, very good.
Stepfather, rest assured, the operation was a resounding success.
Stepmother can already sense that the bleeding has diminished significantly. However, it is unlikely to cease entirely at once. For the next fortnight, there will still be some minor bleeding, but it will not be as profuse as before. In a month's time, she should be nearly fully recovered, Yu Yuanzhang reassured him, providing a comforting sentiment.
Thank you, Chao Jinyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude.
There is no need for thanks, I saved my stepmother, Yu Yuanzhang replied, issuing medical instructions and writing out a prescription, even including a remedy for daily hygiene.
Chao Jinyu personally escorted her to the door. Yuan, this is the consultation fee. Chao Jinyu produced a silver note that he had prepared in advance.
Since we are family, such matters should not be an issue, Yu Yuanzhang politely declined.
That cannot be so.
It was merely a temporary measure that led my father to recognize you as his adopted son. The consultation fee cannot be disregarded, as it is also my father's intention, Chao Jinyu insisted, having received directives from the... He feared Yu Yuanzhang would refuse, hence the careful instructions. Seeing his determination, Yu Yuanzhang had no choice but to accept. Then I shall not be polite. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to leave a message at Shiri Hall.
Understood.
Yu Yuanzhang boarded the carriage, departing from the royal residence under the protection of several guards. Shang Guanziki had been waiting inside the carriage, effectively remaining undetected. On the way back to the royal prince's residence, they encountered only a patrol unit, which Xiaoyu skillfully evaded by turning into an alleyway. They returned safely to the residence without incident. I told you, there isn't as much danger as you think. You insisted on following, Shang Guanziki remarked. Without following, I would have been uneasy, he replied. From now on, wherever you go to consult, I shall accompany you.
Ah, he had become quite the clingy dog.
Yu Yuanzhang was at a loss for words. Upon entering the Chia courtyard, they found the lights still aglow inside. Upon their entrance, they saw the princess sitting in the outer chamber, clearly waiting for them.
Mother, why are you still here so late? Shang Guanziki feigned ignorance. Zhenger, how did it go?
The princess expressed her concern for her friend.
Do not worry, mother.
All went smoothly. Within a month at most, stepmother will be able to visit friends again. At that time, you may invite her to our residence as a guest, Yu Yuanzhang replied with a smile.
That is wonderful.
I shall await your return with news of her recovery.
Are you not worried about your daughter-in-law's safety? Yu Yuanzhang teased playfully.
You child, of course, I worry. Otherwise, I would not be waiting here for you both. Now, it is late, rest well. We shall have breakfast together in the morning at my chamber. The princess, having received the reassurance she sought, felt at ease. The next day, before the couple had even risen, Granny Yi burst in energetically, reporting that an incident had occurred in the princess's quarters.
The two hastily washed up and proceeded to the main courtyard. Upon entering the main hall, they found both the prince and the princess already present. Just as they were about to find their seats, the two elder ladies arrived with their daughter-in-law, followed closely by Yu Chaoyang and concubine Luo. It seemed everyone was well informed. Kneeling in the center was an elderly maid of over 50, her plump frame trembling incessantly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yu Yuanzhang recognized her. She was the housekeeper who managed the princess's affairs, known as Granny Zhang. It was said that she oversaw the small kitchen, and she had been brought in as a handmaiden by the late princess from her family. Granny Zhang, speak up. Who instructed you to poison me?
The princess had not anticipated such a turn of events. Granny Zhang had been personally assigned to serve her by the prince himself, and he regarded the kneeling figure with a cold, steely gaze. This was the eldest maidservant from his late mother. His mother had passed away when he was just 3 years old, leaving behind 4 maidservants to serve the young master. Later, under the arrangement of his stepmother, they had married and left. As he grew up, married the princess, and had children, Granny Zhang came to him one day, claiming that her husband had died, leaving her and her daughter in dire straits. Out of respect for his late mother, he allowed her to enter the main courtyard, only to be repaid with such treachery. Granny Zhang remained silent, tears flowing freely.
Granny Zhang, I have never treated you harshly since entering this palace. Why would you wish to harm me?
The princess pressed again, yet Granny Zhang remained mute, offering no explanation. Just then, the stewardly entered. Your Highness, Granny Zhang's eldest son is serving with the third master. He specifically requested her presence during his tenure, and the entire family followed him. Granny Zhang's second daughter previously served the second lady but was released after achieving merit and is now a respectable citizen.
Oh, now that you mention it, I recall that was over a decade ago. There was indeed such a circumstance. Granny Zhang's daughter, what was her name? I seem to have forgotten. Yes, it was something like Pear. She accompanied the empress to the palace and managed to thwart a plot against her, earning merit, which is why I released her from the residence.
Granny Zhang, where is your daughter now?
The second lady inquired, directing her question at the kneeling Granny Zhang. Replying to the second lady, my daughter was unfortunate. After leaving the residence, she fell ill and passed away within a few years without leaving behind any children. With that, Granny Zhang resumed her tears. You have indeed suffered greatly, but why would your son choose to follow the third master to such a distant place, rather than remain here to honor you? The second lady's words led the conversation astray. Yu Yuanjing sensed something amiss. It was too coincidental. Her 2 children were not in the residence, and she alone remained, her husband having died prematurely. Chapter 93 The unbearable life of the second household. I demand an answer from you, the princess stated, her irritation palpable. Zhang Mama trembled but remained silent. At that moment, and he entered. He was the chief of the prince's personal guards, typically operating in plain sight, akin to a servant. However, his true identity was well known within the prince's residence, and his martial prowess was formidable. Your Highness, we discovered a pouch of saffron in Zhang Mama's quarters, along with several other packets of unknown powders, as well as a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry, he reported, presenting the items one by one. Upon seeing these objects, Zhang Mama realized she could no longer evade the situation. Swiftly, she retrieved a pill from her bosom and swallowed it, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the displayed items. The prince, noticing her action, swiftly attempted to strike her hand away, but he was too late. Yu Yuanjing rushed forward, intent on prying open her mouth, but Zhang Mama resisted fiercely, refusing to yield. The drug had already taken effect. Within moments, she screamed in agony, blood streaming from her orifices. The suddenness of the event startled Yu Chaoyang, who let out a terrified scream. The 2 elder matriarchs turned pale, and the maidservants in the hall huddled together in fear. Having witnessed numerous deaths, Yu Yuanjing remained unfazed. He approached to assess the situation. Your Highness, she has ceased to breathe. Li Guanjia, take her away and dispose of her in a nameless grave to feed the wild dogs, the prince commanded coldly. Father, we cannot feed her to the wild dogs. They would perish from the poison, Yu Yuanjing interjected, driven by environmental considerations. This remark drew incredulous looks from the elder matriarch and others, who regarded her as if she were a monster. Humph, she attempted to harm your mother, and you dare to feel sympathy for her, the elder matriarch scolded, seeking to create trouble. I do not sympathize with her. Rather, I pity the wild dogs, who have not wronged my mother, Yu Yuanjing retorted. Dig a pit and bury her, the prince ordered coldly. Yes, Li Guanjia responded, summoning 2 young servants to remove the body and instructing a rough maid to clean the area thoroughly. It was only then that the princess stepped forward to examine the items Ani had discovered. Recognizing several pieces of jewelry, she picked up one jade bracelet, its intricate carvings familiar to her. This was crafted by Jinxiang Building, which she commissioned annually to create a batch of jewelry for the women of the household. This particular piece appeared to be intended for the elder matriarch. Elder matriarch, I recall this bracelet was part of the New Year's gifts from 2 years ago. How did it come to be in Zhang Mama's possession? The princess queried, holding up the bracelet for the elder matriarch to see. The elder matriarch had long wished to reclaim several pieces of jewelry given to that old hag. She knew the princess would inevitably uncover the truth. It had been quite some time, yet that old hag still retained them. Princess, this old hag is so unclean in her dealings that she dares to steal from me, the elder matriarch exclaimed, striding over to snatch the items from the princess's hand. The princess felt the urge to roll her eyes at the elder matriarch's shamelessness. Second daughter-in-law, come and see if this old hag has stolen anything from you, the elder matriarch called for the second wife to inspect the pile of goods. The second wife, displaying remarkable audacity, approached and even had the nerve to extract a few small items for herself. Princess, this Zhang Mama is one of your household servants. I never imagined she would dare commit such heinous acts under your very nose, she remarked, pocketing the items. Do you all presume me to be a fool? Zhang Mama is the steward of my household and, of course, assists me in managing certain household matters. Are you not the ones bribing her with these items for your own convenience? The princess retorted, her anger evident. Mother, I wish to bring something to your attention, Yu Yuanjing interjected. Speak, the princess responded, her tone softening towards her daughter-in-law. Not long ago, I was here with the heiress wife, reviewing several account books. I noticed that many items were overpriced. 10 chickens cost 2 taels of silver. I believe I heard my mother mention that live chickens usually cost around 10 to 12 won per pound. Assuming each chicken weighs between 5 to 6 jin, 10 chickens should not cost more than a single tael of silver. Where, then, has the extra tael gone? Yu Yuanjing's words caused the elder matriarch and the second wife to flush with embarrassment. Was it not clear, they had been bribing the steward of the princess's household with these pieces of jewelry, hoping to gain benefits in return. If the jewelry were discovered by the princess, they could claim it was a gift from another master. However, the silver coins were a different matter. The servants directly employed in the household would never dare to brazenly embezzle their master's money, as such an offense could cost them their lives. Only with the protection of their masters could they dare to act in this manner. Zhang Mama must have accepted these bribes, allowing her subordinates to manipulate prices, funneling the excess funds to the elder matriarch or the second wife. Very well, Zhao Mama, tomorrow you shall leave the residence to inquire about the current prices of commonly used items and provide me with a report, the princess commanded, realizing she had been played for a fool for so many years.
Yu Yuanjing envied the princess's life within the palace, blissfully unaware of the costs of daily necessities, as the words of those below her were taken at face value. Fortunately, the royal household was affluent enough to withstand such losses. However, the second wife, upon hearing the princess's words, felt tears welling up. If it were not for her and the elder matriarch's schemes to siphon off silver from the purchasing servants, how would their second household manage? Your Highness, we in the second household may soon find ourselves begging for food. Brother, you cannot allow us to suffer, the second wife lamented, crying to the prince. She alternately addressed him as Your Highness and brother. What began as a discussion regarding the saffron incident had spiraled into chaos.
What now, second brother? I have already sent him to the military camp, is he still not behaving?
The prince sighed, recalling the troubles caused by his irresponsible younger brother. Over the past month, while our expenses have indeed decreased, we in the second household have numerous concubines and 5 illegitimate children, each of whom requires financial support. The paltry sum from the public treasury is hardly sufficient, the second wife continued her lament.
Send away the concubines who have not borne children, the prince ordered decisively. Your Highness, that cannot be.
My husband would surely kill my sister-in-law, the second wife protested, fearful of the repercussions.
Princess, how do you propose we handle this matter? The prince sought the princess's counsel, finding it difficult to manage his younger brother's household.
I have no solution, the princess replied.
If the prince found it challenging to address the issue, how could she, as a sister-in-law, do any better?
How much profit do your several shops yield in a year? The prince inquired. Our second household has only 5 shops, each averaging a profit of 1 to 200 taels. It barely suffices for my husband and Zifeng's allowances, the second wife lamented. How do you operate your shops? Is it truly only 1 or 200 taels of profit per shop? The prince was astonished by their lack of enterprise. The shops managed under the princess's direction consistently yielded around 1,000 taels monthly, yet theirs was so meager. Then let the shops of the second household be returned to the princess for management. Each shop shall provide you with 300 taels monthly, the prince declared resolutely. That is unacceptable, those are the assets of the second household, even if they are performing poorly, they cannot be handed over to the princess. When Zifeng marries, we will need 1 or 2 shops as a bride price, and Linger will also require a shop for her dowry, the elder matriarch protested vehemently.
This cannot be done, that cannot be done.
What do you wish for? Our main household's monthly expenses are less than those of the second household, the prince retorted in frustration. The second household had only 2 children and 1 secondary wife. The 2 concubines of the prince had never borne children, leaving them as mere maidservants to this day. Chapter 94 of the Origins of Concubine Luo. Your Highness, might we consider increasing the monthly interest by an additional 10%, proposed the elder matriarch. Upon hearing this, the prince pondered. It was unreasonable to raise the amount solely for the second household. If an increase were to be made, it must apply to all.
What does the princess consort think? He inquired, seeking her counsel first.
If your highness deems it feasible, then let it be so, she replied, maintaining her usual stance that the prince's word was final.
Very well, your wishes shall be granted.
We shall add 10%, should circumstances worsen in the future, I shall consider dividing the household, the prince declared, revealing his trump card. The mere mention of division caused the second household to quickly temper their demands. The princess consort harbored her own calculations. Today, having discovered the second household's illicit gains from the servants, she intended to block that avenue entirely, thereby naturally reducing the household's expenses. An increase of 10% might even result in savings. Yu Yuanzhang observed the proceedings with great interest, astonished that even a household as esteemed as the prince's could harbor so many clandestine affairs. The elder matriarch and the second matriarch, having achieved their desires, took their leave. The princess consort continued her examination of the items retrieved from Granny Zhang's quarters. Concubine Luo noticed an item among them that she had recently gifted to Granny Zhang, and her cheeks flushed. Sister princess consort, this is a token of appreciation for Granny Zhang, who assisted me with the matter. Concubine Luo hastily provided an excuse, hoping to smooth over the situation. In truth, she had sought Granny Zhang's insights regarding the princess consort, and the eldest son, the princess consort, now aware of Granny Zhang's true nature, felt a sense of numbness.
Concubine Luo, undeterred, took the hairpin and departed the main courtyard, dragging along the bewildered Yu Chaoyang, who had remained silent throughout the entire ordeal. Yu Chaoyang felt increasingly unsettled in her heart.
This incident had not occurred in her previous life, yet now, so many events that had never transpired before were unfolding. While they currently seemed to hold no adverse effects on her, she had an ominous premonition that these unprecedented occurrences would not bode well for her. Moreover, the heir was spending less and less time in the residence, leaving her anxious. With those who did not concern themselves having left, the prince let out a long sigh. Everyone else may withdraw, he commanded. Steward Li and Dark One also exited, leaving only the 4 of them. Ziki, my wife, could you examine the effects of these medicinal packages? The prince instructed. Yu Yuanzhang stepped forward, scrutinizing each one.
Father, mother, this packet contains a hallucinogenic drug.
This one is a muscle relaxant, but it does not take effect immediately, it requires some time before it manifests. This packet is a contraceptive. She delineated the properties of the 3 medicines with clarity. Cursed be it, the princess consort exclaimed, bursting into tears. What was there left to be oblivious to? Her son had been harmed by this very drug, and yet they had not disposed of it. Was it kept for a second use? Mother, Shangwan Ziki urged, wheeling closer and gently patting her back, do not blame yourself.
Our son has awakened now.
Who would have imagined that for all these years, a viper lay concealed beside me, the princess consort lamented, consumed by guilt. It is my fault, I should never have allowed her to serve you, the prince admitted, equally remorseful, recognizing that he bore full responsibility for the situation. Fortunately, when Xiaoyang changed her marriage, it allowed Zhen'er to enter your chamber. Otherwise the princess consort's heart ached at the thought of the consequences. Yu Yuanzhang had informed her that from the day of his wedding, their son had but half a year to live. Had it not been for encountering this daughter-in-law, the outcome would have been as Xiaoyang had predicted. The princess consort collapsed against her son, sobbing even more vehemently.
Father, with Granny Zhang's death, we have yet to uncover the true culprit. Shangguan Ziki expressed his frustration, gently comforting the princess consort.
In front of so many witnesses, someone had been compelled to poison themselves. I suspect she might have been a spy, the prince mused, allowing his thoughts to wander.
What leads you to that conclusion?
It is merely conjecture, lacking evidence. Yet, her willingness to face death and poison herself on the spot requires a certain courage, suggesting she had undergone training.
Yu Yuanzhang, too, found herself perplexed. What purpose would controlling the prince's heir serve?
Was it merely to ensure the heir's position fell to the second son, but the second son was also the prince's child, unless he were not, the notion struck her as absurd, yet it was the only plausible explanation.
Father, is the second brother truly your child?
Yu Yuanzhang could no longer contain herself and blurted out the question.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Of course, he is my son, the prince retorted, his face flushing, yet, simultaneously, this inquiry illuminated a path for him. He hardened his resolve, striving to recall the circumstances of that time.
If he were not his son, then whose child could he be?
This matter I shall investigate further, the prince declared, striding away without offering any comfort to the weeping princess consort.
Was he too embarrassed? Do men handle their mistakes with such aloofness? Mother, how did concubine Luo come to enter the prince's residence? Yu Yuanzhang seized the opportunity to inquire about the concubine's background.
Ah, that is indeed an ignoble tale.
19 years ago, I accompanied your father to the Pingyang Marquis estate for a banquet, bringing along only 1-year-old Ziki. That day, the elder Marquis of Pingyang was celebrating his 60th birthday, and the festivities lasted until late into the evening. Your father had a good rapport with the eldest son of the Pingyang family and was persuaded to indulge in a few more cups. Unfortunately, whether the wine was too potent or for some other reason, he, who usually held his liquor well, became inebriated and went to rest in a guest room. It was then that the elder matriarch discovered he had fallen asleep with one of the Marquis's granddaughters. Though she was a concubine, she was still a granddaughter of the Marquis. The Marquis's heir and his wife insisted upon your father taking responsibility, leaving him no choice but to accept her as a concubine. As a result of that encounter, concubine Luo became pregnant with Zishu. The princess consort had been brought to that guest room, witnessing the chaos within and the elder matriarch persistently comforting Luo, which had infuriated her. She had felt an overwhelming urge to slap the elder matriarch, who seemed unable to discern her loyalties, siding with the Luo family and demanding that the prince take responsibility for the woman. The prince had intended to grant her only the status of a concubine. After all, she was merely a concubine-born child. However, the elder matriarch's incessant pleas compelled him to grant her the title of concubine, which would secure her place in the family tree and elevate the status of any offspring. Ultimately, the prince, pressured by the Marquis's heir and persuaded by the elder matriarch, acquiesced to the arrangement. Upon returning to the prince's residence, he received a severe reprimand from the old prince. From that day forth, he never dared to indulge in wine again.
Mother, do you not think father was schemed against?
Yu Yuanzhang remarked, somewhat incredulous. And what of it? Without evidence, and given that the young lady was indeed wronged, the situation must have a satisfactory resolution. Thus, your father had no choice but to accept her into the household. At that time, concubine Luo was desperate, and your father had no option but to comply. Yu Yuanzhang reflected, realizing that, in essence, there was no fault to be found in this matter, merely a case of the prince being outmaneuvered. Truly, in ancient times, a woman could achieve her dreams simply through a well-crafted scheme. Men, when they ventured out, were woefully unprotected. Ultimately, it was the reputation of women that caused the uproar. In the future, you must be cautious when leaving the house. Lest you attract the attention of some woman who might concoct a similar scheme against you, you would find yourself in a predicament from which you could never extricate yourself, Yu Yuanzhang advised, turning to Shangguan Ziki. Upon uttering those words, she felt a twinge of unease, realizing that she had yet to develop that profound bond with him that would see them through life and death together. Chapter 95 of the Second House's schemes against her. Rest assured, my lady, I am a man of utmost integrity, Shangguan Ziki promptly assured. Yu Yuanzhang felt her cheeks flush at his words.
I meant no offense, merely offering a reminder.
Indeed, I comprehend, he replied. The princess observed the couple's interaction with a heart full of contentment, pleased that her son cared deeply for his wife. This was a good sign, their marital harmony would surely blossom, and the arrival of grandchildren could not be far off. The three of them resumed their meticulous examination of the items discovered in Elder Zhang's quarters. Aside from the 3 packets of medicine, there were various pieces of jewelry of differing values. Some were familiar to the princess, while others were not. Oh, this gold bracelet bears the insignia of the Imperial Household Department, Shangguan Ziki remarked, examining the bangle closely. The princess took it from him and confirmed his observation.
Could it be that someone within the palace has bribed Elder Zhang? She questioned in astonishment.
It is possible that Consort Shu gifted it to the second matriarch, Shangguan Ziki speculated.
Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility that she may have also instructed Elder Zhang to perform certain tasks. Yu Yuanzhang added.
In any case, it appeared that Elder Zhang had been susceptible to various influences. However, with her demise and her children absent from the royal residence, the situation was complicated. Mother, I suspect that the claim of her daughter's death is a fabrication, Yu Yuanzhang recalled Elder Zhang's words before her passing.
That is highly plausible.
I shall instruct Yuan Shan to investigate immediately. Shangguan Ziki concurred. What was initially believed to be a capture of the true culprit had devolved into an unsatisfactory conclusion, a lamentable turn of events. Mother, I intend to visit the small kitchen shortly to ascertain if there are any prohibited items still present, Yu Yuanzhang proposed.
Harmful substances are rarely left in plain sight. I doubt you will uncover anything significant. It is merely for my peace of mind. As you wish. Before departing, Yu Yuanzhang did indeed inspect the small kitchen. Finding no apparent issues, the small kitchen primarily prepared snacks.
The main meals were still the responsibility of the grand kitchen. That day, Elder Zhao ventured out of the royal residence to inquire about the prices of various commonly used items across the marketplace, returning only as twilight approached. The following morning, the princess summoned all the stewards of the household for a meeting. Yu Yuanzhang and Yu Chaoyang assisted with the accounts, marking any discrepancies in prices exceeding 20% of what Elder Zhao had reported. Corresponding stewards faced penalties based on the severity of the infraction. Some received lashes, while others were fined a month's wages. Several stewards were dismissed entirely. The princess, with the support of her 2 daughters-in-law, took 3 days to restore order. To her astonishment, 5 stewards were dismissed, and 12 were found guilty of deception. Beyond her self-reproach, the princess harbored intense resentment towards the second house, contemplating a division of the household. She brought this matter to the prince's attention, yet he, recalling the second brother's ineptitude, could only counsel her. Being the head of the family was no easy task. Meanwhile, the second matriarch, rather shamelessly, approached the princess for assistance in securing a marriage proposal. Shangguan Zifeng, as the eldest son of the second house, was over half a year older than the heir apparent, who was already expecting, yet he had yet to establish a betrothal. Second sister-in-law, this matter is not within my purview.
It pertains to your house. The previous fine match was squandered through his own folly. Who can be blamed for that? Should you identify a suitable candidate, I, as the senior matriarch of the royal household, will extend my courtesy during the engagement, but this cannot be repeated. If another match falls through, I shall not intervene. The royal family must maintain its dignity, the princess stated resolutely. The failure to educate her son was a matter solely for the second house. The second matriarch left in dejection, retreating to her quarters to weep. Why do you weep? If the princess is unwilling to assist, there is still Consort Shu. Once her period of confinement concludes, let her summon several noblewomen from the capital to the palace. I refuse to believe they would disregard even Consort Shu's standing, the elder matriarch scolded, exasperated by her daughter's ineffectiveness. The second matriarch quickly dabbed her tears, stifling her sobs. What you say is true. We still have the assistance of Consort Shu. However, Linger is no longer a child. She too must consider a marriage proposal, yet she exhibits no interest in any suitors. What shall we do? She must cease her incessant outings with her friends and remain in the residence to learn embroidery and music from Ziki's wife. The elder matriarch expressed her dissatisfaction with her granddaughter. Alas, it was perhaps her excessive pampering that had led to such a situation, rendering both her grandsons and granddaughters complacent. Indeed, Ziki's wife excels in both of those arts. If Linger could acquire even half of her skills, it would be commendable, the second matriarch mused, her spirits lifting. With such a capable mentor in the household, it would be a waste to not take advantage of the opportunity. Let Linger approach this matter independently, we shall not interfere, the elder matriarch decided, aware that her influence in front of Yu Yuanzhang would be limited. If she were to speak, Yu Yuanzhang would undoubtedly refuse her request. I shall summon Linger at once. The second matriarch instructed a maid to fetch her. Shortly thereafter, Shangguan Ling arrived in the second matriarch's courtyard. Upon seeing the elder matriarch, she promptly concealed her smile. I pay my respects to grandmother.
You are no longer a child and have reached the age for marriage proposals. You must temper your temperament and refrain from frivolous outings, instead focusing on the skills befitting a young lady, the elder matriarch admonished sternly. But grandmother, I do not enjoy the subjects taught by the instructors, Shangguan Ling replied, just shy of her 15th birthday, still embodying a sense of innocence and defiance. What is it that you wish to learn? The elder matriarch retorted, exasperated. The family's curriculum for young ladies offered only a limited selection, the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, household management, and the arts of music and calligraphy. Shangguan Ling found herself momentarily at a loss for what she truly desired to study.
Enough.
You have attended the family school for several years. Whether you continue or not is of little consequence. From now on, devise a way to persuade Ziki's wife to take you on as a pupil, so she can teach you embroidery and music, the elder matriarch commanded. Shangguan Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. Of course, Yu Yuanzhang's musical talents had even garnered praise from the emperor. How had she not considered learning from her? If she could master her skills, she would undoubtedly become the center of attention at future gatherings. Yes, grandmother, I shall seek out Yu Yuanzhang tomorrow to learn from her.
But what if I lack a fine instrument?
Shangguan Ling seized the moment to request a good quality guqin. The elder matriarch shot her a resentful glare, knowing her motives all too well. Very well, grandmother shall purchase you a fine instrument. However, should you fail to excel, do not blame grandmother for your punishment. Yes, I shall study diligently, but I am uncertain whether Yu Yuanzhang will accept me as a pupil.
Cannot you find a way to endear yourself to her? Shangguan Ling pondered, considering that Yu Yuanzhang would likely be willing to teach her.
They were only a year apart in age, and she had never wronged her. Additionally, Ziki had always shown her kindness in the past. In Chia courtyard, Yuanshan returned today to report on the matter concerning Elder Zheng's daughter, having been tasked by his master.
Master, madam, there are peculiarities regarding Elder Zheng's daughter, Yuanshan stated gravely.
Chapter 96. Such a man is worthy of a lifetime commitment. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged a knowing glance. Indeed, it was not a simple matter. Pray, elaborate, commanded Shangguan Ziki, his earlier smile replaced by a semblance of authority. If Zheng Momo's daughter were still alive, she would be 37 years old this year. Over a decade ago, after leaving the royal residence, Zheng Momo arranged for her to reside in a modest courtyard and took up menial work in a restaurant's kitchen. She never married, and after living for 2 years, she suddenly passed away, leaving no trace of her burial site known to anyone. Thus, she was neither seen in life nor found in death, Yu Yuanzhang lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation.
The matter had become increasingly enigmatic. If she still lives, where might she have gone? Shangguan Ziki pondered, equally perplexed.
If, as my father claims, Zheng Momo is indeed a spy, she may have fled to the Kanglan kingdom.
Does she not have a son who accompanies my third uncle? Perhaps you should write a letter inquiring about Zhang Momo's son's current circumstances?
Yu Yuanzhang suggested. Best not to inquire into this matter, lest we alarm the serpent in the grass. If she is truly a spy, she is likely no longer in my uncle's company. If she remains, he shall return home soon, and the truth will reveal itself. At that time, apprehending her for interrogation will not be too late. For now, we must identify any lurking dangers within the Empress Dowager's quarters, ensuring we need not fear poison being administered to her or to us in the future, Shangguan Ziki assessed.
Very well.
You have worked hard. You may leave now. Shangguan Ziki gestured towards the distant mountains, and now fully alert, he utilized the cane designed by Yu Yuanzhang, managing his daily affairs with ease. With both canes tucked under his arms, he could walk on one leg. However, he was reluctant to reveal his vulnerable state to others, thus he seldom walked in view of anyone, preferring to remain indoors. Consequently, the young servant no longer attended to him in the Chia courtyard, returning instead to his previous role as a guard and subordinate, assisting him with various tasks.
Now then, what book would you like to see?
I shall fetch it for you. I must resume my study of the medicinal pills, Yu Yuanzhang declared, unable to remain idle.
Madam, since I have awakened, I have yet to visit my in-laws. Would it not be fitting, as today presents no pressing matters, for me to accompany you back to your family home? Shangguan Ziki proposed, genuinely wishing to meet his wife's relatives.
Absolutely. I would be delighted to visit my family, Yu Yuanzhang exclaimed with enthusiasm, though she had refrained from suggesting it due to the time elapsed since her last visit. Having made the decision, they began to prepare. As it was Shangguan Ziki's first visit, he could not arrive empty-handed. Knowing his father-in-law and younger brother were studying, he decided to bring along several fine books. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzhang prepared various delicacies. After they had dined, they informed the princess and set out. Given the sweltering heat, they placed a basin of ice in the carriage. The Yu family's second residence was located on Shandong Street, merely an ordinary abode. Upon their arrival, the doorkeeper, Zhao Bo, spotted the carriage from a distance, instantly recognizing it as belonging to the royal residence, and hurried inside to report to Zhao Yuejia. By the time Yu Yuanzhang and her husband reached the entrance, Zhao Yuejia was already waiting for them. Yu Yuanzhang was the first to descend from the carriage.
Mother, why have you come out?
On such a hot day, you could have simply waited inside, she chided lovingly.
My dear child, did I not tell you not to visit your family so frequently? You have only just returned, and here you are again, Zhao Yuejia admonished, her tone playful despite the reprimand. Mother, look who has joined us.
Yu Yuanzhang exclaimed, lifting the curtain of the carriage. Just as she had dismounted, the curtain had fallen, obscuring the entrance.
The eldest son?
Zhao Yuejia gasped in surprise, utterly unprepared for her son-in-law's visit. Mother-in-law, Shangguan Ziki greeted warmly, having never met Zhao Yuejia before, as he had still been unconscious during her last visit.
Ah, the eldest son is truly awake.
I heard the news a few days ago but feared you might still be unfit to receive visitors, hence I refrained from coming to see you, Zhao Yuejia exclaimed, her joy in seeing Shangguan Ziki surpassing even that of her daughter. Ever since hearing of her son-in-law's awakening, she had lived in a state of worry. Before he awoke, she had prayed daily for his recovery, but now that he had, her concern shifted to her daughter's status. After all, this was the royal residence, the Iron Cap Prince's manor. Had it not been for the schemes of the first branch, her daughter's chances of marrying into the royal family would have been as impossible as reaching the heavens. She feared the eldest son might look down upon her daughter, and what would happen if he chose to cast her aside? A daughter rejected by the royal family would find it impossible to marry again, as no family would dare accept her. Having endured countless days of anxiety, she was overjoyed to see her son-in-law at her door, calling her mother-in-law, which finally eased her troubled heart. It is indeed my fault for not visiting sooner, as I should have paid my respects to my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, Shangguan Ziki replied with a smile. Yu Yuanjing supported him as he slowly descended from the carriage, positioning the cane beneath his arm. Zhao Yuejia watched, tears streaming down her face, as he managed to enter the house step by step on his own. This moment brought her immense joy, for her daughter's choice in a husband filled her heart with satisfaction. Mother, he, quickly, go to the study and summon my husband and Qing Sheng to greet the eldest son.
Zhao Yuejia instructed upon spotting Himomo emerging from the hall.
When Yu Yunji and his son heard that the eldest son of the royal family had come, they were initially incredulous, tossing their books aside in haste. Upon entering the main hall,
they were greeted by the sight of a refined young gentleman seated in the guest seat. "Father!" Yu Yuanzhang called out joyfully. Esteemed father-in-law, Shang Wanziki followed suit. "Splendid, splendid. The eldest son has truly awakened, that is wonderful news." Yu Yunji exclaimed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears at the sight of his son-in-law awake. Observing the genuine emotion expressed by his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Shang Wanziki understood their sincere concern for him, as well as the deep affection they held for their daughter. Unlike some families who, in their quest for power and wealth, married their daughters off to high-ranking individuals regardless of age or condition, they genuinely cared for her well-being. "Esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, please, take a seat," Shang Wanziki invited, gesturing for Yu Yunji and his wife to sit. Although the couple was initially perplexed, they complied and took their places. Shang Wanziki gradually rose from his chair, leaning on his cane, and walked before the couple, prompting Yu Yuanzhang to hold the cane for him. Understanding his intentions, Yu Yuanzhang set the cane aside and supported him instead. With her arm around him, Shang Wanziki knelt before them. "Your humble son-in-law, Shang Wanziki, pays his respects to esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law," he declared solemnly. Yu Yuanzhang was deeply moved by this gesture. How could a man of such high standing as the heir to the royal estate perform such an act? Yu Yunji, bewildered by the unexpected display of respect, rushed forward to assist him, having not grasped his intention. "Esteemed son-in-law, there is no need for such formality. Please, rise," he urged. However, Shang Wanziki gently pushed him aside and completed the 3 bows. "Ah, my child, we appreciate your sentiment, that is more than enough," Yu Yunji reassured him. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuejiao could no longer contain her tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Yu Yuanzhang's eyes also glistened with tears, deeply touched by the profound bond displayed, her heart swelling with an indescribable warmth and gratitude. He truly put forth great effort, such a man is deserving of a lifetime commitment. Chapter 97 Collaboration between the maternal family and the divine physician. Yu Yuanzhang and her father worked together to assist Shang Wanziki in sitting up properly. "Greetings, brother-in-law." At this moment, Yu Qingxing stepped forward to pay his respects. The 14-year-old boy smiled radiantly. Little brother-in-law, how are you finding your classes at the Guozijian?" Shang Wanziki inquired about his studies. "Thank you for your concern, brother-in-law. However, the pace of the lessons is somewhat slow." It was a rare opportunity for Yu Qingxing to study earnestly, yet he found fault with the instructor's speed. "Which class are you currently in?" "The teacher has placed me in Class Ding." Class Ding comprised the least proficient students, so the lessons were naturally delivered at a leisurely pace and lacked depth. "If you can achieve the top score in every monthly examination, the teacher will promote you to a higher class." Shang Wanziki was pleasantly surprised by the boy's academic diligence. "I've only been attending for 2 months, so I can't secure the top position just yet, but I will strive to improve and aim for Class A as soon as possible." Quite an ambitious goal. There are still classes B and C in between, leaping over them won't be easy. By setting lofty objectives for myself, I can better motivate my own efforts. The conversation turned to academics, and Yu Qingxing was quite animated. "Why didn't you attend the Guozijian today?" Yu Yuanzhang interjected. "Today happens to be a rest day. There are 2 such days each month." "Oh, why haven't I seen my younger sister?" Yu Yuanzhang wondered. They had been there for quite a while without encountering her sibling. 2 days ago, the Empress sent someone to bring your sister to the palace. It turns out she has won the Empress's favor and has been chosen as a companion to the 8th princess, thus, she must go to the palace early each day to attend to the princess, Zhao Yuejiao explained. "Oh, I had planned to personally escort the 8th princess to meet the Empress once she recovered, but I didn't expect the Empress to act so swiftly." "Hasn't the 8th princess only been injured for less than 3 months, she can already move about freely?" "My sister mentioned that the 8th princess has already begun her lessons. Royal children certainly have demanding lives. They must attend classes daily, regardless of whether they are princes or princesses." "Indeed, children recover remarkably quickly. Father, what does Lord Jean think of your scholarly pursuits?" Yu Yuanzhang shifted her concern back to her father. "Lord Jean is undoubtedly a literary giant. His every piece of advice strikes at the core of the matter, greatly benefiting me. However, I have neglected my studies for too long, and it is quite challenging to catch up in a short time. Nevertheless, Lord Jean has remarked that my progress is swift." Yu Yunji was also exceptionally diligent, spending most of his days at home reading, visiting Lord Jin's residence every 3 days for guidance. At his age, the teaching was less akin to that for children and relied heavily on the student's comprehension, followed by seeking the teacher's insights. "Father-in-law, I have brought you a few books. I hope they will meet your approval." As soon as the topic of reading arose, Shang Wanziki accepted a gift prepared by Qingfeng and presented it to his father. Law. Yu Yunji took the books and began to peruse them. "Where did these come from?" he inquired, immediately regretting his question, for what treasures could possibly elude the Wang residence? "These are books once read by my third uncle, who made extensive notes in them. He participated in the imperial examination and performed admirably, so I thought that the books he used would surely be suitable for you, father-in-law." Shang Wanziki had specifically sought them out from his uncle's study. Thank you. These books are invaluable." "I'm glad to hear that." The gift had truly struck a chord. "Mother, how are things faring at home?" Once the discussion of studies had waned, Yu Yuanjing turned her attention to her maternal family's well-being.
Following the division of the family estate, all expenses now fell upon her mother. She worried that her family might struggle financially. Rest assured, now that our branch has separated, many expenses are no longer necessary, and we do not need to maintain the social obligations of the family. Your father is solely focused on his studies and has little time for socializing, incurring minimal expenses. So there's no need for you to worry. Financially, we are managing well. We received 2 shops and a farm during the division, and I still have 4 shops from my dowry. This will suffice for your 2 brothers and 2 sisters.
Zhao Yuejia recounted their family's assets with pride.
Mother is the best mother in the world. You don't even think of leaving more for my brothers, Yu Yuanjing teased.
We have only 3 children.
Each is like flesh from my body, and I cherish them all. Mother, my younger brother is already 14, it won't be long before he needs to consider marriage. Your father is set to take the provincial examination this year, and if he passes, he will sit for the metropolitan examination in spring. Should he succeed there as well, he will enter the officialdom, where expenses will surely multiply. Regarding the divine physician I mentioned before, he has rented my small shop to open a modest apothecary, which is doing quite well.
I haven't charged him rent. Instead, I've invested in the shop. Would you consider investing as well, so we can accumulate some funds for the family? Yu Yuanzhang was quite generous towards her maternal family.
They had shown her genuine affection, and she felt compelled to support them. In her previous life, her parents had passed away, and now she had the warmth of family again, which felt incredibly comforting. Despite only a few brief interactions, she had already felt the warmth of home. Thus, she was determined to protect this maternal family for as long as she was able. Yu Yuanjing's words stirred something within Zhao Yuejia.
Presently, the family's expenses were manageable, but if her husband's fortunes changed, the need for funds would certainly increase. Can we truly invest? Zhao Yuejia was well aware of the divine physician's capabilities.
Even her son-in-law had sought his healing. The efficacy of the pills he crafted was undoubtedly commendable, and a thriving business was to be expected. Indeed, as long as you are willing, Yu Yuanzhang replied confidently. Meanwhile, Shang Guanziki, seated nearby, found joy in witnessing his wife speak untruths before her closest kin, his smile growing ever brighter. However, wary of his wife's glare, he tempered his expression. The 4 attendants and maidservants who had been standing nearby were equally attentive, though they all maintained a respectful demeanor.
Very well, we shall invest. However, what would be the best form of investment? Zhao Yuejiao pondered this issue.
Mother, I noticed that one of the shops you gave me sells medicine, and you also possess another apothecary. Why not procure some pills from the divine physician to sell? You could promote them under the divine physician's esteemed name, and then assess how the shopkeeper manages the procurement of medicinal materials, which could also be supplied to the divine physician for his pill making, Yu Yuanjing suggested. She intended to expand the business of the pills. If her pills could be sold in major cities across the nation, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits.
That is a splendid idea.
Let us proceed with that plan. However, how shall we approach the divine physician to discuss this matter?
Shang Wanziki nearly burst with excitement. Wasn't his mother-in-law already negotiating with the divine physician?
Simply go to Shiri Hall and seek out Lin Haud, the shopkeeper. We can settle at 70% of the retail price, and you must sell at the same price as Shiri Hall to avoid disrupting their business, she replied.
That sounds good. I shall go tomorrow.
Zhao Yuejia was delighted at the prospect of collaborating with the divine physician. Once the agreement was reached, they resumed discussing other matters, without ever broaching the topic of whether the eldest son's leg could be healed. In the eyes of the Yu couple, the eldest son's disability might even strengthen the bond of marriage with their daughter.